1. Prologue V2 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. This story is not for sale or rent. Night of the Force equals co-F equals prologue. Shadow from the future equals co-F equals decades and centuries later, when unbiased historians wrote about the Clone Wars and the changes that conflict ignited, there would be a few things they would agree about. While the wars were a long time coming, seeded by the corruption rotting the Republic from within, they had a single ignition point: Geonosis. The fall of the Jedi began there as well. Another commonly agreed fact was that Anakin Skywalker, the so-called chosen one of prophecy, was the first to fall. He wouldn't be the last. The Jedi were empaths, peacekeepers, and diplomats. One of the few pillars in the Republic of the era, to partially avoid the rot and corruption that ended a golden age in the flames of war. To anyone paying attention, it should have been no surprise that the whole Jedi Order suffered during the war. Their suffering began on Geonosis and never ceased until the last shot of the conflict was fired years later. Empaths, peacekeepers, and diplomats, they seldom make good soldiers. That was particularly true about the Jedi of the Clone Wars era. They weren't trained as soldiers or warriors, much less military commanders. Despite that, during the first days of the war, they accepted commissions in the Grand Army of the Republic. They became officers, leaders of clone units. From that point on, it was never a question of if the war would warp them all, but of when it would. The rise and fall of the Jedi Order equals co-F equals Grand Arena Geonosis. It all began on Geonosis, on an arena covered by scorching sands. 2 Jedi, a master, and Padawan stood bound to weathered stone pillars. They were not alone either. A small, lithe woman wearing a mostly clean white blouse and pants imprisoned with them. 2 Jedi and a Republic senator. Their very presence was controversial. Geonosis no longer was a Republic world. Now it was one of the many secessionist strongholds forming the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Both the locals and the Confederacy leadership gleefully accused their prisoners of being spies, of sabotage, and all but declared their actions an act of war. Their impending execution was meant to send a strong message to the Republic that the Senate had to accept the Confederacy demands, or face its fleets and droid armies. More importantly, as some Confederate leaders were concerned, that day's spectacle was meant to remove a thorn in their side. Thousands of Geonosicians buzzed excitedly along with the stand, eagerly awaiting the show. Soon, a group of spear-wielding locals entered the sandy arena. They herded a trio of irritated beasts towards the pillars and the bound prisoners waiting there. First was an irritated and hungry feline, with too many teeth and claws for comfort. An angry herbivore followed, pointing its sharp, nasty horns at anything that caught its attention. A giant, ravenous insect hailing from Felucia completed the group. Its ravenous mouth could swallow a standard humanoid in 2 bites. The insectoid grinned, displaying large rows of razor-sharp teeth. The beast's even constant, excited chittering made it appear even more sinister. 2 of the captives were about to be served as dinner, pleasing the crowd. The last one was meant to be a stress relief for the herbivore, which looked at its chosen target like it wanted to trample it to its heart content. The pair of bound men were Jedi, so naturally they were far from helpless even in a situation such as that. While their companion, Senator Padme Amidala, didn't have their natural abilities and training, had survived many hairy situations, and wasn't going to let herself be an afternoon snack. Anakin looked at the woman he had just admitted to himself that he loved. He was going to get her out of there. Somehow, Amidala gave the young man who had captured her heart a brave simile. Their eyes met for a single moment that lasted an eternity. Meanwhile, the six-legged terror was trying to impale Obi-Wan on its forward legs. Noticing that Skywalker was not part of the fun yet, two guards started poking the backside of the herbivore with their spears, which had electrified tips. The animal released angry below and charged at the middle pillar, where Anakin was bound. It was at that moment that future historians would agree everything changed. It was then and there, on that forsaken, blood-soaked arena, that Anakin Skywalker fell. For the best of reasons, too. He refused to watch his former master, a man he saw as an older brother, be turned into a bloody lunch. He refused to be trampled to death for a crowd's entertainment. And most importantly, he refused to watch the woman he loved be savaged by an angry beast. The young Jedi was staring at Padme with unseeing eyes. His master, despite being preoccupied with the criffing thing trying to eat him, felt the Force itself trembling. If he looked at his apprentice, Kenobi would have seen silvers of light and dark Force energies dancing around the younger Jedi. From the stands, Count Dooku watched Skywalker with a frown. The Force screamed at him like an overloaded starfighter engine. Something was coming. It was dangerous and deadly beyond measure. Yet the Sith Lord couldn't see it, only feel it through the Force. There were just the captives who were being used as both entertainment and a statement that the Confederation would no longer bow to the Republic. Dooku watched as the young fool just stood there, doing nothing. Skywalker was a moment away from being gutted by the animal. To the youngster's right, Amidala had climbed to the top of her pillar. She was wielding the chain with which her hands were tied as a whip, in an effort to fend off the agile predator that was trying to munch on her. Dooku's eyes widened when the charging herbivore slammed into a wall made of solid Force energy and fell to its hind legs. The animal released a quiet keen of distress. Even from his vantage point, the former Jedi could see that the horn of the beast had snapped. It was at that moment he could finally sense it. It was as if an invisible barrier had just shattered, revealing a torrent of raw Force raging amidst the arena. Count Dooku had the dubious privilege to witness Skywalker's fall. Later, when recalling that particular moment, the Sith would reach a different conclusion, one that would be closer to the truth than anyone else might guess. It wouldn't be the truth, of course, though it would be close. This wasn't really Anakin Skywalker's fall. After all, he would either fall years in the future or had already fallen, a couple of decades ago. This was the veil of reality shattering, or as Dooku would later conclude, Skywalker finally revealing his true colors. Down on the arena, Padme was in trouble. Obviously, she groaned mentally. The damn creature sent after her had no trouble scaling the stone pillar. So much for finding some dubious refugee on top of it. It came at her, and she quickly struck it on the snout with the chain binding her. The creature trilled in irritation and descended a couple of meters. Then it lunged faster than Padme's eyes could follow. All she could register was a blur, then pain. By the time Padme's brain processed the feline twisting in midair and swiping at her, its claws already bit deep into her back, tearing through her flesh. Padme screamed in pain and shock, barely keeping her precautious position on the top of the pillar. There, it was at that moment that the fate of the galaxy changed. Padme! A furious shout thundered all over the arena, momentarily silencing the cheering, bloodthirsty crowds. The localized disturbance in the Force ended as if it was never there. But those who had eyes to see it knew better. Something was left behind. Or rather someone. In the stand overlooking the arena, both Count Dooku and many of the Jedi infiltrating the place turned their eyes to the source of the shout. There was a sight that would remain with those who lived through this day to the end of their lives. Anakin Skywalker was painful to look at. For those who could perceive the Force, he was like the heart of a star, if one was hallowed by tendrils of pure darkness. A sphere made of light and dark force energies enveloped Anakin. They were rippling as if battling for supremacy. Yet, from their positions in the stands, the Force adepts felt nothing from the young man, as if he was merely an illusion made by the will of the Force. Without warning, the sphere dissipated, disintegrating the chain binding Skywalker. The released energy touched the pillar to which he was chained and blew it into small pieces, which rained all over the back of the arena, wounding many of the spectators. Those who still could flew away for their lives. F equals the Death Star high orbit over Endor. Lord Vader looked around in confusion. His son had refused to join the dark side, infuriating Sidious. That's why the Emperor was cackling like a maniac while torturing Luke with Sith lighting. The criffing technique was slowly frying the young man's nervous system, killing him piece by piece while drowning his whole being in excruciating agony. The Force itself was rippling around them, as if she was watching the unfolding drama with bated breath. As if that wasn't bad enough, Vader could see Sidious consume his son's life force like a leech. At that moment, something happened to Vader's eyes. His heart hammered within his chest, ready to burst. Rage and regret warred within him, almost completely swallowing what he felt for his son. A blink and Vader stood on the sand-covered ground. It wasn't hard to recognize the place. That was Geonosis, back on the day the Clone Wars began. It was moments after Padme, and he admitted their feelings for each other. Vader's heart hurt at the ghostly memories of those better times. It hammered faster, if that was even possible. The view shifted, and something clicked in his mind. He was laying on ash-covered gravel, once again experienced the fiery pain of his skin and flesh, igniting on the shore of that Force-damned river of lava. In a blink, Vader found himself somewhere else. The Dark Lord was laying strapped down on that criffing operating table. A soulless machine was cutting into his seared flesh, caring not for his agonized screams. Vader felt every second of the process that sealed him in the criffing suit he had been wearing ever since. When the ordeal was over, Sidious, who watched the operation with barely disguised glee, came closer, informing him of Padme's fate, saying that Anakin was the one who killed her in his rage. That was the defining moment of Vader's life. Indeed, it was the moment of his birth. It was then that Anakin Skywalker died, alone, leaving a broken, crippled man to terrorize the galaxy for the next 2 decades. He blinked, unrestrained fury roaring within his heart. The Force shifted, and a man long dead looked through the Dark Lord's eyes. Vader and Skywalker, both, watched as the Emperor tortured their son right in front of them. Something deep within the being that was both a fallen Jedi and a Sith, a monster and a father, snapped. With a furious bellow of wordless rage, Vader grabbed his master. The cyborg ignored the purple whips of Sith lightning that stopped ravaging his son and jumped at him, flaying his flesh. He flung Sidious in a kilometers-deep shaft, which led deep in the bowels of the Death Star. Unfortunately for Vader, the energy that arched over his body had changed in the last moment. From the tool of torture and slow death directed at Luke, the Emperor managed to tweak it into a lethal torrent of power, fusing the cyborg's artificial limbs and parts of his environmental suit to frying flesh. The last living Sith staggered, but managed to glance at the prone form of his son. Vader forced himself to ignore the agony coursing through his body and grasped the Force, checking on Luke. He smiled under his sealed helmet. His son was going to be all right. He could feel it. The wave of relief washed over Vader was enough to break his concentration, letting the pain strike him in full force. He stumbled, his fried artificial limbs flailing uselessly, and tumbled straight over the edge of the abyss that took Sidious. As he was falling to his end, Vader tried to smile, his tired face twisting into a toothy grimace. Then he chuckled under his terror-inspiring helmet. He had a great view of the places where Sidious had bounced from the walls and left red smears. At least now his son and daughter were safe. At last he had his vengeance. And for the first time in ages, Vader felt content. Because his son and daughter were safe, outside of Palpatine's grip. And unlike him, they weren't utterly alone. As the last remaining Sith tumbled to his death, the strange phenomenon returned. He could see part of his life, flashing before his eyes. In crystal clarity, just as if he was there once again. The first time he met Padme as a kid, winning the pod race on Tatooine. It had been a long time since he had allowed himself to think of those events. Doing so hurt too much, and as of late, he had more important things to focus on. Like Luke and Leia, more memories came unbidden. Anakin's first accidental flight and blowing up that command ship by pure luck. Or, as the Jedi said, because it was the will of the Force. As if Vader could believe that, criffing Jedi and criffing Force. If this hell had been through as its will, then to hell with it. As if to answer his accusations, the Force flared around him. The doomed man felt as if his fall was occurring in slow motion. He had a few precious moments to think about his late wife. His angel, Padme, was one of the few good things in what had become a nightmarish existence, and for a moment he allowed himself to wonder what would have happened if he had taken another path. If he had been a better husband, not the self-centered fool who was lucky enough to marry a marvelous woman. Vader fell towards the light at the bottom of the pit, a wave upon wave of pure dark side emanating from the corpse of the former emperor slamming in his battered body. He ignored the sweet, seductive feeling that the power gave him and fought to remain conscious. In his final moments, all Vader wanted was to see Padme's face one more time. So he fought through the agony, lighting up his whole body, and grasped the Force with all his might. His whole being was concentrated on a single purpose, to shift those strange visions in a singular direction. Light and dark warred as he was coming perilously close to the bottom. The light of the reactor at the bottom became all he could see before the harsh glare subdued, revealing a slice from the past. Vader saw his angel. She had her face set up in that determined expression that made her look irresistible. She was staring at something below her. Just as he was about to hit the bottom, Padme screamed in pain. Vader could feel 3 lines of liquid fire being rend on her back. His Padme was hurt, in pain. The bottom of the shaft was racing at him, the reactor core mere meters from his falling body. By all rights, he should have been evaporated by the chained energies below. It was in that moment that past and future collided. With everything he was, every last shred of the Force he could grasp, Vader screamed. Padme! His blood boiled, both from liquid rage and the radiation bathing him from the reactor core he was about to hit. For a single moment, the whole galaxy stood still, frozen in the endless instant before Vader hit the reactor core. For one last time, the Chosen One called on the Force. The Jedi might have misinterpreted their prophecy. The Sith, who had their own, might have seen it through their own biases. It didn't matter. Anakin Skywalker and later Vader had the Force with him always, even if he often loathed it along with everything else. For an instant, a new star was born just above the Death Star's main reactor, before blinking out forever. For Luke Skywalker and everyone who lived in that time and age, both Sidious and Vader died on the Death Star. The future continued on its course, yet in a sand-covered arena, fate itself unraveled. The lethal game started by Palpatine decades ago had a new player. And the galaxy would never be the same again. F equals Grand Arena Genosis, the young man, who was Anakin Skywalker, screamed soundlessly. A monstrous power struck his mind harder than the broadside of a star cruiser. Another mind, older, darker, and twisted, slammed into his very being, coming through his mind's shields as if they weren't there. Anakin saw a figure of black metal interposed upon what suspiciously looked like an older image of himself. An unending torrent of memories, a few magnificent ones, centered on a fantasy of a life with Padme, the rest a pure nightmare, drowned his world. He tried to fight, to scream in defiance. It was all for naught. His very being, the sense of self, they were swamped, drowned, and watered down until nothing but a shadow remained. Finally, mercifully, it all ended. The Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker closed his eyes for one last time, and he was finally at peace. Vader slowly opened his eyes, his head pounding with a torrent of fresh memories from his younger self. He was back where it all began, on that Kriffing arena on Geonosis. The Force flooded into him, more potent and sweet than ever before. He gasped in wonder at the power at his fingertips. His whole being hummed with unrestrained energy, his senses sharpening by the second. Breathing in hot air with his own, working lungs was an intoxicating experience. The harsh glare of the sun upon his skin, those were the first things he felt, and it was nothing like the nightmares of the past he often had. Not quite. Vader shuddered when uncalled memories of his mother's death came to the surface. He buried her just yesterday, or was it the day before, not decades ago. The jagged hole in his heart was fresh, still bleeding. Force, this was all real, wasn't it? He could feel it in his bones. He could feel it in the dual bonds flaring to life, one connecting him with Obi-Wan, his former master, and more importantly, Padme. Vader's eyes finally adjusted to the intense glare of the sun, and they hungrily went searching for his wife. He blinked once, twice, still processing what was happening. His mind pounded with the memories of his young self, with Kenobi's frustration and worry, with Padme's pain. The Sith's eyes flared like molten gold. Padme was atop a pillar, just as he remembered. A long chain connected her bound hands to the stone construct. Her beautiful face was twisted in pain. For a second he stood frozen in wonder, a foolish grin appearing on his face. Padme was here, hurt but alive. The crowd cheering Padme's suffering shattered the spell, and the smile froze on his face. He glared at the damn insects on the stands, then traveled upon the rows of spectators until he was looking upon the separatist leaders, who were watching smugly from their elevated positions. Dooku, who was hiding the fact that he had fallen to the dark side. Poggle the Lesser and all the other scum. He saw the Jedi who were infiltrating the stands too, despite the fact that they were cloaking themselves from detection. All the while he experienced Padme's pain, worry, and anger. It fed his fury. No, Vader hissed. He wouldn't let his anger rule him again. Not after the last time. Fury, anger, hatred, fear, they were mere tools, and he was their master, no the other way around. No, he repeated louder. He wasn't going to lose Padme again. He stood still for a long moment, while chaining his rage and using it as fuel. The Force purred in content when he reached for it. In a way that made it look easy, he vaulted to the top of the pillar where the love of his life was hunched in pain. He effortlessly balanced on the small platform that was barely wide enough for one person, and engulfed Padme in a fierce hug, while carefully avoided touching the bloody gashes on her back. She leaned into his chest, and Vader felt her relief. A distant part of his mind basked in the feeling of a younger, powerful body, which didn't need a mass of cybernetics to keep him alive. Of hands made from flesh and blood, which could actually feel the woman he was embracing. His Padme, soft and warm, most importantly alive. Vader felt that he could stay that way forever. the feline rudely interrupted the brief moment of peace. The foolish beast apparently didn't possess enough sense to run away while it still could. Instead, the animal started climbing the pillar while hissing at the pair. The predator glared at its chosen prey, and the interloper who had dared interfere with its hunt, yowling a challenge at them. It met the gaze of the newcomer and froze. A pair of golden blazing eyes furiously stared into its soul. The feline let out a startled yell, and finally decided that seeking another lunch might be for the best. Then it screeched in pain and confusion when invisible fingers closed around its agile form and squeezed. Light bones shattered, organs imploded, all the while the beast convulsively clawed at the pillar, trying to fend off an adversary it could never touch. The predator let out a piteous whine and grew still in death before the grip squeezing it let go, and it crashed bonelessly on the sand below. Vader cracked a small smile and returned his full attention to the woman cradled in his arms. For the first time in eternity, he felt complete. The perpetual ocean of anger pumping within his chest was subdued, becoming almost serene. He was no longer alone. The only dark cloud cast over his mood was that despite being whole once more, he felt tired, almost exhausted. Whatever whim of the Force had brought him here, at that place and time, had drained most of his strength in the process. However, Vader wasn't going to complain. He had the second chance he craved for. He could put everything right, both with his wife and his future empire. Acting on impulse, Anakin coated his right hand with the Force and slowly waved it over the still bleeding gashes on Padme's back. He infused her wounds with healing energies, drawing on his own life force to feed his healing technique. To his surprise, it worked, the angry rends in Padme's flawless skin closing before his eyes. He had created this healing art in order to patch up his own critical wounds, however, that it hadn't been potent enough to fully heal his burned-out body in the future he came from. Padme sighed in content, snuggling into his embrace. It made his heart skip a beat, making him feel like a schoolboy in love. If the circumstances were different, he might have laughed at himself. The Dark Lord of the Sith was brought to his proverbial knees by this slip of a girl. No one in the future would have believed it. A loud crash interrupted the hugging couple. Vader looked with amusement at how the Felucian insectoid broke a stone pillar in two during its attempt to reach Kenobi and use him as a snack. The part of him that was the Sith Lord of old wanted nothing more than to see the Jedi eaten. However, the tiny shadow that was left of Anakin Skywalker had always regretted how the last encounter with his former master had ended. That Kenobi had been too set up in his old ways to see the truth. Yet here he was somehow back in time, long before everything went to hell. Vader stared at his former master. What to do? For long moments he watched Kenobi struggle against the insectoid. This man wasn't the old fossil who engineered a confrontation between Vader and Luke. This wasn't the bastard who left him to burn alive on Mustafar. Vader stared at the impossibly young-looking Obi-Wan with a frown. This right there, this was the man who raised him, the man who he saw as an older brother for half his life. With an exasperated sigh and roll of his eyes, Skywalker held tightly his future wife. Yeah, they were not yet married in this day and age. Damn, with a light tug through the Force, he snapped the chains binding her hands. He hugged Padme tighter and then jumped to the ground, with the young woman securely held in his arms. Padme yelped and glared at him when they landed lightly. Anakin gave her a roguish grin in response. He'll be paying for this stunt later. He just knew it. You can scream at me to your heart's content later, love, Anakin murmured and lightly kissed her hair, inhaling a bit of her fragrance. He released the exasperated senator and headed towards the overgrown insect, which wanted to use Obi-Wan as a chew toy. "Need a hand, master?" the young man asked, grinning insufferably. A mounted local chose that moment to enter the fray. The overgrown insect was charged at Kenobi, spear tip crackling with energy pointed at the Jedi's back. Vader smirked and waved his hand at the local, guiding the force with his gesture. The Genosian flew from his mount and struck the side of the insect. The animal chittered in irritation before snapping at the little thing that dared attack it. That was the last conscious action it took, because while it was distracted, Vader used the Force to pick up the spear that was carried by the unfortunate Genosian and propelled it at the beast with acceleration rivaling that of a starship's engine. The needle-sharp tip slammed into the Felucian beast's head. He hurled the pike with enough strength that it emerged from the other side of the animal's thick skull, covered in blood and brains. For a moment, the insectoid stood frozen in place. Its legs twitched randomly a few times before it crumpled to the ground like a puppet, with its strings cut off. Kenobi raised an eyebrow and went to join his apprentice and the senator. If Obi-Wan's expression was anything to go by, he wanted to ask Vader a few pointed questions. F equals Count Dooku had to use every diplomatic trick he had learned to placate the Neimoidian viceroy. He was soon tempted to add a few doses of force, enhanced persuasion to his hard-earned skills as a politician. Because the damn overgrown toad was refusing to listen. Even with the damn Jedi sneaking all over the arena, Amidala was likely to get her foolish head blow off in a few minutes when he would send in the droids in full force. Besides, the Trade Federation envoy was a distraction, which was preventing Dooku from concentrating on the young Jedi in the arena. Something very curious had happened down there, and he was eager to find out what. Obi-Wan's Padawan had suddenly grown in power, not particularly surprising if the boy had opened his eyes and used the anger he undoubtedly felt at the situation. However, the darkness Dooku could feel from him. Skywalker was literally reeking of the dark side, or at least he did a minute ago. Not something that one would expect from someone just grasping blindly at it and trying to use it for the first time. The former Jedi shook his head. That boy just became very interesting. Too bad that he was going to die soon. Patience, my friend, patience. She will die, said Dooku, once he returned his attention to the Neimoidian. Below them, 7 droidekas rolled towards the center of the arena. F equals Obi-Wan. Good to see you again, old man. Anakin spoke with an odd, wistful smile on his face. Anakin, muttered Kenobi. The older Jedi was lost for words. This was not the young, headstrong Padawan who the older Jedi had trained and raised. There was unbelievable power slumbering within Skywalker. That much was no surprise. However, Anakin was years, if not decades, too young and inexperienced to properly tap into it. Not to mention that much of the energy shrouding the young man like a cloak was from the dark side. While it was slowly dissipating and turning grayer, it was a cold, angry thing that made Obi-Wan shiver. Paradoxically, at the same time, Kenobi could almost feel the warmth of Anakin's power on his skin. It was as if he was close, too close to a star. It was a stark contrast to the chilling embrace of the dark side still clinging to his Padawan. This was nothing like the young man led to the arena a few minutes ago. Anakin, what happened to you? Exclaimed the usually calm Jedi. It's a long story, old man. We have more immediate concerns. Anakin pointed at the 7 droidekas which were rolling in their direction. There is a whole droid army on the planet, with a lot of the tin cans hidden under the arena. Ah, it's one of those days then, deadpanned Kenobi. You have no idea. A ghost of a genuine smile tugged the corner of Anakin's mouth. Besides, this time it's your fault for getting us into trouble. Kenobi felt a fondness in Anakin's voice, mixed with a hint of nostalgia. As if his Padawan hadn't seen him in years, Obi-Wan felt the Force stir around Anakin. The droids, which were in the process of surrounding them and unfolding from their fast-travel configuration, released a loud electronic whine before the screech of twisting metal drowned it. The older Jedi could feel the Force flowing through his young friend, who had his right hand raised. Anakin's open palm slammed shut, forming a fist. In the same moment, the machines were suddenly suspended in midair and crushed as if squeezed by a giant press. Their ruined remains fell impotently on the hot sands. Kenobi just shook his head at the feat displayed by his Padawan. He would love to hear Anakin's explanation. While Skywalker was strong, he had seldom displayed anything coming even close to this. He had the power, or at least the potential to wield it. The control was another matter altogether. The bearded Jedi glanced to the young man and woman to his right, curiosity written all over his face. Obi-Wan's eyes widened. He must have been blind not to see it immediately. The storm of emotions those two felt towards each other was almost overwhelming, almost a physical thing he could touch if he came closer to them. Anakin, we'll be having a long conversation after the current unpleasantries are over, grumbled Obi-Wan. Skywalker just shrugged. That was way down on his list of priorities right now. All he was concerned with was keeping Padme safe. F equals in the stands. Dooku watched the two Jedi with an unreadable expression on his face. He could feel immense danger from the boy. The former Jedi was so concentrated on the happenings in the arena that he did not sense the man who sneaked in the VIP lodge before a purple lightsaber blade hissed to life in front of Jango Fett. Dooku turned around without showing any trace of surprise. As soon as the Jedi revealed himself, the Count recognized his old acquaintance. "Master Windu, how pleasant of you to join us," Dooku greeted with a wan smile. "This party is over," declared the Jedi Master. Dozens of Jedi revealed themselves on the stands. A few of them entered the arena from the side entrances. They activated their lightsabers while relying on the Force to panic the locals and cause them to fly away from the Colosseum. All the while, most of them were giving wary glances to their comrades on the arena. "Brave but foolish, my Jedi friend," smiled Dooku. "You are impossibly outnumbered." There was undeniable smugness in the voice of the Separatist leader. Even if he hadn't laid meticulous plans for this confrontation, Dooku would have had a large force in place just in case. "I don't think so," Windu deadpanned. "We'll see," Dooku smirked. His former comrades were painfully predictable. Behind the back of the Jedi Master could be heard the sounds of metal legs marching over the stone floor. A group of heavy battle droids emerged from the tunnel. Their right arms shifted, transforming into blasters, and they opened fire. The machines were joined by the bounty hunter, who used his flamethrower to force Windu off the stands. "And so it begins," Dooku muttered. F equals when the Jedi revealed themselves, Vader rolled his eyes. If it was not for Yoda and the army of clones who would be here soon, this would have been the death knell for the whole order, with the best of them getting themselves killed. Bloody fools, and to think that now he was one of them. "Technically at least, bloody idiots," Vader muttered. He threw his hands forward, straight at the entrance from which he and his companions were led to the arena. He could sense a battalion of droids marching towards them from there. By the time Windu had to jump to the ground to avoid being shot to pieces, Anakin had a feeling for the stone walls of the tunnel. He could sense all their strong points and imperfections, down to the tiniest flaw. He tugged with the Force at precisely the wrong places, and the entrance collapsed, burying the lead elements of the battalion. The rest of the machines would have to search for alternative routes. That would slow them down a bit and buy the Jedi a few precious moments. Scores of Jedi, with their multicolored weapons blazing, charged the droids pouring in the arena. With the main entrance collapsed, the warrior monks were divided into two equal groups and attacked the machines which were flooding the Colosseum from the remaining pair of tunnels. Anakin's actions gave the Jedi the upper hand for the time being because their enemies could not get in a big enough force to overwhelm them. Vader used the Force to pick up from the ground the broken piece of the pillar that almost squashed down Kenobi a few minutes ago. He used it as a battering ram to flatten massive numbers of enemies, thus buying even more time for Yoda to arrive with the reinforcements. He noticed how the locals brought out one of their criffing sound cannons, quickly pushing it forward on a repulsor lift platform. Two of the Genosians laughed in their language as they opened fire. The first shot went wide, only covering few Jedi with sand. The second, however, was better aimed, or the weapon's crew just had plain dumb luck on their side. The sound wave picked up an unfortunate human Jedi. He screamed for a moment before his insides were shredded by the resonating sound waves. His flight was short-lived. He and the sound wave struck one of the remaining pillars in the middle of the arena. The resulting explosion rained pieces of man and stone all over the battling forces. Vader grimaced when he felt the Jedi's death reverberate through the Force. There was no pleasure to it, no sweetness or vindication. Just another man dying, a drop among the countless deaths he had experienced. That was the last action of the cannon crew before their lives were extinguished. Without thinking, Vader threw the stone pieces under his control at the Geonosians manning the cannon. They had a brief moment to experience a horrifying realization before turning into a paste. Their death slid over his awareness, conferring him the briefest of satisfactions. Then another Jed fell, cut down by concentrated blaster fire. A third followed as the fighting intensified. Vader looked around. To his growing horror, but total lack of surprise, he found that Padme had once again hijacked a hover sled. It was the same one he recalled, the one pulled by a four-legged reptile with an obscenely long snout. She rode the animal and rained fire upon the droids, with a blaster liberated from some disabled machine. Anakin shook his head, muttering something about stubborn and suicidal women, while he ran after her. The other Jedi had to keep themselves alive. He had a more important mission. One of the Jedi he raced by threw him a spare lightsaber. "Thanks," he shouted to the woman who was busy slicing through a group of droids. The time traveler watched a déjà vu when the beastie Padme rode was shot from under her, and she was thrown through the air. He acted more on instinct than conscious thought, and was able to catch her in a gentle, telekinetic grip. He carefully put her on the ground near the sled. Padme gave him a grateful smile that melted his cold heart before she took cover. Anakin sprinted to her side and took a defensive position to protect her from stray blaster bolts, before revering right back to the efficient Sith Lord he was. He never realized that he had a foolish teenage grin on his face, which was at odds with his blazing yellow eyes. "Obi-Wan, come here," he shouted to his mentor. It was uncanny how they ended up in nearly the same position again. "Co-F equals, I have a prior appointment," Obi-Wan quipped in answer to Anakin's shout. Kenobi, who had received a lightsaber from one of the other Jedi as well, was busy dealing with a quartet of super droids. He deflected a hail of blaster bolts away, sending a few of them back towards one of the killing machines. Its armor plating held a couple of the energy beams. However, that weakened it enough, so the next blew through the alloy protecting the robot and blew its innards. The machine whined pitifully and tumbled to the ground in a smoking heap. Obi-Wan darted forward, coming near enough to the next droid to slice off its right arm and slash through part of its torso. He moved in such a way that the crippled machine was between him and its two fellows. Kenobi threw away one of the pair of still-standing super battle droids with a mighty telekinetic push, and finished off the damaged one, which left only one enemy in the immediate vicinity. The last droid desperately shot at the Jedi with its weapon, only to be blown apart by its own deflected blaster fire. Other Jedi were less fortunate. Since his friends revealed their presence, Obi-Wan could feel the lives of no less than 5 of them flicker off, cut short by the droids. Others fell wounded, and their pain spread through the Force. A quick look around told Obi-Wan that his fellow Jedi had things more or less under control, and made his way to his wayward Padawan. "You shouted." Kenobi smiled at Anakin, who had taken a defensive stance over Senator Amidala. "Cover me for a few seconds, old man." Anakin deactivated his lightsaber and concentrated, while Obi-Wan fell in the reassuring forms of Soresu, deflecting any incoming blaster bolt. The Force rose around Anakin in an anger-tinted surge. The arena shook when one after another, the remaining 2 entrances collapsed, burying countless droids. "Now that's better," Skywalker smirked and took few deep gulps of air. Channeling the power he used to bring down the tunnels was tiring him. That made Obi-Wan relax a bit. At least his Padawan hadn't become an inexhaustible juggernaut while he was away. Just apparently fell in love, flirted with the dark side too, and got an order of magnitude or 2 more powerful. Meanwhile, the rest of the Jedi, seeing what happened, redoubled their efforts to eliminate the deployed war machines. "Now, Anakin, I think you owe me an explanation," Obi-Wan said after seeing that the immediate danger was gone for the moment. Skywalker and Padme looked at each other. Kenobi didn't miss the bit of guilt in the senator's eyes. Anakin, on the other side, had an infuriating smirk on his face, as if the obvious ways he had broken the code didn't concern him in any way, shape, or form. Which was true, though Kenobi didn't know it at the time. After all, if Anakin was kicked out of the Order, he could marry the senator with much less scrutiny and without hiding. Though that would be a revelation coming at a later date. "You want to know what changed in me, Master?" asked Anakin. The young man smiled mischievously and knelt next to Senator Amidala. He carefully helped her to her feet, then gently cupped her face with his left hand and passionately kissed her. She stiffened for a moment, obviously surprised by the brazen action. Then Padme leaned into the man she apparently cared for and returned his kiss, momentarily forgetting the chaos around them. Obi-Wan stared at the pair with a hanging mouth. The older man felt like his jaw was about to hit the ground. Yep, Anakin wasn't caring about what anyone was thinking about his forbidden relationship. "Why me?" Obi-Wan muttered, feeling like slamming his head into the nearest flat surface. Repeatedly, around them, many of the Jedi who no longer had droids to deal with took note of Anakin's actions. While a lot was frowning with disapproval, most of the young ones were giving the couple either approving looks or small smiles. A few enthusiasts were whistling with approval too. Chapter 1 V2 Anne. I'm in the process of overhauling this story and running it through Grammarly. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 1. There is no peace. Only passion equals co-F equals part 1 equals co-F equals Great Arena Genosis. Jango Fett shot a long jet of liquid fire from his flamethrower, forcing the Black Jedi to jump down from the stand. Behind him, a platoon of super battle droids was deploying in an attempt to protect the Confederate leaders. The bounty hunter grimaced after taking a hasty look around. There were Jedi everywhere. So far, they had no trouble holding their own against his client's droids. No surprise there. The war machines had to fight their way through choke points held by the Jedi. He glanced at the arena below. Fett had felt the tremors when one of the Jedi brought down the main tunnels over the head of the advancing droids. It was no surprise that the few machines which had made their way on the bloody sand were no match for so many Jedi. He shook his head. The CIS might have to level the whole arena if they wanted to deal with this Jedi infestation. Jango gave a slight nod to his son. Perhaps it was time to cut off his losses and get away while they still could. He had a bad feeling about this whole mess, or perhaps not. There was a droid army on Geonosis, and most of it was stationed nearby. Even with the main tunnels leading to the arena collapsed by a Jedi, there were dozens of small passages leading up into the stands. While some droids foolishly attempted to fight their way to the arena below, many more were busy climbing up. Soon the droids would surround the arena and, as a bonus, have the high ground. At that point, the Jedi would have to surrender or die. He could hear the distinct sound of the rapid-fire blasters used by destroyer droids. Obviously, at least a few of those had managed to deploy themselves through the passages leading to the stands. Fett looked right and saw a young human Jedi cut down by a barrage of blaster fire. An even younger Zabrak female had to jump down from the stands to avoid the same fate. With every passing moment, more and more droids entered the stands. Within seconds, the Jedi up there had to retreat or be shot to pieces. Meanwhile, a pair of destroyer droids rolled past a rapidly advancing B-2 droids and unfolded at the VIP stand. Soon, the area swarmed with war machines, which created an armored ring around the separatist leaders. Similar scenes unfolded in the stands below. More destroyer droids rolled out, creating shielded strong points backed by regular droids. For a moment, Jango toyed with the idea of jumping down and engaging the Jedi personally, but dismissed it almost immediately. If the Jedi didn't collapse the tunnel entrances, he might have risked it. In that case, he would be using the distraction of the attacking droids to his advantage. As things stood, if he went there, the bounty hunter would have to face the saber-wielding fools alone. Jango frowned. There was a couple down in the arena who were making out in the middle of the battle. He wondered whether he should admire their ballsy disregard for the mayhem around them or decry them as idiots. It was a moot point now. In front of his eyes, the Jedi quickly finished off the droids that managed to deploy on the arena and fell back into a defensive circle. They were looking wildly enough. It was obvious that it was beginning to dawn on them in what kind of trap they gleefully jumped without a second thought. F Anakin, what in the name of the Force are you doing? Exclaimed an appalled Kenobi. The said young man disengaged his lips from those of the blushing senator and turned towards his master. Skywalker smirked at the Jedi Knight, showing that he regretted nothing. I think it's obvious, Master, deadpanned the Padawan. You know, when a boy loves a girl. Skywalker trailed off and grinned at the scandalized older man. Anakin looked like he was ready to needle the Jedi with his brand new love life. Anakin, enough, growled Padme, effectively shutting him up. Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow at that. The Jedi Knight looked at the senator. He knew what a can of worms their burgeoning relationship was going out to be. Further, Kenobi had the nagging feeling that any attempt to force Anakin to leave Amidala would end very badly for everyone involved. At least it appeared that the young woman from Naboo was able to keep his apprentice in check. That was no small feat, and it might help you keep your sanity, muttered a small voice in the back of his head. You are aware how much trouble you are in, right? Grumbled Kenobi, in the tone of voice he usually used when his apprentice pulled one of his stunts. Granted, this one took the cake. Yep, I know, came the nonchalant answer. "And you don't care," muttered Obi-Wan. "Not at all." Anakin blithely admitted, "Equals co F equals O, you have no idea, old man." Thought Vader. For the first time in his life, he had his priorities straight. Padme was number one. Dealing with Sidious and the whole war mess was second. Clearing up the Republic of all the corruption and inefficient bureaucracy, or preferably turning it into an empire done right, was third. Any trouble with the Jedi was way down the list. "We have some more immediate concerns," said Vader, and nodded at the stands, where the droids were pouring in from multiple entrances. A phalanx of droidekas formed up in the stands. The destroyer droids used their shields to tank the shots deflected by the Jedi, while they unleashed their considerable firepower upon the Republic's guardians. Behind them, super battle droids and hordes of B-1s were advancing, and adding their weapons' fire to the onslaught against the Jedi. In just a few minutes, the Order members had to fall into an ever-shrinking defensive circle, with hundreds of droids pointing weapons at them. Dozens of the locals aided the machines. The Genosians flew above the arena and took potshots at distracted Jedi. "This could have gone better," muttered Obi-Wan. "Hardly," answered Vader. "If they were dealing with a regular crime boss or corporate CEO who went rogue, then the Jedi's gambit might have worked. This wasn't the case. The Confederacy had an army, and they were ready to go to war against the Republic. Taking out a large number of Jedi in the first engagement would have been a great boon to their war effort. Even worse, Yoda riding to the rescue and the GAR winning the day would all but guarantee that the war would be inevitable. Those within the Confederacy not on Sidious payroll would see it as a vindication and Republic treachery, making the job that much easier for the Sith's puppets. If it wasn't for Yoda, who should be making his presence known any moment now, the Jedi on Geonosis would be doomed. Criff it all. He had forgotten how badly most of the Jedi handled themselves in the opening months of the war. This mess on Geonosis was a case in point, Master Windu. Dooku's voice echoed all over the arena. "Here we go again," grunted Anakin. "You fought gallantly. This was a battle worthy of recognition." The former Jedi paused for a moment looking at the droids on the stands, whose numbers were still swelling as he spoke. "We have both the numbers and the high ground. Despite your spirited performance, it is finished." The Sith Lord looked pensive, even a bit sad. "Surrender, my friends, and your lives will be spared." Dooku continued. Master Windu glared at the man whom he had once considered a friend. "We won't be hostages to be bargained with, Dooku," declared the Vapad master. "I'm sorry you chose to end it this way, my friend." Dooku made a great show of displaying sadness at these words. All around the Jedi, the CIS droids aimed and waited for the firing order. "This isn't an end, Dooku," Vader's powerful voice echoed around the arena. "It's just the beginning." Many eyes fell on the Padawan, wondering if he had gone insane. Anakin just smiled and pointed upwards with his left hand. He felt giddy at feeling the hot local sun, all but scorching his fingers and warming his blood. 3 acclamators descended from the heavens. Scores of lots, chock full with combat-ready clones, raced under the assault ships. Those paying close attention could see Yoda's short form in the troop compartment of the lead craft. 2 squads of heavy-armed clones surrounded him. Co-F equals high orbit over Geonosis a few minutes earlier when the Republic fleet exited from hyperspace. Yoda felt a tremor passing through the Force. The veil of the dark side, which was clinging on everything, shifted. The future felt a bit brighter, yet somehow it was more uncertain than ever. Even more foreboding, if that was at all possible. Whatever was happening, its source was on the planet below. Yoda concentrated. He opened his senses fully and winced. He could feel every one of his Jedi who were dying on the world below. At least he had no problem pinpointing the exact location of his people. Yoda gave the necessary coordinates to the clone commander, who stood stiffly to his right and headed towards the docking bay. His presence was needed elsewhere. There was a mystery needing unraveling and friends in need of rescue. While he made his way to transport, Yoda let the Force flow through him. For the first time in a long while, decades, maybe, perhaps even centuries, the Grand Master of the Order could feel the Force whispering to him in a somewhat clear manner. Yoda knew it in his ancient bones. He would have an incredibly important decision to make, and soon. One that would be vital for the future of all Jedi. The Jedi Master boarded a lot and nodded to the two groups of stiff clones who joined him. Soon enough, the gunship was descending through the atmosphere. Even from this height, he could make up the form of a giant arena, which was partly obscured by the smoke of raging fires. As they flew closer, Yoda could see that many of the Jedi who had come to Geonosis were still alive. While he could certainly feel their tense signatures flaring through the Force, seeing them with his own eyes was reassuring. Yoda silently thanked the Force for that small mercy. He saw someone pointing up. In the first instant, the ancient Jedi didn't recognize that person. Oh, he was familiar, yet there was something different. "Darker Skywalker," whispered the Force. For a single instant, the Grandmaster was able to see clearly. The threads of fate of the future itself were wrapped around the young man. He was like an unlit beacon in the Force. There was an ocean of power slumbering within the boy, just waiting for a nudge before being awakened. There, at that moment, Yoda knew that Anakin Skywalker was truly the chosen one. However, that knowledge gave him no peace of mind. For the first time, he doubted the exact meaning of the prophecy, for Skywalker was wearing darkness as a snug cloak around himself. The short Jedi took a deep breath and calmed himself. Yoda knew he should be careful in how he dealt with the boy. Everything was going to hang on the way he would handle the boy. The Force itself was adamant about that. It promised a great opportunity and even greater danger. Then the lot carrying him was over the arena, and Yoda had no more time to ponder the future. He needed to concentrate on the here and now. "Around the Jedi, a perimeter create," he ordered. 4 of the transports darted towards the arena, forming a protective circle around the men and women there. The rest of the gunships concentrated on the droids holding a position within the stands. Another 6 of the heavily armed craft unleashed their fury upon the CIS forces. Missiles blew apart groups of droids. Rapid turret fire shredded helpless machines, while long emerald beams cut in 2 whole rows of the robots. Within seconds, the stands turned into a sea of fire, in which nothing should have been able to survive, yet the gunships didn't relent in their assault. They were joined by the blaster fire of the clones deploying from the transports in the arena, while the Jedi were busy retrieving the wounded before embarking. Anakin grabbed Senator Amidala and jumped in the nearest lot, with Kenobi racing on his heels. A stray blaster bolt struck one of the clones covering them, throwing the man on his back. Skywalker used his telekinesis to retrieve the body of the stricken soldier. The rest of the clones jumped on the transport, and the craft rose over the arena. No more Jedi died in the arena. It took only the lives of 30 unlucky clones to rescue them. At that point, no one paid attention to the dying locals, even if their lives blinked out like dozens of candles blown by the wind. Co-F equals despite the perceived effectiveness of the airstrike, the stands were still full of battle droids which kept shooting at the retreating enemy transports and gunships. Below, on the VIP stand, Count Dooku stared at the retreating ships with a frown on his face. It would have been much better if Yoda had been a minute or 2 slower. With more Jedi dying here, the Sith plans would go smoother. It didn't matter in the end. The war would see to the disposal of the Jedi who would survive today's battle. The Sith Lord grimaced. He could feel the Force warning him about imminent danger. He had to get out of Geonosis soon, but first the plans for his master's secret weapon had to be secured. Dooku turned around and disappeared into the tunnel behind the stand. Jango Fett and his son soon followed in his footsteps. The bounty hunter decided that discretion was the better part of valor. He wasn't paid to take part in a full-scale war, not yet anyway. He waved to his son to follow him and headed to his ship. Co-F equals lot transport en route to GAR staging area Geonosis. Anakin held Padme with his right arm, steadying her, while the transport maneuvered wildly in an attempt to throw off the fire of unsuppressed AA emplacements. Those emplacements spat crimson blaster bolts at the Republic craft as they left the arena. One of the escorting gunships was unlucky and ran straight into a barrage which shredded its main body and sent it tumbling towards the ground. 8 clones burned with the gunship. In response, 2 of its wingmates strafed the weapon emplacement, leaving a burning crater in their wake. The Jedi, paying attention, felt 3 more lives flickering out. The group of transports and heavily armed gunships flew over a spaceport dug in the rocky ground of Geonosis. They opened fire on the landed ships. Missiles and lances of pure energy raked the tough hulls of the Separatists' craft. The command sections of Luckery Hulk battleships were all but invulnerable from such a puny attack. However, the stings of the Republic gunships were more than enough to dispatch a score of lighter ships. They were especially effective once Vader pointed out that those things were vulnerable to hits under their fuel tanks. When they reached the staging area, most of the Jedi disembarked and took command of clone units which they led into battle. Pilot, relay to command that our air assets must prioritize the CIS mobile missile launchers. They are an extreme threat to our armored units, ordered Vader. Right away, sir. Kenobi glanced at his former Padawan, wondering how he knew that. Co-F equals CIS Primary Command Center Geonosis. I don't know how the Republic managed to gather such a huge army so fast. They are too many of them. We need to retreat. Dooku spoke to the assembled CIS leaders, lacing his voice with the Force, willing them to comply with his words at face value. In truth, if the Confederation forces stood their ground and fought, they had a very good chance of winning. Such a victory could end the war too soon, by the Force. If he and Sidious didn't manage the war carefully, the CIS might achieve a military victory long before they were ready for it. As it was right now, the Confederation had neither the numbers nor the apparatus in place to rule the Republic if it defeated the GAR. To make matters worse, there were a lot of powerful systems such as Corellia which were neutral right now. If the CIS won too soon and easily, those wild cards could do anything, rendering an early military victory a Pyrrhic one. At best, when all was said and done, the Clone Wars which had just begun were not only an elaborate trap for Jedi. The conflict was, in fact, merely setting up stage for the future galactic empire. That was the end game, because the Sith's aim was not to merely destroy the Republic and take their vengeance upon the Jedi. That would be relatively easy right now. All they would need was to let the CIS win. However, they had learned their lesson. Once long ago, the ancient Sith had conquered the Republic. However, they were unable to hold it for more than a few decades. But if the Republic willingly transformed into an empire under the strain of the war, well, that was another game altogether. This is not good at all. Whined Viceroy Gurney, we need to get our ships in orbit. Added one of his aides. With that, the Neimoidians left the command center, followed by most of the CIS leaders. They were heading towards their vessels. Luckily for them, the Republic Navy didn't have the planet blockaded. Yet soon, only Poggle the Lesser and a few of the locals remained. "I'm sending my warriors to the catacombs," he said in his clicking language. "My master won't allow the Republic to get away with this treachery," declared the Sith Lord. The most ironic part of this day was that the ones who started the war were the Republic. Two of their Jedi, as well as a well-known senator, were captured as spies and saboteurs. And when the CIS was about to dispense justice on those people, as was their right, the Republic first unleashed the Jedi, then a secret army upon them. This day was a public relations coup for the Confederation, which was the wronged party. "The Jedi must not find out about our secret weapon," declared Poggle the Lesser, and walked to a nearby computer terminal. He downloaded the designs of what would one day become known as the Death Star, and scrubbed all traces of the date from the system. Then he walked to Dooku and gave him the data disk. "If they found those designs, we are doomed," muttered the local noble. "I'll take them to Coruscant. The designs will be much safer there in my master's hands," stated Dooku. He nodded to his friend and headed towards a nearby dock. From there, he would take a speeder and escorts and travel to his ship. And on the way, Dooku would have time to ponder how to best use today's events to win hearts and minds all across the galaxy. Deep down, he didn't really expect the Jedi to offer him such a gift at the start of the war. =Co-F =Part 2 =Co-F lot transport near the Republic LZ Genosis So, U2. Kenobi trailed off, not exactly sure how to start that particular conversation. The CIS forces shooting their transport didn't help the matter either. "What about us, old man?" quipped Anakin. Obi-Wan could sense profound amusement coming from his Padawan, while Amidala was a bit uncomfortable with the whole thing. Yet he could feel a fierce determination within the young woman. She wasn't going to make this easy for the Jedi either. Kenobi wasn't surprised by that. He knew the senator well enough to expect nothing less from her. "Pilot, break left and head up that old river bed," Anakin ordered, with a voice accustomed to command. "Roger, sir," answered the clone, turning the transport in that direction. "What's that about, Anakin?" asked Kenobi. "Can't you sense him, Obi-Wan?" "Dooku is that way." The Jedi Knight frowned, closing his eyes and concentrating on the currents of the Force, clearing his mind of everything else. It was something very hard to do with the raging storm of emotions emanating from the young pair by his side. With every passing moment, the battle for Genosis intensified with dozens, then scores of lives flickering out, making it even harder to concentrate. Nevertheless, that didn't deter Kenobi, and he soon was able to feel a familiar presence in the Force. He was well obscured, but Dooku's signature could still be felt somewhere ahead. Moments later, the lot flew over the end of the riverbed and raced above dunes made of fine red sand. Ahead of them, a man riding a speeder could be seen, flanked by two fighters. "Shoot them down," snapped Vader. While not as satisfying as doing it himself, seeing Dooku blown up would be good enough. "Sorry, sir, we are out of missiles." Vader swore in Huttese until Padme's elbow poked him painfully in the ribs, shutting him up. Obi-Wan frowned at that interaction. The bouts of anger, almost fury, which his Padawan exhibited were troubling. Yet he couldn't help but notice how Amidala was able to calm Anakin with a simple action. It was almost admirable. After all, Kenobi was well acquainted with how stubborn and troublesome his Padawan was. "Sorry, love," muttered Anakin. He turned his head towards the pilots and ordered, "Try to close the distance." "We'll need help to deal with Dooku," protested Padme. "Anakin and I can handle him," stated Kenobi. "Damn right." Skywalker added, "That bastard owed him a hand and he was going to collect." Again, equals Ko F equals Dooku was well aware of who was behind him, because the Force was whispering dire warnings in his ears. That was the reason that he had given orders for the redeployment of a few units. He sent a few additional battalions of droids, which were supposed to evacuate with the CIS ships, to stall the main GAR force and the Jedi leading them. Meanwhile, he called another asset to cover his retreat if it became necessary. The Count received a confirmation that his backup was in place soon after the gunship with the Jedi started closing on his speeder. He ordered his escorts to attack their pursuers. At the very least, that would buy him time to reach the dock. The agile fighters looped back and opened fire on the gunship. Dooku sensed a surge of anger from behind and frowned. Now the Force was warning him that something deadly was approaching. Calling for help may have proved to be the prudent course of action after all equals. Ko F equals Vader had another sense of déjà vu. The two fighters opened fire, and moments later, flak explosions shook the transport. Padme, who had moved out of Anakin's reach, after poking him in the ribs, stumbled and fell from the side door. A clone lost balance too and tumbled out after her. "Padme," Vader shouted in fear, mixed with a heavy dose of anger. He could feel her being dazzled, but thought that she was all right beyond that. At least this time, he knew that she would be all right. Yet he thought it wouldn't hurt if she had few more troopers looking after her. After all, she had a bigger knack for getting into trouble than even he did. Vader used the Force to grab the squad of clones within the troop compartment and shouted at them, "Keep her safe at all cost." Then he carefully ejected them from the speeding gunship and let them tumble over a dune they overflew. He could feel that his stunt had pissed them off, but he knew that the clones would follow his order anyway. At least all of them were in one piece. Anakin, that was reckless. Shouted Kenobi, "They are all right," Vader shrugged. "Padme is a trouble magnet. She may need the additional help." "Senator Amidala affects your judgment. Are you aware that you might be expelled from the Order because of your relationship with her?" Asked Obi-Wan in a much calmer tone. "Is that so?" Vader chuckled. Once, such a threat would have been terrifying. Now it was merely a source of amusement. Another burst of enemy fire shook the lot despite the efforts of the pilot. "A moment, old man," Vader grunted and closed his eyes. Kenobi could see the Force whipping around his Padawan as the young man grasped it. Outside, an invisible wall of power pushed down one of the fighters. It struck the rocky ground hard enough for the impact to tear it to pieces. The other jerked up in surprise, but that didn't help it. A telekinetic push sent it flying into the side of the shallow canyon, which they just entered. Skywalker's efforts were rewarded by another spectacular explosion. Vader took a deep breath. He should have done that before Padme fell out. She could have hurt herself this time. He couldn't just rely on hopes that everything would happen the same way even if he changed nothing else. Besides, this wasn't his way. Vader received a second chance, and he was going to grasp it with both hands. Damn the consequences to the deepest pits of the 9 Corellian hells. This time he was going to shape his future. "I don't care if the Council expels me or not, Obi-Wan. For the first time in my life, I have my priorities straight. If they make me choose between Padme and the Jedi, I will choose her every time." Vader bluntly explained. Kenobi was stunned by the utter conviction in his Padawan's words. Despite his reckless actions, Anakin had a sense of maturity around him. While there were traces of the young man he knew very well, they were subdued. Obi-Wan understood that Skywalker was saying the absolute truth. He felt a pit forming in his stomach. When the battle was over and the Council met to discuss Anakin's behavior, things would become ugly. He just knew it. "Anakin, you are going to be the death of me." Kenobi muttered. He wanted to scream at Anakin, to harangue and push and persuade, force him to change his mind, but it was clear as a day that mere words wouldn't sway him. Obi-Wan knew his Padawan. Unlike for a lot of Jedi, expulsion would be more of an inconvenience than anything else. The young man was a mechanical genius who had been making a life for himself before joining the Order. The Jedi would be the ones who would lose the most if Anakin left the Order. "Obi-Wan," shouted Anakin, throwing him from his thoughts. "Stop meditating, we're here." Kenobi shook his head and looked around. The lot was approaching a metal ramp extending from the side of a tall rock formation. He saw Dooku's speeder disappear inside. Moments later, the transport had come to a stop, hovering over the ramp. The Jedi jumped out and ran after the fallen Jedi. They had taken just a few steps inside before Anakin grabbed his master and stopped their headlong charge. "That's new," muttered Vader. He could feel Dooku and 3 other beings, all rather strong in the Force. Anakin grimaced. He was confident that he could take the trio he was sensing, but that would leave Obi-Wan against Dooku, and Vader knew very well how that particular duel was doomed to end. Further, he wasn't confident that as exhausted as he was up to facing Dooku, and any of those 3 mysterious beings he wouldn't have disposed of yet when the Sith Lord dealt with Kenobi. All things considered, it was good that Yoda should be making an appearance soon. "You sense them too, don't you, Obi-Wan?" asked Vader. Kenobi, who had been surprised by the way Anakin abruptly halted them, nodded. He had felt that Dooku wasn't alone a moment after his Padawan did. Which itself was surprising. Usually Skywalker was the one charging headlong into danger. "I do, we need to work together," said the Jedi Knight. "I'll take the 3 on the left while you entertain your old friend," muttered Anakin. "Unless you want to leave Dooku to me and deal with those 3. He pointed at the wall behind which the Count and his associates awaited their approach. Kenobi stood frozen for a moment, deliberating their strategy. He knew that facing Dooku alone was a very bad idea, almost as bad as leaving his Padawan to face a trio of dark Jedi or worse, Sith. On the other hand, despite the power Anakin was suddenly exhibiting, he didn't want his Padawan to face Dooku. As if that wasn't enough, the battle for Geonosis now raged at full fury outside. Countless locals, hundreds of clones, and all too many Jedi fell cut down by enemy fire with every passing moment. "We'll have to hold them off long enough for reinforcements to arrive." Vader nodded. It had been a very long time since he had wholeheartedly agreed with his former master. They walked warily into the small hangar and found Dooku standing next to a bunch of what appeared to be empty fuel cells. To his right, 3 men waited with inactive lightsabers in their hands. One was a Twi'lek with bright yellow, almost white skin. The next was a brown-haired human with a face resembling a bird of prey. The third was a blue-skinned Duros, whose huge eyes held unnatural coldness. "I'll take the 3 on the left," declared Vader, and charged the dark Jedi. "Wait, Anakin!" Obi-Wan shouted a warning. Skywalker was halfway to the surprised men when Dooku raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of blue lighting. Everyone expected that the brash Padawan would be hurled at the wall behind him by the onslaught. The attack halted his progress, but that was all it did to Skywalker. To their shock, Vader not only caught the onslaught on the blade of his lightsaber, but redirected a part of its power towards the Duros. The Dark Jedi wasn't fast enough in activating his lightsaber, and bore the full brunt of the attack. The lighting threw him into the air, and he bounced off the side of Dooku's ship, before landing in a smoking heap on the ground. The Duros twitched a few times, but otherwise didn't move. He was obviously out of the fight for now. Dooku frowned at the unexpected development. He nodded to his still-standing acolytes. "Take him." They wasted no time and activated their blades before charging Anakin. He smiled grimly and met their attack. Dooku tried to electrocute Kenobi, but the Jedi Knight absorbed the lighting attack with his blade. "I don't think so," muttered Kenobi. Dooku gave him a small smile before drawing his lightsaber, which came to life with a characteristic snap hiss. Jedi and Sith clashed in a whirlwind of azure and crimson light. Besides them, Vader was having fun. This was the first time in over 2 decades engaging in a lightsaber duel without being held back by grave injuries. He was no longer constrained by the criffing suit, and, while the lack of the cybernetic limbs left him a bit weaker physically, he could more than make up for it with the Force. Vader's only real disadvantage was that, for 2 decades, he had relied predominantly on overwhelming physical strength in combat, something he no longer had on his side. He had to remember how to use more technique in his combat style, something he enjoyed immensely. His borrowed emerald blade sizzled when it met a 1.5-meter long pillar of crimson energy. At the same time, Anakin sent a telekinetic wave that staggered his second opponent. Skywalker used the moment he had gained to concentrate on the other opponent. He parried a slash aimed at literally disarming him. He took a chance by locking the lightsabers together and stepping within his opponent's guard. He pushed the blades to the right and, letting go of the hilt of his weapon with his left hand, struck the Twi'lek in the face. With a fist he had enhanced with the Force, there was a satisfying crunching sound. His opponent grunted in pain and lost his balance, staggering to the right. The Dark Jedi still managed to keep the lightsabers locked for a moment longer, preventing Anakin from following with another attack. Then the other human was upon Skywalker, leaving the Twi'lek to regain his balance in safety. Beside them, Dooku was taunting Obi-Wan, who was hard-pressed to keep the Count's blade from biting into his flesh. Anakin attacked the man facing him with a series of powerful strikes. He was trying to overwhelm his opponent with brute strength before the Twi'lek, who was already dashing their way, rejoined the battle. Vader battered aside the Dark Jedi's blade and used the momentum of his swing to rotate in place and deliver an even more powerful attack. Anakin's green blade sliced through the chest of the human Dark Jedi, who fell back with a strangled cry. The Twi'lek attacked Vader, nearly taking off his left hand. Only the man's experience allowed him to twist aside at the last possible instant. Even then, he could feel the heat of the lightsaber scorching the back of his hand. The Duros had shaken off the shock of the Sith lightning and was getting back on his feet. But most importantly for Skywalker and his Jedi Master, Dooku was able to breach Kenobi's defenses. They had their weapons locked in a contest of strength when the Sith twisted his wrists, releasing the blades. Obi-Wan had an instant of horrified realization when his lightsaber was torn out of his hands. Then, for a fraction of the second, the crimson blade of the Count passed through the biceps on the Jedi's left arm. Kenobi shouted in pain. Dooku followed his attack with a simple slash, cutting through the Jedi's thigh muscle, leaving him to crumble helplessly. The Sith Lord flourished his weapon and prepared to strike down Kenobi once and for all. At the same time, Vader found himself facing 2 opponents, both between him and Obi-Wan. He was well aware that he couldn't reach Kenobi in time. Co F Part 3 Co F docking bay CIS installation Geonosis, the part of Vader that was the shell of the man left after Mustafar wanted to see Kenobi die again. There was no question about that. Yet, the former Sith Lord had merged with the essence of the young Skywalker whose body he inhabited. That Echo still saw Obi-Wan as a mentor, the older brother who raised him. For a moment he stood still, wondering what to do. He looked between his opponents and acted. Dooku raised his lightsaber above his head, and prepared to strike a finishing blow on the helpless Jedi. Vader reached through the Force. The Dark Jedi sensed his action and braced to receive an attack they logically anticipated. They gathered the Force around them, ready to counteract any attack sent their way. Instead, Vader grabbed the corpse of the human he had cut down and hurled it at the older Sith Lord. Dooku reacted in time, blasting the limp body with telekinesis and sent it flying away. Nevertheless, the distraction worked. Kenobi lived for a few more moments and distracted the Dark Jedi for an instant. Obi-Wan used that opportunity to roll away from the Sith Lord, buying himself a few more precious seconds. Vader gave one last glance to his mentor and moved. He jumped at the man to his right, simultaneously using telekinesis to grab the blade which belonged to the man he killed. Vader's lightsaber crashed into the weapon of the Twi'lek with tremendous power, forcing the man to step back. The Duros tried to flank Skywalker, but had to parry an unexpected attack. Vader had just flung the dead man's scarlet blade straight at his back. Where the Criff was Yoda when you needed him. Vader raged silently and redoubled his efforts to dismember the man in front of him. With his flank secured for a few seconds, Anakin pressed the attack. He had mere moments if he wanted to reach Kenobi before Dooku could finish him. Skywalker executed a strong diagonal slash which forced his opponent to take a step back, and to the right. Dooku glanced at the teen who had killed one of his men and decided that the Padawan won't reach him in time. He was ready to dash at Kenobi and finish him off once, and for all but wanted to be sure that there will be no more distractions. Dooku pointed his left hand at Skywalker and unleashed a concentrated bolt of Sith lightning at him. Vader sensed the danger and met it with a raised hand. He had a heartbeat to surround his palm with Force energy, which was barely enough to protect it from the onslaught. If he was less powerful or experienced in manipulating the Force, it wouldn't have worked. He wouldn't have been able to deflect the attack at the Duros for a second time. Unfortunately, this time the alien was warier and managed to catch the lighting on his blade. That still slowed him down, disrupting an attempt to flank Vader. The three of them were locked at an impasse when Dooku refused to stop his onslaught. The Twi'lek attacked Skywalker head-on in an attempt to break the stalemate. The former Sith Lord caught the crimson blade of the Dark Jedi with his lightsaber and with a mighty shove, pushed him back again. That distraction nearly made him lose control of the lighting onslaught hungry to taste his life force. That situation might have continued until Vader was too tired to fend off his three opponents, but that was not to be. A quiet tapping sound could barely be heard coming from the direction of the landing ramp. By an unannounced agreement, the combatants disengaged, and Vader quickly moved to cover the wounded form of Obi-Wan. A moment later, Yoda calmly walked into the hangar, revealing that the tapping sound was caused by his gnarled walking stick. Master Yoda, the Sith Lord greeted his former teacher in a calm voice, concealing his disappointment. Dooku was not arrogant enough to believe that he could easily dispatch the Grandmaster of the Jedi Order. Further, from what he saw, his remaining acolytes were unlikely to defeat Skywalker. The opportunity to dispatch a pair of Jedi was slipping from his grasp. Count Dooku, a hint of disappointment could be heard in the ancient Jedi's voice. "This is the last time you meddle in our affairs," declared Dooku. His tone carried none of the doubts he felt within his heart. The Sith Lord used the Force to grab an empty container mounted on a nearby wall and threw it at the tiny Jedi. Vader grinned when Dooku and Yoda started their duel. Now he was free to deal with the remaining two fools without further interruptions. "Anakin, catch!" Kenobi used the Force to summon his lightsaber and threw it to Skywalker. He caught the weapon with his free hand and activated it. An azure blade hissed to life, and Vader pointed it at the Duros. "Let's finish this charade," Vader hissed. His eyes glowed like two pools of hate and fury, giving the Dark Jedi a brief pause. Vader grinned at them and charged. Azure and emerald met crimson. Each parried strike released white sparks of energy, briefly illuminating the darkened dock. The three combatants fought for a few seconds, neither side gaining the upper hand. The reason for that was simple. Vader was on the precipice of exhaustion. In the brief moments when he had to hold off Dooku and his cronies, he had spent most of the stamina he had left. Despite that, the pair of Dark Jedi were unable to overcome the experience of the former Sith Lord, especially when he let his mask crack, so they could get a taste of the real thing. Nevertheless, Vader had to end the battle immediately. He drew all his remaining strength into enhancing his body as much as possible. The eyes of the acolytes widened when they sensed a torrent of power washing through their opponent. That was all the warning they got, and it was insufficient to save them. Vader glided forward, delivering strikes with power rivaling the best he managed decades hence as a cyborg. If one looked close enough, they could see tiny shockwaves of force energy, exploding every time the Dark Jedi parried one of his strikes. His sudden monstrous strength caught them off guard. Vader advanced as an unstoppable juggernaut and smashed through the guard of the Twi'lek as if it was put up by a youngling. He followed with a second strike, battering the lightsaber out of the man's hands. At the same time, he used Kenobi's lightsaber to fend off the frantic attacks from the Duros. Vader smiled, relishing the fear reeking from his opponents. His eyes met those of the Twi'lek an instant before he stabbed him in the chest. The emerald blade sliced through flesh and bones as if they weren't there, leaving a gaping maw in the torso of the man. The part of Skywalker which was still very much a Sith drank deeply from the Dark Jedi's despair when he realized that his death was at hand. Vader turned his back to the dying man and concentrated on his remaining adversary. Co-F in the other end of the docking bay, Dooku glanced at the other duel. One of his acolytes was dying, and the other would not be alive for long. Now he could sense the power of the boy. His servant stood no chance against someone like that. It was time for Dooku to cut his losses and get away from Geonosis. He parried a pair of slashes, which Yoda delivered in quick succession, and channeled the Force through his free hand. Dooku used the gathered energy to crush the foundations of a pillar made by joined metal pipes, which toppled towards the prone form of Kenobi. The Sith Lord smiled when he felt a shift in Yoda's intentions. The Jedi Master had decided to save his fellow Force adept and was no longer an immediate threat to him. He left the Yoda to his devices and ran towards his ship. Just before he jumped in his transport out of Geonosis, the Sith Lord saw Skywalker cornering his last acolyte. Vader had the Duros with his back to the wall. The Dark Jedi's lightsaber was pinned against the rocky surface by the azure blade in Anakin's left hand, leaving him wide open. A flash of green later, the decapitated Duros slid down the wall. Vader, sensing that the immediate danger was over, deactivated his weapons. He turned around in time to see Dooku's ship leaving. Someone sent a hail of blaster bolts after the disappearing craft, but they did nothing more than sparkling over its tough hull. Vader turned his head towards the wall behind which the blaster fire came and breathed a sigh of relief. Seconds later, Padme ran inside, followed by 2 squads of clone troopers. She looked at the aftermath of the battle and winced when her eyes lingered over Kenobi's injuries. When he saw that, Skywalker had to fight to remain calm, because for a moment his heart was pierced by a spike of irrational jealousy. However, that moment passed, and he promptly forgot it a second later. Padme had determined that no threats were present, so she ran to the man she loved and drew him into a fierce hug. His hands embraced her and pressed her gently to his chest. Padme was glad that, after Anakin's display in the arena, they no longer had to hide. She was well aware that soon enough, everyone would know about their relationship. After all, nothing in the galaxy moved faster than a juicy rumor. Yoda looked at the pair and frowned. He sensed a disturbance in the Force. Those two, and especially that Padawan, were going to give him a heap of headaches. More importantly, he was certain Skywalker tapped into the dark side of the Force to win against the 3 Darksiders he faced. The Jedi Master frowned at them. He was too old to deal with this stuff. 3. Chapter 2 V2 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 2. The end of an era equals Co-F equals Part 1 equals Co-F equals Jedi Temple. Coruscant. Vader felt strange. The last time he was in this location was during the last days of the Republic, when he led his 501st Legion. During the Jedi Purge, well, that wasn't quite true. He had visited the building itself, or at least the Imperial Palace Sidious built on top of it, often enough. The Jedi Temple, on the other hand, the building he just walked into, was different. It was intact. There were no scars of battle, no ghosts behind every corner. Or perhaps there were. The temple was vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to the maelstrom of the dark side it became at his hands in the future he remembered. Not to mention the dozens of people that currently walked these hallowed halls, who Vader remembered killing himself in a future past. That by itself was disconcerting. The Jedi were the enemy, weren't they? At best, the majority of them were blind fools stuck into the past. At worst, well, he wasn't sure how much of it was spite over all that happened. However, one thing was certain. If the Jedi hadn't been a colossal failure, Sidious would have been unable to build his empire over their cooling corpses. They wouldn't have played in his hands at almost every turn. No, whatever else the Jedi might be, they were wrong. Just like Sidious was, Vader kept walking deeper into the temple, keeping his mental shields firmly in place. Once upon a time, this was his home. It was a place of safety and peace. The Jedi Temple no longer felt that way, and not just because he was a Sith now, and his fellow Jedi would be ready to turn upon him as soon as they figured it out. There was no peace here for him. The less said about the dark side nexus Vader could feel stirring deep below his feet, the better. What had prompted the Jedi of old to build the temple on this precise location, he would never know. On top of everything else, even now, with the temple bathed in gold by the morning sun, Vader could almost feel countless accusing ghosts staring at him. He expected to see one of them jumping at him at every corner he passed. No, this place could never again be his home. Vader might have forsaken much of Sidious Sith philosophy. However, one thing he was certain of beyond a shadow of a doubt. He was no Jedi. He could never be a Jedi again. Vader had to forge his own path and find his own philosophy. One that was right for him. While deep in thought, Vader's legs led him to his old Spartan room. It was just like he remembered it. A small bed with a hard mattress, a plain stool, and a desk near the door. A data pad left forgotten on a little table, with 2 not particularly comfortable chairs near it. This used to be his home. Now, it felt like little more than a prison cell with invisible bars. Vader removed a black glove from his right hand and traced his fingers over the cover of the bed. It was firm and a bit rough. A part of Vader wanted him to jump around while screaming with joy. It was something he had been suppressing ever since the Force sent him back to the past. It was probably a part of his younger self with which he had merged. He disregarded the wishes of the Echo that had been Padawan Anakin Skywalker. That foolish, naive boy was, for most intents and purposes, gone. He had been absorbed by the older personality of Vader. Yet it left behind something different. The former Sith Lord could feel it in his being. He was no longer Skywalker the Jedi, nor was he Darth Vader. Who he was now, well, that was something he would have to discover. He snorted at that. Even now he was lying to himself. It wasn't just Skywalker's echo that wanted to cut wild like a youngling on a sugar rush. It was all Vader. After so long cut off from the world in that bedamned suit, without even thinking, Vader used the Force to pull out the storage compartment under the bed. He proceeded to levitate out a spare change of clothes and hurriedly strode to the nearby freshers. Once there, he ignored the few Jedi taking a shower and all but threw himself into the closest empty stall. The hot water hitting his skin made him bite his cheek to keep quiet. It has been so long since he had a proper shower that Vader could scarcely remember the sensation, which was overwhelming. For what felt like an eternity, Vader merely relished in the sensation, while doing his best to keep his shields in place. Eventually, he managed to tear himself out of the fresher and gingerly began drying himself. The brush of a good, old-fashioned towel on his skin nearly made him laugh like a careless youngling. Only remembering where he was and what kind of being surrounded him kept Vader from letting his emotions run free without any constraints. And he resented that need, now that he could feel something beyond endless agony and rage. Vader dragged himself back to his room, carefully nodding to the few Jedi he passed on the way back. Once there, he collapsed in his bed, struggling with an odd mix of frustration, half-forgotten sensations, and resentment. He needed time to get his head straight, to regain proper control of his emotions so he would be their master and not the other way around. That was one of the things he agreed about the Sith's teachings. While you were expected to revel in your emotions and indulge them, you had to be the one in control. He looked around the room, searching for something to momentarily distract him. His eyes fell upon a wooden table hanging from the wall. Vader had forgotten about it. It was an old gift, yet he couldn't currently recall who gave it to him. It was an ancient piece, with the Jedi code carved in it. The carvings lacked the smooth precision typical for machine tools, hinting that someone had done it by hand, and thus making the piece that much more valuable. There is no emotion, only peace. That was the first tenet. One he had always been abysmal at. While it wasn't half-bad starting point for indoctrinating the Jedi dogma to toddlers, it hadn't worked so well on his 9-year-old self. How could he discard his emotions and his love for his mother? That very thought sent a lance of boiling rage through his heart. Her loss was still fresh and called for bloody vengeance. Once upon a time, he regretted what he did to those beasts who tortured his mother to death. If it wasn't for his Padme, he might have fallen on Tatooine, disregarded everything else, and went back into the desert to purge it from the Tuscans. Force, he was still tempted to do precisely that. However, those beasts could wait for now. Their turn would eventually come. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. Vader's eyes focused back onto the wooden tablet, the second line of the code. The Jedi as a whole were ignorant, failing miserably at this. In the end, even Obi-Wan, his brother, didn't know him. Kenobi didn't see or understand what Vader went through, and that ignorance led to that fateful clash on Mustafar. When Vader needed his brother the most, when he needed someone who understood to help him get out of Sidious's net, Obi-Wan proved himself lacking. It was the height of irony how ignorant the Jedi were, even their counselors. Even Yoda, they all assumed that their indoctrination had worked with him. That Skywalker had become one of their emotionless drones. And instead of trying to understand, to help, they always blamed him for it. He could sense it then, and he could sense it now. To hell with them. Skywalker had never been a good little Jedi. He had never been particularly loyal to the Jedi Order as a whole or their mission. He had been loyal to people, to certain missions and goals that he seldom had the opportunity to go for. Like riding the galaxy of slavery, once upon a time he had friends in the Order, people who he would have gladly given his life for. Then there was his angel Padme. He would have placed the life of every single one of them higher on his list of priorities than the Jedi Order as a whole. That was something he would do again. However, the number of people who he truly cared about, well, now they could be counted on the fingers of a single arm. Padme, Kenobi, Snips. A brief smile graced Vader's face when he thought about his former Padawan. It almost immediately turned into a furious snarl at remembering how the Jedi betrayed her. And he almost murdered her as a Sith Lord. That was a future he wouldn't allow to happen this time. He wouldn't let Ahsoka down. He wouldn't abandon her, much less turn on her, as the damned Jedi did. When Vader's eyes fell on the third line of the Jedi Code, they shone in the dark room. There is no passion, only serenity. As a Sith, Vader had learned that this was a lie. It was an extrapolation of the first tenet of the Code, and put together they summarized what was wrong with the Jedi. They were trying to deny a fundamental part of what meant to be a living, breathing person. In the decades after the Order fell, he often wondered if the ultimate purpose of the Jedi was to turn themselves into unfeeling automatons akin to droids. No, the Jedi's idea was to become something worse. In his years, Vader knew at least a few droids that could experience the full scope of emotions a living being could, and a lot more who could process a more limited amount. Vader shook his head. Such musings would lead him nowhere. Even now, when he was no longer a Sith, he believed that their code was better. At the very least, the Sith code took into account the reality in which the Force adepts were living. The Jedi code meant that his love of Padme was something wrong and to be avoided. That was something Vader would never accept. Vader walked the ancient corridors of the temple on his way to the council chambers. With every step, he expected that the shades of Jedi he had cut down would rise to challenge him. Vader needed to finish the impending interview with the Jedi Masters and get out of the temple while he still had control over his temper. When he reached his destination, the Force adept stopped for a moment. He took a deep breath and centered himself, making sure he had an iron grip over his emotions. It was time to face the music. He opened the door and entered, just in time to hear Master Yoda speaking. "Victory, you say? Master Obi-Wan, not victory, Geonosis was. Begun the Clone War has." Vader had to suppress a smirk. The tiny green menace had no idea what was coming. "You summon me, Masters. Here I am," said Vader. His tone was neutral, betraying nothing of his true feelings, which he had locked down under his strongest mental shields. During his service under Sidious, Vader had committed countless unspeakable acts. Yet at least half the reason for everything that happened to him, and the galaxy at large, could be traced back to the people in this room. Granted, Sidious manipulated and betrayed everyone, making him as much to blame as the people inside the council chambers. As much as Vader himself, strictly speaking, there was enough blame to go for everyone involved. Nevertheless, he couldn't stop resenting the Jedi for their failures. For how they failed him and his mother, Vader looked around the mostly empty chamber. Windu and Kenobi stood next to one of the windows to the left. The Grandmaster was sitting in his chair, flanked by Master Plo Koon, who was reading from a datapad and by all appearances wasn't paying much attention to his fellow Jedi. His gaze stopped on Obi-Wan. That was the man who had raised him ever since he was freed all those years ago. Kenobi was the man Vader once considered to be his older brother. Someone to look up to, However, Obi-Wan was also the man who had used Padme. He had tricked Vader's wife and placed her in the path of a brand new Sith, who had been drunk on the dark side. Kenobi had left him burning on the shores of a magma river. That was something he would never forget or forgive. However, that Kenobi was dead, this one might yet walk a different path. If not, Vader would deal with him. Then there was Yoda, the Grand Master of the Jedi Order. He was supposedly the wisest of them all. Yet he had been as blind as the rest. When the short Jedi Master told him that he should let go of his attachments, that particular memory came close to shattering Vader's control. Only years of having to keep his emotions in check in front of Sidious and deceiving the old bastard allowed him to keep his composure, or at least the mask of it he showed to the Jedi. The Jedi had betrayed him twice already. He couldn't trust them again. Kenobi turned to look at him with a grave expression on his face. "Anakin, your questionable display of passion towards Senator Amidala is a matter of a grave concern." Kenobi began. Indeed, Vader barely twitched at the accusation. Now that their blossoming relationship was a public secret, neither Padme nor he were in a hurry on the eve the war started. Perhaps it was better this way. Padme always wanted a huge wedding, something he couldn't give her thanks to the need for secrecy. Well, that was no longer an issue, seeing that Skywalker wasn't about to immediately answer his master. Yoda and Windu glanced at each other. "Dangerous this attachment is," Yoda added. Vader had forgotten how odd the little green juggernaut spoke. It was a blessing in disguise that he kept to short sentences at this time, because, from what Vader could recall when Yoda decided to be long-winded, it was almost impossible to understand him. That was especially true if you had the fortune to spend some time away from the temple and constant exposure to the Grandmaster. "Padawan Skywalker, you will explain yourself." Windu's words, while spoken calmly, were nothing less than an order. Obviously, the Jedi Master wanted answers and expected the Padawan in front of the Council to provide them. Perhaps they expected him to grovel, to proclaim his regret and plead for their dubious mercy. Vader frowned. He could sense what the Vapad Master felt, although Mace was doing a very good job at strangling his emotions. Windu was wavering between rigid self-control and subdued aggression. The dangers of being a Vapad Master even when you are out of combat and not using the style. The Jedi Masters were about to make his decision much easier for Vader. Master Plo Koon looked away from the datapad in his hands. He hadn't paid much attention to the proceedings so far. In his opinion, the whole interview was a waste of time, which was something that the Jedi couldn't really afford. Not when the Order was drawn into a real, galaxy-spanning war for the first time in centuries. Skywalker should have explained himself to his master, being chastised for his brazen behavior, and then Kenobi should have reported any further irregularities to the Council. The real concern of the boys' actions was how they would influence the Padawans and young Jedi Knights who were on Geonosis and saw him with Senator Amidala. Add to that those who might be swayed by rumors of the event. After all, what fruit was sweeter than the forbidden one? Say what you will about the Jedi as a whole, but in that regard, they were just like everyone else. A lot of them loved a juicy rumor, though very few would admit to it. Most of the time that was either harmless or even occasionally useful. It was different today. If not for Dooku and his supposed Shadow Master, the so-called Darth Sidious, Skywalker's actions wouldn't be too concerning. When all was said and done, the Padawan was a young man, and as such, it was almost expected that he would have a youthful indiscretion or two. It wasn't a problem if when found such a thing was nipped in the bud. Those things tended to happen more often than the Council, as a whole, wanted to admit. Young Jedi would often act like the inexperienced hormonal youngsters they were. That was why they had the code and their mentors to keep them in check. Padawan Skywalker, Master Kun gazed at the young man. Your attachment is an outright violation of the Jedi Code. Even worse, you made it blatantly clear by announcing it in the middle of a battle, demonstrating that it influences your judgment. You must end this affair with the senator, immediately. For a heartbeat, what felt like dark flames washed over the council chamber, unnerving the Jedi Masters, before disappearing as fast as it erupted. The event struck the Jedi speechless for a moment, and they stared at the young man in disbelief. I must, Vader demanded, barely keeping a sneer of contempt from his face. While Vader expected something like this, a part of him, what was left of young Skywalker, still hoped he was wrong. However, typically, the Jedi already had their judgment ready even before they heard his side of the story. That was something depressingly typical. It took him long moments to contain his bubbling rage and keep it from the Jedi. Vader was not the headstrong boy they knew. He was a man accustomed to wielding power, not someone's lapdog. That was something he would never be again. He was no longer trapped in that criffing suit. Vader was whole, with his connection to the Force undamaged. After 2 decades of living hell, he was able to make his own choices. He was no longer a pawn in the games of the Sith, much less one belonging to a bunch of clueless Jedi. "Anakin!" exclaimed Obi-Wan. Skywalker's outburst surprised Kenobi most unpleasantly. The brief wave of pure dark side energy which washed over the chamber made him truly understand the peril hanging upon his student. At that point, Obi-Wan was certain that, while Anakin hadn't fallen yet, he was in a precaution situation. A situation that the Council was busy making much worse for everyone involved. Kenobi sent a brief glare at the Kel-Dor Jedi Master, who had stopped reading and was staring at Skywalker. Obi-Wan cringed at what he saw and felt coming from his fellow Jed. He should have pressed the point more forcefully, made sure that the Jedi Masters knew Anakin's devotion to Padme, not only intellectually but in their hearts too. Windu and Yoda were handling Skywalker as they would another Padawan who had done the same indiscretion, though at least they weren't outright demanding that he leave the senator. Plo Koon, on the other hand, under different circumstances, Koon's words would have been the natural response to a Padawan's indiscretion. However, here today, Kenobi felt they were the sparks that were about to ignite an inferno. Despite his best efforts, Anakin wasn't like most other Jedi. That much Obi-Wan recognized, even if he wasn't always sure how to handle that fact. Skywalker was too old when he began his training. He had attachments, connections, and feelings he wasn't ready for. He couldn't let go. What was happening with Anakin? Obi-Wan's frown deepened. His former Padawan hadn't given him the promised answers yet. Skywalker's lips twitched in amusement at Kenobi's obvious frustration. "Why would I do that, Master Kun?" Vader asked in grim amusement. His blue eyes stared at the Jedi in turn like 2 pieces of ice, daring them to contradict him. "Would you expel me from the Order because I fell in love?" he asked in a calmer voice. "In shadows you walk, young Skywalker," stated Yoda. "The dark side I sense in you, fall to it you could." "Easily? Anakin, what in the name of the Force is happening to you?" asked Kenobi. The Jedi Knight couldn't help it. The way his Padawan spoke to the Council was unnerving. There wasn't even the hint of respect that one would have expected. Only calm indifference, until Senator Amidala was mentioned. Surely, Anakin knew that his attitude amounted to almost taunting the Jedi Masters. Chosen one or not, the Council simply couldn't let him break the code and walk all over them without any consequences. Vader smiled ruefully. "What indeed?" My eyes opened, Obi-Wan. The code means that my love for Padme is wrong. That is something I will never accept. He glared at each of the Jedi Masters in turn. Control yourself, Skywalker. Windu snapped at the blatant display of disrespect. The only thing showing the displeasure of the Jedi Master was his voice, which was barely raised from his usual calm tone. Yet, for those who could sense him through the Force, the Vapad Master was painted in a slightly different light. Windu was frustrated by the way Skywalker acted. The brief, almost unnoticed tendril of anger that tried to flare within his chest and he promptly crushed wasn't caused by wounded pride or some other emotion. It was driven by cold logic. Skywalker had the potential of becoming one of the most powerful Force adepts in the history of the Jedi Order. As such, he had to be held to a higher standard. The way he was acting ever since Geonosis had to be stamped down for the good of the Republic and the galaxy as a whole. To the Jedi, it appeared that Skywalker now walked down a path leading straight to the greedy hands of the dark side. His potential fall had to be stopped. The first steps toward achieving that were to get information about what happened to the boy and ending this dubious relationship before it could unsettle him even further. "Or what? You'll expel me?" asked Vader. He used the Force to levitate his lightsaber until it hovered in front of him. Anakin examined the weapon. It was one he had constructed as a spare a week before he was assigned to protect Padme. It fell off. He was no longer the eager teenager who had built the weapon. The lightsaber was no longer his. The connection between the blade and its wielder, which made it an extension of one's will, was no longer there. This thing was just a tool. Vader needed to build himself a new lightsaber. Yoda was staring at him with huge eyes. Vader smirked at the Jedi Masters, feeling their unease. "Think about this, you should," said the ancient being. Windu stared at the young man. Something was shifting within the depths of the Force, and it was centered on Skywalker. Mace felt a sinking feeling at the pit of his stomach. Finally, he could see it. Skywalker was a shatterpoint which bound them all. And until now, when it was too late to do anything but make the unfolding future even darker, Windu was unable to perceive it. At that moment he knew it. They criffed up by the numbers. Everything they said, despite being the right reaction for dealing with a Padawan who criffed up by the numbers, was the wrong way to handle Skywalker. "Oh, I have Master Yoda," said Vader. "He should be explaining himself," grumbled Plo Koon. Something in the young man was unnerving the Keldor male. The sudden surge of anger and darkness emanating from the Padawan had been a shock. Obi-Wan's eyes widened. He remembered the conversation he had with his Padawan on Geonosis. Anakin couldn't mean to do that. Right. After all, the Jedi Masters hadn't really made him choose to break up with Senator Amidala. There was a huge difference between Master Koon saying what Skywalker should do and actually demanding that the Padawan went through with it. "Anakin, you can't possibly mean to do this," the Jedi Knight exclaimed, "and you don't necessarily have to." He pleaded. "I don't." Skywalker raised an eyebrow at him. Obi-Wan looked pleadingly at the gathered Jedi Masters. Plo Koon leaned forward in his chair and was about to say something when Yoda tapped the ground with his walking stick. "Too far we are going, too fast. Dangerous your attachment is. Influences you right now it does, and I'm proud of it." Anakin smiled happily, earning himself a scoff from Plo Koon. "Listen to yourself, boy. This attachment, those emotions could be the end of you." "Let them go, Skywalker will not." Yoda's ears drooped and he frowned. "Expel you from the Jedi Order I will not. A foolish overreaction that would be. Suspend you I would like to, give you time to think it will." Vader levitated the hilt of his lightsaber, so it was in front of Obi-Wan and let go of it. Kenobi snatched it before it could fall to the ground. "Have a nice day, Masters." The former Sith grinned at the shocked faces of the assembled Jedi. "If you one day decide to change your opinion of me and Padme, I'm sure you'll know where to find me." He could clearly feel their stunned disbelief at his simple words. It was delicious. Vader waved at them and cheerfully left the silent chambers. The doors slid behind him, cutting off the first shouts. For the first time, from even before falling to the dark side, Vader felt free. Co-F Chancellor Office Senate Building Coruscant Palpatine was sat in his chair and grinned like a maniac. He could feel the currents of the Force subtly changing, and knew that what his young friend feared had become a fact. Sidious didn't need to be present at the temple to know it. Anakin Skywalker was no longer a Jedi. While the boy was far away from becoming a proper Sith, turning him just became so much easier. The Dark Lord chuckled. Who would have thought it? Padme Amidala, one of the Chancellor's biggest political opponents, had bestowed him a priceless gift by ensnaring young Skywalker. This was turning even better than his plans for the boy. Palpatine retrieved a datapad from a drawer in his desk and started typing on it. With one fell swoop, he was about to deliver another strike to the Jedi. "Let's see how you'll fare on the battlefield, General Skywalker," whispered the Sith Lord. A few hours earlier, Anakin had contacted him with a request. The young man wanted a commission in the military, in case he was expelled from the Order or was forced to quit. It was something Palpatine just granted. This was a splendid week. The Clone Wars had begun. A lot of Jedi died in a single day, and now this. "Now, let's see what else can I do for my Jedi friends," muttered the Sith Lord. Co-F Council Chambers Jedi Temple Coruscant. Silence. Snapped Yoda. The outburst was so uncharacteristic that it was almost as shocking as Skywalker's stunt. The eyes of all present turned to the Order's Grandmaster. "Blind we were," muttered Yoda. "Saw this we did not." He looked at the assembled Jedi. "By the dark side deceived we were. The chosen one we almost lost. We yet might lose him for good." Master Shock Tai, who was now present via a hologram, frowned. She had been silent so far, trying to evaluate the situation. While surprised by the actions of the boy and disagreed with the way he went about it, the Togruta woman couldn't say that she blamed him. Even if Skywalker was a full Jedi instead of a Padawan, in the end, it was his choice whether he would want to stay in the Order and sacrifice whatever he felt for the senator from Naboo or leave. Unfortunately, that was something with which some of her colleagues would disagree. "Is this something we can afford?" asked Mace Windu. "We can't just let him flaunt his infatuation and disregard the Jedi Code. Skywalker's actions have consequences that spread beyond his future. Make Skywalker an enemy we must not, a disaster that waylays," declared Yoda. He had a troubled expression on his face. "Bring him back into the fold we must, lose him we should not." "How? We just saw how compromised and irresponsible that boy is," Plo Koon countered. "Make him responsible we must." "Give him a responsibility we shall," Yoda smiled crookedly. Co-F Part 2 Co-F GAR Headquarters Coruscant. Vader allowed himself an almost content smile. It was done. For the time being he was out of the Jedi's reach, and somehow he avoided burning all bridges. For the first time, besides the days between his release from slavery and induction into the Order, Vader was truly free. He walked into the Army's headquarters with a spring to his steps. Inside, he followed the instructions of a bored Twi'lek sergeant and filed the necessary paperwork. Thanks to whatever strings the Chancellor had pulled, it got processed almost immediately. Only a few hours later, Vader was a new man. General Anakin Skywalker in charge of 501st Clone Legion. Now it was largely irrelevant what games the Jedi would play. He was a commissioned general in the Grand Army of the Republic, and among other things, his brand new rank would act as a shield against the Jedi's machinations. Even when he hit the first snag of the day, Vader's mood remained high. There were no fitting uniforms for someone of his new exalted rank currently available, so he would have to wait a day for a few brand new sets to be manufactured and delivered. Until then, he would have to make do with gray fatigues, just like what the clones wore when not clad in their armor. It was no issue. He had worn worse in the past, both as a Jedi and as a general. Besides, even the simple fatigues still felt orders of magnitude better than his accursed suit on a good day. Another point in favor of the fatigues was that, while they were army issue and technically belonged to the military, they weren't his traditional black clothes, which did belong to the Jedi Order. Vader smirked at that childish thought and shook with silent laughter. That was another thing he had missed. Now that he had back in the army, with a rank reasonably close to that he had wielded for the last 20 years, he felt even better. While there was a part of him which desired to just get Padme and go away from the wider galaxy and the war, Vader eagerly looked at the challenges to come. For all the horrors he had lived through during the Clone Wars and the Empire that followed, leading troops had become second nature to himself. Perhaps it was because being an officer gave him something to lean on, a familiar action to keep what shred of sanity he had still possessed before finding out that he had a son. While that was true, there was another truth. For the past 2 decades, the only real home he had was the military. And if he had to be honest to himself, returning to the army, just like returning to Padme, it finally felt like going back home. While he was being all honest to himself, Vader had to grudgingly admit that leading the 501st during this war, those were the happiest years of his life. During this war, he had become known as the hero without fear, a title which more than anything else showed how young, foolish, and lucky he had been at the time. However, as a Sith, he had learned his lesson well. He knew both fear and anger very well, and was determined not to let them control him again. He couldn't afford to. Those two emotions, coupled with Palpatine's manipulations, would cost him everything in the future. Well, not this time. Vader would show his old master, both of them in fact, what he was made of. The galaxy was out there for the taking, with only Sidious and few minor obstacles standing in his way. Ready for Vader to grasp it, nevertheless, that would have to wait. First, he had some explaining to do as far as Padme was concerned. F equals Republica 500 Coruscant. Vader stared at the closed door of Padme's apartment, feeling like an idiot. He had visited a few high-end restaurants, procuring some of her favorite meals, before passing through a flower shop, from where he bought a large bouquet he knew she loved ever since she was a little girl. Then he went to her home, only to find out that Padme and her current bodyguards had left for Naboo for the next couple of weeks. This was just what had happened the last time, however. Then it was him who brought her back home. Vader groaned, feeling like smashing his head in the closest wall. Repeatedly, this relationship stuff was going to be harder the second time around, wasn't it? Vader took a deep breath to calm himself and shook his head in frustration. He needed to kill something, another deep breath. It couldn't be helped. Vader decided to call Padme and check if she was all right after he reached his temporary home. As a newly minted GAR general, he was entitled to a place within one of the buildings housing the Army's and Navy's officer quarters on Coruscant. F equals Ahsoka Tano's quarters, Jedi Temple Coruscant. A young Togruta female got progressively more bored in her small room. She had been virtually under house arrest for the last few hours, ever since some great commotion had happened in a council meeting. There was a sense of apprehension and foreboding in the air. It clung to the very Force itself. There was a hint of fear and insecurity as well. It was strange, like nothing she had felt within the temple's walls. It had to be because of the war, right? Bad news, obviously. Ahsoka sat cross-legged on her small bed and closed her eyes, in a futile attempt to meditate. It was all for naught. Her mind bounced this way and that, wondering what in the name of the Force was happening. She was feeling restless, too wound up to rest or meditate. An instinct screamed at her to move, to run. Staying cooped in her small room with nothing to do was driving the energetic girl up the walls in frustration. Suddenly, a soft chiming sound could be heard. Someone was on the other side of her door. Ahsoka opened her eyes and almost smiled. She could sense the presence of Master Plo Koon on the other side of the door. However, the sense of foreboding increased to an almost unbearable degree. Tano shivered, a ghost of fear worming itself through her heart before she ruthlessly suppressed the feeling. She jumped from her bed and hurried to open the door. Sure enough, Master Koon waited on the other side. Ahsoka's smile froze on her face. The old Keldor looked grim. "Master?" asked Ahsoka. She could feel the swirling tides of the Force trying to warn her about something. "May I enter, young one?" asked the aging Jedi. Ahsoka nodded eagerly and moved aside, leaving the path open. Plo Koon went in, and when the door closed behind him, he used the Force to place a barrier around the small room. When a Jedi Master desired to have a private conversation, he had a few ways to ensure that it stays that way. Ahsoka's eyes widened in confusion when she felt what Plo Koon did. This was going to be bad, she just knew it. Master Koon sat on one of the pair of plain chairs in the room and looked at the girl, while he was trying not to curse the foolishness of the majority of the council. He couldn't afford to get angry, no matter how good a reason he had. "Calm yourself, Ahsoka," he said with a forced smile. "Some significant events took place earlier today," he spoke in a deceptively calm voice. "I'm not going to like where this is going, am I, Master?" asked Ahsoka. "Not necessary. Despite what some people think, you have the right to know what and why happened," grumbled the Jedi Master. There was a council meeting, in which Anakin Skywalker was called in to explain his actions on Geonosis. "Oh!" exclaimed Ahsoka. She had heard so many interesting and scary rumors about those events. While she and a lot of the younger generation of Padawans and Jedi approved of Skywalker's stunt with the senator from Naboo, however, the same thing couldn't be said about the older Jedi, who incidentally were the ones running the order. Ahsoka suddenly had a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. Skywalker was nearly expelled. He dropped the bomb. In another time and place, Koon would have found his former student's reaction amusing. Here and now, it brought him even more regret. Ahsoka's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. To the Jedi Master, her stunned disbelief was something solid. He felt that he could touch it if he excreted himself through the Force. "How? Why?" blurted out the young girl. Skywalker was supposed to be the chosen one, even if no two Jedi could precisely agree on what that was supposed to mean. "We treated Skywalker as your average Padawan who made such an indiscretion." The Keldor Jedi Master trailed off. He knew that his words contributed to Anakin's decision and on reflection, almost led him to quit on the spot. It was a mistake. Oh, he broke the code in such a way that consequences were warranted. However, young Skywalker perceived our words, my words, as giving him a choice between Senator Amidala and remaining a Jedi. Master Koon took a deep breath, his respirator hissing loudly in the quiet room. "He chose the woman he loves, didn't he? As if he would do anything less," muttered Ahsoka. The Jedi Master chuckled. "Indeed, young one. It seems you are more perceptive than most of the council put together." "It gets worse, isn't it?" Ahsoka was sure of it. There wouldn't be such a foreboding in the Force otherwise. That's right, Ahsoka. After he left, suspended for the time being, we had a few hours-long recess before meeting again. The second meeting was obviously about Skywalker leaving. Plo Koon found it hard to continue, yet Ahsoka was his former student. He owed her the truth. His actions shook the council. The chosen one leaving the Jedi Order, even if he hasn't officially quit, it was unthinkable. He shook his head sadly. I'm starting to ramble, young one. Let's cut to the chase. There was a vote, a very close one. The council decided that with the war beginning, we can't afford to expose Padawans who are emotionally unstable to the pressures of combat. A not insignificant number of Padawans and a few Jedi Knights are being sent to the Agri Corps for the duration of the conflict. For their good, of course. At least this is the official reason. No, they can't do that. Ahsoka frantically shook her head. She felt scared, betrayed, because there was only one reason why Master Koon was telling her all this. Under a privacy barrier too, she had done nothing wrong. Certainly, nothing to warrant being sent to the Agri Corps. What the Council shouldn't do and what it can't do, the Jedi Master trailed off. Unfortunately, sometimes those are two very different things. Skywalker's action shook a lot of the council members. In the end, some of us overreacted. While I don't believe that this would be a long-term solution, especially after Master Yoda showed his displeasure at this course of action, it stands for now. You were among those who are to be sent away. Ahsoka moved like in a trance until she was near her bed and sat down, dejected. This had to be some sort of a bizarre nightmare, right? She looked at her former teacher. Ahsoka could feel him being torn between his duty as a Jedi Master and this madness forced upon him by his fellow council members. It's not fair, she exclaimed. We did nothing wrong. Perhaps not, muttered Plo Koon. Surely this time the Jedi Code came back to bite them on their collective backsides. A rift appeared amid the Jedi. Part of him wanted to blame Skywalker and his infatuation with the senator about what happened. That was the easy way. After all, the code told them about the danger of letting one's emotions run free. Yet he couldn't help but feel that this whole debacle could have been easily avoided. On one hand, it was easy to despise Skywalker's feelings for Padme Amidala, which were now rending the Jedi Order asunder. On the other, was it so dangerous, so wrong, to let the boy pursue his love? Especially now that they knew what would happen if they threw the code in his face and declared his feelings wrong. Plo Koon didn't have a good answer. Decades of upholding the creed of the Jedi were clashing with the consequences of the Order's rigidity. Then there was the second reason why he came to visit his former Padawan. After the second council meeting, Plo Koon has spoken with Masters Yoda and Kenobi. Those two had an interesting plan to start patching up the relations between Skywalker and the Order. I have a proposition for you, Ahsoka, spoke the Jedi Master. She perked up at that, a bit of gloom and doom hanging upon her Force signature dissipating at his words. Instead of going to the Agri Corps, you are going to be allowed to study under a specific Jedi Knight, should both of you agree to it, he trailed off. Let me make this crystal clear, young one. I disagree with the intent behind this idea. It does both you and Skywalker a disservice. Master Yoda and Kenobi believe that a taste of responsibility and of handling someone as energetic as you could help ground Skywalker. While their plan might work, I believe that it unnecessarily imperils you both. However, in the end, the decision is yours. Will you go to the Agri Corps for the time being, or would you prefer to become Skywalker's Padawan? Ahsoka stared at Plo Koon with an open mouth, and no words came out. Equals Co F equals Dex's Diner Co Town Coruscant Vader, made his way to Kenobi's favorite dinner place, wondering why he agreed to meet his former master. Perhaps it was the frustration he felt after failing to contact Padme, who by now should be in hyperspace, on some unknown transport en route to Naboo. After his plans for a romantic dinner with the woman he loved fell through, Vader didn't relish the thought of spending the evening alone in the officers' quarters. He was too wound up to rest or sleep, so when Kenobi called him and proposed to meet for a dinner, he had accepted without much of a fuss. Besides, he quite liked Dexter's Nerf steaks. Speaking about steaks, he couldn't even recall when was the last time he ate a proper one. He was sure it was some time before Mustafar. When Vader arrived, Kenobi was already at the dinner. The Jedi Knight was sat at a corner table, sipping jury juice with a faraway look in his eyes. Sensing Anakin, Obi-Wan looked in his direction and raised both eyebrows at seeing his former Padawan wearing GAR fatigues with a general insignia on his chest to a booth. "Well, well, my former Padawan, you have a story to tell. You've wasted no time, I see." Obi-Wan didn't even try to hide his surprise. "Obi-Wan," Anakin greeted coolly and sat across the table from Kenobi. "This is going to be even more interesting conversation than I anticipated," thought Kenobi. Vader waved at a nearby server droid and listed what he wanted for dinner: a double steak with all the trimmings, along with a lot of juice. Once he had his drink in hand, he took a sip of it and spent a few moments savoring the taste, before finally turning his attention to Kenobi. In turn, Obi-Wan was looking at him, with amusement written all over his face. "What?" Anakin asked and shrugged his shoulders. "Did you expect me to be content with becoming a mechanic on some Force-forsaken dust ball in the Outer Rim in case I quit? Knowing you, Anakin, not really. Perhaps an illegal racer on Nar Shaddaa or something equally hair-raising," quipped Obi-Wan. The younger man snorted, as if he would willingly work for the damn Hutts. Nope, not happening. He would see them all brought low when the opportunity presented itself. But those were dreams for the distant future. He took another swig of his juice, reveling at the taste. It has been ages since Vader has tasted real food and drinks, which in turn meant that the various aromas in the dinner made him light-headed for a bit before he could recover his composure. If Kenobi noticed it, he declined to comment. You know me. Ever since the troubles on Naboo, I've needed something more to get my blood running." Vader eventually conceded. Obi-Wan shook his head. "That usually leads to situations that nearly gave me a heart attack, my former Padawan. What can I say? It's not my fault you are getting old, Obi-Wan." Vader smirked. "Hey, I resent that. I merely turn better with age." "Like a good bottle of wine," Obi-Wan boasted with a disarming smile. "So one of these days, you are going to turn into vinegar?" Vader innocently asked. "You are impossible. I'm almost glad that I'm no longer responsible for your antics." "Why, thank you, old man," Anakin smirked. "So how did you become a general in a single afternoon?" Kenobi inquired. "Just like the Jedi. Apparently, the GAR is so short on command-grade officers, so they will take in anyone with some reasonable credentials. Yet, you're suspended. Doesn't that matter, or did you forget to mention it?" "Obi-Wan, you must be aware that the GAR doesn't care who I'm in love with and might be dating, unless they happen to be a subordinate of mine. Any relationship I might or might not have with Padme is not something the military concerns itself with. As far as credentials go, it's not like most order members know how to command troops and wage war. After all, we were trained as peacekeepers, not soldiers. Despite that, most of the Jedi are getting a commission from commander upwards, no less. I'm no more or less qualified on that front," Anakin shrugged. Kenobi sadly nodded. He didn't have a rebuff to that argument. After all, he agreed, some new GAR officers were mere Padawans, with no real experience in the real world, much less than as leaders of men. In his opinion, the council as a whole should have protested what amounted to the conscription of the Jedi. Yet Yoda and the rest only grumbled and let it slide. At least for not, the council did agree to keep the younger Padawans as far away from the war as possible. Anakin, about what happened in the council chambers, don't. Vader waved his right hand in an abrupt slicing motion. They made their point very clear. Even if most of the masters didn't want to expel me, to them, my love of Padme is something wrong. That much is obvious, an act that should be punished. A youthful indiscretion at best, and an immoral violation worthy of expulsion at worst. Vader ranted. Kenobi winced. There were Jedi on the council who saw Anakin's action as anything in between the extremes his young friend just described. Unfortunately, there were those who Skywalker's words pegged right. That is something I could never accept, Obi-Wan. If the Jedi Code means that my love is wrong, then it is no longer a creed I could follow. It's not that I want to turn my back on the Jedi Order. However, as things stand, I'm not sure if there is a way that leads away from it becoming something permanent. That's unfortunate given the circumstances. Vader raised an eyebrow at that. He gave Kenobi a deadpan expression. Fine, lay it out for me. What have you damn fossils cooked up this time? Now, Anakin, you don't have to be so cynical. You are too young for that, Vader's answered with an amused snort. He had missed the content banter with his old master, as well as riling up the elder Jedi. Master Yoda disagrees with the council's latest brainstorm. Which is, Vader was almost afraid to ask, well, according to some more conservative elements of the Order, the Padawans who approved of your and Senator Amidala's display in the arena are emotionally compromised. So the kids being typical teenagers is now frowned upon. Vader wondered if him all but quitting the Order had led to the Jedi Masters losing their minds. So what is their latest harebrained scheme? Under different circumstances, Kenobi might have scoffed at the blatant disrespect towards his fellow Jedi Masters, though in this case he had to agree. The Council's latest actions were questionable if you were feeling charitable. They decided to send the Padawans in question, as well as few knights to the Agri Corps, for the duration of the war. The younger Padawans have no business going anywhere near a battlefield as well. If it was only the latter group, or if it was the same reasoning used for them all, it might be different. Obi-Wan trailed off. You've got to be kidding me, Vader chortled. That had to be a joke. Such a stunt would drive most of those boys and girls in the hands of the first Sith, who went on a recruitment drive. Their anger and resentment at the unjust treatment would be magnificent fertile ground for turning them to the dark side. They were very lucky that he wasn't about to start his own Sith cabal or something. I wish, Kenobi grumbled. The Jedi took a deep breath before continuing. Master Yoda has a proposition for you, Anakin, one I hope you'll consider. Indeed, Vader wondered what scheme the damn troll had in mind. You'll be listed as a Jedi on a long-term assignment outside the Order. Obi-Wan began. How interesting, do go on. Vader waved at Obi-Wan with his juice. In brief, for the duration of your suspension, you'll be operating outside of the Order's strict supervision. Otherwise, right now, certain parties would force the issue and make you choose between being a Jedi and Padme. Obi-Wan grimaced. We both know how that will turn out. Vader snorted at that and made a do-go-on gesture. As a consolation prize, you'll receive your promotion to Jedi Knight thanks to your field performance on Geonosis, your antics with the Senator notwithstanding. So, for the time being, everyone gets what he wants. I don't have to deal with idiots who disapprove of me being in love, and the Order keeps their poster boy, while we stay out of each other's way. Vader raised both eyebrows at that. Such an arrangement sounded too reasonable to have come from the Council. Yoda, this had the Troll's signature all over it. That's right. You'll also get a Padawan in the bargain, Obi-Wan smirked, expecting Anakin to be shocked. That's certainly unexpected, Vader thought aloud. It wasn't a bad deal. It could be useful to remain nominally as a part of the Order for the time being. Though the Padawan part was concerning. To be fair, there was only one who he would consent to train right now. Who is the lucky kid that would have the good fortune to learn from me? Obi-Wan shook with a combination of silent laughter and exasperation. I see that your modesty is as great as ever. To answer your question, Padawan Ahsoka Tano. She was one of the kids who most vocally supported your antics. Vader had to suppress a huge grin. After all, he'll be able to get Snips away from the Jedi's influence without having to resort to underhanded methods. The fools were giving her to him on a silver platter. Tano, a spirited Togruta girl, the same. Though describing her as merely spirited is an understatement, Obi-Wan chuckled. You'll have your hands full with her, don't I know? Dear little Snips, the troublemaker, I accept. It will be fun to have a Padawan on my own. Obi-Wan chuckled. I hope that she won't give you nearly as many problems as you caused me. Me? I was a model Padawan master, Vader exclaimed with mock horror creeping into his voice. Anakin, if what I suffered over the years was your best behavior, I shudder to think what your worst is. You don't want to know, Obi-Wan, the former Sith Lord thought darkly. A mountain of a man arrived then, interrupting their banter. That was the dinner's owner, Dex, who was followed by a slim waiter droid, which brought their steaming steaks. Obi-Wan, you're back in one piece, I see. Did you two find out what you were looking for? Rumbled the large alien. Kenobi nodded and gave a faint smile to his old friend. Let's just say that I found more on Kamino that I bargained for. Yeah, a whole army, Vader muttered in an absent-minded way. Most of his attention was concentrated on the juicy steak and the mouth-watering aroma coming from the well-cooked meal. So that's how the Republic got an army so fast, Dex exclaimed. Indeed, Obi-Wan deadpanned, making obvious that he wasn't particularly thrilled with the situation. The proprietor looked over his friend and his former Padawan, paying attention to Skywalker's uniform. So, are you both generals now, or did they decide that you are too old for this mess, Obi-Wan? Dex grinned, Kenobi scowled. Unfortunately, I got roped in this mess too. Nonsense, Obi-Wan. You are at least reasonably competent, Anakin quipped between two bites of steak. For an ornery old man anyway. Anakin, your faith in me is astounding, Kenobi deadpanned. Besides, there must be someone in the army who can keep you from getting into too much trouble. Nonsense, Obi-Wan. I only get in trouble when I'm bored. I'm awesome like that. Vader took a swig from his juice and changed the topic. Now, tell me when I'll be meeting my troublesome Padawan of mine. Co-F GAR staging area Senate District Coruscant. Dozens of acclamator assault ships could be seen near the Senate building. The choice of this staging area for the GAR was mostly political in nature. It was both a show of strength and an attempt to assure the Republic's population at large that those in charge had everything in control, despite the civil war all in name that would soon ravage the galaxy. However, those thoughts were far from the minds of the clones who were preparing to board their ships. Legion after legion marched up the ramps of their designated ships in parade formations. They looked like a powerful, unstoppable juggernaut, ready and willing to crush the Republic's enemies. It was even mostly true. Too bad that the droid armies they had to face outnumbered them to an almost ridiculous margin. In a temporary barracks, a few kilometers from the Senate building itself, a legion of clone troopers waited to receive their marching orders. Among their numbers was Torrent Company under the command of a Captain Rex, who was lounging in a not particularly comfortable chair. He was within a small cubicle that passed for his office until they deployed. The captain was trying his best to vanquish the paperwork associated with his men's stay in their temporary home. All the training on Camino hadn't prepared him for this mind-numbing part of his duties. He would rather face a company of droids, while naked and armed with only a pistol, rather than deal with this mess for another day. The computer terminal on his desk pinged, informing him that he had received a new message. Rex idly pressed a few buttons, glad for any distraction. Wouldn't you know, the bureaucracy had finally got around to sending him his marching orders. They were going to be under the command of General Anakin Skywalker, who would meet them in the morning. Further, the Legion should be ready for deployment in 2 days at the latest. That at least shouldn't be a problem. They were ready to go at a moment's notice. Rex wondered about their new commanding officer. He hadn't heard a thing about this Skywalker. Co-F equals Part 3 equals Co-F equals North Docks Jedi Temple Coruscant Padawan Ahsoka Tano trudged towards an empty landing pad. Her new master was supposed to arrive there shortly and get her away from the madhouse the Jedi Temple was busy turning into. Those like her, who approved of, or worse, openly supported, Skywalker and Senator Amidala's forbidden love, were expected to leave for the Agri Corps within the week. Most of their masters were passively resisting the orders to ensure that said apprentices were ready to depart in time, but that was all they were doing as far as she could figure out. If she didn't know better, Ahsoka would have thought that the entire order was on the brink of a civil war, despite the efforts of Master Yoda to straighten up the mess. Last she heard, the Grandmaster and Master Kun were preparing to call a council meeting at the end of the week, where the whole awful affair was supposed to end once and for all. Nevertheless, the young Togruta didn't hold her breath in anticipation of a happy outcome. Not when this insane idea shouldn't have made its way through a council vote in the first place. Ahsoka looked around, feeling someone watching her. She was barely able to notice a pair of temple guards, whose featureless masks were pointed her way. She frowned, wondering on whose side those two were. She shook her head, wondering how it all went to hell like that. This was the Jedi Order. Things like this weren't supposed to happen in the temple. A Jedi wasn't supposed to have to watch their back in this place. This was their home. Tano started walking in front of the landing pad, in a futile attempt to calm her strained nerves. She was moderately successful when she heard the whine of an approaching craft. She turned her head in the direction of the sound and saw a lot transport descending towards the Jedi Temple. The small ship proudly wore dark green and black colors, giving it a distinct bird of prey look. The lot touched down gently and its side door slid open, revealing a pair of men. The first one was familiar to Ahsoka. Even now, when he was wearing a green general's uniform, there was no mistaking Anakin Skywalker. She would have immediately recognized him, even without his signature burning in the Force. The other one, another very tall man, wore a junior officer's uniform if she wasn't mistaken. Padawan Tano, Skywalker said in a level voice. While his face was a blank mask, Ahsoka could sense Anakin's turmoiling emotions clear as a day. There was a wonder, a feeling of profound joy mixed with sadness. The Jedi Knight clamped on his emotions, veiling them behind a buzzing wall of force. "Jump in, we have places to be. Is this all your luggage?" he asked, pointing to the small backpack slung over her shoulder. Ahsoka just nodded, wondering what was up with her new Jedi Master. Figures, we'll have to spare some time to get you a proper kit. As you probably know, I'm General Anakin Skywalker. The Jedi Knight introduced himself and nodded towards his companion. And this rascal is Lieutenant Maximilian Veers. For some reason, he decided to abandon his peaceful career back on his homeworld and enlist in what passed for the Republic ground forces before the GAR was unveiled. There was no mistaking the approval in Skywalker's voice. "Ma'am," the lieutenant gave her a sharp nod and saluted. By the way, in their endless wisdom, the Senate decided that the Jedi must have high ranks in the army and would be able to effectively command troops in the field without any military training whatsoever. So congratulations are in order, Ahsoka. You are a brand new commander in the army. She winced. Thanks, I think. Ahsoka was sure she didn't put enough enthusiasm in her shocking statement. Good, you're no fool. Let's make something abundantly clear. When we're out on the field, facing the Confederacy, you'll be listening to an experienced officer who will be your XO. Until you know what you're doing, you'll follow their lead, offer support with your Jedi abilities, and most importantly, learn. Skywalker spoke bluntly. Whatever Ahsoka had been expecting, this wasn't it. One thing was certain, the Council was wrong. In love or not, Skywalker wasn't letting his relationship with Senator Amidala cloud his judgment. Co-F equals Chancellor's office Senate building Coruscant Palpatine sat behind his desk, lounging in his comfortable chair. The cunning Sith Lord had just read a report from Dooku, who in turn had received it from one of his sympathizers within the Jedi ranks. Sidious found it impossible to hide his grin after he read over the first couple of paragraphs. In their blind ignorance, the Jedi Masters were doing a lot of his job for him. The fools were about to handle him on a silver platter, a lot of their Padawans. Young, impressionable Force adepts, whose hearts were full to the brink with resentment after the Council's latest brainstorm. The dark feelings coming in waves from the Jedi Temple were like delicious wine for the Sith. Currently, he was wondering how to use Skywalker's new position to sow even more strife into the Jedi's ranks. While it would have been even better if Skywalker had cut off ties with the Order completely, the current state of affairs might be ideal in the long run. It offered so many ways to increase the rift between his future apprentice and the Jedi that it was hard not to howl with glee. Palpatine glanced at a stack of datapads that was threatening to overwhelm the left side of his desk. All those pieces of shielded and heavily encrypted equipment contained status reports about the critical events all over the galaxy. One of them was the answer to Palpatine's dilemma. Let's see how to drive the wedge between the Order and Anakin even wider, he hummed to himself happily. Battles across the Outer Rim, useful but not exactly what I'm looking for. Various sensitive missions that Special Operations Command wants to be initiated, which need my approval. Perhaps later. That's interesting. The baby son of that slime ball Jabba got himself kidnapped. Good riddance, I never liked the damn worms anyway. Yet, let's see. Helping the innocent spawn of a crime lord who is eyebrows deep into slavery. The Jedi will be all over such an opportunity. Sidious smiled viciously. Yes, this will do. I just need to spin it the proper way. He pressed a well-concealed button on his desk, and his secretary answered moments later. How can I help you, sir? I need to meet with Jedi Masters Yoda and Windu, as well as General Skywalker, and the current SBI agent assigned to brief me. As soon as possible. I'm on it, Chancellor. Let's see how Skywalker would react when the Jedi and their precious Republic race to save the son of a slaver crime boss. Especially while they don't lift a finger about all the slaves suffering under Jabba and his ilk. Sidious thought in amusement. 4. Chapter 3, Part 1v2 I spent most of the night overhauling the first part of this chapter, and as a result, it's now about twice the size. I hope you'll enjoy the changes, and that they answer a lot of questions, which I originally only touched upon in the various discussion threads about Co-F. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 3. Of Force Adepts and Crime Lords equals Co-F equals Part 1 equals Co-F equals Chancellor's Office Senate Building Coruscant Vader barely kept a lid on his temper. It was much harder than he expected it to be. After all, this had happened once before. It wasn't like he had been particularly happy the last time around. However, here and now, he knew better. Vader had no illusions left about the Republic. He had seen its rotten core. He lived through Sidious merely taking everything that ran below the surface and bringing it in the open as the way things were done in the Empire. This was nothing new. It shouldn't be affecting Vader this much. He knew of many interests of the late Republic and the Empire who had regular dealings with the Hutts, and the great masses of citizens who didn't really care, because it didn't directly impact them. Nevertheless, listening to that great worm Jabba bluster made his blood boil. He was sure this was what Sidious intended. To Vader's utter lack of surprise, the Jedi were blithely oblivious to how this turn of events would affect him. In hindsight, this had been one of the many small plots Sidious used to undermine Skywalker's trust in both the Republic and the Jedi. It worked back in the day, and unfortunately even now, when he had no trust left for those institutions, it worked again. His heart hammered within his chest like an angry crate dragon. "Get my son back safe and sound," Jabba rumbled. "Or forget about using Hutt territory to resupply your secret military on the Outer Rim." The great slug sneered. It was a small mercy when the Hutt's holographic image winked out of existence. "We must help Jabba. The Jedi must rescue his son," Palpatine stated. Vader didn't miss the subtle gestures of distaste in the Chancellor's bearing. Just like he didn't miss them the last time when they talked about this mission. In contrast, the three Jedi Masters present met both the slug's demands and Sidious' performance in stride. They saw nothing wrong with this course of action. Strategically speaking, Vader had to agree. They needed unrestricted access to the Hutt hyperspace routes. However, the mere fact that a glorified crime syndicate controlled so much space and wielded so much influence even at the best of times was an obvious state of failure. It was a huge stain on everything the Republic and the Jedi were supposed to stand for but did not. And it was telling that unless it endangered their interests, it didn't matter how many lives those slugs and other scum ruined on a daily basis. Vader didn't bother to fully hide the bitterness festering within his heart. It was countless little acts like this one that made the Republic lose any semblance of a moral high ground it once claimed as its pillars. Vader had to give it to the old man. Making sure that Skywalker was present for this conversation made the whole sordid affair that much more impactful. Mace Windu frowned. He glanced between the Chancellor and Skywalker, obviously sensing their unease at the situation at hand. The Vapad Master had no qualms at showing his displeasure. If it was just the three proper Jedi meeting the Chancellor, it would have been one thing. Skywalker, on the other hand, Windu's eyes hung upon the young man for a long moment before he suppressed his bubbling emotions. The boy needed peace and quiet. He needed to be away from the temptations of both the dark side and the senator who made him break the code. The best thing for everyone involved would have been if the council did the right thing and sent the boy away with the other Padawans for the duration of the conflict. None of them were prepared for the hell about to engulf the galaxy. As things stood, Mace could not help himself but ask, when would Skywalker fall? Not if, when. Even now, he could sense the touch of the dark side upon the boy. Before he left for his own deployment, he would make sure he found the time to speak with Yoda and the other council members. If Skywalker was indeed the chosen one, the last thing they could afford was to see him fall. Behind Windu, Masters Luminara and Plo Koon stood with the aloof serenity expected of Jedi in their position. Dealing with criminal lawless scum, this is a dark day for the Republic, Chancellor. Windu bluntly stated his thoughts on the subject. He noted how Skywalker perked up in obvious agreement. "Oh, I agree, my friend." Palpatine theatrically waved his arms in mock distress. "But what would you have me do? We need access to their hyperspace lanes to move troops and supplies." That was the crux of it. Only days after the war began, separatist uprisings and offensive actions ensured that the Republic lost access to much of its territory beyond the Midrim. Without resupply from the core, whole sectors would soon fall. The GAR had two politically acceptable options: suicidal direct assaults, through choke points fortified by the enemy, or the use of Hutt space to bypass enemy-controlled space. The first option was moot. The GAR was too new, untested, and frankly didn't have the numbers yet to go toe-to-toe with the full might of the Confederacy. If the whole Republic was on board with the war and was ready to throw everything it had at the enemy, things might be different. However, that was a moot point. Last time, even at the height of the war, the Republic was politically unable to unite itself and throw its full might against the enemy. There were simply too many individual governments who didn't care. Others simply weren't willing to spend money and lives on a war they didn't see as their own, or worse, profited mightily by the conflict. As if that wasn't bad enough, many of the most powerful players in the core saw the war as an opportunity. They were eager to see their rivals weakened by the war and thus only offered lip service and token support. Vader reinforced his mental shields as much as he could at that point, because the vexation and frustration became nearly overwhelming. Those damn fools never knew of how perilous their situation was. Neither the Jedi nor their precious Republic. It took Vader years, close to 2 decades really, to find all the pieces and get a comprehensive picture of what kind of performance the Clone Wars were. For a long while, Vader believed that the Confederacy was merely a distraction, a means to an end. That it was the lever Sidious used to craft his empire. While that was to a large extent true, what Vader didn't know for sure for the longest time was that the Confederacy had always been Sidious' plan B. If he was ever discovered, if the Republic ever turned on him, he would have gotten his empire and vengeance the hard way through a Confederate military victory. At the end of the war, many of the Republic victories were illusions orchestrated by the Sith Lord. Those among the Confederacy's leadership who he murdered on Mustafar saw no reason to sacrifice the bulk of their space assets. Why would they when they were on board with Sidious' plan and awaited their just reward? Up until the end, the Confederacy was an existential threat for the disunited Republic. As if that wasn't enough, Sidious knew where all the bodies were buried. He knew all the important dirty secrets of the Republic and the major players that were its real strength. If he had to ever openly defect to the Confederacy, Palpatine had contingencies in place that could overnight topple most, if not all, relevant governments in the core. With a stroke of a button, Sidious could cripple the Republic, and at the very least, guarantee that the Confederacy would not lose the war. Then there were the contingency orders, and the way all clones were indoctrinated from before birth. Vader had to do his best to wrestle down his raging emotions. All he wanted at that point was to lash at the smug bastard playing them all for fools. However, Vader knew that he would likely get a single chance to do it right. If he somehow removed Sidious here and now, He would have to hope to find convenient shutdown codes for the CIS military. Because without those, removing Sidious now would handle victory to the Confederacy. And many among the enemy's leadership wanted Padme dead. That, or we lose the majority of our armies in the Outer Rim. A nondescript man wearing forgettable gray clothes interjected. Vader almost forgot that the spy had been skulking around, doing his best to remain unnoticed. To give credit where credit was due, succeeding even momentarily when in a room with multiple Force adept was nothing to sneer at. The spy was almost going out of his way to appear as the cliched image of Republic intelligence agent. Not that it made him any less correct in his assessment of the strategic situation. Besides, the man's sudden interjection was enough of a distraction for Vader to get a semblance of control over his emotions. Indeed, yet I sense that there is more to this kidnapping than it appears, Windu muttered. Sidious wasted no time and latched on the opening, which the Jedi Master gave him. Then you must send as many Jedi as you can. This task is of utmost importance for the Republic. Of course, the old man was eager to get as many Jedi out and killed right now. Ideally, before they could get their heads around the fact that they were fighting something resembling a real war, instead of dealing with another peacekeeping mission. Vader didn't even want to think what would have happened if the Confederacy actually fought to win the conflict from day one. Nothing short of the Republic throwing its united and complete support behind the GAR would be able to even slow them down. The next 6 months to a year were critical. If the Confederacy kept wasting time and assets as intended, then the Republic would be able to turn the conflict into a real war. Only then, Vader could even think about dealing with Sidious once and for all. Impossible, Chancellor. The cyborg Grievous, the latest offensive has our troops spread thin. The only Jedi we can spare is General Kenobi. He is in the process of capturing Christophsis. Windu pointed out last time Vader was there. Well, Skywalker. Snips too. In fact, he properly met her for the first time over there, even if they had passed by each other in the temple more than a few times in the past. He briefly wondered what changes these differences might cause. The future was already in motion, shifting and changing. Sooner rather than later, he would be unable to directly rely on his memories of the past. So that's where he disappeared to, Vader muttered. Then he grimaced. The name of that planet brought back some not too pleasant memories. Both Skywalker and Obi-Wan were far from competent commanders back then. That, combined with the lack of reliable communications and supply lines, had nearly led to an infamous defeat. A single Jedi, even if it's Master Kenobi, that simply won't do. Palpatine shuddered in feigned horror, then he glanced Vader's way. Perhaps our newest general might be of service, he beamed at Anakin. That, Windu groped for words. Skywalker had not only spat on the Jedi Code itself, but for most intents and purpose, the Council rewarded him for it. The special treatment he was getting from both Yoda and the Chancellor was dangerous. It not only wasn't right, but it was also a path that likely led to an unmitigated disaster. Might work, the intelligence agent pipped up. It's unlikely that Jabba would see General Skywalker as anything than another Jedi. Sending him and Kenobi would show we take the situation at hand seriously enough. If we can spare General Kenobi, that is. He looked at the 4 brand new Jedi generals in the room. That's an excellent idea, Palpatine beamed. Vader wondered if that man was one of Sidious' creatures, or a simple agent unwittingly playing into the Sith's hands. May I make a suggestion, sir? Vader asked. Naturally, my young friend. Sidious smiled kindly, knowing what hid behind the Chancellor's pleasant smile somehow made the whole experience so much worse for Vader. We can use this as an opportunity to reinforce our position on Christophsis in the guise of sending a task force to search for Jabba's son. The Hutts should allow us a passage to retrieve General Kenobi for the rescue mission. That's an excellent suggestion, make it so. This time Palpatine's smile was sharper. For Vader, it was a mockery of what an adult would offer a particularly bright child with. He was sure he knew why. His reasoning wasn't that of a Jedi, which was a splendid thing indeed as far as Sidious was concerned. The Jedi in the room appeared to be less than thrilled with the deception he suggested. Well then, unless there is something else, Chancellor, I should go fetch Obi-Wan so we can start searching for the kid. Vader gave a small bow to Palpatine, something he despised doing, and turned around to leave. He couldn't get out of that abominable office fast enough. Co F equals GAR positions. Chelidonia City Christophsis. The green spires of Chelidonia were beautiful. Doubly so in the early morning or late evening, when the local sun bathed them in its shining rays. The city itself, and the planet at large, were one of the largest metropolises in this part of the Outer Rim. From the briefing Obi-Wan read on his way there, it appeared to be a lively place, one he might have loved to visit in peacetime. Now it was a slice of hell. The planet had a population of 35 billion. While that was nothing compared to the scale of true ecumenopolises like Coruscant, it still meant that war on the surface, or even merely in space above the planet, would have grave consequences. Only a small fraction of the population managed to evacuate out of the system before the Confederacy arrived here in force. To the enemy's credit, General Horm Loathsome fought as clean a war as practical. Unfortunately, that was cold comfort for the locals. While the capital city itself was largely deserted now, there were still a few million people huddling either at their homes or in dubious shelters. More than 3 billion of the locals were in the plains and mountains outside, stuck in refugee camps that lacked virtually everything. While the enemy blockade did let supplies land, it happened only after droids inspected the cargo for military gear sent to the GAR detachment or local military. The same grim picture unfolded in multiple other large cities, which the CIS either already occupied or actively fought over against the tattered remnants of the local military and security forces. The less said about the planetary logistics network, the better. The enemy neutralized large chunks of it when they were unable to take it intact, and it wasn't like Christophsis had been self-sufficient in the first place. The regular people of the Republic, the volunteer soldiers in the GAR, and the clones would simply consider the situation on the ground as bad. It was regrettable and even tragic. Those were mere words. Seeing law and order, civilization itself break among pockets of the cut-off locals, was worse for the Republic soldiers fighting and dying in the capital. Obi-Wan Kenobi had no words to properly describe what he experienced every time he dared open himself to the Force. The endless suffering permeating the air clawed at his heart and sanity. Constant deaths bombarded his awareness. They were like so many precious lights winking out in a storm that didn't have to happen. And worst of all, this was a clean war. The enemy almost went out of their way not to target civilians, unless they absolutely had to due to them being unfortunate enough to find themselves in the vicinity of a critical objective that had to be taken out. Like numerous logistical and industrial nodes, power centers, spaceports, it was a long list. It could have been a much longer one if the enemy commander was less caring. That was a cold comfort both for Obi-Wan and the countless people who died as collateral damage. Yet as terrible as the current situation was, it was a small, dubious mercy. One that unfortunately might not last. Obi-Wan could sense disturbances in the Force, echoes of many people dying a sudden and violent death. He knew for sure that not all enemy commanders fought any semblance of a clean war. The horror was just beginning, sir, General Kenobi, sir. Armored fingers closed around Obi-Wan's shoulder and strong arms shook him, breaking the spell. Kenobi saw Commander Cody's helmet, which was almost pressed against his forehead. "Are you all right, sir?" the clone demanded. The young man was the de facto commander of the 7th Sky Corps, and now Obi-Wan's faithful subordinate. There were a lot of wrong things to decompress in that simple thought, yet Kenobi didn't have the time for it. Ever since Geonosis, he had to deal with one crisis after another. On top of that, commanding what was for most intents and purposes a small army was a learning experience. There weren't many people in the galaxy with the credentials for the job, and most of them were back home, in charge of their planetary defense forces. Obi-Wan took a few seconds to gather his thoughts and evaluate the situation. They were deployed in one of the capital's suburbs, blocking a large highway that passed through the whole city as one of its main arteries. The enemy wanted them out of the way, if for no other reason because their presence meant that the Confederacy no longer had access to the only semi-intact major power station in the whole region. Without it, the nearby industrial zones under enemy control were useless. They achieved it at the bargain price of cutting off the power to the locals stuck in the city between two engaged armies and multiple gangs of desperate people looking for supplies. If it wasn't for a mutual agreement to allow a handful of small freighters to deliver critical supplies to the few larger refugee centers in the city, the death toll would have been even higher. Sadly, there simply was nowhere for these people to go. Obi-Wan didn't want to even think about what might happen if the Confederacy won the battle for the planet. He wasn't sure if the enemy had the spare lifting capacity, or supplies for that matter, to keep the locals going. He was also unsure if the Republic would risk the necessary shipping and supplies to give the locals what they needed to survive if the system fell, or if fighting along the hyperlanes disrupted shipping even further. Cody shook him again, and Kenobi finally focused on the here and now. The enemy had finally decided that the GAR had outstayed their welcome. A major armored thrust was underway, thundering down the highway. While dangerous, the tanks weren't ideal weapons within the city. The nearby skyscrapers and multitude of shorter buildings were ideal hiding places for tank hunter teams. However, that was an obvious truth, and because of that, the Separatist general threw wave after wave of droids to secure those buildings, while the vehicles blasted any located strong point with their heavy weaponry. "Cody, concentrate the artillery on those tri-droids and the tanks. We'll have to handle the infantry the hard way," Obi-Wan had to shout to be heard over the din of battle. Kenobi pulled Cody back and activated his lightsaber, quickly deflecting a stray blaster bolt that flew straight at them. He already regretted forgetting his helmet at the forward operations base, a few kilometers behind the front. The built-in sound dampeners would be doing a miracle for his hearing at that point. Not to mention that the communications suite would ensure he wouldn't have to shout at the top of his lungs. At least he didn't forget his helmet on his ship back in orbit. In that case, it would have been a moot point. 2 days ago, enemy reinforcements retook the orbitals. Obi-Wan was pretty sure that his sparkling new flagship was gone along with most of her squadron. Their situation kept deteriorating from that point on. The only real reason they were still alive was that so far the CIS commanders were unwilling to take out the remaining resistance from orbit. That had something to do with the fact that said resistance was very close to industry and infrastructure the enemy wanted to take reasonably intact. Sadly, the intense city fighting was making this a moot point. At a glance, Kenobi could see 10 skyscrapers burning out of control. Twice that number of smaller buildings, where even less fortunate heavy weaponry from both sides turned them into smoking ruins. This was only a small portion of the front, where Kenobi had the 7th deployed. While the most intense fighting was along the highway, the enemy was pushing them back all across the city. If it wasn't for remnants of the local military, security forces, and volunteers bolstering their numbers at the flanks, their situation would have been even worse. Well, it was worse. When Obi-Wan had some of them deployed along the highway yesterday, only to find out the hard way that they lacked the equipment and training for a battle of such intensity. Kenobi tried hard not to think about the bloody aftermath. If they survived the coming days, he would have time to curse himself for that blunder. The cannonade of another artillery barrage snapped the Jedi Master out of his distracting thoughts, sending him back to the grim reality of the battlefield. He looked down the rubble-strewn highway, just in time to see the barrage strike. One shell missed, annihilating a group of flimsy B-1 droids. The next two struck true. The first hit a tri-droid, blasting over the tough frontal plating and annihilating the laser cannons facing forward. Almost simultaneously, a second shell hit one of the spider-like legs of the weapon's platform, slicking right through it. The dual strike sent the damaged machine into an uncontrolled stumble, where it crashed through the facade of a nearby building. It collapsed under an avalanche of shattered crystals. A moment later, the bulk of the barrage descended like the wrath of the Force itself, turning the highway into a killing ground. Explosions blossomed as far as the eye could see, even as the artillery had to relocate to avoid enemy reprisal. Two squads of recon troops equipped with rocked packs chose that moment to strike. They descended from the upper floors of the buildings lining the sides of the highway, raining thermal detonators and det packs. Even more, earth-shattering explosions engulfed the middle of the CIS column before the droids knew what hit them. "Attack now," Kenobi ordered, seeing an opportunity to further disturb the enemy's advance. He sprung forward, lightsaber blazing with azure light, followed by Cody and the rest of his men. Out of their reasonably secure cover, straight in the open, where even B-1 droids couldn't miss forever. In the end, after a whirlwind of blaster fire, shattered men and machines, the Republic forces carried the day, buying themselves some additional time. It was all in the hope of reinforcements arriving before it was too late. Co-F equals Republic Cruiser Valiant. High orbit over Coruscant, an assault shuttle landed in one of the cavernous hangars of a Venator-class cruiser. When Ahsoka disembarked along with a group of technicians, she saw a sea of identical faces belonging to a horde of clones. The soldiers and technicians in sight were all busy trying to check and secure all their gear. "All technical personnel report to Lieutenant Briggs." A gruff voice brooking no argument barked, startling Ahsoka. She glanced around and saw herself staring at the chest plate of armor, polished almost like a mirror. She was sure she would have been able to see her reflection clearly if the armor wasn't painted black and gray, in contrast to most clone gear she had seen so far. "The lieutenant is that way." The stranger pointed, and Ahsoka found herself looking right. There was a long row of light gunships parked there. At least 100 people swarmed all over them, with many of them busy attaching stubby boxes under the craft's wings. "Padawan Tano, you're with me." The gruff voice barked again, gaining her undivided attention. The man didn't wait for her, turned around and walked towards the far end of the hangar. Only then, Ahsoka's eyes registered that he held a helmet in the crook of his left arm. She huffed and quickly followed him. "I'm Captain Rex, commander of Torrent Company, General Skywalker's personal unit. I'm to escort you to meet the boss. Follow me, Lieutenant." "Oh, great," Ahsoka exclaimed before his words fully registered. At that point she halted and stared at his back. "Wait a minute, what do you mean a lieutenant?" This time, her exclamation was much less cheerful. As far as she knew, even the greenest Padawan was supposed to start as a commander in the army. She heard it from multiple sources back in the temple, from grumbling clones and even on the news. It wasn't that she cared much about the rank, but this smelt like another punishment. Just like the trip to the Agri-Corps, she evaded thanks to Masters Yoda and Plo Koon. "This wasn't fair. Come one lieutenant, we don't have all day." The commander snapped. "As far as I know, that was the general's idea and High Command agreed. All Padawans and some Jedi Knights will start their career as commanders, as junior officers, or advisors to the generals and admirals." Rex's voice was positively cheerful. "It was supposed to be most of your so-called knights, as well because none of you have proper military training or experience." Ahsoka didn't like how cheerful Rex was. She growled quietly in frustration. She was going to have a long conversation with her master. Once she found him, Tano gripped the clasps of her backpack and hurried after the captain. Rex was already halfway to a door at the far end of the hangar, not bothering to slow down or stop on her account. Equals Co. F equals Vader looked up from the datapad in his hands and smiled. Snips had just stepped on board. His smile quickly turned into a small grin. Ahsoka had always been a breath of fresh air in his life. Until his foolishness and insidious manipulations fucked up everything beyond belief. Vader's face became blank at that thought, while he struggled to get his temper back in check. As of late, all kinds of things constantly tested his control. It didn't help that now he had his attention divided looking at various facets of the conflict that almost completely eluded him the first time around. In that regard, he had 2 monitors on his desk turned on the most popular news channels on Coruscant. That way he could see how the common citizens saw the conflict engulfing the galaxy. And it wasn't pretty. In his previous life, Vader didn't pay much attention to such things. Besides, at this point in time, he had been neck-deep in droids alongside Kenobi. War in bright red letters. That was constantly on display at the bottom of GNN, the Galaxy News Network's broadcast. Even though the current news was about the uproar in the Senate caused by Corellia, declaring its neutrality already. Many more systems would follow suit, Vader knew. The other news broadcast told him why. Dooku had addressed the galaxy in a historical speech, blaming the conflict solely on the Republic and its pet Jedi enforcers. The media was abuzz with all kinds of experts discussing the validity of those accusations. Vader wasn't sure if that particular uproar happened before, or if it was something he caused. Either way, it partially explained some things. He briefly glared at Dooku's smug smile, remembering the shock that bastard radiated in his last moment, and chuckled darkly. Vader returned his attention to the work at hand. The former Sith Lord was busy formulating a plan for relieving Obi-Wan. There were a lot of indications already that his former master had landed himself in quite the mess on Christophsis. From what he remembered of his time on that world, once they neutralized the enemy space assets over there, they would need to go in preferably with a heavily armed detachment of the 501st and blow up a damn shield generator again. Only then, massed airstrikes could deal with the enemy troop concentrations in and around the capital. It was simple in theory. Turning that theory into reality while suffering minimal losses was something else entirely. That was especially when Anakin had to consider that he would be leading green forces in combat. To make his life even more interesting, the kit his soldiers were issued was quite bad. He had mostly forgotten how inadequate equipment issued to the clones at the start of the war was. Yet, to be fair, The gear of his men hadn't improved as much as he would have liked during the Empire era either, though at that time he didn't particularly care about that. After all, then he had considered most of them expendable, without a second thought. Only the competent old veterans and the odd spark of talent he managed to drag under his command mattered. That was another thing that changes since he got back in time. Now Vader was in charge of his 501st, even if they were still green behind the ears. Soon enough, Vader turned his head towards the door. "Enter," he spoke aloud, and used the Force to open the way for his visitors. Rex marched in, his armored bulk hiding the much smaller figure that followed him. The captain stood at attention, saluting his superior officer, while Ahsoka moved to his right. Vader stared at the impossibly young Togruta for a moment. Right now, she looked even more like a kid than the first time he had met her properly in either life. "Thank you, Rex." Anakin returned the salute and floated the pad he was working on to his old friend. "Please go over my preliminary plan for Christophsis. I want your recommendations and concerns about it ASAP." "Dismissed, General." The clone made a perfect about-face and promptly exited Vader's ready room. Now the former Sith could turn his complete attention to his past and future apprentice. He looked critically at her outfit, the same one she wore during the previous timeline. Not bad as casual clothes go, but utterly inappropriate for a battlefield. "Padawan Ahsoka Tano, welcome aboard," he greeted coolly. Doing so was another struggle, just when he picked her up a few days ago. Having his little sister back, safe and sound, made him giddy, something he wasn't sure how to handle. Hi," she timidly waved a hand in his direction. That prompted a raised eyebrow. The Snips he remembered was much more spirited than that, even when facing her Jedi Master for the first time in the middle of a ruined city. Besides, it wasn't like this was the first time they met. Granted, a few days ago he just picked her up, arranged quarters, gave her a lot of homework concerning military tactics, then left her in the care of one of his sergeants. Then it clicked. The near miss with going to the Criffing Agri Corps probably had shaken her more than he expected. Well, it shook Vader too, almost shattering his control. He had to hide a wince at that. As of late, there were too many situations that nearly destroyed his control. That wasn't an acceptable state of affairs. "Please take a seat." Anakin waved at the pair of comfortable chairs bolted to the deck in front of his desk. Ahsoka reluctantly removed her backpack and placed it on the floor before sitting down. Vader could sense a flare of anger and indignation from the Togruta. She probably hated the way the council decisions were affecting her. Ahsoka took a deep breath and straightened her shoulders. She looked at Anakin much more calmly than a moment earlier. He could feel her taking control of her emotions and doing her best to suppress them. That wasn't something that she had ever been particularly good at that, which wasn't a slight on her abilities in any way or form. If anything, it would prove beneficial in the long term. "Ahsoka, I'll be blunt. I'm a general who is about to lead troops into battle and has a war to win. This means that I don't have time to babysit someone who is in no way, shape, or form ready to be an officer. Yet I'm supposed to entrust the lives of some of my men to your untested command capabilities." "What am I to do with you, Padawan Tano?" Vader asked, barely keeping an amused smirk from spreading across his face. Ahsoka gulped. That wasn't what she had been expecting from Anakin Skywalker. Like at all, a small part of her wondered if a vacation to the Agri Corps might have been a better idea. She opened her mouth to protest, but was silenced by a hand wave. "In the few days until we deploy, I can't do much to train you in the Jedi arts, much less turn you into a proper officer. I hoped that we would have much longer before our first deployment." Vader explained, "You've got your work cut off for you, Ahsoka. First, I want you to get yourself into a proper suit of armor. After that, you'll be getting a crash course on small unit tactics and leadership. I just know the best people to help you with that." Ahsoka didn't like her master's smile at all. 5. Chapter 3 Parts 2 and 3v2 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 3 of Force Adepts and Crime Lords equals Co-F equals Part 2 equals Co-F equals Republic Cruiser, Valiant Task Force, Dagger, flagship high orbit over Christophsis in a blink of an eye. The vortex of hyperspace vanished. A tarnished jewel replaced it, shining emerald into the void. 6 Venator cruisers flashed into existence above Christophsis, surrounded by escorts. Behind them emerged 4 Acclamator assault ships, which kept a safe distance from the battlefield to be. As soon as they reverted to normal space, the Venators began launching their fighters at a breakneck pace. Before them stood 3 Confederate battleships. 8 munificent frigates acted as their escorts. It was only a matter of time before a swarm of vulture druids rose to meet the challenge. Vader watched the world ahead wishfully. He met Snips there for the first time, the energetic little Spitfire. That was one of the few truly good things that happened to him during the original Clone Wars. Vader could still clearly recall the shock he felt when Ahsoka dropped the bombshell at his feet. He could never forget how Snips announced that she was Skywalker's sparkling new Padawan instead of Obi-Wan's. This time around, the young troublemaker in question stood a step behind Vader, fidgeting in her custom-built armor. Ahsoka's irritation at him over what she had to wear was clear to see even without the Force. Through it, Snips was a bubbling cauldron of emotions. Vader paid it no heed. It was a small price to pay in order to increase the odds of Ahsoka making it through the fighting intact. He wasn't about to assume that everything would turn all right, just because it did in a future past. This was a bloody war after all, and people got messed up by it all the time. You could say that Vader was an expert on the subject. No matter how much he loathed that never-sufficiently damned suit that served as his prison for decades, even he couldn't deny that the layers of armor were very useful on multiple occasions. Then again, many of those times he would have gotten out just fine if he had been whole. "So what's the plan, Master?" Snips grumbled, and impatience colored her signature. Vader pointed at the primary tactical display, showing the enemy capital ships and their escorts. "We're acting as bait. When they focus their attention on us, we call in the bombers. They'll make a precision hyperspace jump right on top of the enemy using our signals." That was a tactic that the Rebel Alliance had often used with devastating success. Vader was almost giddy that he and his forces wouldn't be on the receiving end this time. His only regret was that he wasn't strapped in the cockpit of a Y-wing, but that wasn't his job. With a few notable exceptions, going out to have fun on the front hadn't been a part of his job description ever since he had become a general during the advent of the Clone Wars the first time around. Not that such a triviality had stopped him from pulling various idiotic stunts the last time. Vader smirked. It wouldn't stop him from getting back in the cockpit this time around either. However, only after he had given clear orders, objectives to achieve, and had a cadre of subordinates in a place he could trust not to criff up like the Senate on a bad day. "This is a bold tactic, General Skywalker," General Yularen frowned. The flag officer was notably in charge of the task force. However, the Byzantine rank structure of the GAR complicated things. In a sane galaxy, an inexperienced Jedi like Skywalker, no matter his supposed rank, would be at best be an advisor for the admiral. Instead, it was the other way around. there were many explanations for the current state of affairs. Amusingly enough, one of them was that everyone trusted the Jedi, so who else but they could be given the power to command the GAR? Back in the real world, the reason was simple. The Jedi had the unique opportunity to poison the well as far as the GAR was concerned. Their blunders would make the clones that much more eager to go along with Order 66 when the time came. As a bonus, any early defeats, mistakes, and displays of inevitable gross incompetence would be very useful propaganda tools to tarnish the Order as a whole. I'm sure our pilots can handle it. While this battle group has enough firepower to fight its way through anyway, we'll lose most of it slugging it out with the enemy. Vader pointed out, I hope your confidence isn't misplaced. Yularen sounded less than thrilled, yet he didn't raise any more objections. Me too, Vader quipped, wondering where did that come from. Pointlessly antagonizing and needling, one of the competent officers within the GAR was a foolish thing to do at the best of times. He wanted Yularen on his side after all. Will be in effective range in 20 seconds, sir. The sensor operator announced. All Venators concentrate fire on the leading enemy battleship. Our escorts will handle the munificence, Yularen ordered while glancing at Vader, obviously waiting to be countermanded. What? I don't have the habit of countermanding orders when they make sense. Vader didn't quite splutter. It was just that, usually it was very hard to get his hands on competent subordinates and retain them. For some odd reason, many of them took the first opportunity to transfer away from Death Squadron. That unfortunate turn of events usually left him dealing with a multitude of incompetents, who were also often entitled scions from old core families with an inflated sense of their own importance. Dealing with such sore excuses for military officers usually had a predictable outcome. Yularen simply shrugged and went on to observe the unfolding battle. Vader focused on the tactical plot as well. In the short time since he became a general, he had been causing a lot of waves and stepping on a lot of egos. Now it was time to prove that he knew what he was talking about, that he wasn't yet another amateur trying to tell the few professionals in the GAR how to do their jobs. He needed a string of successful operations backing his suggestion. That way, Vader could then push for more changes in the future. He also needed to put himself as a very visible alternative in contrast to the other Jedi, as far as the military was concerned. That at least would be easier thanks to the Jedi themselves. Their only saving grace this time around was the decision to keep many Padawans out of the conflict. Even then, the Council did it for all the wrong reasons. Yet both Yoda and the Council were still content to watch their charges devoured by the war without preparing them for it first. The Jedi were trained as diplomats, peacekeepers, and law enforcement. While there was nothing wrong with such training, it ill-suited people for a sham of war, like the Clone Wars. If the conflict turned into a full-scale war, the Jedi's failures as commanders would become even more visible and punishing. The Valiant finally opened fire, focusing Vader's thoughts on the task at hand. In theory, the average turbo laser on a proper capital ship could touch targets as far as a light second away, if they were stationary anyway. However, modern armor, to say nothing about shields, were formidable forms of defense. Even full-powered shots striking anything beyond 1,000 kilometers would be a waste of energy and Tabana gas. Realistically, combat between peer opponents happened within hundreds or even dozens of kilometers. At that range, sustained bombardment could overwhelm a ship's defenses relatively quickly, while the distance still allowed some room for maneuvering. Getting even closer made energy weapons orders of magnitude more effective. Between ever-present ECM, jamming, and the energy released by weapon discharged, targeting sensors could be easily degraded, allowing for the use of a few interesting tactics. For a moment, the Valiant's decidedly underwhelming volume of fire took Vader off guard. Then he remembered when he was. Compared to many later Imperial designs, the Venators were decidedly undergunned, especially their early war variants. Despite that, this particular class of Star Destroyers was rather effective, especially when the designs matured, and all QET managed to solve all the teething trouble it had. Further, they were more useful as carrier battleship hybrids when facing separatist forces compared to pure battleship types. Something had to counter the CIS Vulture swarms, and the Republic of the era simply didn't have anything approaching enough carriers for the task at hand. Despite that knowledge, Vader didn't feel much better at the thought of being on the bridge of what should have been an obsolete and undergunned vessel. Then again, the Executor might have spoiled him in that regard. Co F equals Red 1, Red Squadron 1st Bomber Wing LO 091, watched his instruments with near-religious fervor. If the plan worked, they were about to make history today. Either that or die like fools for trusting a Jedi general without a shred of combat experience. While the plan was sound in theory and also worked in the simulator, this was the real world. One of the first lessons Commander Skirata taught all clones, not just his favorite commandos, was that while simulations and training were all vital, they never precisely reflected the real thing. Thus, taking success in them as a guarantee for success in the field was optimistic at best, damn foolish at worst. That was particularly true when trying something new and untested in real combat conditions. Finally, a signal came from the flag, lighting up the bomber's communications suite. Red actual to all red elements. We've got a clear signal and we're going in. Concentrate fire on weapon emplacements and leave the kill for the rest of the wing. A chorus of affirmatives answered the lieutenant. He glanced at his gunner, took one last look at the hyperspace void surrounding his bomber, and focused his attention on the instruments in front of him. 5 seconds to go. The signal was still loud and clear enough, despite obvious hints of enemy jamming. A jolt of sudden deceleration pushed Leo back into his seat, despite the dampeners doing their best to protect him. The gray void of hyperspace vanished, replaced by a colorful pyrotechnic display. A large gray form was in front of him. A burning shield surrounded the enemy battleship. Dozens of turbo laser bolts struck it every second, keeping it visible. The armored behemoth responded in kind, firing at unseen targets for all it was worth. As soon as the transition to real space was complete, Leo hit the afterburners and flew straight at the battleship. A glance at the distorted sensor display revealed that his wing was following suit. Surprisingly enough, it appeared that the Jedi actually knew what he was talking about. It was relatively easy to avoid the last-ditch defensive fire of their target, and what they couldn't avoid, the deflectors took. There were only a handful of vultures left in the area to try and intercept them. Stragglers, Leo decided. The enemy fighters were too busy fighting for survival against the interceptor squadron attached to Red Wing as escorts. Nothing stood between the bombers and their targets. Leo allowed himself a small smile. He unleashed a barrage of torpedoes against a quadruple turbo laser emplacement, immolating it. Then he leveled his bomber a few meters above the battleship's hull, too close for AA fire to be effective. He banked left and went for the next juicy target. Within moments, another turbo laser emplacement blasting at the fleet came into his sights. Leo pressed the trigger. A pair of proton torpedoes erased the emplacement. However, the explosion was too close, catching the passing fighter on the edges of the quickly dissipating blast wave. If they were in the atmosphere, It would have been suicidal to use torpedoes at such a close range. Fortunately, explosions tended not to propagate well in space, unless you were fighting within one of a handful of super-dense nebula or the odd gas cloud. Leo's new flight path carried him straight at the central sphere of the battleship. Weapons, sensors, and communications arrays covered most of it, making for a target-rich environment. The lieutenant grinned again. He activated the afterburner and held the trigger, unleashing laser bolts and proton torpedoes at targets as quickly as he could. 4 torpedoes obliterated heavy weapon emplacements. 6 more slammed into the primary communications array of the battleship, turning it into so much space dust. That explosion was potent enough to confuse the remaining torpedoes, which missed their intended target and struck the heavy armor of the ship, causing no noticeable damage. A single torpedo struck a gun nest, disabling one of the weapons, but leaving the rest intact to spit defiance at the bombers. A few seconds later, Red 3 put 2 more torpedoes on target, silencing the emplacement. Red 1 pulled up, while dividing his attention between the degraded sensor screen and looking around. With both sides putting up heavy jamming, there was no guarantee that a lucky vulture wouldn't be able to sneak up on him before the sensor suite could recognize its approach. The good news was that no droid got lucky and attacked Leo. The bad, he could see the IFF of only 4 of his squadron mates. He hoped that the rest were simply drowned out by the enemy ECM. "All red elements go for another run," Leo ordered. Leo's bomber banked under a wild barrage and made a turn that would have torn in two a craft without an inertial compensator, not to mention turned him to sludge. He flew back towards the wounded battleship. Their target was still somewhat operational despite the initial strike. It was time to correct that. Co-F equals Republic Cruiser, Valiant Task Force, Dagger, flagship high orbit over Christophsis. Vader smiled at the tactical display. The initial bomber strike crippled the enemy battleships. Even better, their panicking commanders recalled the vultures, making the swarm extremely vulnerable to the torrent fighters engaging it. By the time the droid fighters could get back, 2/3 of them were simply gone and 2 of the battleship's mission killed. The furball that followed was quite expensive, however. At that point the outcome was obvious. A single crippled Luckyhulk had to contend with 5 still mostly intact Venators, and that engagement could have only one outcome. "Weapons, concentrate fire on target Delta," Valiant's captain ordered as soon as a combination of capital ship bombardment and a ragged bomber strike disabled the last Luckyhulk. Now there were only 4 operational munificents to worry about, and they couldn't last long. Retask all bomber wings. Send them after those munificents. Admiral Yularen indicated a pair of enemy ships that were so far unscratched. While the battle winded down, Vader calmly observed the mop-up phase, as well as the reaction of the cruiser's crew. The Admiral remained calm and collected while he directed the action, just as the Force adept remembered him to be. The clones were a model of professionalism too. That was a far cry from the later years of the Imperial Age, when the bar for entry in the military had been lowered more than Vader liked. However, Ahsoka's reactions were most interesting. While she wasn't a total stranger to war, after all the little Togruta was present on Geonosis, she was refreshingly innocent. That was something Vader had forgotten, how it felt even secondhand. Her huge eyes darted this way and that, and her expression was an open book. Even without the Force, Vader would have felt her elation when an enemy ship went down, and the anguish when she sensed the death of clones as Republic escorts died. Ahsoka proved the sentiment true when she gasped just as the Onderan, the only Venator lost in the battle, got shattered under the concentrated firepower of all enemy battleships. There wouldn't be many survivors from that disaster. Still, it was more than a fair price to pay for this victory. In a conventional slugging match, the Republic forces would have had to either retreat or accept up to 70% losses if they wanted to carry the day. Vader returned his attention to Ahsoka. He had to do something about Snips. She got shaken too easily, easier than he remembered. That was a good way for someone to get themselves killed, especially when they were following the Jedi Creed and trying to suppress their emotions. Vader would have his hands full with Snips, yet he was torn, wondering how exactly he was going to train her. The Jedi way was out for obvious reasons. The Sith way, that didn't end well for him. Besides, there was no real point in training Snips as a backstabbing, unstable, crazy bitch like Ventress, so that was out as well. There had to be a saner, more reasonable way in between the two fanatical sides that ruined his life. With a bit of luck, both Vader and Ahsoka would have enough time for him to figure it out. Good work, Admiral. Once the remaining enemy forces are neutralized, take us into low orbit above the capital. You have free reign to take out all enemy ground units outside Chilidonia. Vader turned towards his Padawan. Snips, walk with me. We are going on a little field trip. It should be educational. Co-F equals Chalidonia City Christophsis facing a competent enemy commander. Wasn't a pleasant experience. It might not be an experience Obi-Wan would live to repeat either. After stalling the enemy advance yesterday, the Confederate commander found a powerful shield generator from somewhere, along with enough energy to power it. For hours now, the enemy forces advanced in safety from artillery and long-range heavy weaponry, under a shield's slowly expanding umbrella. Only improvised mines and groups of volunteers left behind the shield managed to slow down the droid's advance, but never stop it. "They are breaking through," Cody shouted, hoping that he would be heard over the deafening sounds of war. The enemy had no troubleshooting through their side of the shield, so the GAR had to contend with a constant rain of explosives and blaster bolts. "Hold the line, we can't let them reach the cannons," Kenobi shouted back. While mobile, the artillery wasn't particularly fast. The same was true about the logistics train of the GAR forces deployed planetside. They had to slow down the enemy for long enough that the rear elements could outpace them. In theory, that should have been easy. In practice, with enemy air superiority firmly established, any attempt to move a large group of troops or vehicles gained the undivided attention of droid fighters and bombers. "That's easy to say," the Cody muttered. He crouched behind a demolished section of the road which made for a nice makeshift cover. It already saved his life too, more than once. That state of affairs wasn't going to persist for much longer. The enemy shield almost touched their last defensive positions. Behind them was more or less open ground surrounded by low buildings. When the enemy pushed them beyond the last line of skyscrapers, their position would become untenable. The cannons were in a depression a few hundred meters back, trying to make their way further back from the front. However, any attempt to get away from the makeshift AA net established in the immediate area meant nearly suicidal exposure to enemy air assets. As if that wasn't bad enough, without the cannons, even if the enemy shield ran out of juice, the GAR simply wouldn't have the firepower to break the droid's momentum. In a couple of minutes, the droids were going to overrun their position. At that point, it all would be over, barring the screaming and the killing. "Any word on our reinforcements?" Cody shouted at a nearby trooper while reloading his carbine. "No, sir, we are still jammed." The soldier managed to answer before a stray bolt struck the side of his helmet, spinning him around. The commander snarled and leaned out of his cover. "Hold the line to the last man," he shouted. The shield was about to overtake his position. The only reason why he wasn't neck-deep in tin cans was the general, who was engaging the enemy in close-quarters combat. "It's a good day to die, I guess," Cody muttered. The shield overtook his cover, and he opened fire. There was no sight from their promised reinforcements. Equals Co F equals Part 3 equals Co F equals 10 km above Chalidonia City Christophsis reformed bomber squadrons, and a few hundred Torrent fighters streaked through the upper atmosphere at leisure speed. Meanwhile, the Republic fleet spread above the planet, with capital ships and escorts seeking enemy formations in the open. Precision turbo laser strikes and less precise ion cannon bombardment began to neutralize the Confederate presence where practical. At the same time, a single assault shuttle headed straight at the capital, not bothering to decelerate after deorbiting. "Master, you are insane," Ahsoka's voice rang in Vader's helmet. The former Sith Lord chortled in amusement. "Sir, are you sure about this?" Rex added his 2 credits. "Absolutely," the Sith Lord grinned. It was too bad they couldn't see his smile because of his helmet. He slammed his armored fist on a conveniently placed large button, and the ramp at the back of the shuttle slid open. "Now jump or I'll throw you out," Vader promised. "Yep, you are insane," Snips grumbled. Vader looked pointedly at her and gently shoved his Padawan out of the shuttle. Rex shoots his head and jumped, followed by the rest of the clones. Vader jumped out last, spinning away from the doomed craft. Above them, more units from the 501st descended, heading towards Kenobi's lines. They would reinforce the GAR positions, and their fighter escort would at least keep the skies neutral until more friendly small craft could arrive on station. That would be a holding action, buying time for Vader and his hand-picked soldiers to take out the shield generator. Once the shield was down, massed airstrikes would eliminate any major droid concentrations in the region. That was the plan anyway. The fact that it called for a jump from nearly 10 kilometers, then passing through the edge of a multiple kiloton-level explosion, before landing in a city swarming with killer robots wasn't something that Snips approved of. On the other hand, Vader hadn't had such fun in ages. That was clear to everyone in his strike team, because he was laughing like a maniac during their freefall. "Sir, I have to agree with the kid," Rex muttered while gliding through the air. "I've never been saner. Besides, this is just pure fun." Vader chuckled. He could feel the unease and disbelief radiating from the clones and Ahsoka, and had to remind himself that they were still green. They still lacked an appreciation of how fun a proper battle could be. Below them, the shuttle slammed into the shield, covering a respectable part of the capital. Everything vanished from sight, replaced by a blinding explosion. Only thanks to their visors polarizing, the skydivers retained their sight. Even at this distance, the thermal pulse from the kinetic strike was enough to raise the temperature within their armor, covering them all in sweat. Moments later, the shock wave hit. While it wasn't strong enough to injure them, it was still potent enough to disrupt their formation and shove the jumpers in all directions. Vader used the Force to first stabilize his descent, then pull his unit back together before they reached the shield. Now, this was what proper fun felt like. He looked down at the smoke rising from the rippling shield. As expected, the kinetic strike wasn't strong enough to pierce the shield and damage the city itself. However, the sheer energy discharge and few last-minute additions to the shuttle ensured that any AA sensor in the vicinity would be briefly blinded, allowing the skydivers a reasonable safe descent. Shortly before they hit the shield, Vader used the Force to activate everyone's rocket packs. It felt like an angry bantha kicking you in the back, however, it worked. The packs slowed their descent enough to allow them to pass through the shield. Vader guided his unit to a nearby skyscraper and they vanished inside as soon as they could. "Master, I hate you," Snips groused after getting rid of her now useless rocket pack. "Don't be like that. This was awesome. We are doing it again." Vader grinned. He hadn't had such fun since forever. "Sir, we are ready to move," Rex reported, interrupting their banter. "Fine, follow me. We have a shield generator to disable." With those words, Anakin led his strike team through the skyscraper. They needed to be lower to the ground to use the grappling hooks and metal wire attached to their weapons as an express way to the city proper below. Co F equals Chelidonia City Christophsis. This wasn't how Obi-Wan imagined his end. He ended up alone, surrounded by enemies, and it was all his fault. He should have been able to do more, to command better. Instead, most of his soldiers were now dead, or dying, including many of the locals who had come to help the GAR. In the end, all he could do was charge the enemy in a desperate bid to buy his troopers a few precious minutes. Their only hope was that reinforcements would reach them in time, and for that to matter, he had to slow down the CIS onslaught. In hindsight, he should have either abandoned the artillery and ordered his forces to scatter so some of them could survive until reinforcements arrived, or surrender. Instead, he got them all killed. The only reasons Kenobi was still alive were his reflexes and the will of the Force. And the only silver lining of his current situation was that he didn't have much time to ponder on his failures. The enemy made sure of that. Obi-Wan landed on top of a tri-droid unleashing hell on his subordinates. He didn't have time to disable the machine. The Force screamed in warning, and Kenobi jumped down, barely avoiding a hail of crimson blaster fire. Hundreds of B-1s shot at him with their cheap blasters. Every miss merely sparkled over the thick armor of the tri-droid, not even inconveniencing the tough machine. If his suicidal diversion was to be successful, Obi-Wan had to take out 3 of those damn machines, and at least a division of B-1s and super battle droids. While not technically impossible, those were tall odds under the circumstances. If he could take his time and didn't have to keep them off his soldiers, what ifs no longer mattered. The deaths of thousands of clones and even more locals were for naught as well. All those lives pointlessly washed because of him. Because the Republic was stretched too thin, Kenobi fought guided by the Force. He deflected blaster bolts, rolled away from heavy firepower, and jumped over rockets. It wasn't enough. He was merely surviving for a few more precious seconds when he needed to take out as many of the enemy as possible. It was only a matter of time before his skills failed him. While dying to uphold justice or protect others was all right with Obi-Wan, doing so achieving nothing sat ill with him. That was especially true now, when his mistakes doomed thousands upon thousands whose only mistake was to follow him. All those people dying for him made him angry. All the people suffering and dying all over the planet ensured that Obi-Wan's emotions were compromised, and that much harder to control. The Jedi knew how dangerous that anger was. He was painfully aware of where he led. Obi-Wan could easily imagine how Dooku felt angry and frustrated with the Republic. At this point, he could understand the former Jedi, or so he thought. Kenobi snarled when he felt the closest thing to a friend he had among the clones fall. Cody's signature vanished among a spike of pain and anger. His azure lightsaber slashed through an offending droid, his blade moving faster and easier than ever before. He felt power washing over him, strengthening his tired limbs, making each strike stronger. And faster. Another clone died, then a few familiar signatures flickered out in quick succession, the leaders of the local resistance falling under the enemy onslaught. Obi-Wan screamed, putting all the pain, resentment, and anger he felt at what was happening in that single action. and the Force itself responded. He could feel it warping around him, his lungs straining, and then a wave of the Force passed through him. Kenobi's scream became one with the Force, the sound waves enhanced to an impossible degree. The B-1s in front of him simply shattered, their mangled parts flying as shrapnel in a semicircle. Even the closest tri-droid staggered under the sonic blow. For a moment, Obi-Wan froze, gasping for breath. He felt cold as if he was in the middle of a blizzard. Then he was moving, pushing himself to the limit as the Force screamed warnings. He was a blur, deflecting and dodging blaster bolts from all directions, still alive only thanks to the endless hours spent practicing Sorsu. And because of the dark, tainted power, he dared touch in a moment of anger and desperation. At that moment, Obi-Wan hesitated. He was exhausted, his mind filled with doubts. While the touch of what could only be the dark side revitalized him briefly, he was justifiably afraid to drink from that tainted pool. He gave everything he had left, and it simply wasn't enough. Kenobi found himself between two tri-droids, which promptly concentrated their attention on him. He deflected a laser bolt and avoided another, which detonated behind his back. The heat of the explosion scorched his scalp, and the blast wave threw him off balance. He acted on instinct then, trusting his free palm up and channeling as much of the Force as he could. A telekinetic wave met a missile heading straight at him. The Force blast turned the projectile away, scrambled its sensors, and guided it back to the sender. The missile struck the tri-droid that launched it, blasting a gaping hole in its armored plating. At the same time, a second missile detonated in front of Kenobi, and he only had a dissipating telekinetic wave to shield him. The explosion engulfed him with fire and shrapnel, burning his hand and petering his form with molten metal. Obi-Wan screamed in pain and rolled forward, barely registering the danger he was sensing. Missiles sent by the second towering machine blew up farther behind him, but this time there wasn't a barrier made of the Force to protect him. The shock wave picked Kenobi up and threw him over the edge of the highway. All he could register was a wave of heat and pain, and then Obi-Wan knew no more. 6. Chapter 3 Part 4 An Interlude V2 Disclaimer. I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 3 Of Force Adepts and Crime Lords equals Co-F equals Part 4 equals Co-F equals Christophsis was a barely mitigated disaster for the Republic. Mere hours after the war began, a massive Confederate fleet struck the Christoph system, then annihilated the local defense fleet, before beginning a systematic planetary invasion. In a single strike, the CIS Navy removed the largest and most advanced Loyalist fleet in the region. That victory freed their local forces to strike at secondary and tertiary targets all over the Savarine sector and beyond. At first, a cry for help aimed at the Galactic Senate remained unanswered. In the first chaotic days of the war, all the Republic could do was react, while its member states threw accusations at each other. More importantly, its military, which was just the clone GAR in those days, was already stretched to the breaking point, putting out fires all over the galaxy. It was only after the still resisting local government pleaded directly to the Jedi High Council, it dispatched a fraction of the Grand Army to assist. Republic naval elements eventually managed to break the relatively weak blockade over Christophsis and land ground forces under the command of Jedi General Kenobi. The outnumbered relief force linked up with surviving elements from the local security forces and civilian resistance in the vicinity of the capital city, only to face setback after setback. First, some Confederate forces, busy subjugating the sector, finally concentrated. They counterattacked and destroyed the GAR naval elements in the Christoph system. Second, Confederate ground forces converged on the capital and soon engaged the Republic Liberation Force in days-long vicious combat. The Christophsis campaign is a textbook example of the strategic and tactical deficiencies plaguing the Jedi Order as a whole, and most Jedi commanders individually. While the Christoph system was a strategic asset, both because of the valuable mines it possesses and its location on the hyperlanes, this early in the war the Republic simply was in shape to properly contest the region, much less retake it for good. The net result from operations in that combat theater was the loss of multiple naval and ground forces elements for dubious gain. That was a state of affairs characterizing the early months of the war when the GAR had to operate at the far end of tenuous supply lines while facing overwhelming odds. In retrospect, it was only Confederate strategic blunders equaling or exceeding those of the Jedi that prevented a quick military victory for the CIS, while such an outcome was still possible. Beyond the obvious tactical and strategic effects of the Christophsis campaign, it significantly impacted the future of 3 Jedi. Currently, available documents point at the fact that no Jedi fell on Christophsis, though a few perished there. However, it's beyond a shadow of a doubt that the disastrous outcome of the early battles there planted the seeds for the future downfall of multiple Jedi. The rise and fall of the Jedi Order equals F equals Chalidonia City Christophsis. 5 minutes after landing, Vader and his troops reached a vantage position overlooking their target. They met no one alive on the way there, however. Both Vader and Ahsoka could sense the fear and despair of scattered survivors hiding in the city below them. They passed by a handful of bodies too, all locals, and all but a single one dead due to improvised weapons. Vader had experienced similar things before both when he led the 501st to restore order in the aftermath of the original Clone Wars, and a few times during the conflict itself. When law and order broke, when something disrupted supply lines turning cities into glittering death traps, civilization broke too, and the results were never pretty. More often than not, order, even that brought by Sidious's flawed empire, was better than many alternatives. That was a truth that Vader had always known all the way back, when he was a slave on Tatooine. Today, he not only saw but experienced all the proof that he needed as a vindication. The whole galaxy needed a new order, a just order, and he was perhaps the only being left who might be able to bring it forth. The alternatives were either the unjust system that left him to suffer as a slave, or a downward spiral that would inevitably lead to another civil war in the future. No matter what Padme believed, her precious republic was beyond saving. Vader was afraid of the day she would see the truth and believe it. He was also afraid of all the days leading to Padme's world breaking down. That was because Vader frankly wasn't sure how to explain the truth to a true believer in the flawed concept of democracy, not to mention an idealist like the woman he loved. It's a trap. Not even the clankers are dumb enough to leave just a squad of B-1s to guard the shield generator. Rex grumbled. The commander was looking through a shattered window, high up in one of the skyscrapers overlooking their target. Those words brought Vader back fully in the real world. He simply nodded. Of course, it was a trap. Horm Loathsome might not be a particularly imaginative commander, however. He was a career military officer with years of experience in the retail caucus armed forces. Just thinking about them threatened to derail Vader's thoughts again. That particular conglomerate was just like the Trade Federation and Techno Union. They had to become military powers after the Republic disbanded its military, and all but abandoned the Outer Rim. For them and many local systems, it was either arm up or stop doing business out there, and go home if it was at all possible. It was a biting irony that the armies threatening the Republic these days had to be built, because the Republic itself refused to pay for its military forces. He could almost not blame the corporations for seeking ways to profit from the massive military divisions they had to maintain just to do business beyond the mid-rim. Almost but not quite, Vader frowned. This wasn't like him. He seldom had trouble concentrating on the mission, unless he was too furious to think in the first place. While I agree with you, Rex, you should remember that it's a big galaxy out there. Vader smirked, waved a hand. In my experience, there is no limit to people's and droids' stupidity that I know of. And we are trying to save them all. Why? Rex grumbled. What's the plan, sir? The heavy weapons team and the sniper pair are on overwatch while we sneak closer. When we're in position, they'll provide us with covering fire. If we're lucky, that'll be sufficient to place the charges and leg it. Vader laid down the plan. What is the plan if we aren't lucky, sir? The sniper asked. Then we'll spring the trap. Vader couldn't help himself. That had been his go-to procedure back in the day. It was almost always fun to execute, and usually not the best way to approach the problem at hand. Looking back, it was almost surprising how many times he had gone in over his head and winged it successfully. That tremendous luck might have been one of the reasons he used to believe he could have it all, up until his world went down in flames. Even now, when Vader knew better, it was hard to rein in those impulses. His newfound freedom born from a whole body made it even harder. Snips, you're with me. I don't want to lose my brand new Padawan on our first mission together. Rex, you and the rest of the boys, watch our back and keep to cover. I'm sure the enemy has countermeasures in place, and we won't be able to just shoot the generator from here. He paused and smiled. Rex, one more thing, I order you not to die like imbeciles. That's one order I'm happy to comply with, sir. Rex chuckled, and a chorus of agreements followed suit. Let's go. A few minutes later, they were all in position, and the droids were none the wiser. Vader drew an ion grenade from his pouch and smiled viciously. Last time around, he rarely used those toys. They were murder on his artificial arm. This time he was whole. He had to pause and take a deep breath in excitement at the very thought. That earned him a curious glance from Snips, who could certainly sense his emotions. Vader gave her a reassuring nod and, "Sir, what are you doing?" Ahsoka hissed at him, stopping him before he could throw the grenade. "This reeks of a trap. We're going to spring it without running out in an obvious killing ground." Vader patiently explained. What happened with sneak in and out without being noticed? Ahsoka demanded. No plan survives contact with the enemy. That's why we call the Criffing bastards the enemy in the first place. Among other things, Vader trailed off darkly. He activated the grenade and threw it over the half-demolished wall they hid behind. "I don't think I like your plans, Master," Snips muttered, making Anakin smile. This sounded more like his little sister. The grenade detonated in a corona of blue light. Ionized particles fried the cheap components of the B-1s, yet merely sparkled over the heavily shielded bulk of the shield generator. As expected, the ground began to shake moments later. "What is that?" Snips asked warily. "We just sprang the trap and we're waiting to see what will crawl out of its holes." Literally in this case. "Stay behind me." Vader pulled another ion grenade and threw it in the general vicinity of the shield generator. Such a paltry ionic discharge couldn't damage it. However, many of the buried droids weren't so fortunate. At that point, the remaining droids were busy crawling out of their holes and seeking targets. The clones wasted no time and opened up on them. Soon, the sniper and heavy weapon team joined the fun as well. Vader vaulted over the low wall and entered the fray, activating his lightsaber mid-jump. He cut through a droid before the machine could register his presence and crushed a second with the Force. He sensed Ahsoka running to join him and left her to deal with a machine trying to sneak up on him. Vader dismantled 2 more in quick succession, and suddenly, there were no more targets in sight. He quickly turned around only to see Snips dispatch the last visible droid with less vigor than he would have liked. It was strange. Did he recall things right? This should have been a rather hard fight. Well, it was for his much younger, less experienced and powerful self. "Is this it?" Snips exclaimed when she noticed that there were no more droids to turn into scrap. "Don't worry, I'm sure that the enemy has many more droids in reserve. Come one, we've got charges to set up." Well, they could eventually cut through the generator with a lightsaber or crush it using the Force. The first option would likely be hazardous for their health, and the second one could be needlessly exhausting, which was obviously bad. So far, things were going on too easy, and in his experience, that usually meant that either the enemy had made a mistake or you just did. Vader grimaced when he felt a flash of pain combined with the familiar signature of Kenobi fading. Did his master get himself killed? Hurry up. I've got a bad feeling about this. Vader grumbled and followed up his suggestion. I'm done. Snips exclaimed, good, let's make ourselves scarce. Vader suggested and jogged away, making sure he could constantly keep Ahsoka in his sight. Soon enough they were away from the building and behind some solid cover. Only then Vader activated the detonator. A heartbeat later, a blinding flash washed over them, followed by heat and overpressure wave buffering them. This was the sign of the enemy losing the city. The shield fell moments later. Fighters dashed between the skyscrapers to strafe down enemy columns, while the bombers began unleashing their payloads from a safer distance. In a few minutes, airstrikes tore out the heart of multiple CIS divisions, halting them in their tracks. With the shield down, reinforcements were free to pour into the city en masse. Liberal application of firepower neutralized all visible enemy strong points. 2 hours later, the battle for Chelidonia was effectively over, though the clone troopers would be dealing with holdouts and isolated groups of droids for the next week. They would still be dealing with the civilians hiding in the capital, especially those who turned to crime for fun and profit, not only survival when the Confederacy moved in to retake the planet. Co-F equals interlude. On butterfly wings I equals Co-F equals operating room 09 GAR Field Hospital Chelidonia City Christophsis seal the room. Authentication C-253 KLB. Disable audio sensors, Vader ordered. The medical droids busy working on Obi-Wan's body beeped in agreement and went on cutting him open while communicating wirelessly. For Vader, this was a deliciously ironic turn of events. He could still clearly recall laying defeated on the scorching surface of Mustafar. When he closed his eyes, Vader could see Kenobi turning around even as he ignited and left him to burn alive. Even now, when he was whole and unburnt, he could still feel those never sufficiently cursed flames burn through his skin and muscle. The Obi-Wan Kenobi in front of him wasn't guilty of that crime. Yet all Vader could feel was anger, resentment, and satisfaction. Obi-Wan wasn't even conscious while the droids cut into his seared flesh, removing cooked meat and applying Bacta to cleanse and heal the wounds. While Kenobi's burns were nowhere near what Vader suffered, the Jedi's other wounds almost made up for it. One of the droids was busy pulling out jagged, bloody pieces of shrapnel from Obi-Wan's mangled body. Another worked on his chest, where shattered ribs had punctured a lung. Apparently, an explosion had thrown Obi-Wan from a highway overpass. The hard landing that followed nearly did in the Jedi, up to the point it was a miracle he lived long enough for SAR to reach him. Burns, collapsed and punctured lung, broken bones, including the spine and arms, cracked skull as well. How Obi-Wan was still alive, Vader wasn't sure. He had seen many corpses in much better shape, Jedi Masters included. Vader's theory was that the old man was too bloody stubborn to die from a simple fall. Done in by a bunch of clankers. I'm disappointed, my old master. Vader spoke aloud. The irony is magnificent, he added in a barely heard whisper. Vader was gloating. He knew it wasn't the done thing. He had seen too many enemies do it while he was a Jedi, occasionally after he became a Sith as well. It never turned out well. However, under the present circumstances, he couldn't help it. Even with Jedi healing tricks and copious amounts of Bacta, Obi-Wan would need a rebreather for some time to help his lungs. He might need a life support suit until he fully recovered. The need for cybernetic reinforcement of his back was a given as well. This felt like a well-earned vengeance, decades in the making, and Vader didn't even have to lift a finger. The Force was with him this time around, he concluded. Vader kept watching the medical droids work and eventually frowned. There was a mighty sense of satisfaction and completion spreading through him. Yet he felt a lot of bitterness too. This didn't have to happen in the first place, just like he didn't have to burn on Mustafar. And Vader should have been heavily sedated when Sidious sicked his droids on him, just like Obi-Wan was right now. Anger kept bubbling within his heart. It was his constant companion, his oldest as well. At that point, Vader wasn't even sure what and who he was angry at. There were many credible targets for his ire. The Force has an interesting sense of irony, my master. Now that our roles are reversed, I wonder what's next. Will you lose the woman you love because of your actions again? Vader glared at Obi-Wan. It had been a very long time since he gave any thought about Satine Kryze, the current Duchess of Mandalore, and the woman Kenobi grew to love. The woman Obi-Wan watched die in front of his eyes and did nothing about it. The woman he allowed to die. It had been a long time since Vader thought about any of this. It was too painful. After all, it was how Obi-Wan just let Satine die, seemingly without a second thought, how he simply accepted the loss and walked away. He could hear Yoda's fateful words. The advice that Skywalker had to let go of his attachment. To just forget his mother's death, to forget why she died. That Skywalker had to simply accept that Padme and their child would die and go on, instead of doing everything he could to save them. At that moment, Vader had an epiphany. Obi-Wan, while flawed, was one of the best Jedi, if not the best Jedi the Order had. Vader's mixed feelings about the man aside, that was something he could never accept. His mother's death burned as if it happened just days ago, instead of being left decades in the past. Yet Padme was still here. She was alive, untouched by the war or Sidious machinations. He was going to save her, keep her protected, perhaps even from herself. Vader looked at Obi-Wan with pity. The Jedi weren't necessarily his enemy. The Jedi Order was. The Jedi, they were victims just like he was. Vader felt like he finally comprehended what being the chosen one meant. It wasn't about destroying the Sith or bringing balance to the Force. Both the Jedi and the Sith were wrong. They were the two sides of the same coin. He was going to forge his path. He was going to save the Jedi from themselves and the whole damn galaxy from Sidious. He was going to bring order to chaos, peace to the war-torn galaxy, no matter if he had to drag it there kicking and screaming. =co-f equals username, **** password, **** you're logged in VOD. Assault Leader 31, you're right, Sand Eater, the Jedi are insane. Yesterday I watched my new general throw his Padawan off an assault shuttle. Then we had to jump off too before he threw us out as he threatened to do. She's just a kid greener than most trainees, Sand Eater. I told you me and the boys weren't kidding. He just grabbed us and threw us off the lot to go protect that little senator. One moment we were flying, chasing the separatist leader, the next thing we knew, we were falling. It was crazy, I tell you, Star Captain. At least he didn't get a bunch of brothers killed for no reason, or did he? Assault Leader 31. Nah, from what little we saw under his direct command, this one might know what he's doing. I know, I still find it hard to believe, especially after we had to follow his crazy plan. It's just that he's not all there, if you get me, Star Captain. I hear you. I had to watch 3rd Legion burn last night. The Jedi General ordered us to begin planetary invasion without preparatory bombardment. Enemy AA took out half the transports on the way down, and now the survivors are surrounded. There's no planetary shield on the way, no anti-orbital emplacements. Assault Leader 31. What about civilians, Star Captain? We're assaulting one of the separatist strongholds in the core. There are no friendly civilians down there. 7. Chapter 4 Parts 1 and 2 V2 Disclaimer. I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 4. The plans of Sith and men equals Co-F equals Part 1 equals Co-F equals Conference Room. A Republic cruiser, Dauntless, Hyperspace Vader, had forgotten the sheer desperation of the early Clone Wars. It didn't help that he intellectually knew that the conflict was little more than a stage performance. At this point, military speaking, the Republic was even weaker than the commanders back on Coruscant, and those fighting all over the galaxy feared. The breakneck speed of redeployment helped make that fact stick in his mind. Vader barely had enough time to gather all units of the 501st he deployed on Christophsis before he had to leave in pursuit of his target. Only the priority of his mission ensured that he made good men and material losses. He did it by borrowing troopers, pilots, and small craft from the task force he left behind 12 hours ago. Another proof that the galaxy was currently on fire came in the form of the conference call Vader expected. It took nearly a day after the battle was over before both the Chancellor and a handful of Jedi found the spare time to talk with him together. The holo-emitter built in his desk came to life. It displayed Palpatine first, then several smaller forms. They belonged to Yoda, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and the same intelligence operative he met in the Chancellor's office when this mess began. General Skywalker, congratulations on the great victory. Palpatine's holo-image beamed at Vader. The old Sith looked mightily pleased with the situation. Why wouldn't he? Vader just did better than his own Jedi Master, and possibly win one of the most one-sided battles in the past 1,000 years. Kenobi's performance and losses on the ground made his success look even better. And the simple fact that Obi-Wan had been facing overwhelming enemy forces was something no one was likely to mention or care about. Success had many parents, while failure was orphan as usual. Victory, you say? Yoda's voice grated on Vader's nerves. Tactical surely it was, strategic loss it was, the small green troll sighed. Vader frowned at the green troll. Why was he surprised that Yoda was raining on his parade once again? Well, it was time to throw Obi-Wan under the Airbus. I know, Anakin answered quietly. I received the final tally before we left. There are a dozen walking, wounded left from Kenobi's army. The rest are either dead, permanently crippled, or out of the war for weeks to months. It's the latter for many of the survivors. We also lost virtually all organized local resistance in the Chalidonia region. The Separatists can rebuild the forces you destroyed within weeks. The third holo-image, that of Ki-Adi-Mundi, muttered. We aren't so fortunate. Of course not. The enemy was busy building their ground forces in factories, while the Republic was stuck relying on clones and a trickle of volunteers. If events unfolded like the last time, it would be at least a year before the volunteer support increased to something really useful instead of a token gesture. Even then, only a handful of worlds not directly threatened by the enemy offered significant manpower for the war effort. That was yet another proof that the Republic as it existed right now deserved to fall. I'm afraid that our esteemed Jedi friends speak sense. Palpatine lowered his head in a masterful display of faked regret. Vader was sure that the older Sith Lord was ensuring that the Jedi standing next to him would feel nothing but his regret about the loss of life. Even now, after being that man's pawn for more than 2 decades, Vader could still be surprised by how easy Sidious could play the role of a harmless old man. There were times since he came back that even he was tempted to believe the charade. That only makes my current mission all that more important. The former Jedi stated the obvious, correct. Mundi nodded his large head. With the virtual destruction of General Kenobi's army, we simply can't afford to lose the other units fighting in the Outer Rim. We can't afford the current casualty rates, something that can only change once we've secured supply routes for our armies there. Operating on the wrong end of long supply lines was only part of it, Vader knew. Inexperienced commanders or commanders promoted too much too fast was the primary reason for the heavy casualties on the GAR side. The enemy, possessing a large edge in numbers, both on the ground and in space, certainly contributed as well. I'll do my best to rescue and return Jabba's son intact, Anakin promised. He stiffened and lowered his gaze. However, Vader continued, we have to take into account the possibility that the Hutts will double-cross us regardless. The Separatists can offer them much more than we ever could. They can promise and deliver that the Criffing criminals are left to operate in peace once the war is over. I don't believe that such an agreement would be politically acceptable. Anyway, it will be a disaster in the long term, even if the Senate agrees. 3 pairs of eyes looked sharply at Skywalker. That's a fear my advisors and I share. Palpatine nodded sagely. What's the opinion of our intelligence agencies? He looked at the spy. Chancellor, several entities within the Separatist umbrella already have deals with the Hutts to ensure the relative safety of their shipping through Hutt space and in the Outer Rim. Others have been trading with the Hutts for decades, if not centuries now. Those are the same Republic members and corporations, which had the closest relationship with the Hutts before the CIS formed. There is a fair chance that the Hutts prefer a long-term arrangement with the people they know instead of us. We can't afford to fight the Hutts at this time. Mundi sighed. It was clear to all that the old Jedi wasn't pleased by the necessity of dealing with the Hutt cartels. A better choice we have not. Yoda didn't sound ecstatic either. Perhaps. Anakin trailed off. He straightened up and his face transformed into a cold mask. Unless I'm successful in retrieving Jabba's son, it might be better if the child remains safe in Jedi custody on Coruscant to ensure that the Confederacy won't use him against either us or Jabba himself. Vader suggested and waited for everyone's reactions. He wasn't disappointed. Just for a moment, Vader could swear he saw surprise and dark amusement flicker through Sidious' eyes, though the Sith had his composure back under control before the shocked Jedi could notice anything at all wrong with the Chancellor. Skywalker, Yoda rumbled, a great achievement for a being with such a small form. Kidnapping, you suggest? The Grandmaster's long ears were flat along with his skull as he spoke in a clipped, almost angry tone. Blackmail you encourage, indeed. Mundi narrowed his eyes at Vader. Skywalker, we're Jedi, the guardians of the Galactic Republic. To even think that we can step so low as to even contemplate kidnapping a babe and use him against his father, the old Jedi had to pause and suppress his delicious emotions. I wonder if your short time away from the Order made you this reckless, or if this is proof that you have lost your way already. Everyone heard the unsaid words, and you have no business being a Jedi anymore. A day ago, a whole army died at Chelidonia. Hundreds of thousands of civilians still suffer in the ruins of the capital. Countless people are suffering in camps all over the planet. Thousands of the locals died for us, for the Republic. I'll contemplate anything that can bring us victory faster and end this suffering. To do anything else would be a betrayal of my oath as a general in the Grand Army of the Republic. Vader declared. He was making it crystal clear that if he had to choose between being a general and a Jedi, the Order would lose. The Jedi love their obsolete views and rules the Republic too, with the added bonus of unbelievable corruption. He was going to make them choke on those things before everything was said and done. Besides, I've done nothing yet. I merely made a suggestion. Unless you're going to tell me that it would be better for the child to be raised as a gangster instead of under the protection of the Jedi. If anyone entertains my suggestion, it would be either until the end of the war or until we've secured alternative supply routes to the Outer Rim. Vader did his best to look as innocence personified, though he had his doubts on how well it went. This is an interesting but radical idea. Palpatine made a placating gesture. He was playing well in his role of a mediator. My friend, while I can see where you're coming from, Sidious glanced pointedly at the fuming Jedi, I don't believe that your idea can be considered acceptable. Besides, we aren't the Hutts. We aren't thugs dealing with kidnapping and extortion. That was rich coming from Sidious. Vader was proud that he kept his face as an unreadable mask and didn't snort at the very idea. Anyway, this is all theoretical. I still have to retrieve the child intact. Vader shrugged. Once I've retrieved the kid, I'll contact you to discuss how to handle the situation. Is this the kind of general the Republic wants? Addimundi turned to the Chancellor as he asked. Palpatine smiled sadly. It's the one we need. This was Skywalker's first command, and Anakin just won one of the greatest military victories in the last 1,000 years. I can't justify censoring a man who wins over a disagreement over a single radical suggestion. Suggestion, not action, mind you. Are we going to censure people over ideas instead of their actions now? The Chancellor looked at the Jedi with an air of grandfatherly disappointment. We'll be arriving shortly. I have a mission to plan. General Skywalker out. Vader made sure that the connection was severed and laughed. It was good to be him this time around. His laughter died out and he frowned. He had to make sure that he got the damn Minijabba in one piece. The little slug would be a valuable bargaining chip. Equals Co. F equals Palpatine's private residence. Coruscant Sidious was within a meditation chamber carefully hidden into one of his private retreats. Officially, the large loft was owned by one of the wealthier businessmen on Coruscant, but for all intents and purposes, it was one of the Sith Lord's bases of operation. It was a place where he could scheme in peace and recover after a long week of constant charade and political games. Dealing with the Senate as a day job was more than enough to test even the almost infinite patience and self-discipline he possessed. This particular retreat was special. It not only contained many of his dark side artifacts on Coruscant, but have a specially constructed chamber that helped shield him from the meddlesome Jedi. As a bonus, the chamber helped him focus his foresight and not worry much about detection. 4 powerful artifacts and a single ancient holocron acted as a focal point. They helped increase Sidious's power and make sure that he could get a reasonably accurate long-term sense for the likely possible futures. Sidious wasn't a fool. He didn't believe in destiny, fate, or the will of the Force. He knew that a resourceful man with a plan and warning could overcome those things. Blindly following old prophecies and murky glimpses of a possible future, that was the Jedi's foolish way. Furthermore, he had some of the true histories of both the Jedi and Sith at his disposal. He knew that the Jedi of this era was in decline. They crippled themselves in their belief that the Sith were gone, all because that way, the galaxy would be safe if one of them saw the truth and embraced the dark side. Sidious sneered at the foolishness. Oh, he was going to take advantage of it, of course he was. And he wasn't going to underestimate the Jedi, no matter how much they weakened themselves compared to their predecessors. There were only 2 Sith right now, and thousands upon thousands of Jedi. Even his trap wouldn't be able to cull enough of them, until he called Order 66. No matter how frustrating and vexing it was, Sidious had to tread carefully for the time being. The Coruscant Jedi were the primary threat he needed to neutralize. With them gone, he could focus on eradicating or subverting the various smaller Force, adept sects across the galaxy. However, those were issues for the future. Right now, Sidious was busy solving a mystery. Ever since Geonosis, his future apprentice was a changed man. If he didn't know better, the Sith Lord would be almost certain that Skywalker embraced the dark side and came into his full powers. It was ludicrous, of course. The boy was still too young. It would be up to half a decade or more until he fully matured. Only then, and with the right training, Skywalker would be able to achieve his full potential and channel as much of the Force as his body could handle. However, through remote surveillance, reports from his agents, and personal interactions, Sidious could see that his apprentice-to-be was a changed man. The death of his mother on Tatooine certainly contributed, even though there was nothing from the surveillance on Geonosis to explain the change and suddenly increased prowess Skywalker displayed. The more Sidious saw, the more certain was that Anakin had accepted the dark side. If he hadn't fallen already, he was flirting with it. Today's conversation was enlightening in that respect. No Jedi would ever suggest kidnapping a boy and using it as a hostage to gain an advantage. Even if the boy was a slimy Hutt of all things, what vexed Sidious was that just embracing the dark side without training couldn't explain Skywalker's sudden increase of capabilities. The fact that the boy was in control of his emotions up to the point that the Jedi couldn't outright accuse him of falling to the dark side was telling. No brand new Sith could have such control. Further, while raw strength in the Force was vital, it meant little without the training and control to use it. Training and control that Skywalker couldn't possess as far as the dark side was concerned. That was why Palpatine arranged for some spare time tonight, so he could retreat to his sanctuary and divine the future. He had to know what had happened to Skywalker and what his future apprentice was up to. Sidious needed to meditate, pierce the veil of the Force, and figure out how this different Anakin was going to alter the future. That was important. A reliable insight would permit Sidious to tailor his plans that much better. If he had to, he would put in place a few more contingencies. Co F equals Part 2 equals Co F equals Biamar Monastery. Teth Wild Space Hindsight was a beautiful and terrible thing. Vader was going to abuse it as much as possible, while his future knowledge was still relevant. In the future past, he deployed to Teth half-cocky. Skywalker didn't really know what he was doing. As a consequence, that engagement ended with Torrent Company all but wiped out. When the dust settled, there were 7 or 8 intact survivors. This time, he didn't bother deploying covertly far away from the monastery. There was no need for a long and exhausting slog through the jungle, followed by an assault up the nearly vertical walls of the plateau nesting the monastery. In the end, The terrain wasted any advantages they would get from a covert insertion and approach. Most importantly, the assault would have given time to the enemy to execute their hostage if they were willing to do it. Considering how that turned out the last time, well, in the future, he would need to get creative if he needed to execute an airborne assault. This was his second proper operation of the war, and it was painfully similar to the first. It was a pattern any enemy commander couldn't miss. There was a covert part of the approach. Several shuttles entered the atmosphere far away from the monastery. They executed a suborbital flight before releasing their cargo kilometers away from the target. Said cargo was a group of volunteers, Vader himself and his grumpy Padawan. He guided them all with the Force, ensuring they would land on target instead of missing the plateau altogether, which would have been unfortunate. Meanwhile, the Dauntless exited hyperspace right above the monastery. As soon as the crew could acquire the target, the ship opened fire with its ion cannons. The weapons were dialed up to minimal power, just enough to pass the atmosphere and scramble electronics, without hurting anyone organic in the target zone. Anything but the flimsiest droids would merely experience random malfunctions in various components, and that had to be enough of an edge. Less than a minute after the cruiser opened fire, its hangar opened, releasing a flight of assault shuttles with fighter escort. A bomber wing followed, just in case this time around there were unpleasant surprises within the jungle surrounding their target. As they approached the monastery, Vader promised himself to get the proper gear for such operations for the next time he had to do such insertion. Currently, he had to guide an odd mix of clones wearing civilian gliding and parachute gear, along with a smattering of commandos with rocket packs. Without the Force on his side, this exercise would have been a disaster. Most of the troopers with him lacked training for such stunts. On the bright side, this time, he didn't have to gently push Snips out of the shuttle, so there was progress on that front. Even though she wasn't happy with the current state of affairs, which was confusing. The way he recalled it, she used to be almost as big adrenaline junkie as he was. Vader chased those straight thoughts away, so he could fully focus on guiding his troopers. He could see the aftereffects of the bombardment, visible blue energy washing over the monastery, and even at this distance, the disturbance was enough to scramble the HUD of his visor. The charged energy did dissipate by the time they were above the target and about to land. Here and there, he could see old-fashioned B-1s twitching on the ground, while others moved in confusion all over the place. The much sturdier and more dangerous B-2s were the first to notice the approaching troopers. They turned towards them, raising their right arms and uncovering dual blasters. The ARC commandos surged forward using their rocket packs and opened fire, while Vader guided the rest of the troopers. The resulting engagement was quick and furious. It immediately became clear that the ion bombardment had scrambled the B-2's targeting, because more often than not they missed clean shots on the descending soldiers. As soon as Vader landed and could focus his undivided attention on them, it became a moot point anyway. He wasted no time and charged the nearest group of super battle droids. Vader used the Force to increase his speed and how fast he could process incoming information. He became a blur, cutting, slicing, and dicing through droids faster than they could target him. By the time the assault shuttles arrived, the courtyard was secure. "Commander Rex," Vader addressed the man in charge of the reinforcements. "Tear this place apart if you have to. Find me the hut," he ordered. With the immediate threats neutralized, Vader pushed his Force-enhanced senses as much as he could. Yet he could find no trace of Ventress or the little slug. She shouldn't be that good at shielding herself at this time. Rex saluted and ran away to carry out his orders. "Master, why are you so angry?" Snip's quiet voice derailed Vader's building fury. He looked at his Padawan and felt a pang of relief seeing her intact, then cursed himself for not checking earlier. Granted, he didn't sense her getting injured through the Force, but that wasn't the point. He took a few seconds to gain control of his emotions, using his rage to fuel his attempt to locate the hut. You're aware what it would mean if we couldn't return Jabba's son intact. We might lose this war in weeks. Well, that might have been the case if Sidious wasn't in charge of both sides, something he shouldn't know. Vader was furious for a different reason. If his actions had caused so many changes already that either the huddling died here or it wasn't here in the first place, then Vader could no longer directly rely on his memories of events. Just on what he knew of war and the people involved on both sides. Ahsoka winced at his words and looked away. We'll talk more when we have the place secure. Come on, Vader said in a gentler tone and walked towards the main entrance of the monastery. Heavy weapons teams converged on the entrance, while squads took positions behind whatever cover they could find. A group of demolition experts was busy rigging the stone doors for breach. Vader closed his eyes and focused on the empty space behind the doors. There was nothing alive over there, yet he could sense energy anyway. Droids are laying in ambush behind the doors, he proclaimed. The demolition experts gave a thumbs up and ran away from the entrance. As soon as they got to cover, Vader nodded at them, and a string of shaped charges sliced through the doors, turning the heavy stone and shrapnel scything through anything in its way. The explosions shredded several B-1s, damaged several B-2s, yet merely rattled 8 deployed droidekas and had no effect on the 2 tanks waiting behind the deployed droids. The heavy weapon teams wasted no time and launched missiles at the enemy while hosing the entrance with repeater fire. Good soldiers, Vader nodded to himself. He didn't even have to lift a finger before the concentrated fire of 2 companies took care of the enemy. Search the buildings. Find me the VIP. Vader ordered aloud and ran into the acrid smoke, followed by his 501st. They found some stragglers deep inside the monastery and took them down with extreme prejudice. Vader was elated that his plan worked as well as it did. It succeeded in no small part because now he had only competent subordinates, instead of the constant stream of incompetents sent to Death Squadron for disposal. His elation lasted as long as it took him to reach the location where the last time around Snips found the slug. Needless to say, there was no trace of the little worm. It took them 2 hours to comb the monastery from top to bottom, at which point Vader ordered another search, this time focused on looking for hidden rooms. Meanwhile, he stood in the outer courtyard fuming, while Snips paced nervously beside him. "Master, are you all right?" a timid, almost scared voice asked. Vader turned his furious gaze to his Padawan, who recoiled and took a step back. For a long moment, he continued to glare, until he saw and felt Snips recoil from him and take a step back. He saw and felt her fear. It was almost like when he faced her in the future past after his fall, when she finally became certain that he was Vader. He smiled at that memory. Snips had been furious and magnificent. She had grown up into a warrior who was almost a match for him. Snips achieved that without the benefit of completing her training or drawing on the dark side. He had been impressed, even if he couldn't openly show it then. Vader's expression softened, and he smiled. They were no longer enemies, and if he had anything to say about it, they would never become enemies in the future that was theirs to grasp. He sighed. Scaring his little sister and Padawan wasn't his intention. Just like almost going stereotypical Sith wasn't what he intended. He had to work some more on not letting his emotions control him. For the longest time, he didn't have to, and Vader had to grudgingly admit to himself. For much of that time, He had been little more than a blind attack dog. "Yes, Padawan, I'm all right, just angry and frustrated. I'm painfully aware what a failure today will cost us all." "That leads to the dark side," Ahsoka exclaimed. Her huge eyes stared into his. "But you know all about that, don't you?" Vader swallowed a curse. His eyes went all glowing Sithy, didn't they? "Criffing hells. Yes, I do," Vader answered quietly. There was no point lying now. Ahsoka could clearly sense it through their budging force bond, not to mention that she could see the signs. "I didn't fall because of anger, Snips, though it helped. It was out of fear. Fear, betrayals, manipulations, and Criffing Master Manipulator, who he considered a friend and confidant." Yet, if he had to be honest to himself, Vader had to admit that he had been walking a dark path for a long time. He could remember it now. While Sidious did help him along in the end, it was Skywalker's choice to fall. It was just that. Sidious maneuvered him in a place where Skywalker would always make the same choice, Padme over everything and anyone else. Of course, it wasn't that simple now. Choosing Padme meant winning the war, disposing of Sidious, and annihilating the Confederacy. Anything less, and she would never be safe. Ahsoka took another step back in fear, and Vader grimaced. He had to find the time to straighten up his head, because drifting off in thought at the wrong time was becoming a habit as of late. "Enough of this, Snips," Vader scoffed. "I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to train you to be a crazy Sith or something either." "You won't," Snips looked unconvinced. "We're fighting the Confederacy, who are led by a Sith. Of course, we aren't going to be anything like them." Vader exclaimed. If he had anything to say about it, they would be better, deadlier, saner. That last one was a sticking point for him. He also conveniently failed to mention that another Sith ran the Republic. "I won't convince you to turn on the Jedi either," Vader smirked at that point. On this particular occasion, having Sidious around as a chancellor was going to be very useful. After all, as far as anyone knew, fallen or not, Skywalker had committed no crime. The Republic had no jurisdiction on Tatooine. The locals were more likely to reward him and buy him a drink than even think about sanctioning slaughtering a bunch of Tusken. "However, if you stick with me, Snips, by the time I'm done training you, you'll be able to take on the likes of Dooku and Windu alone and win," he declared grandly, without going all evil-like. He added in a quiet, conspiratorial tone, without having to become all evil. Ahsoka gave him a flat look. "Unless you want to." Vader shrugged. It was Snips. The girl didn't have an evil bone in her body. That said, in the right or wrong circumstances, she could be a vicious little thing. "Not happening," Snips snapped, making him smile. "Enough questions. You have a hut to hunt down. Go search." Vader waved her away. He knew that this wasn't the end of the questions. Ahsoka was almost certain to report him to the Council, though that didn't concern him anymore. Vader was reasonably certain that even if the Jedi kicked him out of the Order, he would retain his position within the GAR. Keeping Snips as his Padawan would be harder, however, if it was a choice between sticking with him and going to the Agri Corps. "What will you choose, Ahsoka?" he wondered aloud. 8. Chapter 4, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 4. The Plans of Sith and Men equals Co-F equals Part 3 equals Co-F equals Jabba the Hutt's Palace. Tatooine, sometimes, being a Sith, required a high price to pay for power. It led him to the nicest places. Dooku had to use every trick he had learned as a Jedi and diplomat. Still, it tested his composure not to sneer at the stench and general shabby feel of Jabba's palace. The gangster believed himself a man of power, yet this was the best he could get for himself. It was pathetic, the only two things that made experiencing this place bearable. First, and most importantly, was the knowledge of how necessary this mission was. Second, as a Jedi, he had to visit worse locations for no real benefit at all. Misery loved company. In this case, it was a useful teaching tool as far as control went. Dooku's apprentice, Ventress, stood a respectful pace behind Dooku and held the nasty little huddling. She didn't even try to hide her displeasure, which was all right. The important part was that she did nothing to Jabba's son, who was busy rumbling, squirming, and drooling all over her. A Sith had to know when to be patient, when to endure, and when to express their passions. It was time for caution and negotiations, not a bloody slaughter, no matter how deserved and gratifying it might be. As the leader of the Confederacy and his own homeworld, Dooku could not afford to be seen expressing his passions. Appearance and tact mattered a great deal in politics, no matter how tedious they could become. Maintaining the bearing of the Count he was more important than ever now. Dooku suspected that his master betrayed both him and the Confederacy. Skywalker was going to be Sidious's next apprentice. For that to happen, Tyrannus had to die. If that was to be Dooku's reward for all his hard work, then it was obvious he wouldn't die alone. It was only logical that Sidious would remove his other agents within the Confederacy as loose ends. That was why Dooku was on this dust ball in person. He needed time to consolidate his control over the Confederacy, time to neutralize his master's agents and contingencies. Then he had to turn the grand performance that was the Clone Wars into a real war. It would be so much better if he could buy himself that time by striking a crippling blow to the Republic. If the Force was on his side in this, might pave the way for Confederate victory. Dooku was about to betray his master as a good apprentice should according to the flawed Sith teachings. Even now, he could sense Sidious' barely subdued fury aimed at the Jedi. That was a curious phenomenon. As far as he knew, the Jedi hadn't done anything to personally cause such burning, blinding anger in either the Chancellor or him. After all, when Dooku left the Order, it was on amicable terms. While the Jedi were obstacles, and enemies now that he had chosen the dark side, that by itself wasn't enough to hate them this much and blindly seek their annihilation. A brief smile flickered through Dooku's face, while a large group of Jabba's thugs escorted them to their audience with the Great Slug. The hatred burning within him aimed at the Jedi wasn't his own, even if he was justifiably frustrated with his former foolish friends. It wasn't even Sidious, even though his master loathed them with unrivaled passion. It was the combined wrath of countless generations of Sith seeking revenge over multiple lost wars and almost successful genocides. That was the crux of it. Both as a Jedi and as a Sith, Dooku knew he couldn't coexist with the Order for long. History proved it. Realistically, the best he could expect if he ever fell in the Jedi's hands was lifelong imprisonment, and he was going to pass on that. For Dooku, it was victory or death. For his Confederacy, it was going to be a victory or continued exploitation by the Republic. In the end, it was a simple choice, and for Dooku, it was an easy choice. Being Tyrannus was as much a mask he wore for Sidious' benefit as Dooku was a mask aimed at the galaxy as a whole. Dooku became a Sith for a few simple reasons. First, after he left the Order and became the Count of Sereno, he saw exactly how corrupted the Republic was. It simply didn't deserve his protection, much less allegiance. Second, he did it for power, personal power, that no one could take from him. That power gave him options he would have never considered before. Third and last, becoming Sidious' apprentice gave Dooku an in into his master's plans. It was just that. Until now, he willfully didn't want to consider that Sidious would betray him in such a way. Perhaps it was some leftover sentimentality of being a Jedi, which clashed with the Sith's teachings. Or perhaps it was the simple fact that Sidious was that good of a manipulator. Well, it didn't matter any longer. Dooku knew and was already doing something about that betrayal. He had to gain uncontested control over the Confederacy, turn it not only into a proper nation but a competition to the Republic, which would draw in as many systems as possible. Then he was going to shatter the rotten foundation of the Republic, burn the whole thing down and rebuild it. That was the only thing that would work, and it was something he could never even conceive of like a Jedi. For that, if nothing else, he was thankful to Sidious. His master opened his eyes after all. Finally, they reached Jabba's audience chamber. The place held a thick aura of suffering and excess, which clung to everything in sight. Dooku was going to need a long shower after being in this place, even if the dark side ensured that he quite enjoyed the ambience, making it more bearable. The doors opened, and a Gamorrean guard waved them inside. Finally, Dooku allowed himself to smile. "Great Jabba," he happily proclaimed, his voice carried within the chamber. A hint of the Force layered over his words was enough to silence the hangers-on and musicians. It was too bad that the Hutts were resistant to persuasion in that manner. While it would have made the meeting easier, Dooku was confident in his years of experience as a diplomat. "As we promised, we recovered your son." Dooku nodded to his apprentice, who grudgingly went forward. Ventress sent him a glare when she passed by him, but nevertheless went straight to the large slug and handed him the drooling worm. For once, Jabba was silent. He stared at his son for a long moment before a huge, disgusting smile stretched his flat face. The great Hutt carefully took his son from Ventress' hands, who took a step back in relief. She was still more than enraged, because of all the slobber covering her front. She grudgingly returned to Dooku's side, while Jabba's laughter shook the chamber. The little Hutt started cooing and wiggling in delight. That sad performance continued for a few minutes, until the baby worm calmed down. Finally, Jabba turned his attention back on Dooku and waved him to come closer. "You promised and you delivered." "We did," Dooku responded. "Further, we know who the perpetrator of this heinous crime is. Gar Yuda." The Sith Lord fished out a data chip from under his cloak. "Proof. Once she was aware that we'll be able to recover your son, she sicked the Republic on his location." "Are you telling me that she's working with them?" Jabba roared. "All I'm giving you is facts. Gar Yuda kidnapped your son. We went to recover him. Once Gar Yuda was aware of that, she sent the Republic to the place where he was held. They attacked the forces which liberated your son. It was fortunate that my apprentice here," Dooku nodded at Ventress, "was able to jump to hyperspace just before they arrived. We have some images of the Republic's rescue attempt." Dooku floated the data chip into Jabba's grubby hand. Then his arm disappeared under his cloak for a second time, to retrieve a small holoprojector. He pressed a button and started the recording. A small but clear projection appeared, spliced from multiple cameras. It showed a ruined temple built atop a tall plateau. Tiny dots and a few large dots were visible on top of it, droids and AA emplacements. A vast and wild jungle spawned all around the monastery. It was obvious that at least one of the cameras shooting the holovid had been far away, though the picture was reasonably clear. "This was where Gar Yuda held your son, and this is the Republic's rescue attempt." A blue bolt descended from the heavens and struck the side of the plateau near the monastery's courtyard. For a brief moment, an almost invisible bluish glow washed over everything, before it vanished, leaving torrents of raw ionic energy that ravaged the droids. A few seconds later, the picture scrambled and shut down. They struck the temple from orbit with ion cannon. A good tactic, unless they were there to save a child. Dooku nodded at Jabba's son, who had fallen asleep after all the excitement. "Garuda and the Republic will pay for this," the crime lord growled. "But first, you brought my son back. Name your reward and you will have it." Jabba declared, "We have a mutual problem. I propose that we fix it." Dooku declared, "I request that you do your best to close Hutt space to Republic military and civilian shipping. While as the leader of the Confederacy, I would prefer a more formal alliance. That is all I ask." Jabba looked at Dooku for a couple of seconds and nodded. "It shall be done. Thank you, great Jabba." The Count gave his host a deep, respectful bow that also hid Dooku's satisfied smile. With a single stroke, multiple Republic armies and fleets in the Outer Rim would be cut off from reinforcement and supply. Suddenly, the war was that much closer to being won. If handled properly, the eventual destruction of those units could weaken the Republic more than even their outright loss. More importantly, the loss of those formations would cripple the Republic and ensure it would be in no place to intervene, while he removed Sidious's influence from the Confederacy. When Dooku straightened up, there was no trace of his joy. He was once again the perfect image of a noble leader. Equals Co F equals Part 4 equals Co F equals Chancellor's Office Senate Building Coruscant Glee, barely restrained fury, and cold calculation ward below Sidious mental shields. He sat behind his desk, with a face resembling a rough sculpture. Suddenly, his plans unexpectedly went off the rails. The Jedi, Anakin in particular, should have recovered Jabba's son and thus secured supply lines for the GAR in the Outer Rim. Instead of another test and pressure point for Skywalker, Teth had been a skirmish of no consequence. The future was in motion. The veil of the dark side was particularly oppressive, and all Sidious could divine was an unspecified sense of danger. Dooku didn't answer his call. As far as the agents Sidious could contact covertly were concerned, his current apprentice was nowhere to be seen. Well, he was incommunicado right now. However, everyone knew where Dooku was 12 hours ago. There was no hiding his visit to Jabba's palace, returning the Hutt son to the crime boss and derailing their plans for the war. The safe and reasonable conclusion was that Tyrannus betrayed him. That shouldn't have been a surprise, generally speaking. However, doing it now, that made no sense. Well, it didn't until a few hours ago. It was then when the Jedi came to him with their newest brainstorm. To the outside world, Palpatine kept an impassive mask. Meanwhile, several admirals and Jedi generals argued in his office. A few more people, present over holonet connections, kept their mouths shut and quietly observed the unfolding drama. We have all reasons to believe that Anakin Skywalker has fallen to the dark side. He is compromised and dangerous to everyone around him. Mace Windu gravely announced. The dark-skinned Jedi stood tall and proud, wearing his usual Jedi robe. The Jedi generals stood to the left, in stark contrast to the three career military men in their immaculate uniforms. The division between the regular military and the Jedi officers was already in a full swing, and the rift was quickly increasing. In that regard, everything was going much better than expected. Admiral Coburn was the most senior and experienced career military officer both in the Republic Navy and the meeting. He stood tall and proud, staring down at the three Jedi Masters physically present. Coburn endured the Jedi's demands with cold professionalism. "You're out of line, General Windu. At this point, there is no proof that General Skywalker has broken a single military regulation. Or a civilian law for that matter. At least not a single one not overridden by the need to wage war. I'll be blunt at Christophsis, General Skywalker made history. Right now, he is our most successful officer, an icon and source of morale we sorely need." At that, Coburn decided he had said enough and continued to stare down the Jedi with impassioned eyes. A Jedi Knight Skywalker is, under Order jurisdiction he remains. Yoda pointed out, technically he was right. As a Jedi, Skywalker was the Order's problem. Depending on how you read the tangled mess of Republic laws on the subject, at a stretch, all trained Force users within Republic territory were subjects of the Jedi Order. In practice, the Green Jedi of Corellia and a few other organizations might contest said ruling within their backyard. More importantly, the moment the Jedi accepted to take command positions within the Grand Army, Sidious felt a spike of amusement at that thought. Anakin Skywalker is a Republic general. He is under our jurisdiction. Coburn stated curtly. It wasn't lost to Palpatine that so far, the other military officers were content to let the old admiral take point and do the talking. While Coburn wasn't his creature, they were acquaintances, and Sidious knew how to manage him. Coburn had been among the highest-ranked officers of the barely existing judicial forces, and certainly the most senior among them. That by itself made sure that the man had to have a good working relationship with the current chancellor. It did help that Coburn had been one of the most vocal proponents for increasing the Republic military for over a decade, and Palpatine backed him at every opportunity. The Jedi subtly communicated with each other. To an ordinary man, it would have appeared that they simply stood stoically and thought about Coburn's words, and more importantly, their implications. To Sidious's keen eyes, they not only thought things through, but carried a silent conversation aided by the Force. "Admiral Coburn," Plo Koon began, "I'm afraid you're gravely underestimating the dangers of the dark side. A Jedi fallen into its clutches is an unpredictable creature who can no longer be trusted." "Am I a bantha fodder or something?" Skywalker finally spoke. So far, Sidious's future apprentice had been content to merely observe the unfolding drama. More importantly, even with his shields firmly in place, the Sith Lord could sense the alluring call of the dark side singing from the young man. If he could afford to, he would have been laughing. Of all things that he expected from his apprentice to be, this wasn't it. Skywalker was magnificent. He had somehow fallen under everyone's noses, yet retained an almost unreal amount of control. That was almost enough for Sidious to seriously consider the Sith prophecy, equivalent to the Jedi one about the Chosen One. Could Skywalker really be the mythical Sithari? The very idea was almost as preposterous as the Jedi's blind belief in their own ancient legend. Yet, recent events were more than enough to make one think. Sidious had to have a quiet and private conversation with his young friend. But first, he had to help Anakin off the Jedi Order's hook and deal with the unfortunate turn of the war. Sidious had a few more precious moments to ponder his course of action, while everyone else looked at Anakin's hologram. The young man wisely appeared wearing a fresh olive-colored military uniform, with his polished general insignia clearly visible. "That's a good question, General Skywalker," Admiral Dow pipped up. Along with Coburn and Tennant, he was one of the 3 highest-ranked Navy officers on Coruscant right now. "It appears that your fellow Jedi aren't particularly happy with you. You don't look or speak like a deranged lunatic." "That's good to hear," Anakin responded dryly and nodded to the Admiral with a small smile briefly flashing over his face. This was a surprisingly level-headed response from Palpatine's old friend. He had to wonder if Padme Amidala was to blame. Skywalker had used to be her bodyguard for a short time before the war began, and Sidious wasn't sure what exactly happened between the two of them. While he could make an educated guess or two, it now appeared that her effect on the boy was both profound and positive, which was frankly a surprise. Skywalker turned his calm mask on the Jedi. They undoubtedly both sensed the dark side in him even over the communications line, not to mention his seething disdain aimed at them. "Crazy and unstable am I?" he asked in undisguised amusement. "If that was the case, I wouldn't have left Snips here, contact you to warn you about how dangerous I am now. Not to mention that she wouldn't be merely distraught over the situation, right, Snips?" At that, Anakin waved a hand. The camera on his side zoomed out, showing a very much healthy and intact Togruta youth who looked like she wanted to be anywhere but there, under everyone's attention. Master Yoda, hi," the girl waved nervously. "I can admit that I'm a terrible influence. Padawan or not, Snips here is still a child who shouldn't have seen a single battlefield, much less fought in battle." Vader forged on with a grave expression on his face. He wasn't bothering to hide his anger over the situation. "Instead of doing what would be right and kept her sound and safe on board of one of my ships, I did what I believed might be better for the Republic. I admit that I brought her with me, and she fought valiantly both on Christophsis and Teth. That I am guilty of, just like you are, Masters, just like every Jedi who brought their Padawans to the front. That's not what you're accused of, Skywalker. We can sense the dark side upon you." Plo Koon elaborated. "Yet, I haven't done a single thing that many other Jedi had not." Skywalker shot back. "Master Yoda, I'm afraid I must agree with our young friend. Any religious disputes must wait until either our military situation is less perilous, or General Skywalker actually does something that merits sanction according to military law." Palpatine finally put down his foot, and it was magnificent. It was extremely hard to contain his glee and continue to project the mask of a sad old man doing his best in an impossible situation. "I need options. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, being the most junior officer summoned to this meeting." Anakin began. "You've gone above and beyond what was expected or required of you at Christophsis, General Skywalker. I would like to hear your thoughts on our current situation." Coburn spoke before the Jedi could speak. "I agree with Admiral Coburn," Palpatine interjected, cutting off the Jedi before the Jedi could continue to harp on about the dark side. It was clear that the admirals were evaluating Skywalker. So far they liked what they saw. If he played his cards right, Anakin would gain invaluable allies and help Sidious undercut the Jedi even more. It didn't matter if he was aware of it or not. The boy was proving a very valuable asset. If only they could discuss things and ensure that they were both on the same page. Sidious couldn't wait for it. "With the limited data I have, I can see that we have 3 strategic options. The enemy will be able to overrun our forward-deployed forces within the next 2 weeks. They'll need 2 to 3 more weeks to neutralize critical strongholds on the outer rim and secure their rear areas. From that point on, the only thing containing a deep strike against our industrial centers will be logistics, and that state of affairs won't last." "We broadly agree with this analysis," Admiral Dow noted. "The first option I see is conventional resistance. For it to be viable, we will need almost unconditional support from all Republic members, their system defense fleets in particular. At the same time, we'll need to consolidate and pull back all forces we have in order to cover our critical industrial centers. If we pursue this option, we'll meet the enemy in open battle, with the goal to grind down the Confederacy Navy before it could deliver a knockout blow." Skywalker explained. The admirals briefly looked at each other before everyone turned to face the Chancellor. At this point, receiving the necessary support is a political impossibility. While I'll do my best, I'm afraid that many member systems won't release their defense fleets for what will be seen as a bloody last stand." Palpatine sadly concluded. The truth was that Palpatine would need weeks, if not months, to wrangle a significant amount of those fleets. Even blackmail could only get you so far, and there were too many governments that didn't see the war as their own. By the time they felt threatened enough to act, it would be too late. "What is the second option?" Palpatine inquired. "It's the other extreme, Chancellor. We acknowledge that, without extreme measures, we're about to lose the war and act accordingly. In the time we have left, we lay down the groundwork for resistance. One that will be able to eventually overthrow the Confederacy. We preserve as much of the Navy and Army as we can, disperse them, and prepare for a long resistance. Naval and Army elements that can't easily operate without long logistical train will make a last stand, inflicting as many losses to the enemy as possible. Then we go to the ground and prepare for a long struggle." That suggestion left everyone stunned. Palpatine could honestly say that he didn't see it coming, especially from Skywalker of all people. Yet the idea did have some merit. It also broadly aligned with a few of the contingencies Sidious had in place or intended to establish in the future. You would have us surrender the Republic. Windu was the first to recover, and he wasn't afraid to tell everyone what he thought about the very idea. As painful as it is to say it, surrender is a viable alternative. The Chancellor just confirmed that he might be unable to give us the support we will need to conventionally prosecute the war after the next couple of months on the outside. Admiral Tennant responded, "We're officers in the Republic Navy sworn to protect her. We will do our duty, and if we have to, we will die protecting the Republic and her ideals. However, this doesn't change the fact that soon, the enemy will be in a position to overrun us. Perhaps surrender best might be." Yoda's low voice cut through the building tension. "Save many lives it could." His ears drooped. "Shroud the galaxy into darkness a surrender might. A Sith the enemy leader is. Dark the future is." The admirals exchanged glances. "Count Dooku is a former Jedi. I don't profess to know everything about your religion, however. How much different is he from General Skywalker here?" Admiral Dow inquired. "Do we have any confirmation of him being a Sith, or a criminal beyond the obvious, him leading a secessionist movement? Most of the people on board with the Confederacy, especially those in leadership positions, are regular people after all. His actions on Geonosis should be proof enough." Windu declared with utmost conviction. He stood by, if not outright ordered the murder of 2 Jedi and a Republic senator. "While I do agree with this stance, legally speaking, from where the Separatists stood, the 3 of them were spies and saboteurs." Admiral Tennant gave Anakin an apologetic look. "I know this might strike a sore spot, General Skywalker. However, if I was in his place, I would have accused the 3 of you of the same." He raised a hand at that. "I would have just left it to the courts to decide your fate. That's what Count Dooku has been proclaiming to the whole galaxy." Many Republic members agree with his narrative. The Jedi incursion on Geonosis doesn't help. For many average citizens, and more importantly, government officials all over the galaxy, we started this war. A war we are hardly in a position to win. At that, Palpatine gave the Jedi his best disappointed look. From where I stood, I can't say that I agree with that particular narrative. Skywalker shrugged. "However, I can see and understand how many people might disagree. They weren't there, and presentation matters." That, Palpatine decided, was another point towards the theory of Amidala being blamed for this new Skywalker. The girl might turn out to be quite useful after all. "Let's table the talk about surrender for now," Palpatine declared. If push came to shove, he still had the codes to deactivate the Separatist army. If it came to that, he would have to call Order 66 and be content with the destruction of the Jedi Order, and then pick up the pieces. I would also like to hear your third option, my friend." He smiled at Anakin. So far, Skywalker was proving to be a delightful surprise. "Again, we acknowledge that we're in no state to conventionally win the war." Skywalker smiled grimly, and the dark side coiled in anticipation. Sidious leaned forward, sensing that this was going to be good. "We don't fight conventionally or fair. We change the rules." For a brief moment, Skywalker's eyes flashed as if made of molten gold. It was all that Sidious could do to keep his glee unnoticed by the Jedi. Skywalker pointedly looked at them before continuing. "The first step is to move against Jabba. We either force him to reconsider his support to the Confederacy or make an example of him. More importantly, we make a point to all Hutts if they chose to side with the Separatists. It will cost them, both in treasure and personally. I suggest that if we can't convince Jabba to be at least neutral and quickly, we take him out. We should also instigate a slave revolt on Tatooine and destroy the Hutt order there. Make it a point that if the Hutts move against us, we will respond in kind and destroy their way of life." It was bold, it was dangerous and arguably insane. It was a plan that no proper Jedi could come with, considering that Sidious suspected that Skywalker meant it when he said he suggested using any and all means against the Hutts. Predictably, the Jedi were at arms against the very idea. The reaction of the actual military officers was more interesting. They all appeared thoughtful. It was obvious that they were considering the merits of the overall strategy. A genuine smile appeared on Palpatine's face. If nothing else, Skywalker's idea might just be enough to buy him enough time to rally the Republic. If not, they wouldn't be in a worse position. At that point, it wouldn't matter if the Hutts fully allied with the enemy. 9. Chapter 5, Parts 1 and 2. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 5. Desperate Measures equals Co-F equals Part 1 equals Co-F equals Republic Cruiser Dauntless Hyperspace. Ahsoka watched with trepidation how several council members bickered with a group of military officers. She shivered at the cold embrace of the dark side, clinging to Skywalker like a blanket. The Padawan was afraid that her fallen master would retaliate against her as soon as she informed the council about what happened to him. Instead, he only smiled knowingly and summoned her to be present when he talked with them. Skywalker's anger, frustration, and worry were tangible things. Ahsoka was sure that if she raised her hand in his direction, she would be able to touch them. Despite that, he acted nothing like the Sith were supposed to. Not that she had met a real Sith before, or well, a dark Jedi for that matter. That was big. Anakin Skywalker falling, it was unthinkable really. The council should have done something about it. Instead, Ahsoka watched with trepidation how both the Chancellor and the Admiral swept the issue away as of no consequence. As if that wasn't weird and scary enough, she had to listen to them all discussing how the Republic was about to lose the war. That was impossible, surely. It was the Republic, and it had the Jedi to guard it. Ahsoka kept listening with ever-increasing unease. First, Skywalker's idea that they might actually stop the Separatists elated her, only for his second suggestion to surrender came as a gut punch, stunning the young Togruta. Ahsoka stared at him as if he just betrayed everything they were supposed to stand for, which he kind of already did when Skywalker unveiled his final option. The Jedi in the Chancellor's office weren't happy at all. That much was obvious, while the military officers obviously weighed their options. Ahsoka felt torn. Liberating slaves and removing a Hutt crime boss from power sounded like something the Jedi should have done a long time ago. The very idea felt right and just, and all it took was for a fallen Jedi and a desperate situation for someone to propose it. Ahsoka wanted to scream at how little sense the galaxy made right now. All she got instead was a curious, then worried look from Skywalker and a blast of reassurance through the Force. That was very cold comfort, made freezing by the dark side wrapped around him. "I'm afraid we'll have to set up the groundwork for your second option, my friend," the Chancellor sadly concluded. His image appeared positively ancient and so very tired. Ahsoka felt like the man needed a hug. That got her a wave of incredulity, followed by grim amusement coming from Skywalker. "That said, I'm not ready to surrender the Republic to the kinds of the Trade Federation and their cronies if I have any other viable alternative." The Chancellor looked at his admirals. "Do any of you have a better option?" he demanded. The three admirals physically present in his office looked at each other with grim determination, before exchanging silent communication with a few others present through the holonet. "Not at this time, sir," the old human admiral finally admitted. "Right now, the strategic situation is painfully obvious, and our viable options are limited." "General Skywalker, what do you need for your third option?" the Chancellor inquired. "Troops, weapons to arm liberated slaves with. Supplies, water, food, ammunition. At least one large theater shield generator with an appropriate power supply. While you assemble the necessary logistics, I suggest a covert insertion. I'll land on Tatooine with a small team and contact Jabba. If we can't convince him to return to neutrality, we'll take him out, cutting the focal point of resistance and control." "You're suggesting an assassination," Plo Koon concluded. The uncharacteristic cold tone of the Jedi Master was like a slap to the face for Ahsoka. She could feel Master Koon's hostility towards Skywalker and anything he suggested. "I'm outright stated that we're that desperate and more," the fallen Jedi countered. "This plan of yours seems good in theory. All I'm seeing is a desiderata craving power. What will you do, Skywalker, after you seize Tatooine?" "Will you ever let it go?" Master Windu demanded. "Why in the name of the Force would I ever want that wretched dust ball?" Skywalker exclaimed, and Ahsoka was pretty sure he was genuine in his surprise at the accusation. The meeting only deteriorated from that point on. The military generally supported Skywalker, and the Jedi did their best to cast anything he said or suggested in the darkest light possible. That was all wrong. The Jedi weren't supposed to act like that. If Ahsoka didn't know better, she would be certain that the Masters were scared, if not terrified. When the Chancellor bid them to do their best, and the connection cut off, Ahsoka felt abandoned too. She was painfully aware that she was stuck in the same compartment with a dark Jedi, or whatever Skywalker was, after going against him. She looked warily at him, only to meet a pair of lightly glowing eyes crinkled in amusement. "I'm not going to bite, you know that, right, Snips?" Skywalker said in an amused voice. He reinforced the sentiment by bombarding her with even more amusement through the Force. That was a stark contrast to the chilling presence of the dark side. "I actually don't know that," Ahsoka snapped in vexation. A moment later, she covered her mouth with both hands. Where did that come from? Why was she antagonizing the fallen Jedi? "That was stupid. You don't." If anything, Skywalker's amusement only grew. He wasn't supposed to feel amused, instead of angry or murderous. Sith, dark Jedi, Darksiders in general, were evil without a possibility of redemption. "Not like this. You seem confused, Snips." Skywalker stated the obvious and had the gall to smirk too. "Tell you what, let's go to the mess hall, get something warm to drink, and we can talk there. You need to relax a bit." He was enjoying this, wasn't he, the bastard? Ahsoka glowered at him in indignation. At that point the smirk went away, and Skywalker grimaced. "However, first I need to call Padme. Go wait for me in the mess hall, please." He turned back to the holoprojector and began fiddling with it. Ahsoka decided that discretion was the better part of valor and stormed out, still feeling his amusement. Equals Co F equals house Nabara's residence Naboo. Neither the lush forest nor the carefully configured villa meant to soothe people resting inside did anything to calm Padme's nerves. She sat on a sinfully comfortable couch, nervously tapping on a datapad. Beside her, a holoprojector built within a tea table showed the latest news. People all over the Republic raved about her Anakin, about his stunning victory above Christophsis. They proclaimed him a hero for saving the planet and rescuing the broken remains of a GAR army, all but destroyed on the surface before his arrival. Now and again, Padme could see images of Anakin dashing in a form-fitting uniform or wearing shining armor. On top of her other worries, now she had to contend with even more of Sola's teasing. In fact, her older sister took a demure sip of her tea and fluttered her eyelashes as the holograms. Who knew that your boy toy could be such a knight in shining armor? Literally at that, Sola cooed when the news showed a very nice picture of Anakin on the bridge of a warship. This suits him much better than those dark clothes he used when you brought him home. You know it wasn't like that, Sola, Padme exclaimed, scandalized. It wasn't like they did much when Anakin escorted her back to Naboo, was it just a few short weeks ago? Right, Sola nodded and smiled mischievously. I'm sure nothing untoward happened. The thoughts of both of you were pure. I most certainly didn't catch you two all disheveled making out like teenagers in love. You're a menace, Sola, I learned from the best. Her sister confided, I resent that, you resemble that. I told you I'll pay you with interest for all the teasing you did when I first began dating my Dar. Padme huffed at that. Sola might have a point, a very small point. She wasn't anywhere this bad and frustrating a few years ago, was she? Now tell me, how was he? You two spent an awful lot of time together, all stressed out, hot and bothered, Sola. Padme exclaimed, scandalized, only to be met by her sister's mischievous eyes. It's all right, sweetie. You're young, in love, these things happen. At that point, Padme was mentally discussing the merits of throwing decorum to the wind and throwing a pillow at Sola. Or two. She glanced at a pillow laying innocently at the far end of the couch, then at her sister, who was sprawled all over the nearby armchair. You're impossible, Padme concluded in vexation. Elder sister prerogative, Sola cheekily responded. Padme pointedly turned her attention to her datapad and ignored Sola. She could feel her sister's gaze on her, but kept distracting herself for a few more moments before her communicator beeped. She was glad for the distraction, no matter how brief it might be, and accepted the call. Anakin, Padme happily exclaimed when she saw a hair-warming rugged face. Padme, Anakin smiled sadly at her, ringing all kinds of alarm bells in her head. What happened? She suddenly became serious, not to mention increasingly worried. I shouldn't be telling you this, but, he swallowed thickly. The war just turned for the worse. The Hutts are siding with the Separatists and cutting off our access to the Outer Rim. Unless something radically changes, we can lose the war over the next few months. Padme, if that happens, you and your family have to go to the ground. The Trade Federation still wants you dead, and I won't put it past them to go after your relatives to hurt you. Solas gasped, and a moment later, Padme heard the sound of a cup shattering on the floor. How, all the news show is your victory, Sola exclaimed in distress. The enemy just made it moot, I'm afraid. Padme's mind whirled, trying to process what she just learned. Anakin was at Christophsis not too long ago. The Hutts and Separatists were cutting off the Outer Rim. Anakin, Padme demanded in a voice she barely recognized. She nearly lost him on Geonosis. They both almost died there along with Kenobi. Now this, please tell me that you're safe. Where are you? You've always been sharp. A wan smile appeared on Anakin's face. I won't be coming home anytime soon. We still have one chance to make this right, and I'm it. Anakin, what are you about to do? I'm familiar enough with your kind of ideas. Padme demanded, what I have to do to keep you safe. I hope you won't hate me for it. He trailed off. I want you to know that I'm sorry for everything. I love you, my angel. Anakin looked away, nodded once and cut off the connection. For what felt like an eternity, Padme just stood there, staring at where Anakin's image was, only for it to be replaced by his hologram again, courtesy to the news. Padme, that can't be right. Right, Sola stammered. This is the Republic. It can't lose the war. This was the Republic, all right, Padme thought bitterly. The same Republic only had an army because it had been built in secret. The same Republic that wasn't better prepared, because she opposed the very idea of a military buildup at every step, because it was surely the right thing to do. Without thinking twice, Padme used her senator codes to contact Coruscant, seeking a direct connection with the Chancellor. While it might be harder for the average senator to speak with the leader of the Republic without arranging it in advance, Palpatine was still a Naboo, and she was the senator representing their homeworld. Even then, Padme was surprised that she got through almost immediately. Senator Amidala, Palpatine smiled at her. His appearance immediately took her by surprise. He looked much older, haggard and frankly exhausted. That was a far cry from the charismatic and vexing ally, later opponent she was accustomed to dealing with. I can only assume that our mutual friend called to warn you. If that is the case, I must agree. If the worst happens, you need to hide. There are many elements within the Separatist leadership wishing you ill will. That's not what I'm calling you about, Chancellor. However, thank you for confirming what Anakin told me. It's that bad then. If anything, it's worse and going downhill from there. The Separatists are unlikely to stop after destroying our forces in the Outer Rim. My military advisors, Jedi friends, and political allies all agree the calls for secession are just smoke and mirrors. The Confederacy is fighting for control of the Republic, and thus the galaxy. We either fight to the bitter end, or surrender everything we believe into the same kind of people who invaded our home a decade ago. Palpatine spoke kindly, yet his sad gaze held a hint of accusation. While he pointedly didn't say it aloud, the told you so was more than implied. They had been arguing about this, and much more for a long time now. Padme kept insisting that goodwill and diplomacy could win the day. And Palpatine kept countering that despite his efforts, the Senate and the Republic as a whole were no different than they were 10 years ago. If anything, they were worse because, for most intents and purposes, that incident went unpunished. It made many other factions bolder, and if anything, the Trade Federation resented the fines and restrictions placed on it. Instead of deterrence, they served as fuel for retaliation, or at least that was what Palpatine kept saying. All the assassination attempts, not to mention the events on Geonosis, tended to support his narrative. Yet that was something Padme could never accept, or so she thought. Now she sat, staring at a Republic defeat as a very real possibility, and she would be partly to blame. Anakin might very well die, trying to salvage victory from the jaws of defeat, all because of her. He said so himself. I'm sorry, my dear. Palpatine's soothing words had the opposite effect. Instead of calming Padme down, they angered her. What are our options? Few and far between, not to be discussed over the holonet. I'll make my way to Coruscant ASAP. I'll need your support, Padme. When the news of our real situation breaks, It will cause a firestorm in the Senate. We need to talk about the future soon. I'll be there. Padme cut off the connection and stood up. Padme, what are you about to do? Sola asked. What I have to. Sola, please get the girls and your husband. Then she swallowed thickly. You'll need to hide. Mother and father too. Her sister flowed over the floor and put Padme in a firm hug, which she desperately returned. How did everything go so wrong so fast? Equals co F equals part 2 equals co F equals munificent frigate shadow, hand hyperspace indecision. That was an uncharacteristic state of affairs for Count Dooku. For a Sith, something like this was a sign of weakness, and thus contempt. Yet ever since Geonosis, Tyrannus found himself questioning all Sith teachings he got from his master. He didn't know how much of said knowledge was lies and deceptions to turn him into a sacrificial pawn. It all came back to Skywalker and Geonosis. There was no way Skywalker fell on Geonosis after he came to rescue Obi-Wan. The boy was too powerful, too collected. He was too sane and had too much control over both himself and the dark side. Tyrannus intimately knew what meant to fall. He led several Jedi to the dark side. Because of that, he had ample experience observing how they handled their passions in the aftermath. It took time and training to reach a state, weren't ready to snap at the smallest of provocations. On top of that, Sidious had been too pleased with what Dooku told him after Geonosis. It was almost like his master expected it. Of course, the deceiver expected it. That was the one thing that made sense. Skywalker had fallen months if not years ago, right under the Jedi's noses. Sidious had been training and shaping the boy into the perfect apprentice, the perfect weapon against the Jedi. When Tyrannus reached that logical conclusion, everything became clear. Dooku, along with the Confederacy, were nothing more than a means to an end. They were to be used and discarded. The plan Dooku knew of was as much a trap as the Clone Wars and Clone Army were. He could see it clearly the moment when he was supposed to surrender at the end of the war and plead that he had seen the light, so to speak. Tyrannus could see himself fighting and losing against Skywalker. Now Dooku was certain he was meant to lose that future confrontation. That duel would be nothing more than a test for Skywalker, no matter if he fought as well as he could or gave up in the end. Then Sidious would call for Dooku's execution, because he would no longer be useful. Skywalker would be the hero to end the war, kill Tyrannus, then kill the rest of the Confederate leadership and shut down their armies. The Jedi would fall at the same time, and in one fell stroke, Sidious would remove all threats to his future reign. It was an impressive and devious plan. It was just that Dooku lacked a single shred of solid evidence to back his theory, no matter how plausible it was. As things stood now, he could explain that he merely saw an opportunity to hedge their bets. If Jedi or the Republic somehow discovered the truth, the Sith would be in an even better position to lead the Confederacy to a military victory. However, if he pressed on with his contingency plan, there would be no turning back. Ever since Dooku got away from Sidious after Geonosis, he had been wondering what to do. He had been planning and plotting, and he had been wondering how many lies Sidious taught him. Dooku would have to secure control over the Confederacy, then delay a full-scale invasion until they could build enough droids without shutdown codes, and only then throw everything he could at the heart of the Republic. And if he was wrong, he might just doom them all. Dooku opened his eyes and slowly looked around. He didn't need to see his apprentice Ventress stood shrouded in shadows behind his throne-like chair. Severance Tan, his exotic Kiss acolyte, was in the shallow depression in front of him, kneeling and awaiting orders. His remaining acolytes were either dead, thanks to Skywalker, or busy with missions all over the galaxy. To be a Sith meant that you stood alone. You were above everyone else except your master until you learned everything from them, and it was time to replace them. It was a lonely existence. Dooku wondered how much it was because of the Banite Sith teachings, and how much of it was just another deception meant to isolate him. When he was a Jedi and later as a Count, he often ran his ideas and plans through his fellow Jedi, Padawan, when he had one, or his advisors. Dooku knew he was far from perfect. He made mistakes just like everyone else. As a Sith, there was no one to notice them before it was too late. He was supposed to trust no one but his master after all. What a cruel joke that was. Betrayal had a bitter taste. We were deceived, my friends. Dooku finally spoke. My master is using us, and as soon as our usefulness comes to an end, he will discard us. He already has replacements lined up. Fury and outrage burned through his bond with Ventress. Curiously enough, while Severance was angered by his words, she didn't seem particularly surprised. Acolyte, you can speak freely, Dooku allowed and leaned forward. Deception and betrayal is the Sith way. Didn't you teach us so, Master? Not between a master and apprentice. The very idea would be an anathema for the Jedi. And while they were wrong about a great number of things, at least in theory, the final confrontation between a Sith master and their apprentice wasn't supposed to be a betrayal. It was to be the finest moment of the master when their apprentice surpassed them, and thus secured their legacy. An apprentice who defeated their master proved to the Force itself that they had learned everything their master could teach them. They were better, more knowledgeable, stronger. That was meant to be a Sith's greatest achievement. As a former Jedi, and as a Count, Dooku couldn't help but see both what was right and wrong with the sentiment. The confrontation itself wasn't an issue, neither the defeat, no matter who lost. However, one of them dying, unless that was an accident, was a waste. And in a war for survival, you simply couldn't afford to waste valuable assets like properly trained apprentices or their masters. Dooku had wondered how many times the Sith had lost because of betrayal hollowing out their side. From where I sit, I see yet another lie, a means of control and to keep us alone, disunited. Weak, he spat. The more Dooku thought about this, the clearer his path became. Much of what Sidious taught us is a lie. The Sith of old almost always ensured their own downfall. Unless we want to follow in their doomed footsteps, we need to be better. We need to evolve. Tyrannus stood up, filled with energy. The dark side sang around him, and he took it for approval. We will forge our path, create our own Sith order, and in the fullness of time we will bring low all our enemies. I'm with you, my master, now and forever. Ventress fell on one knee in a display of allegiance. She had her side of their bond wide open, showing Dooku that she meant it. Severance had a wide smile on her face, and her solid red eyes shone with all the possibilities opening in front of them. Our course of action is clear. First, we need to take full control over the Confederacy. You, apprentice, and my acolytes will remove Sidious creatures when the moment comes. Ventress, recall your fellow disciples. We need to be on the same page on how we'll go forward as Sith. I'll soon have orders for you all. Severance, I need you to ensure the proper defense of our critical industrial centers. If we lose them, we lose the war. Get me a plan and a list of forces to redeploy there. Dooku sat back and waited for the women to leave. As soon as they did, he activated the communications suite connected to the compartment. 2 holograms flickered to life, showing the radically different images of Admiral Trench and General Grievous. Gentlemen, we have a deal with the Hutts in place. They are in the process of closing their hyperlanes for Republic shipping. General Grievous, you're to use your discretion and annihilate all GAR formations forward deployed in the Outer Rim. Get me a plan of action for approval as soon as possible. With those words, he dismissed the cyborg and focused on the arachnid. That's great news. At this rate, we'll be able to end the war in a few months. Trench happily concluded. I'm afraid it won't be that simple, Admiral. We were betrayed. The Sith in control of the Senate has numerous agents among our leadership. He also possesses the codes needed to shut down our military. If we launch an all-out assault on the core, he'll use them. Right now, I believe that various parties had orchestrated this war for their benefit, so they could take control of the Republic no matter which side wins. I see, Trench slowly nodded. It wasn't just propaganda for the masses, was it? No, just like I'm a former Jedi, I used to be a Sith. I know for a fact that a Sith controls the Senate and the office of the Chancellor. That is why I created the Confederacy in the first place, no matter how unpleasant some of our colleagues are. My miscalculation was not being diligent enough in seeking out to remove Sidious agents among our ranks. You have a plan, I hope. Trench's eyes bore at Dooku. It was plain to see that the Admiral was carefully judging everything he said. Military speaking, we'll neutralize all enemy forces in the Outer Rim. Then we will knock out or blockade Republic loyalist systems beyond the Mid-Rim. And finally, consolidate our dispersed territories, ensuring that we have interior lines of communication. Meanwhile, I need your support in making this happen. Further, I need you and your staff to establish the necessary logistics for a prolonged campaign against Republic industrial nodes and critical hyperlane junctions. I agree with those strategic goals. However, this still doesn't change the fact that we're a single transmission from losing the war. Among our first objectives domestically is ensuring that any new build droids don't have built-in shutdown codes. We'll be expending much of our existing stock against targets in the Outer Rim. That's all and good. However, before I throw my lot with you, Count Dooku, I would require proof that Sidious is in charge of the Republic and that he has agents within the Confederacy. We have to meet ASAP. I have ready to show you multiple recordings between members of the Confederate Council and Darth Sidious. What about General Grievous? He is a mad dog created by the Sith. I'm afraid that when I still served my master, I aided in turning him into the flawed weapon he is. I feel compelled to ask, Count, when exactly did you decide to walk away from your so-called master? When I figured out that I was a mere pawn to be used and discarded, just like you are, Admiral. 10, Chapter 5, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 5. Desperate Measures equals Co-F equals Part 3 equals Co-F equals Ren Var To Bali system. When Count Dooku made up his mind and betrayed Sidious, he had no intention of leaving anything to chance if he could help it. It would be months at best, if not longer, before the Confederacy would be in shape to launch an all-out assault upon the core. That might be just long enough for Sidious to consolidate enough of the Republic's members to survive and turn the conflict into one of attrition. At that point, the odds of Confederate victory would significantly decrease. That was why, instead of making his way to the Confederacy's capital world, Dooku decided on a detour. Both as a Jedi and later as the leader of Sereno, Dooku enjoyed ancient mysteries. That was especially true if they could prove some advantage in the present. Even if it was merely a lesson about the past. This particular interest of Dooku's didn't change when he became Sith, but instead, his focus understandably shifted. Thanks to all the holocrons and ancient secrets he then had access to because of Sidious, the newly dubbed Tyrannus had numerous new trails to pursue. One of these leads the reason why 2 years ago, Dooku made Raxus Prime into his primary fortress in the Outer Rim. Obviously, it wasn't because he enjoyed the view or the ambience. In Geonosis Aftermath, one of Dooku's agents tracing leads on archaeotech weapons finally succeeded. Sidon Prax, a mercenary of some renown, possessing curious connections, finally located the remains of a Force harvester, the key component of a Sith super weapon built during the old Sith Wars thousands of years ago. Rewards for a job well done would have to wait for his arrival to Raxulin Prime. However, Dooku first needed more information on the Force Reaper. In particular, about how to safely restore and operate the archaeotech weapon. Thus, even before he decided to betray Sidious, the Sith Lord dispatched overwhelming forces against Ren Var, an Outer Rim Republic stronghold. They landed at the occupied Republic base, escorted by a swarm of vulture droids. As soon as the shuttle's ramp opened, a wave of freezing wind blasted inside. I'm beginning to see that the description didn't do this place justice, Asajj grumbled before shielding herself from the cold with the Force. This frozen slice of hell has only one thing of value, apprentice, Dooku said in a conversational tone. While he was glad that Ventress was still loyal to him, keeping it that way would require a change in how they interacted. That was doubly true when shifting her mentality towards a different understanding of what it meant to be Sith was concerned. Perhaps a softer touch was required, one wrapped around a Durasteel gauntlet. To be frank, the way a Sith master was supposed to treat their apprentice according to Sidious had obvious drawbacks. There was little surprise that said apprentice would gleefully turn on their master in the fullness of time. That much was clear as a day when Dooku critically thought about what Sidious taught him. Further, while various Sith holocrons and other works he had access to didn't outright contradict Sidious, the people who created them had something in common. In the end, despite their great personal power, they lost. They were either overwhelmed by superior numbers or murdered by their apprentices, weakening the Sith as a whole until they were no longer a match for the Jedi of the era. That was a particularly painful sticking point. The Jedi had to go otherwise. The best Dooku had to look forward would be lifelong imprisonment, and he was going to do his best to avoid such a fate. Thank you very much. However, even if the trap worked, the war weakened the Jedi, and Order 66 made them an endangered species. The odds of a clean sweep were remote. There would still be a number of them left, who even if hunted down, would likely move against the remaining Sith to ensure no one won in the end. In such an eventuality, having trained Sith allies at your side would be invaluable. Having a proper new Sith Order would be even more valuable if the plan didn't work as advertised. Dooku glanced at Ventress. You might want to outfit yourself with a proper lightweight armor if nothing else. Tyrannus continued. We are no longer playing at war and merely deceiving the Republic. He pointed out, what about you, Master? You aren't exactly wearing armor or even a military uniform for that matter. I'll consider it if I find myself anywhere near the front lines regularly. You'll be stuck there for much of the war, I foresee. Your talents will be wasted otherwise, Jedi hunting. Asajj perked up. Among other missions only a few could accomplish. Dooku smoothly stroked his apprentice's ego. There is only one thing of value in this frozen wasteland. He explained while they walked up the steps leading towards their goal. This is the tomb of Ulic Qel-Droma. Thousands of years ago, he was a Jedi who saw the truth and walked the path of the Sith. Just like you, Ventress nodded. Yes, Qel-Droma saw the flaws within the Jedi Order of his time and searched for a better path, along with Exar Kun. The histories of both the Jedi and Sith agree on this point. Our target persists as a Force ghost, guarded by some of his disciples even in death, Dooku smiled. Just like you did, Master. Ventress naturally noticed the similarities. There are some curious parallels, I'll admit. If we go by a strict reading of his epics, Keldroma turned from the dark side to become a Jedi again. That is something our Order friends on Coruscant believe impossible. At that, Ventress stopped staring at the tomb in front of them and looked at Dooku. "Does it matter?" Asajj inquired. "The dark side is our servant, a tool and a weapon. However, if we ever reach a point where it controls us, instead of us being in control, in that case, turning away to a position of sanity and control is merely the prudent thing to do." Dooku explained his current view on the matter. "In a sense, it is what we're doing after Sidious deceived us in order to keep us apart and weak, apprentice. He turned Opress' brother into a dumb weapon, wasting all the potential that boy once had. We are striving to walk our own path, break our chains and be free. And to do it in this galaxy of ours, we have several tasks to accomplish." They walked past the entrance, where a whole company of B-2 droids stood in a defensive formation, with weapons aimed at the door. As soon as Dooku took a step inside, he passed through an invisible barrier, keeping the tomb's force signature contained. The force in this place sang, in a beautiful mix of the light and dark side. Ventress halted in her tracks and simply stared, observing the tombs through the force. "This is a fascinating place," Dooku concluded aloud. They walked deeper into the tomb, and with every step they took further, the force resonated stronger around them. Within a few minutes, they were within the tombs proper, a huge cavern illuminated by glowing crystals. Ulic Keldroma's grave would be in the far end, into a smaller cave behind this one. Here laid many of his disciples, as legend had it, standing as eternal guardians. The wreckage of a few dozen droids greeted them, all cut to pieces by lightsabers. The force shifted, its song becoming louder until it was a deafening crescendo. "Behold the true power of the Force, apprentice. With enough power, skill, and knowledge, even death itself is merely an inconvenience," Dooku declared. That was one of the few truths Sidious taught him about, and one of the man's primary long-term goals. A moment later, the song ceased, plunging surrounding master and apprentice in oppressive silence. 8 signatures burst to life, lighting up the cave with blue fire. A ghostly apparition now stood upon each stone tomb, lining up the sides of the cave. "Master," Asajj wasted no time in moving behind Dooku so they could stand back to back. There was no mistake in how uncharacteristically wary she sounded. Ventress's surprise and awe shone like a beacon through their bond. "This is a test, apprentice," Dooku pointed out the obvious. "We won't be found wanting." The apparitions moved like one. They jumped down from their stone sarcophagi and ignited ghostly lightsabers in different colors, from the pure azure preferred by the Jedi Guardians of old to the blood crimson of the Sith, and everything in between. Equals Co F equals Part 4 equals Co F equals Ulic Keldroma's tomb Ren Var Tobali system, the foundation of combat. No matter if you were a Jedi, Sith, or a member of one of the countless insignificant sects wasting their time across the galaxy, was the same. Let the Force flow through you, then guide it to enhance yourself. If you were powerful and experienced enough, it could be to the point you were orders of magnitude faster and stronger than before. Physical training and fitness helped, of course. They were in fact vital. The higher your baseline was, the better the enhancement results. Dooku could sense Ventress drawing on the Force, using her always present anger and frustration to fuel it. He did the same, letting some of the control he had over his emotions slip. Fury roared within his heart at Sidious' betrayal and at himself for being fooled. The apparitions came, and Tyrannus met half of them with a concentrated wave of Sith lighting, focused to kill, not merely ravage and hurt. 2 of them caught the assault on their lightsabers, a glowering Sith blade, and a pure Azure Jedi won. The third was much less fortunate. He got hit full on the chest and flew back as if struck by cannon. The concentrated energy blast was enough to disrupt the apparition, leaving it twitching on the ground and slowly losing cohesion. The other two kept coming, if much slower, resisting the assault. Perhaps if Dooku had more time, he could have overwhelmed them with brute force. However, it was a moot point. The other three fell upon Ventress, and she had to move or die. Master and apprentice moved in tandem, synchronizing their actions through their force bond, which was now stronger than ever. Ventress whirled to her left, avoiding being boxed in. Dooku mirrored her actions and exploded in motion. As a barely an afterthought, he sent another wave of lighting at his original targets, keeping them at bay, and fell upon the closest apparition, while Ventress went for the other two. Dooku's opponent had been a large man in life. He was still strong and more than proficient in Gem-So. Unfortunately for him, he was also painfully slow compared to the Sith. Tyrannus deflected a strong swipe, then sidestepped an overhead strike aimed at slicing him in two. This gave him a brief opening, and he struck, burying his lightsaber in the apparition's chest. Whatever those ghosts were, sufficient energy could disrupt them. The large apparition flickered quickly like a faulty light, then popped out of existence. Almost at the same time, the one that took the brunt of Tyrannus' initial attack finally lost cohesion, vanishing as well. Dooku glanced at Ventress, who could now hold her own against her two attackers, and turned to deal with the other two. It was just in time, too, because they fell upon him in a curious display of cool calculation typical to the Jedi, and a furious onslaught worthy of a Sith. The former Sith ignored defense and went all out against Dooku in a bastardized version of Makashi, while the Jedi used Sorsu to defend his comrade and calmly waited for an opening. That was a good tactic. Dooku knew for a fact that there weren't that many trained Force users across the galaxy who could handle it. The sheer speed and power of the apparitions already put them ahead of many of the Force adepts Dooku knew. Despite that, those things were pale shadows from the men and women they were. Dooku could now sense muted emotions coming from them: elation, frustration, regret, determination, and an almost blinding sense of duty. He quickly fell back, and predictably, the former Sith followed, momentarily leaving his Jedi friend behind. Dooku increased the speed of his strikes even as he kept retreating, until the gap between the apparitions was just large enough. At that point, Tyrannus halted his retreat and burst forward in a blur, meeting the former Sith blow for blow. He unleashed all his fury and frustration with every strike. Even as the Jedi jumped to rejoin the battle, Dooku cut through the ghostly arms of his opponent. Both hands and the crimson lightsaber flickered out of existence before they could touch the ground. Tyrannus used the brief moment of distraction from the muted pain and shock to grab the former Sith with the Force and slam him into the Jedi's ghost, sending them both tumbling through the air. Before they could strike the ground, he unleashed a concentrated wave of Sith lighting at them and kept it going until their forms faded out. Dooku looked around, examining the area both with his eyes and through the Force. No more apparitions came into existence, which left only Ventress with her two playmates. Well, one. She finally got the upper hand and managed to slip a lightsaber through the guard of a conservative Gem-So user. That left his apprentice facing the last Jedi ghost. It took a step back and switched from Juyo to Sorsu, and waited for Ventress to attack. Fortunately for Asajj, she kept her master's teachings to heart and didn't take the bait. Unless you knew you were the better duelist, or at worst, as good as your opponent, attacking a Sorsu user head-on begged for a devastating counterattack. Asajj extinguished one of her sabers and put it back on her belt. She pointed her free hand at the Jedi and squeezed her fist. The apparition knew what was coming and did its best to shield itself from the telekinetic grasp. For a few seconds, the two of them just stood frozen in place, while the force pulsed between them in a contest of strength. Slowly but surely, Ventress prevailed, using her anger and frustration to grasp more power from the dark side. After a few long seconds, she had a firm hold on the Jedi apparition. Asajj squeezed until it lost hold of its lightsaber and focused entirely on countering the telekinetic attack. At that point, Ventress threw her lightsaber in a sharp arc, cutting through the ghost, which promptly vanished. Her lightsaber arched back into her waiting hand, and she switched it off after checking if there were any more enemies waiting for them. I expected more of a challenge, Ventress concluded. This was merely a test, apprentice. Dooku waved her to follow. They went deeper into the tomb and soon found the Keldroma's grave. It was a solitary stone sarcophagus, resting at the far end of a small natural tunnel leading deeper under the mountain. Glowing crystals illuminated the area, showing that there was nothing of value in the area beside the grave. When they came close to the sarcophagus, the force surged around them, gathering right above the grave. Bright light materialized on top of the sarcophagus, forming the ghostly visage of a hooded man. It has been a long time since I had such visitors. The figure tilted his head. I'm Ulic Keldroma, as you're undoubtedly aware. The pain of betrayal clings to you, feeding your anger and frustration. Greetings, ancient Jedi. I am Count Dooku of Sereno. I come humbly asking for your advice and help. Neither the Jedi Order nor the Republic is what they once were. The Jedi had been stagnant for centuries. They abandoned their duties both to the galaxy as a whole and to the individual Jedi under their care. Now their failure is complete. A Sith Lord, my former master, has control of the Senate. The Republic itself is a bloated, corrupted corpse rotting from within. You believe what you're telling me. Your young protege agrees. Keldroma chuckled lightly. Yet, your conviction doesn't necessarily make you right, or wrong for that matter. What do you want, Count Dooku? I can sense both the touch of the Jedi and that of the dark side upon you. Not the Sith, Dooku asked in momentarily confusion. I haven't been stuck here for the past few thousand years, you know. I've been able to keep an eye on the galaxy at large, though I'm far from all-knowing. To be a Sith means to pursue an idea, to be an adherent of a philosophy. To be a real Sith means that you strive to offer a viable alternative both to the Jedi and the Republic they attached themselves to so long ago. I've seen countless people calling themselves Sith stumble in the dark, using an ideology they misunderstood as an excuse for their temper tantrums. The results were predictable, as you should know. That's an interesting point of view. Dooku conceded. What I know of the Sith has been distorted between all the time since they operated openly, and the deceptions of my master meant to keep us as sacrificial tools. Yet, I sense that you aren't here to only discuss philosophy, the ancient Jedi pointed out. I'm leading an alliance of systems, the Confederacy of Independent Systems. As of a few weeks ago, we're in a war against the Republic, its clone army commissioned by the Sith and the Jedi. To my shame, my master has the shutdown codes for our droid armies. Those armies are the primary reason we stand a chance against the Republic's larger population and industrial might. If it wasn't for those codes, we might have been able to cause enough damage to industrial centers to gain a quick victory. As things stand, I'm afraid that the best-case scenario is a protracted war, which will set the galaxy on fire. And if you lose, your master wins anyway, Keldroma asked in amusement. The corrupt Republic wins and won't reform. Win or lose, My master has the knowledge to shatter the galactic order. His clone army just needs the order to turn on their Jedi generals. For my newborn state to survive, we need an edge. A short time ago, one of my agents uncovered an ancient device, a force harvester. The core of the Dark Reaper, Keldroma spoke in a distant voice. Do you have any idea what you're playing with, Count Dooku? A very potent weapon against the clone armies of the Republic and the Jedi of this era. A few weeks ago, I would have relished the idea of merely unleashing such archaeotech relic upon the galaxy. Today, I stand in front of you as the leader of a besieged nation, as someone who knows that such escalation would be counterproductive in the long run. My confederacy needs to be a worthy alternative to the Republic. It must be a nation that would entice systems to eagerly flock to our banner, not merely an oppressive horror the galaxy would band together to destroy. You're telling the truth, Keldroma chuckled. You actually believe in what you just said. If that is the case, I'm willing to aid you, Count Dooku of Sereno. Seek the holocrons of Darth Mar. In his teachings, you'll find a kindred spirit, I think. If you're careful and wise enough, you might succeed where so many ancient Sith faltered and fell. Humbling the Jedi, laying low the Republic. Those are merely means to an end, not an end in itself. Creating a nation and an order to replace them. A nation and order that would persist through the centuries and millennia to come. That is the real test of the Sith, and almost everyone before you has faltered when facing it. I understand, I think. See that you do, or everything you strive for would turn to ash in your hands. 11, Chapter 5, Parts 5 and 6 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 5. Desperate Measures equals Co-F equals Part 5 equals Co-F equals Republic Cruiser Dauntless Hyperspace. En route to the Tattoo system, goosebumps covered Ahsoka's skin, despite the balmy temperature inside the cruiser and her modified Jedi armor. She shuddered, feeling an unnatural chill ebbing and flowing forward from Skywalker's darkness-shrouded figure. Despite all the Order taught Ahsoka, and all her fears, the only thing she could sense coming from the fallen Jedi was amusement, colored by a hint of disappointment. There were no suffocating rage and aggression, no breathtaking fear. At least, there was no fear coming from the menacing figure, sitting on a bench across the table from her. Ahsoka felt more than a little appreciation, mixed with justified fear. Skywalker held to his word and hadn't even threatened her, that much was true. He didn't even hint at attacking her, yet his very presence was nothing short of terrifying. Skywalker no longer hid what he was. There was no need after Ahsoka told the council about his fall. Nevertheless, he still acted like anything but a fallen Jedi. Skywalker picked up a large cup filled to the brim with steaming tea. He inhaled its scent, and with a wan smile drank from the hot liquid. Ahsoka shivered in confusion as she felt him relishing in the sensation, as if it was the best thing in the galaxy. After long, passion-filled moments, a pair of glowing, Sith eyes opened and focused on the Padawan. Skywalker raised an eyebrow at her. "You know, fear leads to the dark side and all that," he said in a droll voice. Ahsoka's hand shook around her hot cup of supposedly calming tea. The sheer gall of that man was infuriating. It was like he took some kind of perverse pleasure in getting a raise of her. Of course he was. He was a dark Jedi now, anger too. What would the council think? Skywalker chided. He sounded almost genuine. Ahsoka glowered at him, earning herself a smile. This wasn't right. She should have had much better control over her emotions. It was just that. Skywalker's very presence made it nearly impossible now. He was a barely contained inferno made of dark flame in the Force. His very presence pulsed forth, chilling Ahsoka to her very core. It also confused the Padawan, because as scary as Skywalker was, he was nothing like a dark Jedi or a Sith, for that matter, was supposed to be. That point of confusion kept returning to the forefront of her mind. Snips, the moniker kindled even more indignation within Ahsoka's heart. "Do I look particularly evil to you?" Skywalker forged on. "Have I been beheading or torturing people for fun as of late?" Golden glowing eyes sparkling with amusement met Ahsoka's indignant glare. Skywalker was having too much fun at her expense. What did she do to deserve this? Not yet, she eventually bit off, refusing to admit, even to herself, how much of a torture this awkward conversation felt like. To be fair, if I ever get my hands on the people who sent assassins after my Padme, I'll relish in having words with them, Skywalker admitted without a shred of remorse. The dark fire that was his presence surged forward. It burned hot enough that it briefly dispelled the surrounding chill. Ahsoka didn't want to even think about what such a conversation might entail. The gleeful surges of what had to be the dark side were enough of a clue, right? Skywalker drank more from his tea, and this time his whole signature pulsed with unrestrained joy. It was like this was the first drink he had after nearly dying of thirst in a desert, which was surely impossible. This couldn't be the unrestrained passions the Order warned about. That simply made no sense. "You have questions, ask them, Snips." Those matter-of-fact words weren't quite in order, yet Ahsoka struggled to keep her mouth shut. Her indignation grew so hot it burned out of control. Ahsoka knew that this was wrong, and it was somehow all Skywalker's fault. Yet she simply didn't know how to handle this. If he was a dark Jedi like the one she had been taught, that would have been one thing, even if it meant a confrontation Ahsoka wasn't equipped to survive. If he was trying to turn her, proclaiming all the dubious joys of the dark side, then things would have been simple. Instead, Skywalker just sat on the bench, acting all infuriatingly composed. He enjoyed a simple cup of tea like it was nobody's business. His very presence was undoing Ahsoka's control over her emotions, and she couldn't even begin to figure out how she should handle this. "That's some serious amount of vexation. You're feeling, Snips. It's not healthy, I know from experience." Skywalker's gentle words washed over her like a soothing shower. Ahsoka could feel a sense of worry and support burst forth from the dark flames, which threatened to engulf her in a mockery of a hug. "Enough, stop this," Ahsoka snapped. The dark flames paused in confusion, yet the emotions coming from Skywalker didn't change. "Stop what, Snips? Talk to me, please." A fallen Jedi wasn't supposed to be this reasonable, controlled, much less caring. What was wrong with Skywalker? What was wrong with her? For that matter, why did she even entertain the thought of listening to him? "There is no reason for you to panic, Snips." Skywalker's gentle voice almost got her out of her funk. Another wave of reassurance and warmth washed over Ahsoka, even as the dark flames closed in, almost touching her, before reluctantly retreating. That was anything but reassuring. Ahsoka's heart thundered within her chest, and her wide eyes darted around, looking for a way out, while ancient instincts kicked in. She was in the presence of a greater, more dangerous predator, and she had to either get away or somehow remain unnoticed. This time, Skywalker's worry entangled with reassurance almost swallowed her whole, and Ahsoka got a strange notion that he was nearing his wit's end. A moment later, the dark flames pulled back further and seemingly flickered off. Skywalker's suffocating presence was all but gone, until Ahsoka had to look at him to be sure he was still there. His presence in the Force collapsed on itself and vanished. "That was a bit too much, wasn't it, Snips? Sorry about that," Skywalker grimaced. He sounded genuine too, but how could Ahsoka believe anything he was saying? Even if he had kept his word so far, Let's try this again, shall we? Ahsoka found that she could properly breathe again, and her instincts calmed down a bit. What was that? She hissed at no one in particular. I'm quite powerful in the Force, you know. Skywalker pointedly looked at her and drank more tea while waiting for her to respond. Ahsoka was glad that she didn't experience the unusual pleasure that a simple sip of tea could produce in that vexing man. And yes, she knew he was powerful in the Force, thank you very much. Anyone with a drop of sensitivity would know it if they looked at him. The idea was that we would talk, not that I would monologue at you. Skywalker continued. Ahsoka couldn't help it and growl at the infuriating dark Jedi. What's wrong with you? She snapped. Mind you, if someone else asks, I'll deny it to my dying breath. Skywalker had the sheer gall to quietly laugh at her. There are a lot of things you can say are wrong with me. Or that I see as wrong, he shrugged. Past a certain point, there isn't much of a difference. That makes no sense whatsoever. It makes a lot of sense from where I'm sitting. Ahsoka felt a shiver of satisfaction washing over her before Skywalker reinforced his grasp of whatever he was doing to suppress his Force signature and emotions. Now, let us first talk about your options, Snips. Because of the never sufficiently damned huts, there aren't many of them. We're currently cut off behind enemy lines and on desperate missions. Realistically, you have 2 or perhaps 3 options. 1, you stay on this ship and ignore everything that happens until we can get you back to friendly territory. Second, you try your luck getting a transport to the core from Tatooine. That isn't something I would recommend for obvious reasons, though it's an option, I guess. Third, you aid us in trying to salvage something from the unfolding disaster we find ourselves in. Ahsoka noted that neither option officially had a part where she turned to the dark side, or something like that. That had to be a trap, right? She glowered at Skywalker, unsure what to think or believe in anymore. And here I thought you'll be talking, Skywalker grumbled. He stared at her, and his golden eyes all but screamed, what's wrong with you? Equals co-F equals part 6 equals co-F equals Chancellor's Office Senate Building Coruscant. Hours of intense discussion passed like seconds. Various GAR officers from all over the galaxy pitched in over the holonet. Aides and government functionaries darted in and out of the Chancellor's office. Only 4 people remained present for the whole flurry of desperate activity. The Chancellor himself. He seemed older and more exhausted with every passing hour, slumping in his chair. Mace Windu. The Jedi Master stood tall and stout, resembling a pillar standing against inevitability. Master Yoda. He was deep in thought, trying to find a resolution hidden by the ever-present darkness fallen upon the galaxy. Admiral Coburn. He was the unshakable representative of the military. Late in the afternoon, the emergency meetings were over for the time being. No more aides ran into the office, bringing answers to countless questions. A brief moment of peace reigned before Mace Windu shattered it. Chancellor, Skywalker is a dark Jedi now. We could feel the dark side in him ever over the holonet. He has fallen. The Jedi Master tried again to make Palpatine see reason. Right or not, he submerged himself in the Force, seeking the right shatterpoint to push. Beside him, Master Yoda's signature trembled in apprehension and indignation at Windu's actions. Is he? The Chancellor asked carefully, wearily. He sounded more tired than ever. It was clear for all to see that he carried the weight of the whole galaxy on his shoulders. The heavy burden was burning through him at an alarming pace. Master Jedi, everyone's philosophical outlook is their own private matter, unless they wish to share it. We have very strict laws against persecuting people over what they might believe, no matter how factually right or wrong their beliefs might be. I must ask you again, Master Windu, what is young Skywalker's crime? What did he do to warrant us stripping him of his rank within the military? What crime did he commit? When did he commit it? What evidence you have about him breaking any law? Palpatine's frustration grew more apparent as he spoke. The Chancellor's misplaced passion was painfully evident in his voice, and it mirrored the emotions burning through his exhaustion. "We are not here to argue with you, Chancellor. No." The disappointment Palpatine put in that single word was painful to experience. "You're here to demand from us." The Chancellor nodded at Admiral Coburn, "to imprison a competent military officer." Palpatine's eyes bored into Windu, burning with righteous indignation. "You want me to imprison a friend?" "A hero." Palpatine slowly stood up, using his desk for support. "Without trial, without even a pretense of legality." He spat as if the very idea burned him from within. "I have to agree with the Chancellor, Master Jedi." Admiral Coburn spoke firmly. "I feel compelled to go further. I must regretfully state that your conduct today has been most disturbing." Mace Windu grimaced at the accusations. The veil of the dark side obscured everything. There were multiple shatterpoints he could see. Nearly every single one of them made things worse for the Jedi by breaking the government's and the military's trust in them. At that point, it dawned on Windu that neither the Chancellor nor the Admiral understood. They might intellectually know that a Jedi falling to the dark side was a bad thing, but not why. They lacked the Force and Jedi training, thus they didn't possess the instinctual fear and loathing of the dark side. They couldn't know how dangerous it was, how it could twist the best of people. He had to find a way to explain it to them, to make them understand, because anything else would ensure a disaster. Skywalker was the chosen one. He had the potential to be the most powerful Jedi in history. His fall and its consequences, therefore, were unthinkable. They had to contain and stop him before it was too late. At that point, Sidious had to use everything he knew and everything he was in order to maintain his disguise. The destruction of the Jedi as an institution was all but guaranteed the day the war began. Ensuring that they stayed destroyed this time was the complicated issue, along with turning the Republic into his future empire instead of destroying it. Palpatine already had broad political support for his plans. One of the key missing elements was destroying the Jedi's support and reputation in such a way that it would make it as difficult as possible for them to rise again as guardians of the Republic. The war was a trap, not only for the individual Jedi, but for the Order's reputation. While this outcome was almost too good to be true, Sidious was going to exploit it for all it was worth. After all, it was hard to believe that someone like Skywalker might fall, yet retain enough of his control and sanity without help to avoid doing something obviously illegal. The odd Jedi fell on a semi-regular basis. The Order's foolish dogma ensured that such people were weak-minded fools who were no threat to the Galactic Order. More importantly, when the Jedi of this era broke, they always tended to lash out and turn themselves into criminals in the eyes of the Republic, making things straightforward. That was to be expected, really. The fools had no idea how to handle their emotions, much less their passions. It was only logical that all the unrestrained emotions they experienced after falling to the dark side would consume them. Skywalker was different. By his actions and inaction, he was proving to be worth Sidious' attention. Amidala, too. The Sith Lord was sure if it wasn't for her, his future apprentice would have done something foolish, robbing him of such a priceless opportunity. That irritating chit finally proved herself useful. Perhaps she might be useful enough to keep in the long run, both as a leash and incentive to his apprentice. However, such plans were for the future. Sidious focused his attention back on the bickering Jedi. It would be sad if it wasn't so amusing. The heart of the matter was simple: Skywalker hadn't broken any law they knew of. The boy just proved himself a hero. He had the military's backing as well. There was no political or personal incentive for the government to close its eyes and let the Jedi do what they wanted with him. On the contrary, Sidious frowned in his Palpatine guise. Now the Jedi were busy citing precedent, ancient laws, which contradicted many newer laws and, strictly speaking, parts of the Constitution. Windu was doing his best to explain how falling to the dark side all but guaranteed that Skywalker would go on the deep end. While such an outcome at this time might be regrettable, that was something Sidious could work with as well. In the end, the truth was that the boy hadn't yet messed up, and the Chancellor was going to run with that opportunity for all it was worth. "I must stop you right there, Master Jedi." Palpatine made a show of tiredly raising a hand. "You're right. In the past, the Republic government backed you when dealing with the so-called Dark Jedi without a second thought. However, as far as I know, they all had one thing in common: those Jedi broke various Republic laws. That was the reason for such unwavering support, not whatever doctrinal or philosophical differences those misguided people had with the Jedi Order. The same is true about Count Dooku. It doesn't matter if he is a Jedi, Dark Jedi, or a Sith, as you say. It's his actions that led to multiple systems seceding from the Republic and starting this war that is the issue, not his personal beliefs. As the elected leader of the Republic, all the issues I can legally have with that man are over his actions. My personal opinion shouldn't and doesn't enter the equation. The same is true for young Skywalker. If you wish to expel him from the Jedi Order because he no longer follows your philosophy, that is of course your prerogative. The Republic has no say in such matters, just like we can't have a say in what General Skywalker personally believes. What we can have an issue with is with what he says and does in an official capacity." "I completely agree with the Chancellor's point of view," Coburn grumbled. Palpatine nodded in appreciation of the support. Inside, he was particularly gleeful. Undermining the Jedi's support within the military was turning out to be much easier than anticipated, all thanks to Skywalker. Who would have thought that Skywalker's fall so early would create so many opportunities, instead of being a potential disaster in the making? Despite a few recent setbacks, the Force was obviously with the Sith. 12, Chapter 5, Part 7 and 8. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 5. Desperate Measures equals Co-F equals Part 7 equals Co-F equals Chancellor's Office, Senate Building, Coruscant. Mace Windu carefully listened to the Chancellor's arguments and the Admiral's agreement with them. Like it or not, legally speaking, they at least appeared sound. Under most circumstances, the Jedi Master would have wholeheartedly agreed. Persecuting someone over what they might believe instead of what they did would be at best a slippery slope leading into an abyss. At worst, doing so would be just tyranny. Unfortunately, when Force-sensitive people were concerned, it wasn't that simple. Without training, even those powerful in the Force would be at best luckier than average and extremely good in a skill or two. A trained Force adept, on the other hand, was something very different. But how to explain it in a way that wouldn't be tainted by what an outsider might see as a religious dogma? Potentially disastrous shatterpoints passed by untouched, yet the outcome of this discussion shaped to be anything but fortuitous for the galaxy as a whole. If not the Chancellor, Windu had to convince at least Admiral Coburn that giving Skywalker a free rein in his current condition could be potentially disastrous. "Admiral Coburn, what would you do if you know that one of your subordinates has a spice problem?" Windu inquired. The Force guided him towards one of the few potentially viable shatterpoints that didn't necessarily spell an outright disaster if mishandled. I won't have us try to destroy my friend's reputation behind his back. We still have communications throughout hut space. The Chancellor activated the terminal built into his desk. If you want to continue leveling accusations against young Skywalker, you can at least offer him the courtesy of doing it in his face. He is still a member of the Jedi Order, is he not? The Chancellor's frustration and disappointment sang through the Force. Unfortunate this is. Yoda finally spoke. No matter the outcome of today's meetings, the Jedi already lost a lot of the goodwill they had with the Chancellor. If the Admiral's well-controlled feelings were anything to go by, the military as well. They had to salvage something from the unfolding disaster that was Skywalker's fall. We will wait for General Skywalker to answer and use the time to calm ourselves down, so we will all act with the dignity our respective offices require. Palpatine suggested and leaned back in his chair, letting out a small huff of exasperation at the whole situation. A wise suggestion, this is. Yoda agreed. Windu used the opportunity to gather his thoughts and figure out how to best put forth his case. Equating the dark side and its effects on addiction with disastrous results was perhaps a good way to explain it. The issue was how to make the politicians and military comprehend that once someone has fallen, there could be no turning back. Chancellor, Skywalker's bust appeared above Palpatine's desk. Do I dare hope you're calling with good news? There was no trace of darkness radiating from the fallen Jedi, which was at odds with what they sensed earlier that day. I'm afraid not, my young friend. Our Jedi acquaintances. No one missed the fact that Palpatine didn't call the Jedi friends this time, continue to level accusations at you and your character. For some reason, I don't find myself surprised, sir. I called you so they could at least do it your face, instead of at your back. I appreciate the courtesy, Chancellor. Skywalker offered a half-bow in respect. Do go on, Master Windu, get it off your chest, Palpatine prodded. The best way to explain it is to sadly compare Knight Skywalker to an addict who slipped through the initial screening. If you simply caught him in said screening, his promotion would have been denied with no ill consequences. Now it is too late for that. The question I am asking you is this simple. Will you leave Skywalker in place, knowing that at best he will fall apart under the influence of the dark side? That at worst, he will abuse vital military resources for whatever madness it drives him into? Windu demanded. Mace could sense the future ebb and flow. Coburn's seemingly unflappable mask cracked for a bit, and he frowned at the comparison. The Chancellor appeared contemplative too. He looked at Skywalker's calm mask. Windu was certain that the young fallen Jedi would explode at such an accusation, showing his true colors. They were well within a shatterpoint now, with the future balanced on a blade's edge. I wish I could say I'm surprised. The Force shifted at Skywalker's bitter words. Do go on, Master Windu. I can sense you have more accusations to lay at my feet. Briefly, the shroud around Skywalker cracked, and the sheer sense of betrayal that radiated from his image was breathtaking. It was gone almost as soon as it slipped through the dark Jedi's formidable mental defense. For a moment, Windu faltered before rallying himself. Skywalker had fallen. Now it was only a matter of time before he caused a calamity. That was the only thing that mattered. Neither the Force nor the dark side is mere religious metaphors. The Force allows us the overt displays of power associated with being a Jedi levitating objects, deflecting blaster bolts, and so forth. The downside is that we cannot allow ourselves to experience emotions like you, Admiral Coburn, and you, Chancellor Palpatine, do every single day. To do so means that we open ourselves to passions, to addiction fueled by the dark side. Both are emotions if not suppressed and put under lock and key, and those of everyone we encounter would drive us insane, gibbering wrecks. We would be driven to incredible lengths to keep experiencing such passions, and it would never be enough. If you allow Skywalker to retain the rank of general, you'll be enabling an obscenely powerful drug addict to do whatever he wants. You will be courting a disaster. If not contained, Skywalker soon will become genuinely a greater threat than the Confederacy. Windu's words rang with all the truth and conviction he could muster. The balance shifted, yet they all remained in the shadow of the dark side. A slow clap sounded like thunder. A second one followed, then a third. A masterful performance, Master Windu. I didn't know that the esteemed Blade Master of the Jedi Order had it in himself. Skywalker's words sounded sincere. There was a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled in amusement. His blue, clear eyes, free from the taint of the dark side. Yet your performance makes me curious. You see, a decade or so ago, when I found myself coming to Coruscant for the first time, Skywalker shifted so he could see both the Chancellor and the Jedi. You initially refused to train me. Because at the ancient age of 9, I was too old. There was already too much fear in me, too much love and passion to properly shackle. All because I grew up as a slave with all that entails. And because I loved my mother more than anything else in the world. Skywalker trailed off and lowered his head. My mother, who the Jedi didn't care about because she was not Force-sensitive. She had no power, no connections, but was a mere slave of no consequence. My mother, who I buried on Tatooine just before the events of Geonosis. Master Windu, I learned to handle my emotions on my mother's knee. If I didn't, I wouldn't have survived long enough for Master Jin to liberate me. Skywalker leveled a look chock full of pain and betrayal at Windu and Yoda. I was too old to properly indoctrinate in the Jedi ways. That much I'm guilty of. While tragic, General Skywalker, nothing of what you just revealed fully answers Master Windu's accusations. Admiral Coburn chided. My apologies, sir. It's just that I've held this back for a long time now. To answer Master Windu's accusations, I'm painfully aware of how dangerous the dark side is. However, in contrast with most Jedi, I did learn how to handle my emotions without merely suppressing and bottling them up. Admiral Coburn, Chancellor Palpatine, have I given you a reason to doubt my judgment? Have I broken any Republic law? If my disagreement with the Jedi is an issue, I am ready to leave the Order. In truth, after what I experienced today, I can't in good conscience return to the fold. I'm well aware of what the Jedi dogma claims about anyone touched by the dark side. There is supposed to be no turning back, is there, Master Yoda? There is no appeal to outside authority, only eternal damnation. Skywalker concluded sadly, I'm at your disposal, Chancellor Admiral. If you so require, you'll have my resignation from the armed forces momentarily. It is obvious that it doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what I've done. I'm being judged solely on what I might do. What's worse, the Jedi already have their sentence ready. The balance precariously shifted again. The Force was in turmoil, and the dark side all but howled in anticipation. The Shatterpoint's resolution was at hand, yet suddenly, Windu wasn't so sure of the outcome. This was a breaking point for the Jedi, perhaps for the Republic as well. Skywalker was supposed to be the chosen one. He was meant to bring an end to the Sith, not to fall. General Skywalker, may I ask what are your intentions if you have to leave the military behind? Admiral Coburn inquired. Considering that our next stop is by necessity Tatooine, I might do something I've always wanted, go and liberate as many slaves as I can. There are a lot of injustices that need addressing in Hutt space. Skywalker announced with a boyish smile. "You're aware that being a vigilante standing along against the Hutts would be unwise in the extreme." Coburn pressed. "That is something worth doing, and at that point it's not like I would have much to lose." "Theoretically speaking, of course. We've drifted off topic, my friend. Remember, no matter what happens, you do have a home to return to." "I'm saying this not just as the Chancellor and your friend, but as someone who still has a debt to repay, to you like everyone else on Naboo." The Chancellor smoothly pointed out that despite his origins, Skywalker had friends to call upon, no matter what the Jedi Order did. "Is it true, Master Yoda? Are you about to condemn young Skywalker forever, even though he has done nothing wrong yet?" "Even if it is true, Master Jedi, even if I can believe you beyond a shadow of a doubt, I simply cannot condemn a Republic citizen about what they might do one day, much less allow them to endure what sounds like lifelong imprisonment without a proper trial. If I do it, the consequences for everyone else will be grave indeed. Doing so will open every action taken by the Jedi, past and future, to legal attacks, if for no other reason than out of fear of your powers. Just like you fear what Skywalker might do, not what he has done." And just like that, the Shatterpoint shattered when the Chancellor made up his mind. "I am afraid that I can't condone the persecution of General Skywalker. Until and unless he breaks Republic law or military regulations. Even if he does so, Anakin Skywalker will still enjoy the full rights of a Republic citizen. I retain full confidence in General Skywalker and hope for all our sakes that it is not misplaced." The Supreme Chancellor decreed. Co-F equals Part 8 equals Co-F equals Republic Cruiser Dauntless Hyperspace. En route to the Tattoo System, Skywalker let go of the barrier surrounding Ahsoka. The furious, freezing dark presence surrounding her pulled back. It collapsed on itself, and she could no longer sense it. "Well, that was something else," Skywalker hummed to himself. That almost cheerful voice cut through the fog within Ahsoka's head, and her eyes focused on his armored form. "Cheer up, Snips, we're living in a brand new age." Skywalker had the gall to chuckle. Ahsoka stared at the former Jedi who was supposed to be her master, and now thankfully couldn't be. Her wide eyes went back to the holoprojector. What just happened? Ahsoka asked herself quietly. She couldn't have heard it right. Dealing with Darksiders was the Jedi's duty, one of their most important purposes. Doing so was just and good because, obviously, everyone who fell to the dark side had to be evil. All the teachers back in the temple taught her that. You did pay attention instead of spacing out, right? Skywalker asked in amusement. The Force knows I've done my best to sleep with my eyes open during some lectures and such, but this was important, Snips. Stop calling me that, Ahsoka snapped. It suits you. It is especially true when you're acting all snappy, Snips. Ahsoka growled at the dark Jedi poking fun at her. He was enjoying this. When he looked at her, Skywalker's eyes were molten pools of metal, sparkling in amusement. It's high time we talked, Snips. The discussion I just had with the powers that be doesn't change our immediate situation. We're still cut off and en route to Tatooine. There are tens of thousands of slaves there begging for salvation, and a slimy Hutt crime boss who will finally face justice. The intensity of Skywalker's gaze made Ahsoka shiver, with emotions she could hardly process. Will you be a good Jedi and help those who are unable to help themselves? Or will you be a proper Jedi and simply walk away, as Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan did? What are you talking about? 10 years ago, I was a slave on Tatooine. You know the story, Snips. The two of them had to make a pit stop there to repair Padme's ship while on the run from the Trade Federation. They did end up liberating me, but only because I had the potential to be powerful in the Force. My mother, all other slaves suffering on Tatooine. They didn't matter. They had no power or importance. The Jedi simply closed their eyes and let them all suffer to the bitter end. They must have had reason, Ahsoka shot back. The Jedi were the good guys. Saving people was their thing. Skywalker had fallen, he must be twisting the truth, Ahsoka hoped. If you believe so, then I ask you to come with me to the surface. We'll land at the port nearest to Jabba's palace. Coincidentally, that place holds the largest slave market on Tatooine. Come with me, see the truth with your eyes, and then decide if you want to do something about it. Ahsoka knew that this was some kind of trap. However, she was eager to prove this smug bastard of a dark Jedi wrong. I will come, she growled through gritted teeth. Good, I'm assigning you a few of Rex's boys as a security detail. I don't want to explain to the Jedi how I misplaced you. They would not believe whatever I tell them, no matter what evidence I might have to show them. Ahsoka simply turned around and stalked out of the communications center. She refused to be baited any further. F=Bastine City. Tatooine Tattoo System. Ahsoka was able to hardly calm down by the time the Dauntless entered the edge of the Tattoo System and did its best to hide in the asteroid ring. Her composure was still frayed around the edges when Skywalker bundled them alongside 24 clones in a shuttle, and they left for Tatooine. During the flight, Ahsoka did her best to ignore everyone. She scarcely paid any attention to the painted and modified armors everyone had to wear. She could intellectually appreciate the need to look more like a bunch of mercenaries than a force of Republic soldiers. However, the need for such a deception sat ill with her. Despite that, Ahsoka held herself together until they flew above Bastine and headed to the local spaceport. A miasma of suffering and despair oozed below, spreading slimy tentacles towards anything in range. Ahsoka felt ill at sensing it. She recoiled and did her best to reinforce her mental defenses in order to keep the corruption at bay. That is what the Jedi and the Republic ignore without a second thought, Skywalker growled. For a long time now, Tatooine has been a center of the slave trade. Tens of thousands of beings are sold in markets across the major settlements. As if that wasn't enough of a tragedy, this is just the small sliver of slavery such a sandpit like this could support. The better developed and richer worlds in Hutt space are orders of magnitude worse. They landed and disembarked without issue. Skywalker led the way, followed by a group of apparent mercenaries. He waved a hand when a Rodian came to demand a landing fee. All fees have been handled. You'll enter the required data in the local network. Skywalker ordered, and the Rodian nodded eagerly, muttering something in a language Ahsoka didn't know. They walked through weathered corridors, passing by all kinds of questionable characters who scattered out of their way after a single glance. Skywalker led them through busy sand-covered streets until they reached an open bazaar. People were busy selling all kinds of exotic and simply weird goods all over the place. The miasma of suffering and despair was much stronger here, a stark contrast to the cheerful cry of the colorful crowd selling their wares. Rex, there are speedo vendors over there, check them up. Snips, walk with me. It's time you saw the truth of the Republic, the Jedi, and the galaxy at large. Skywalker's words left no place for an argument. They walked by a kiosk selling everything from cooking utensils to heavy weapons, all in the open. The smell of cooking meat watered Ahsoka's mouth, despite the precautious situation. They soon reached a large open area in the center of the bazaar. It took the young Togruta a few moments to comprehend what she was seeing. There were hundreds of peoples from dozens of species, chained or left to stew in cages. Women of all stripes, and even girls clad in clothes, barely covering their modesty, stood on display. A lot of people shouted obscene suggestions to them, or worse, bargained to buy them. There are two types of slaves, Ahsoka. Workers, when they are locally cheaper than droids, and those meant for entertainment. Skywalker spat the last word. Even as sheltered as Ahsoka was in the temple, it didn't take her long to comprehend what exactly Skywalker meant by entertainment. An overwhelming wave of fury and outrage burned within her chest. Ahsoka bared her teeth at all the people who enjoyed the sight, the suffering, and despair. Now you see and understand, Ahsoka. Will you stand by like the rest of the Jedi, or will you do something about this atrocity? Skywalker's voice was gentle and soothing. For the first time since they met, the dark flames surrounding him felt like a cool caress, soothing the intense fire of her indignation and fury. How could they let things like this stand? Ahsoka hissed. The sheer magnitude of despair in this place threatened to swallow her whole. They had to know, surely. They know, they just don't care, Ahsoka. Coruscant is far away. It is easy to ignore this when it is out of sight and out of mind. Skywalker sneered. I know for a fact that bribes help. That is not right. Ahsoka's words were the growl of an angry predator sizing up its prey. No, it's anything but right. Will you help me liberate them? 13, Chapter 6, Part 1 and 2. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 6. It all began on Tatooine equals Co-F equals Part 1 equals Co-F equals Bastine City. Tatooine Tatoo system, hot desert air, filled with dust particles even at the best of time. Scorching suns turning everything in sight into an oven. Familiar and hated smells. The sense of wretched despair, terror, and hopelessness emanating from the slaves stuck in the market. Vader hated all of it. At the same time, every single of those sensations was further proof that he was whole. Powerful, free. Kind of anyway, he wasn't exactly sure what single change or combination of changes brought him here. Only one thing Vader was certain of: he already derailed the future he knew. Now, Vader had to fight to avoid an outright disaster, which was frankly infuriating. The situation with Snips wasn't helping. He was nearing his wit's end, where Ahsoka was concerned. Vader had to keep repeating to himself that this wasn't the experienced Padawan he remembered from the last months of the war or the Jedi he faced much later. Snips was nothing but a slip of a girl, struggling as much as he did in these unfamiliar times. The situation would have been much simpler if he knew how he wanted to train and guide her in the future. It would have been simpler still if he didn't all but quit the Order a short time ago. Now Vader was in a race against time, against both the Confederacy and the Jedi. If he wanted to see Snips achieve her full potential, he had to convince her to stick with him. The question was how, in the end. The best option Vader could think of, considering the less-than-ideal circumstances, was simple. He decided to show Ahsoka the truth, what the Jedi and the Republic chose to ignore for thousands of years. That was why he led Snips to the slave market in Bastine. That way, Ahsoka could experience firsthand how much the Republic's and the Order's professed principles meant in reality. The effect was stronger than Vader anticipated. Ahsoka was drowning in the suffering of the slaves. He had to unleash his presence and surround Snips in it like a dark protective cocoon before she could lose herself. Perhaps this was a foolish idea after all. Ahsoka wasn't ready for this. After what happened recently, her emotions were already in turmoil and hard to control. At this rate, she might simply break and fall. And would that be such a bad thing if he was there to pick Snips up and help her rebuild herself? A treacherous voice whispered in the back of Vader's head. He gently put a hand on Snips' shoulder and guided her away from the slave market, all the while sending mental messages of reassurance and safety. The results were mixed. Fortunately, Snips did eventually calm down a bit. Vader led them to the speeder vendors, where Rex was busy asking questions and evaluating vehicles. "We'll take this one." Vader pointed at a large two-seated speeder that had a cabin you could seal to protect yourself from the sand. If the air conditioning worked, the machine would be a luxury vehicle as far as Tatooine was concerned. "That's fine with me, Master Mandalorian," the Duro's vendor simpered. "This is one of my finest vehicles. It can reach over 200 kilometers per hour in the desert. Solar cells in the back top up a backup battery for the generator to increase endurance. I can assure you, I've personally tested the air conditioning. You won't ever feel the desert heat when traveling. 2,000 Republic credits, you'll take them." Vader focused on the alien's mind, carefully probing at it with the Force. The Duro seemed eager and genuine in his sales pitch. His large eyes unfocused, and he nodded happily. 2,000 credits. "Sold, we can take it now. No questions, we were never here." Vader pressed on. The Duros continued to nod eagerly. It was as if this was not only his idea, but it was the best thing he could have ever thought of. "Rex, while we negotiate a contract with Jabba, I want you to seek additional supplies and weaponry in good shape. We'll need additional armor and maintenance kits as well." "I'll see to it, boss." The clone thankfully didn't salute but just nodded instead. They had a short-lived deception to sell in case anyone was looking after all. Ahsoka was still in a daze when Vader guided her in the speeder's passenger seat, then jumped beside her and switched on the engine. It came to life with a loud purr, and soon the instruments panel lit up, showing that everything was in green. Vader carefully drove through the crowd surrounding the market, and soon reached one of the larger streets that led out of town. A few minutes later, they flew over the dunes heading to Jabba's palace. Vader felt confident in pulling back his power from Ahsoka only after Bastine was safely behind them. The last thing they needed was for a Jedi Padawan to make a scene back there. In hindsight, that had been something Vader overlooked when he brought Snips to see and experience the slaves. Right now, Ahsoka was angry, dejected, and disappointed, but mostly numb. "We have to do something about them," Snips eventually muttered. "We should," Vader agreed. He didn't bother to mention that the ideal outcome would be if Jabba listened to reason, no matter how unlikely it was. In that case, no matter how much Vader might loathe the idea, they would have to leave the slaves behind. If not, then making an example of Jabba and all the slavers on Tatooine was Plan B. Doing so would send a message to the other Hutts in the galaxy that supporting the Confederacy could have a steep price even if the CIS won. Just like it was easy for the Republic to proclaim all the kinds of principles it was supposed to stand for, yet it didn't bother to enforce them because that was the easy way out. In the same vein, it would be easy for the Hutts to back the Confederacy as long as there would be no negative consequences for them. That was the calculus Vader was hoping to change today. The plan had an obvious downside. Sending the right message to the Hutts might entail doing a lot of enjoyable things to Jabba. Those were actions that the Republic might have to disavow. What that meant for him personally, Vader wasn't sure. Beyond the obvious, he would have to work closely with Sidious until it was time to remove that treacherous creature. That bitter knowledge only served to stoke the bitterness and burning rage he constantly fought to keep in check. Soon, his emotions would need a release, and it was almost a certainty that Jabba would offer himself as stress relief. Of course, that was one of the reasons why he brought Ahsoka with him. Vader was going to let her make her own choice in the end. However, before that, He was not only going to reveal the Republic's and Jedi's hypocrisies, but show her the true might of the Force. Snips would see the potential to be free of all chains, and do whatever she desired if she was willing to grasp it and fight for it. Any Jedi who has visited Tatooine must know how bad it is. Ahsoka rambled. While that wasn't entirely true, Vader quickly agreed with Snip's generalization. A proper Jedi attuned to the Force should be able to sense all the slaves suffering on Tatooine. For that matter, a Jedi visiting one of the thousands of other worlds on the Outer Rim, where the practice thrived, should be able to sense how the slaves there suffered. How many bothered come this far out unless on a mission, and how much their vaulted detachment influenced matters, he wasn't sure. Frankly, he didn't feel particularly charitable towards them, and he didn't particularly care. Ahsoka, it's easy for people and organizations to proclaim they follow lofty ideals when following them is easy. There is no slavery to speak of in the core worlds, Vader began, and even as he said it, knew for a fact that his words were merely twisting the truth. Oh, compared to the Outer Rim, there was no slavery. In practice, there were a lot of pleasure houses, brothels, and all kinds of similar establishments all over the Republic, where the workers often had little to no choice. True, it was illegal. It was also true that when the local law enforcement wasn't corrupt, it did something about that particular issue. However, it was also true that you could call the practice what it was: sexual slavery. Then there were all the not slavery, trust us, practices in parts of the mid-rim. The less said about the corporate sector and some of its contracts, the better. Vader had to take a moment to channel his anger and frustration constructively. His control was fraying. While that was to be expected, it was another headache to deal with. There's however, I'm waiting for. Snips perceptively grumbled when Vader didn't immediately continue. Yes, in the core of the Republic, people experienced a golden age for the past few hundred years. All the principles the Republic is supposed to stand for are already a fact as far as the regular citizens are concerned. Everything happening out here, it's far away, out of sight and out of mind. The Republic and the Jedi living up to their principles out here, or even in the more distant parts of the mid-rim, would require them to pay a price to uphold them. A price none of them is willing to pay, showing them for the hypocrites they are. Ahsoka's head snapped Vader's way, and her huge eyes stared in disbelief. Are you trying to tell me that the Confederacy has a point? Snip snapped, in what they proclaim, certainly. The Republic's built its prosperity on exploiting the Outer Rim. Unfortunately, the core of the Confederates' leadership is under the control of the Sith. Their real goal is not to fix the failures of the Republic or just mere independence. The point of this war is who is going to control the galaxy when the dust settles. Vader explained, we were supposed to be the good guys here. Ahsoka moaned, all those slaves you saw and felt. Countless more all across the galaxy who are just like them. Most of them had heard stories about the Jedi and the Republic. For countless generations, they had waited for those upholders of justice to come and rescue them. Yet, unless one of the slaves is important, for example, being powerful in the Force like me, neither the Republic nor the Jedi would lift a finger. Perhaps they don't care. Perhaps they deem the price too heavy to pay. We're the Republic, the Jedi. We're supposed to be better than this. Ahsoka shook her head in denial. The Republic is not what it once was. Vader felt uncomfortable using Palpatine's words against Ahsoka, yet for all of that bastard's faults, he didn't lie when the truth could be the keenest weapon in his arsenal. The whole galaxy saw it 10 years ago, and now we're all paying for the Republic's failures. Equals Co F equals Part 2 equals Co F equals Jabba's Palace. Tatooine. Jabba's Palace felt dark and imposing in the Force. During the last leg of their journey there, Vader received an acute reminder of what he told Snips earlier. How a Jedi could be anywhere near such a place without being outraged into action over the centuries of suffering which left impressions in the Force, he would never know. Now that the dark side and experiences from a future past had his senses and eyes opened, the palace felt nothing like the one he visited the last time around. Perhaps it was that awareness, and not trying to deny his emotions, that allowed Vader to fully experience and comprehend all the horrors perpetrated by the Hutt. He could sense echoes of pain and suffering, of beings violated in inhuman manners, of utter despair and violent deaths. All that had been going on for a long time, it was also happening right now. They arrived in front of the main entrance of the palace. A group of bored-feeling guards in different stripes of customized heavy armor milled around. There was no more time to ponder the situation. "Follow my lead and stay sharp, Snips," Vader ordered. He guided the speeder to a stop near the guards, switched off the air conditioning that made the trip bearable, and opened the canopy. Scorching air flowed inside, bringing memories of fiery agony. Vader used them as fuel and pulled on the Force, shrouding the two of them in an even thicker cloak. "We're here to speak with Jabba. We have news about who took his son." "You'll lead us to us." Vader spoke and backed his voice with the might of the Force. The guard's commander nodded in a daze and waved at them to follow. "You're here to speak with Jabba," he repeated. "Boss, are you sure?" One of the minions asked, proving he wasn't a complete fool. "He's sure. We're free to enter. You'll stay here and cause no problems." Vader pushed his order into their minds, not bothering to be particularly gentle. "You're free to enter," the security detail chorused. "Master, that was," Snips trailed off. The mere echo of the power he used, and more importantly how he used it, struck her speechless. "This is merely a taste of what is possible with the Force. Of what the Jedi Order denied us," Vader patiently explained while the guard captain led them through the front doors. "With enough skill and power, you can influence even many strong-minded beings." What he didn't point out was that doing so was quickly obvious. Further, the stronger the mind, the more power you had to use. Once past a certain point, even success guaranteed easy to notice brain damage. The other side of that point was a logical fact. If you had the power to spare and didn't care about the well-being of your target, then crushing their mind was possible. Doing so would leave them as little more than vegetables was perfectly possible. That said, it was easier and less bothersome to dispose of people in more direct ways. The guard led them through oppressive dark corridors, the kind one might expect of a Sith stronghold. Both Vader and Sidious had palaces and residences with similar ambience. That wasn't a compliment as far as the Hutt's failings were concerned. The deeper they went, the worse the experience was. They passed by and occasionally through echoes of suffering. Vader knew that if he stretched and focused his senses any further, he would be able to experience those echoes, and thus receive a glimpse in the crimes committed by the Hutt and its minions. Wisely, he avoided the temptation to touch the echoes. It was fortunate that Snips lacked either the experience, knowledge, or natural talent to do so. By the time they reached Jabba's throne room, Vader was already on edge, with the dark side eagerly awaiting his command. This place did its best to evoke memories best left forgotten. On the surface, the atmosphere was deceptively cheerful. A live band provided some of the entertainment. Jabba was in the process of feasting some of his cronies' criminals, bounty hunters, and mercenaries of all stripes. Scantily clad women of multiple species moved nimbly across the small crowd, clad in strips of expensive fabric that left little to the imagination. They were all slaves, part of the evening's entertainment for the slug's guests just like. It was only the decades of experience serving Palpatine that allowed Vader to keep going without visibly faltering. As luck might have it, compared to the last time, Jabba's slave was a young Togruta girl, one no older than Snips. She would have likely been already dead when they brought the slug spawn back the last time around. Vader did glance at Ahsoka in concern when her disgust spiked, threatening her fragile control. Jabba unwisely chose that moment to pull on the girl's golden chain, making her yelp. The slug barked an order, and the young slave began to reluctantly dance. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. It was just a matter of time before she displeased her master with unfortunate consequences. When Skywalker was a slave on this dust ball, there were stories about what Jabba did with the slaves that displeased him. He fed them to his rancor pet, that even now rested below their feet. Burning fury rivaling Mustafar's, accursed fires roared to life in Ahsoka. Vader strengthened the cloak surrounding them and sent as much reassurance and promise of justice toward Snips. Meanwhile, the unfortunate guard went in front of the slug and bowed, introducing them. The partygoers subdued, and even the band quieted down looking at them. The great Jabba, Fortuna, the infamous Twi'lek seneschal of the Hutt, began formal introductions meant to ensure any supplicants were well aware of who held the power in this place. Vader raised a hand, focusing just a sliver of the power at his disposal on the sickly-looking being. Fortuna gasped and shut his mouth with an audible click. "Jabba, I won't waste our time," Vader began. At the best of times, the odds of Jabba being reasonable were slim. Vader was going to ask, for appearance's sake if nothing else. However, his heart wasn't in it. It cried for vengeance, and the dark side howled with it to be unleashed. Ahsoka's whole being cried for action, even if she wasn't aware of what that would mean. And how could she? You're already wasting it, human. The great slug laughed aloud. The Republic is most displeased with your choice to side with the Separatists. The Chancellor and the Republic military find this state of affairs unacceptable. Vader spoke in a reasonable tone. That said, his words were anything but reasonable as far as the worm in front of him was concerned. The Republic requires of you to cease interfering in the war between us and the Separatists. A few of Jabba's guests laughed at that, while others merely sneered. Most of them waited with bated breath to see how the slug would respond. The Republic has no power here, Jedi. You have no power here. Jabba laughed, and his supplicants followed suit. Dooku returned my son in person. What have you done for me? We've let you ply your criminal activities without retaliation, Vader answered honestly. We haven't made your life difficult. The slug narrowed his large, malevolent eyes at Vader and glared. As glares went, it wasn't that impressive. Many of Sidious's inquisitors could do better. You're in no position to threaten me, Jedi. We've stood free of your foolish laws for longer than your Republic has existed. The worm boasted. Sadly, his words did hold more than a hint of truth, which only served to anger Vader more. You're already losing this war, despite your secret army. With our help, the Confederacy is sure to win. Jabba spread his stubby arms. We have no quarrel with them. Even better, they don't hold too many of your Republic's foolish notions. Why shouldn't we back them? The bloated monstrosity jeered. Tell you what, Jedi, my slave here is inexperienced and foolish. You give me your companion, and I'll let you leave. The blood drained from the chained Togruta's face, and she began to struggle with the chains binding her. Jeers and whistles from the crowd assaulted Vader's ears, however. He had little attention to spare. Beside him, Ahsoka had eyes only for the Togruta girl. She was shaking in his grip, and her emotions were all over the place. Burning bile rose in her throat. even as righteous fury and knee-shaking disgust fought each other. Jabba couldn't be this stupid, could he? Vader's burning gaze went back to the slug, who let go of the slave and pressed a button on his throne. Sheer incredulity slowed down Vader's reaction, compounding an immense and sudden shift in the Force. The ground below the Togruta girl vanished, and she fell with a shriek. Of course, Jabba was this foolish. He wasn't facing Darth Vader, the Emperor's right hand, but just an unknown Jedi who was foolish enough to walk alone in the Hutt's den. A rancor roared below them, clearly unhappy at something interrupting its rest. At the same time, something within Ahsoka snapped, and she screamed her frustration and righteous fury at the unfair universe. The Force around them rippled, and Vader beheld his greatest failure since coming back. Snips broke. Her Jedi training and indoctrination were insufficient at this point to counter the weight he unwittingly placed on her shoulders. He could have stopped her at that point, perhaps he should have. Yet her fury fed into his own. Jabba's minions chose that moment to begin moving. Below them, the rancor ponderously advanced at the morsel fallen into its den. When Snips roared a hunting cry and surged forward, lightsaber suddenly in hand and igniting in midair, Vader followed suit. A thought dismissed his shields, and the dark side was there in all its chilling glory. It didn't care if he called himself a Dark Lord of the Sith or not. The dark side was with him, eager to follow his every whim like a murderous Krath hound. Vader unleashed his presence and reinforced it with the full might of the Force. The shadows clinging to all corners of the throne room surged forth, eating all light in their path. Hoarfrost followed, chilling the air, and cracking in the near silence descended upon the throne room. Guests and guards froze in mid-motion, unable to even twitch under the sheer pressure binding them in place. Mindless terror ate at their minds, while their bodies shivered. The only sounds came from Jabba's throne. To the slug's credit, he managed to act before Ahsoka was on him. He pressed another button on his throne, activating a deflector field. The shield came into existence a moment after an infuriated Togruta, empowered by the Force, fell upon Jabba and began to slash and stab at him in primal rage. Vader took a moment to observe his Padawan. At that moment, she was simply glorious. It was a disaster, too, because the last thing he wanted was to see Snips break in such a way and potentially end up as a brute like Maul. No, Vader decided, that wasn't going to happen to his little sister. She wasn't alone. Snips might have broken, she might be falling, yet Vader was there. He had her back, and he was going to help her build herself up. However, first, he had a message to send. Vader's glowing eyes surveyed the frozen guards and guests. Pathetic, he declared, finding them all lacking. The shadows surged higher, and for a few seconds, the sounds of shattering bones drowned Ahsoka's rampage. Vader pulled in his presence, took a moment to center himself, and used telekinesis to rip out the metal covering above the rancor pit. Below, the beast let out a bellow of distress and took a step back into the shadows. The former Dark Lord crushed the metal casting, turning it into a crude spear. He threw it at the rancor before the beast could get out of sight, using the Force to accelerate the improvised weapon to otherwise impossible speeds. It pierced the thick skull of the monster and then shattered, only when Vader let go of the power keeping it together. He gently levitated the Togruta girl out, noting that she had injured her legs in the fall and had suffered a few nasty scrapes on the way down. Vader carefully put her on the floor, safely away from the pit, and turned most of his attention back on Snips and Jabba. The slug was little more than pieces of charred meat by this point, yet Ahsoka still kept slashing mindlessly at him. "This simply wouldn't do, Snips," Vader muttered. "He criffed up by the numbers this time, didn't he?" Vader sighed and used the Force to shatter the shield emitters, ignoring the feedback which cracked the ceiling. "That's enough, Snips, come back to me," he said, reinforcing the sentiment by pushing it at Ahsoka through the Force. For a few seconds, it appeared that his words had no impact. Then Ahsoka's swing slowed down, and eventually her lightsaber fell from her grasp. Snips stumbled back, and if it wasn't for Vader catching her in a telekinetic grasp, she would have fallen into the rancor pit. He quickly pulled her to himself and carefully put his broken Padawan on her feet. That was another mistake because Ahsoka collapsed and hugged her knees, silently crying. Vader stared at her, unsure what he was supposed to do now. He awkwardly knelt beside Snips and pulled her into a hug. "You're not alone, Ahsoka," he muttered, engulfing her into his presence in the Force as well to underline the point. 14, Chapter 6, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 6. It all began on Tatooine equals Co-F equals Part 3 equals Co-F equals in a story, like those told to countless younglings all across the galaxy. That would have been it. The heroic Jedi Knight brought low the dastardly villain. Jabba the Hutt was no more. The villain could no longer harm the innocents. In a story, the heroes would have freed the slaves held by the nasty Hutt and left into the sunset, because then everything would have been all right. The Age of Heroes was at its end. Geonosis was its final chapter. It was there that the hero without fear fell before his light could truly shine and inspire the whole galaxy. The negotiator followed, vanquished on Christophsis. By the time he would recover, he would awake into a different galaxy. A darker galaxy. The Age of Heroes was over. A civil war ravaged the galaxy. Brother against brother, parents against their younglings, neighbors tearing at each other, and the Jedi, the last beacon of light, illuminating this darkening galaxy of ours. They began to fall. It was a quiet thing at first. A tarnished hero whose tortured mother died in his hands was the first. A young, impressionable child followed. She broke when exposed to the horrors of the Hutts. They were the first. Unfortunately, they would not be the last. The rise and fall of the Jedi Order equals Co-F equals Jabba's palace. Tatooine. Mark Gerbo was one of the many overseers working for the great Jabba. He had been at this job for over a decade. For Mark, it was an enjoyable reward for his long and faithful service to the Hutt. Compared to his earlier work as a mercenary and later guard, this was a happy semi-retirement that allowed him to have many pleasurable nights with the stock of entertainment slaves. He was one of the people keeping the goods fresh and obedient for Jabba, his guests, and minions to enjoy. As such, one of the few nightmares Mark had those days was over the unlikely scenario of the goods, one successfully rebelling. Overseers like Gerbo did their best all over the galaxy to ensure that such things didn't happen, yet there were always stories whispered over a drink. Stories about the odd slave losing their mind and murdering their betters. Stories about a crazy vigilante, or worse, a Jedi coming along and ruining everything. More importantly, there were stories about the rare slave uprising and what those wretches did to their owners and overseers. Mark had never really believed that something like that could happen here, on Tatooine, much less at the heart of Jabba's palace. After all, who would dare strike at a great Hutt in such a way? A rival might have raided or even bombed the place, taken the slaves to make use of, sure. No one in their right mind would have proclaimed their liberation. That wasn't the done thing. Tatooine was in Hutt space, not the heart of the Republic. Yet the screens in the security center didn't lie. The great Jabba, Mark's patron, was dead, butchered by a sip of a girl. By a Jedi monster. All of their guests were dead, murdered by Jedi sorcery. The security cameras were still intact, showing only the two Jedi had spared the slaves. Lorik finally came out of his stupor, and the Duros hurried to raise the alarm. Their buddy, Kix, activated one of the microphones meant to record conversations between Jabba's guests, so they could hear what the Jedi were up to. "It's all right," the armored human proclaimed. "We won't hurt you. You're free now. We're here to end slavery and liberate you from the Hutts." Lorik and Kix looked at each other. Then, as one, they turned to stare at Mark. The three of them knew very well what would happen to them if Jabba's slaves ever got free. Alarms roared, armored feet hammered over ancient stone passages, while guards mustered to defend the palace. After what the three of them just saw, they suspected it would be too little too late. "Do it, man! Jabba's dead!" Lorik exclaimed. "We need to get out of here before those things get us." Kix rapidly nodded his head, speaking in barely legible Basic. His face tentacles twisted in clear agitation. Mark glanced at the monitors and saw the Jedi rise and wave at the slaves. He knew many of those girls. He had used and trained most of them. The last thing he wanted was to find himself at their dubious mercy. Mark wasted no more time and pulled out his special communicator. He cursed his trembling fingers, which made him fail twice to enter the relevant code. Finally, he managed it, and the upper part of the communicator unfolded with a soft click, revealing a small red button. Mark slammed his thumb on it without a second thought. All he knew or cared about was that now there would be no slaves left to take him apart. The overseer smiled in relief when he saw the consequences of his actions. It was understandable. He couldn't sense the dark side howling in glee. However, Mark could see the Jedi stiffen in shock and smiled briefly at that. "Serves the criffing bastards right," he thought. "Let's get out of here." Lorik was the first to bolt out of the security center, and his two buddies followed suit a moment later. It took Vader precious time to calm down Snips with soft words, gentle touches, and practically shoving at her through the Force how much he cared about her. He kept reinforcing the concept that she wasn't alone, that she had done nothing wrong, all the while, the dark side sang around them in joy. That was rarely a good sign, yet for the time being, Vader had little time to deal with it. The only distraction he allowed himself was to send a soothing pulse through the Force and address the terrified slaves. Their understandable emotions weren't helping Snips. "It's all right," Vader spoke, using his voice as a vector for a compulsion through the Force. "We won't hurt you. You're free now. We're here to end slavery and liberate you from the Hutts." The skittish slaves slumped to their knees, some in sheer disbelief, others crying in relief. For a few precious moments, their terror subdued, and Ahsoka finally relaxed in his hands. Snips blinked away tears, sniffed once, and twisted her head so she could look up at him. "Master, shhh, it's going to be all right, little one." Vader muttered awkwardly. The dark side surged in joy, and muffled explosions echoed in the silent throne room. Bloody mist, pulped flesh, and chunks of bone flew in all directions, gruesome yet mostly harmless. Snip's eyes went impossible wide, the backlash of sudden death washing over them. Vader himself froze in understanding before inhuman fury burst forth from deep within him. It took him a mere heartbeat to comprehend what just happened, and his tenuous grip on sanity cracked. The imaginary dragon within his heart, the furnace that used to be Anakin Skywalker at his darkest moment, burned like the heart of a star. The dark side whispered and laughed, hungrily anticipating what would happen next. Only Ahsoka's thin hands hugging Vader slowed him down, acting like a dam for his fury. It was not to be. Snips was a bright kid. Their connection was now fully in place, and it took her mere moments to comprehend what just happened. There was shock at first, stunned disbelief that shattered the last fragile remains of her innocence. Then Ahsoka's last restraint snapped, and burning fury surged within her, pulsing in tandem with Vader's own. Her eyes bled until they glowed like lakes of molten gold. A distant part of Vader's mind knew that this was wrong, that it was a disaster in the making. He no longer cared. Vader had been restraining himself for too long, without giving the dark side within him an outlet. The dam broke. He stood up, bringing Snips to her feet. There was no need for words. Master and apprentice marched together, blades in hand. Jabba's guards came at them, and the screaming began. Equals Co-F equals Part 4 equals Co-F equals Senate building. Coruscant, a miasma of fear and uncertainty, clung to the Senate building. Senate guards and clone troopers marched down the corridors in a show of force, a desperate attempt to keep people calm. The same was true for some of Coruscant's most iconic landmarks. It was a crass display, Padme decided, and a useless one too. The fear was thick in the air. Holonet news sources constantly spoke about the consequences of the Hutts choosing a side. There were already rumors of unrestrained separatists' assaults against the cut-off Republic strongholds in the Outer Rim. There was no news from Tatooine, not even a hint. However, there were rumors about Anakin. It was a quiet thing at point, a state of affairs that would not last. A message came first, containing whispers of a confrontation between the Jedi, the Chancellor, and the GAR about Anakin. A friend stopped her on the way to Palpatine's office, hugging her and whispering about impossible and insane accusations. A small army of guards stood still as statues in the Chancellor's antechamber, another sign of the times, Padme guessed. If even Palpatine was afraid for his safety right here, in the heart of the Republic, then no one was safe anywhere. A captain in the traditional blue of the Senate Guard met Padme's party and quickly led her through the security checkpoint. The man's expression was grave, and he seemed almost unsettled. "This way, Senator. The Chancellor is eagerly awaiting your arrival." Padme found her mentor hiding in his suit, sitting on a couch near the window, almost invisible in the darkened room. Uncharacteristically, he had a tall glass of wine in hand, with a partially empty bottle sitting abandoned on a nearby table. That was so unlike Palpatine that the former queen froze, momentarily forgetting her questions, and just stared at the man. Palpatine appeared to have aged a decade since the war began. "Padme, it's good to see you safe and sound." A brief smile ran over his face before a despondent expression replaced it. "Please take a seat." The senator took him up on the offer and walked inside, much less sure about anything than she had been moments ago. She sat on a sofa close to the Chancellor and spent a few moments examining him. He wore crumpled clothes. Hooded eyes with dark crescents below them looked tiredly at her. And his slumped posture, this was so unlike the peerless politician who was her mentor, ally, and as of late, as often as not political opponent, that it kept her off balance. "We've got even more problems than I believed possible, Padme." Palpatine's voice betrayed bone-deep exhaustion. "Have you heard the rumors already?" "Which ones?" "That the Republic is doomed, or about Anakin?" "Both." Palpatine grimaced and took a sip of his wine. "You might want a glass as well, Padme." "I'm afraid that the news I have for you are not good." "I'll get myself one if I need it, Chancellor. What is happening on the Outer Rim?" "What about Anakin? What passes for Hutt-aligned patrol craft are moving to block our access through their space? For now, the Navy could sweep them away. However, doing so would be an act of war we can ill afford. It is now confirmed that over the past few hours, the Separatists launched half a dozen attacks upon our forces in the Outer Rim. Our intelligence services are certain that this is merely a taste of things to come. That much Padme suspected already. We're about to lose a significant part of our new army. We will be unable to replenish those losses before the Separatists will be in a position to strike directly at critical strategic targets. Palpatine's tone was level, not betraying even a hint of accusation, merely exhaustion. As if that wasn't enough, he waved at a stack of datapads laying innocently on the table near the wine bottle. The economy is crippled. We've just lost access to cheap and easy to procure resources from the Rim. That by itself will significantly slow down all attempts to transition to a war economy. Even if we get enough people in the military and trained, supplying them will be an issue in the short to medium term. The same goes for shipbuilding. It will take months, if not years, to fully make up for the loss of resources from the Rim by reopening mines deemed no longer economically viable. Those resources will be more expensive as well, not to mention that many refineries were close to the mines, so refined material could be shipped directly where needed. They weren't ready for this war, a war they shouldn't be fighting in the first place. Padme admitted that much aloud. It doesn't matter now, Palpatine sighed. It's clear that the Separatists wanted a war. They would have gotten one, no matter what we did. That statement stung, even more so because the Chancellor might be right. However, accepting it was a hard thing for the young senator. Doing so went against her ideals, against everything she stood for. Yet she keenly remembered Geonosis, the viceroy demanding her death, the crowd of locals baying for her blood. That wasn't what civilized people were supposed to do. It went against the principles that should be sacred for every right-thinking being in the galaxy, yet wasn't. We've argued about this many times before, Padme. We live in a huge galaxy, Palpatine smiled wistfully. For a few precious moments, he looked like his regular self. It is full of wonder, of magnificent people ready to do the right thing. His smile fell. It is also full of terrors. They're monsters, criminals, and regular people who merely see everything through the prism of very different cultures and mindsets. That was an old argument of theirs, one they often had in the past. While Padme was ready to condemn individuals as rotten, greedy, sometimes outright evil, the same couldn't be said for whole cultures and species with very rare exceptions. However, she had to grudgingly agree on a simple fact: some senators, some member states, simply saw little or nothing wrong in practices that Padme and her allies viewed as abominable. Slavery was one of them. Conflict as an extension of politics was another, even if it might mean an outright war. Chancellor, please tell me about Anakin. Padme changed the topic. She didn't visit so they could argue on points they might never agree. Our Jedi friends, Palpatine spoke with so much bitterness it was painful to listen, declared our young friend evil. The Jedi decreed that he has fallen to the dark side now, and that he has to be stopped before he becomes a second Dooku or something. The Chancellor rolled his eyes and drank from his wine. Anakin, evil, Padme exclaimed. Her mind immediately went back to what happened just before Geonosis. To Anakin bringing his dead mother back, after he found her tortured and she died in his hands. She recalled how Anakin confessed what he did in retaliation, and how he broke in her embrace. Letting him go back to Coruscant alone had been a grave mistake, Padme decided. What the Jedi thought about throwing him straight back into the war was another. What were they thinking? That was my reaction as well. There is not a shred of proof that Anakin has done anything wrong, Padme. To the best of my knowledge, he has broken no laws or military regulations. Unfortunately, the Jedi don't see it that way. I'm afraid what they might do and where they might push him. At that moment, Padme felt small and vulnerable. Saying something about what happened on Tatooine might just doom Anakin. Yet if he was falling, if he needed help, how could she remain silent? The Jedi wanted to arrest Anakin, and throw him into a cell at best. Palpatine was venting his frustration now, a rare occasion which usually allowed some insight into the man behind the politician. They claimed that there was no turning back now, that at best he would be imprisoned for life without a trial, without a chance for rehabilitation. Doing so goes against everything the Republic stands for. Everything I stand for. Palpatine's free hand turned into a fist, and he slammed it into the arm's rest of his seat. I refuse to even entertain such madness, he added in a softer tone, obviously regaining his composure. The outburst left Padme speechless. The Jedi wouldn't do something like that, surely. They were the Republic's guardians, the people you could rely on to uphold justice even at the darkest hour. Let me tell you, Admiral Coburn and his colleagues weren't thrilled. Even less so, when Master Windu all but accused Anakin of being like a drug addict right in my office. I've known that boy since he was 9. Anakin is one of the most compassionate people I've had the privilege to ever meet. Tell me, Padme, is the young man we know, an out-of-control murderous maniac? Palpatine scoffed. Padme closed her eyes and bit her lips. Oh, Annie, what did you do? She wondered. Padme, I've known you since you were a slip of a girl, Palpatine spoke gently. Is there something I need to know about you and our young friend? Padme's heart hammered in her chest, nearly deafening her. If we're to help him, we need to know what we're dealing with. If he needs help, we need to offer it, before the Jedi do something everyone will regret. Palpatine gently pushed for answers. She couldn't betray Anakin's trust. But then the Jedi might already know, or at least suspect about what happened on Tatooine. That was the best explanation she had about this insane turn of events. If she went to the Order, they might damn Anakin. However, if she told Palpatine, she knew he was Anakin's friend. The Chancellor had mentioned Annie often enough over the years. He had taken the young hero of Naboo under his wing, or at least as much as he could, considering their respective positions. Padme had been glad it happened in the past. She knew Anakin would have been alone on Coruscant, torn from everything he knew. Something happened just before Geonosis, Padme carefully explained. Palpatine keenly listened to her story. When she was done, he slowly stood up and began to pace in front of the darkened window. I see, the Chancellor muttered to himself. This makes so much sense. He eventually stopped and faced her, framed as a shadow by the dim light streaming from behind him. It's a tragedy, Palpatine declared in a sad, solemn tone. However, it changes nothing. From what I know about Tatooine and its laws, her mentor grimaced, the locals would never level charges against Anakin for slaughtering a group of Tusken. They would see it as doing a civil service. Our friend would get a few free drinks or a reward instead of being persecuted for his actions. It also happened outside of Republic jurisdiction in Hutt space. Legally, he has done nothing wrong. Legally, Padme agreed, relief, grief, and indignation warring within her. If anything, our friend needs friends to confide in, therapy even. He certainly doesn't deserve to be thrown in prison forever, because he avenged the torture and murder of his mother. There are many courts within the Republic that won't touch such a case is presented to them. Anakin needs help, I agree, more than you know, Padme. Given what you just told me, it was a mistake to send him back to Tatooine. Now, I'm afraid of what he might do if Jabber refuses to be cooperative. We all but ordered him to make an example in such an eventuality. What happens now is on us. I won't let Anakin fall on his sword over our mistakes. As a boy of 9, he saved Naboo in our hour of need. I'll be damned before I abandon him. Will you help me? That was a loaded question, if Padme had ever heard one. Padme loved that vexing Jedi. She owed him her life and Naboo's freedom. The least she could do was to help him in his hour of need. Yes, there was nothing more to say on that topic. I'm relieved to hear that, Padme. Unfortunately, the future of Anakin isn't the only thing we need to discuss. If any of us is to have a future, we need to win this war or at least survive it. If we're to do that, we need to unite the Republic before it falls apart around us. You want my public support for the war effort, Padme interrupted her mentor. I need your public support, Padme. I need the public support of your idealistic friends. I need the support of thousands of stupid, selfish senators. The same people who would rather see the Republic burn while lining their pockets and advancing the positions of their systems, rather than sacrifice anything for the common good. 15. Chapter 6, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 6. It all began on Tatooine equals Co-F equals Part 5 equals Co-F equals Jabba's Palace Tatooine. There was nothing as refreshing as an exercise in wanton slaughter. It only got better when the targets more than deserved it. For the first time since finding himself back, Vader felt reasonably calm and almost content. The dark side purred around him, seemingly satisfied at the outcome. The pressure building within him from constantly having to hold back and politely deal with fools no longer bothered him, creating a fragile illusion of peace. That was of course too good to be true. Vader looked away from the brave overseer, who decided that spying him was a good idea. The fool was still alive thanks to the dark side, though he wasn't enjoying the experience. Today offered a great opportunity to put a few obscure dark side disciplines to use after years of theoretical study. Vader's target resembled a more modern piece of art than a living being, and if it still had a mouth, it would be screaming aloud. Vader smiled at work well done, before crushing the example with the Force and pushing it out of his mind. He had a more important issue to deal with, namely Snips. While she was more than an eager participant in the bout of recreational slaughter, now that the high of combat and the dark side ebbed out, she took it a bit hard. Snips sat on the ground covered in blood, none of it her own, Vader noted proudly, singing to herself. She was confused, satisfied at what they did, yet in equal measure horrified. The echoes of the massacre and the dark side helped make her feel happy too, resulting in an unstable mix of emotions. Snips, hey, it's all right, Vader announced cheerfully. There was no need to fake how upbeat and alive he felt at the moment. The quiet singing came to a hitching stop, and Ahsoka looked up at him with huge golden eyes. It was just a bunch of slavers and mercenaries, no big loss. He added and offered Snips a hand. She looked at the outstretched arm, then back at him, and warily took his hand. Vader pulled Snips to her unsteady feet, still wondering how to deal with her. Master, what have I done? Anguish and hopelessness threatened to overwhelm all other emotions struggling within the young Togruta. Visit a fresher, clean yourself up, then we'll be off liberating slaves and dealing with slavers, Vader stated the obvious. It was a pity that a few slaves didn't survive the purge. They would have been good assets as far as public perception went. What? Sheer disbelief momentarily drowned all over emotions. Snips stared at him in incomprehension. We achieved our objective here, Snips. Jabba is dead, and we made an example of his minions. Now, we'll be denying the rest of Tatooine's meager resources to the Hutts. But Ahsoka raised a bloody finger as if she wanted to make a point. After you get cleaned up, and Rex has enough information about Bastine to craft a useful plan. Our job here is far from done. Vader forged on. He was going with a tried method of focusing on the objective at hand and not thinking about the massacre too hard. It worked for him on Tatooine after all. It might work for Snips as well until he figured out how to approach this mess in the long run. We just slaughtered all those people, Snip snapped. Yes, we did. I was right there beside you. Vader nodded slowly. Perhaps a strategy of distraction and misdirection wasn't going to work. It was liberating, wasn't it? It was awful, Snip snapped again. Her face twitched while her confused emotions surged, battling each other. It felt just right they had it coming, she spat. They certainly did. Vader happily agreed. It had been a very long time since he could slaughter a bunch of those with a legitimate reason. Then why do I feel all torn up inside? Ahsoka shouted. Why do I still feel giddy at cutting them down? That's both the greatest gift and greatest betrayal of the dark side, Snips. It allows us to live with ourselves, no matter what we did. To even enjoy it. At the same time, if left unchecked, it distorts our perceptions until we're lost. It's an easy thing to happen because when it happens, such distortion can bring comfort. Vader struggled to find the right words. There was a reason why he was Darth Vader now and forever. It wasn't Darth Vader who walked into the Jedi Temple and slaughtered misguided fools, even the innocent younglings. It wasn't Darth Vader who choked the life of Padme on Mustafar, causing her untimely death. It was all Anakin Skywalker under the influence of the dark side. And Anakin Skywalker was better off dead, Snips, on the other hand. She hadn't done a single thing to warrant such a future. Vader didn't want to see a bitter Sith replace her. That was an opportunity for a new start for both of them, for better or worse. This makes no sense, Snips hissed, her face twisted in an adorable expression of vexation. What's wrong with me? She glared at Vader. What's wrong with you two for that matter? There's nothing wrong with me, Snips. I've merely accepted the dark side for what it is. While it doesn't control me, it does influence me. That influence needs to be carefully handled and channeled. It also needs an outlet. He waved at the cooling corpses around them. Otherwise, we become like all those foolish Sith they taught us about in the temple. You know what I'm talking about, a name, with an appropriate atrocity attached for effect, and a summary on how the dark side led them to ruin. Snips listened attentively while staring at Vader through narrowed, glowing eyes. Vader returned her gaze, making sure that his own eyes shone with the power of the dark side as well. Then he waited to see Snip's reaction. Righteous anger and frustration rolled off her. Pride and satisfaction collided with outright horror at the slaughter, then twisted under the echo of how enjoyable it was. And there was the fear, squarely aimed at what Ahsoka might become, or what the Jedi might do now that she fell. A frustrated growl escaped Ahsoka's lips. What am I supposed to do now? She didn't quite whine. First, go to a fresher to clean up all that blood, Vader advised. There were more than a few of those free all over the palace. After that, we're going to talk and plan how to secure Bastine. And figure out how to liberate the slaves there, without some overachiever blowing them up. Come one, let's find you a fresher. Vader gently guided Snips out of the room. Equals co F equals part 6 equals co F equals Jedi Temple Coruscant bubbling water sang a calming melody, echoed from streams and waterfalls all around him. Plo Koon sat in a small secluded glade, hidden by stone arches and blooming vines reaching for the warm light streaming from above. There was only peace there, no trace of the war quickly engulfing the galaxy, or the chaos in the Senate. The illusion of peace wouldn't last for much longer, the Jedi Master knew. The only reason he had the privilege of such a respite was simple. He was a part of a strike force, formed to face against Skywalker and bring Padawan Tano home before it was too late. That was all that the High Council could agree on about Skywalker. What facing him would mean, no one could agree on. Bring him in to help him, arrest Skywalker and throw him in a cell, then forget about him. Cut him down before he could doom them all, or merely capture him and leave the courts to decide. The fact that Skywalker, for all intents and purposes, left the Order without doing it in person, both muddied the waters legally speaking, and reinforced the belief that he was up to no good. Plo Koon wasn't sure what to think. His primary concern was to fix his mistake before it could harm little Ahsoka. That was the reason why he was all but hiding in a corner of the large greenhouse. Guilt and sense of responsibility ate at his mental defenses. There was anger too, and Plo Koon did his best to douse it by meditating in the peaceful glade, surrounded by calm currents of the Force. What was he thinking when he agreed to send Ahsoka to Skywalker in the first place? How could he, be so blind? A distant spike of anger caught the Jedi's attention. Muted echoes of confused and conflicting emotions followed in its wake. No matter how faint, those echoes were familiar. Plo Koon focused on them, seeking Ahsoka in the endless shadowed ocean that was the Force. Eventually, he found her, following the acute echoes of unhealthy emotions bombarding him. When he did, his heart fell. Plo Koon pushed harder and further in a desperate attempt to do something, to help. Instead, he faced a wall of burning fury, entwined with another, much larger and darker. The Jedi Master couldn't reach Ahsoka. However, the echoes he received from her sharpened. He could see stilled burning slices of hell, a large mutilated face, a hut brutalized by a lightsaber. An infuriated roar of a primal predator echoed in his head. Armored aliens shooting at him, to no effect, terror etched on the odd face. A Gamorrean charging, swinging a large black axe. The same alien pinned to a wall, while the axe rises and falls, shearing pieces of bleeding flesh away. Unholy, sickening glee echoes through him with every swing. Hot blood splashes over his face, and the smell beckons to ancient instincts. Savage glee at killing the prey flows through the Jedi. The vision shifts again. He is in a corridor, gleefully chasing running figures. A Zabrak turns around, her expression a frozen mask of terror. The armored woman shoots twice, and a blue blade catches the blaster bolts. One blows a chunk of a dark wall, and the other takes a foot at the knee, bringing the Zabrak down. The blue blade cuts her scream short, replacing it with a happy, childish laughter. It's a familiar sound, one that used to echo in this very glade. Now it sounds sinister and wrong. The visions continue to plague Plo Koon, until all he could get is an echo of exhausted and confused emptiness. It is a relief when the torture ends, and the Jedi Master tears himself out of his trance. Little Ahsoka is lost now, just like Skywalker. Plo Koon saw it, knows it beyond a shadow of a doubt. All he has left is the guilt, unhealthy anger burning him from within, and the need to make things right. To end this insanity before it could spread, the Jedi Master stumbled out of the glade and headed for the distant council chamber. The others had to know of their utter failure and the danger they now faced. Co-F equals Chancellor's private suite Senate building Coruscant yesterday was a good day, one of the best Sidious had ever experienced. It rivaled the night he finally murdered Plagueis and finally held the galaxy within his grasp. The morning began with beautiful echoes of slaughter carrying over the currents of the Force. The odd shroud over the dark side veiling even his foresight briefly rose, and it was glorious. Sidious saw his future apprentice slaughter his way through Jabba's palace, right beside the boy's brand new Togruta acolyte. It was an act of released, unrestrained passion binding master and acolyte. The Jedi lost another member, and Sidious just gained another pawn to use. As soon as the veil fell back, obscuring the ever-changing currents of the future, Sidious got out of the bed, where he had been pretending to sleep while meditating. He moved with the energy of a man half his age, supercharged by recent events. His mind shifted through plans and contingencies, searching for the best way to play his hand. He would need to call in Amidala and ensure that the chit of a girl would be in his office when Anakin called with news. The two of them could be each other's chains and in part motivation. It was high time he broke Amidala's childish notions of how the galaxy worked, perhaps exposing her to some of the dirtiest secrets he knew about how the Republic really functioned could be of use. That might work, Palpatine decided after entering the fresher and beginning preparations for the day to come. But first, he had to see the girl's mettle and how she would react when she learns about her beloved's latest exploits. One way or another, today he was going to find out for certain if Padme was worth the investment of time to properly turn and keep around. The Jedi and the military were next on the agenda. Sidious chuckled quietly. Skywalker did exactly what they ordered him to do, make an example of Jabba if the Hutt didn't accept a good deal. The situation was ideal to widen the growing rift between the GAR and the Jedi. It wasn't surprising, really. Yet while useful in the long run, the Jedi's outdated notions about how to fight a conflict were now dangerous. With Tyrannus obviously going rogue, the Republic could ill afford either Jedi or Senate idiocy. Plans had to change. It was time to dust off certain contingencies. Once he had Amidala's mettle judged, she would either become a martyr to unite the Republic around, or a shining beacon heralding the coming of the new order. 16. Chapter 7 Parts 1 and 2 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 7. Falling Shadows equals Co-F equals Part 1 equals Co-F equals Chancellor's Office Senate Building Coruscant. By the time transmission from Tatooine reached the capital, Palpatine had enough time to prepare for the day and call in an emergency meeting. Only Padme was present in the flesh, sitting in front of his desk and demurely sipping tea. Admiral Coburn and Jedi Master Windu appeared over holocom. They were respectively busy with assembling a fleet for immediate action and a council meeting. Finally, Skywalker's image came to life, joining the other two holograms above the Chancellor's desk. The transmission was blurry and flickering, a clear sign for disruptions in the holonet. Chancellor, Admiral, Senator. Skywalker nodded in turn, pointedly no acknowledging the Jedi Master. He had to speak, allowed to avoid the whining of a speeder's engine from drowning it. I'm sad to report that Jabba refused to cooperate. The only deal Jabba was willing to entertain was taking my Padawan as a slave in exchange for letting me leave his palace. As a consequence, Jabba and his minions are dead, per my orders. I must further report that one of Jabba's slave overseers detonated the explosives implanted in the slaves working in the palace, murdering them all. Skywalker reported in a grave voice, "This is what we warned you about, Chancellor." Windu pointed an accusing finger at Skywalker, who merely raised an eyebrow. That I would follow lawful orders, even if it means I have to get my hands dirty. Skywalker needled the Jedi. This was better than Sidious could have hoped for. It was a given that the Jedi would shoot themselves in the foot under the present circumstances. All he had to do was to ensure they did it in such a way it further destroyed their credibility. Continue your report, General Skywalker. Admiral Coburn interrupted them before they could derail the meeting. It was clear to Palpatine that despite any misgivings Coburn might have, the Admiral's patience with the order was running low, just as planned. I'm in the process of reviewing intelligence from clone units deployed to Bastine and formulating plans to take the city. The goal is to deny resources to the Hutts, making it painfully obvious that continued opposition to the Republic would have personal and economic costs. Liberating a large number of slaves we saw in the town, is a secondary objective. I must request enough shipping to bring them back to the Republic, if we can achieve a diplomatic resolution to our Hutt issue. Leaving the liberated slaves behind will be a death sentence, or worse. Further, any liberated slaves we bring back could be a political boon, show the galaxy what the Separatists stand for, and what kind of allies they consort with. Palpatine allowed himself a small satisfied smile at that. It was clear that this was Amidala's influence, and so far it had been a positive one. Further, Anakin continued to display unexpected, yet welcome military competence. It was all but guaranteed that young Skywalker had gotten his hands on a very useful Sith holorcorn and made good use of it. Anakin, I'll do my best to ensure you get as many evacuation ships as needed to Tatooine. Padme pipped up. Certainly, we can't leave those poor people to the Hutts. Palpatine hurried to add, "You have my gratitude, Senator." Skywalker nodded briefly, hiding his face and a possible smile from the camera. "We'll have a rough estimate of how many people will need evacuation when we secure Bastine. On a related note, I'll have teams of slicers and assorted specialists head for Jabba's palace. They will get us his information on his crime empire and any actionable intelligence on both the Hutts and Separatists he might have had." "That's prudent thinking, General Skywalker. I'll appreciate any leverage you can give us against the Hutts. We'll be getting into talks with them shortly, in an attempt to resolve the issue of free passage through their space." Palpatine forcefully entered the conversation. He was pleasantly surprised by the continued competence of his future apprentice. They were going to do great things together. I'll do my best to gather useful intelligence. There are a few more Hutt compounds on Tatooine. We'll be assaulting after securing Bastine as a staging ground. What reinforcements can we count on? Elements of 11th Corps Army with attached naval escorts will reach Tatooine in the next 24 standard hours. Admiral Coburn said, "You might be reinforced by units retreating in the face of overwhelming Separatist attacks as well. I'll appreciate any reinforcements. While Tatooine has a tiny population overall, it's spread out all over the planet. I lack the manpower and resources to properly secure Tatooine and neutralize local resistance at the same time." Skywalker explained, "Sending more troops for Skywalker to corrupt is a mistake. Windu couldn't contain himself. Even if we don't reinforce him from the core, several surviving units from the Outer Rim will be falling back to his position over the next few days." Admiral Coburn pointed out, "I must note that at this time, General Skywalker still hasn't broken military regulations. As an individual trained in the Force and fallen to the dark side, that is cold comfort." Windu forged on, "He is already corrupting Padawan Tano as well. That slaughter he just admitted to is just a taste of things to come. That would depend on the tactical situation and my orders." Skywalker countered calmly, "I'm relieved to hear this, General Skywalker." Palpatine made his position clear. Skywalker, having so much control so soon after the massacre earlier that morning, told Sidious a lot. The mere fact that he could maintain it in the face of Windu blowing hot air was even more impressive. Anakin was shaping to be everything Sidious hoped for and more. "You're making a mistake, Chancellor. We need to bring the two of them safely to the Jedi Temple. We can contain them there and prevent them from causing any more death and suffering. We all will regret doing anything less. General Windu, I believe that your contribution is no longer necessary." "It is becoming counterproductive," Palpatine regretfully announced. "I hope that the next time we meet, you'll be feeling less angry about the situation." He jabbed lightly at the Jedi and cut him out of the conversation. The Jedi Master's image flickered out, but not before showing his stunned disbelief at being dismissed in such a fashion. Now we can continue while acting like grown-ups, can't we? Palpatine sighed. I expected more from our Jedi friends. It appears that they aren't immune to the stress of the war. He lied. The Jedi were acting just like the fossilized fools they were, and that was to be expected. Both Coburn and Anakin nodded with almost identical expressions on their faces. They didn't regret that Windu was no longer stirring things up. Only Amidala felt unsettled by this turn of events. I'm afraid that is the case, Chancellor. As you might note, my Padawan is right here, and she isn't a raving madwoman. Say hi, Snips. Skywalker's image shook and spluttered before stabilizing. Master, watch where you're driving, a young, exasperated voice exclaimed. There's nothing to worry about. I learned to pilot over dunes like these when I was 6 years old. That's not reassuring at all. Coburn looked at Palpatine in confusion, who merely nodded at Amidala, who in turn grimaced. He was an experienced pod racer at 9 when I first met him on Tatooine, the senator reluctantly admitted. He had to learn how to drive somewhere. It appears that General Skywalker's young Padawan is all right, Palpatine concluded aloud. We're as fine as we can be considering the circumstances. Is there a change in our orders, sir? Skywalker asked. Your orders stand, General Skywalker. Secure Tatooine and deny economic assets to the Hutts. We'll use your action as leverage in negotiations. Palpatine ensured that his future apprentice would have some time to get his acolyte in a good enough mental state to pass muster. It's your call, Chancellor, Admiral Coburn noted. The political dimensions of the conflict fall under your aegis and that of the Senate. That will be all, Admiral. Palpatine nodded and Coburn cut off the transmission from his side. Anakin, what did you do this time? Padme wasted no time in demanding answers. Precisely what I told you all. Jabba wasn't interested in making a deal with us. He reasonably pointed out that separatists could offer the Hutts more than would be politically acceptable to the Republic. Just to make a point, the Slimo threw his personal slave Atagruta, Ahsoka's age, to his pet rancor, then all but demanded I leave Snips to his tender mercies so I can save my hide. Skywalker exclaimed. That was when we made an example of the Criffing Slug and his minions. Palpatine's estimate of Skywalker raised another notch. From what he experienced earlier in the morning, things happened more or less like Skywalker just said, from a certain point of view. He was lying and deceiving well enough to pass muster in the Senate. Not that was a particularly high bar to clear these days. He just threw that girl to the rancor, the acolyte's voice hitched. Sidious could sense an echo of her unsettled emotions, even over the holonet. Her anger and anguish were delicious. While tragic, I understand, my young friend. Palpatine put forth his best grandfatherly persona. Sometimes people simply can't be reasoned up in a civilized manner. Oh, Anakin, Amidala sighed. I'm sorry about what the two of you had to experience and do. I'm sorry too, Senator. Anakin pipped up. He sounded genuine, which was impressive considering Sidious knew how much fun the boy had earlier that morning. Equals Co-F equals Part 2 equals Co-F equals Council, Chamber Jedi Temple Coruscant times were changing, and the Jedi were ill-prepared for it. Mace Windu stared at the space where several holograms just stood, stunned by the casual dismissal by the Chancellor. That was a frighteningly unthinkable turn of events. For as long as anyone could remember, through wars and temporary defeats, the Jedi Order and the Republic went hand in hand for eons now. The Republic government had always been an ally to the Jedi Order, backing them up. All the while, the Jedi safeguarded the Republic from both internal and external enemies, doing their best to keep the peace. For centuries now, ever since the Reformation, the Jedi wisely stepped away from the mess that was galactic politics, only aiding the Chancellor or Senate when requested. That way, the Order could focus on what was important. Most concerning this is, Master Yoda muttered. His ears drooped, and he stared in the distance with a far-away look in his narrowed eyes. No disrespect meant, Master Kun, but now we have official confirmation to your vision. Master Mundy's holographic image lowered his large head in regret. I'm sad to say, I didn't want to believe that what you foresaw had already happened. We lost 2 of our best to the dark side, and the war just began. Mace summarized the situation, while his face flexed into a grave expression. Now, we must face the hard truth that others might follow if we aren't careful. If we let Skywalker and Tano to their devices, until it's obvious to regular people how far they've fallen, we might face disaster. The veil of the dark side was heavier than ever, shrouding the future like never before. All the Jedi could perceive was that it was dark indeed. Several Jedi fell on Geonosis. More died in battle in the following days. Now 2 Jedi fell to the dark side, which was immeasurably worse. This is Revan all over again. Skywalker follows in that madman's footsteps, complete with dragging his Padawan to the dark side as well. No, it is worse. Revan fell late in the Mandalorian Wars. This conflict is just beginning. If we don't contain Skywalker, the damage he could cause would be nightmare fuel for ages to come. Windu continued. Plo Koon raised his head from where he sat hunched, almost collapsed on himself in his seat. I must regretfully agree. We lost Ahsoka to the dark because of our hubris. We sent her there, in the naive belief that responsibility and stability might ground Skywalker. The Jedi Master's words came out bitter and tinted with pain. We have to put an end to this madness before they could drag another promising Jedi down a dark path. Losing the Chancellor's support and friendship we are. A dangerous path we walk. Yoda's tired voice gained everyone's attention. Careful we must be, dark the days grow. Of course, we're walking dangerous paths. We just lost the chosen one. Mace snapped, then caught himself up and muttered an apology. Recent events have been distressing in the extreme. Windu leaned back into his high-backed chair and forced himself to relax. Emotions running high wasn't the Jedi way, and it was the last thing this meeting needed now. More than you know, Master Windu, Shakatai's image frowned. The situation on Kamino is most disturbing. The Togruta Jedi began to explain in a pained voice. The clone masters of Kamino, she spat the title in un-Jedi-like fashion, do not consider their creations people. The clones are mere equipment for them. Righteous indignation burned so strong in Shaktai that all the Jedi Masters sitting on the meeting could feel it. They see nothing wrong in flushing out whole batches of defective clones to make a place to grow new ones. Those are our allies, the source of our army. We have little choice but to use this clone army. Master Tien grumbled from aboard his flagship. Dooku is a Sith now. Without the clones, the Separatists will win and plunge the galaxy into an age of darkness. Master Tien is right. We aren't fighting because we want. We do it because we must. Doing so is the best of the bad choices we have available. Windu's voice cut into the momentary silence following Cece's words. More about this clone army of ours. Find you must, Master Tai, Yoda ordered. Foresaw something, Master Diaz did. Disturbed before his end he was. However, such conduct by the Kaminoans is unacceptable. Talk with them, persuade them, order them if you must, Master Tai. We should not lose ourselves in this war. Tien continued, once again proving himself a voice of reason, so unlike the demonic visage his species was known for. Right you are, Master Tien. Yoda briefly smiled for the first time in days. Lose ourselves we must not, dangerous the was is. Undermine our foundations it does. Victory, Genosis was not. The beginning of dark times it was, Master Yoda concluded. The disturbing issues with the clone army aside, what are we going to do about Tano and Skywalker? Shakti asked. Master Nu looks through Republic law now. Join her you must. Yoda pointed his favorite walking stick at Mace, then Master Kun. Jedi business Skywalker and Tano are. Handle them ourselves we must. No more suffering should they cause. Prevent it we must. Dealing with such issues has been historically our prerogative. Master Tien added, there must be many laws in place backing it up. We've been working with the Republic almost since its foundations. If you believe some legends, our ancestors were among its founding members. Complicated Republic law is, what the courts say it is it could be. Yoda reluctantly admitted, in practice, the meaning was simple and sometimes disheartening. With the backing of the Chancellor and Senate, the courts would usually fall in line behind the Jedi Order. However, for the first time in remembered history, the Republic government and the Jedi found themselves on opposing sides. That was simply something that didn't happen, that not only couldn't happen, but shouldn't happen in the first place. They were the guardians of the Republic. What will we do when Skywalker comes back into our reach? Master Kun asked quietly. Detain him we must, Yoda admitted. His ears drooped and he looked at the floor. Failed him we did. Fail the Republic and the Order we must not. Stop him we must. What will we do if he resists, claiming self-defense? Master Tien inquired. So far, Skywalker seems keen to use the law in his defense. Detain him and Tano. Investigate his actions on Tatooine and use the example they did as proof of how far they fell. We must find a good way to explain to regular people what it means to fall. They must comprehend that it is only a matter of time before Skywalker causes a disaster that no one could close their eyes about. Windu explained. In other words, the Order had to succeed, or he failed to convince the Chancellor and the military. We search the archives for the appropriate laws to cite when arresting them. This is indeed a Jedi business. The Republic has no right to intervene when we're trying to deal with fallen Jedi. Plo Koon noted. His voice rang with unexpected conviction, and he sat straighter, reinvigorated by the need to right past wrongs. The Chancellor might not see it that way. By all accounts, Palpatine still sees Skywalker both as a friend and as the boy who helped save his homeworld 10 years ago. Master Tien warned. In that case, Chancellor Palpatine is emotionally compromised by his bond with Skywalker. We can't allow the emotions of one man to put the galaxy in peril. Mace decided. The same is true for the military. All they see is that Skywalker can win. They don't care about anything else as long as he is technically on our side. I'm afraid that GAR High Command would refuse to see the truth until it is too late. Mace could see it now. Sadly, the truth didn't matter. Those people weren't Jedi. They couldn't sense the darkness in Skywalker. All they had to go by were mere regulations, emotions, and bonds of friendship. While those worked for regular people all the time, it was never that simple when Force users entered the equation. He only hoped that they would be able to heal this inevitable breach of trust when Skywalker showed his true colors. 17. Interlude. PR Shenanigans 1 An. This update is inspired by some spirited discussion over on SB. Chronologically, it takes place a few chapters in the future, shortly after Dooku takes control of the CIS and removes Sidious creatures from positions of power. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. This story is not for rent or sale. Interlude. PR shenanigans 1 equals co F equals taken from joint shadowfeed / GNN broadcast 2 days after the purge of Confederate leadership. I am Victoria Halcyon, and this is a special edition of The Galaxy at War. A red-haired human woman in her early 30s offered the cameras her dazzling smile. And this is Ryloth Rissa, bringing you the truth on Shadowfeed. A young-looking Twi'lek female happily waved at the public. Tonight we have something special for you. This is a joint initiative between the Senate of the Galactic Republic and the Confederate Council, Victoria began, aimed at opening dialogue and eventual peaceful resolution of the conflict. We'll be hosting talks between senators representing our respective governments. On the Republic side, we have straight from our studio on Coruscant, Senators Padme Amidala from Naboo and Bail Organ from Alderaan. Halcyon introduced her guests, and here on Raxulin Prime, we have Senator Mina Bonteri from Onderon and the new Viceroy and Senator of the Trade Federation, Trest Ilroth. In the name of fairness, we're going the old-fashioned way. We will flip a coin to determine which delegation will be the first to ask questions tonight. Victoria beamed at the cameras. A coin flip later, it was up to the Republic representatives to begin. We're all fighting a conflict with deep roots. That much is hard to deny, Senator Amidala began. The separatists proclaim they fight for lofty ideals. However, the roster of their membership paints a very different picture. Who sits on your ruling council? Representatives of the intergalactic banking clan, the corporate alliance, the techno-union, the hypercommunications cartel, the commerce guild, and the trade federation worst of all. Amidala jabbed an accusing finger at the new viceroy of the Trade Federation. Those are the same people who invaded Naboo 10 years ago, and that tragedy was only a taste of things to come. This is no war of liberation or peaceful secession, but a conflict with a singular purpose for corporations to grasp even more power while slipping out of even the pretense of governmental control. Those are bold accusations, Senator Amidala. The large, plump Neimoidian answered with a sad smile. Considering your past, it's understandable you'll mistrust some of us so. My predecessor not only authorized the invasion of your home, but attempted to have you killed on multiple occasions out of simple spite. For what little it's worth, I want to apologize about that despicable conduct. Ilroth took a sip of water before continuing, now to answer your accusations. There are many reasons why the Confederacy formed in the first place. I must stress this again. Invading Naboo was a foolish action of a short-signed CEO, however. There was logic behind them, no matter how distorted. Senator Amidala, let me ask you a simple question. Have you ever wondered why then years ago the Trade Federation had the Navy and Army capable of invading and taking Naboo? Your military is the tool you've been using for decades to extort worlds on the Outer Rim. Amidala quickly answered. It's a tool of oppression the Trade Federation built, and it wasn't long before it found a work for itself. When you were a child queen 10 years ago, such an answer might have passed muster, Senator Amidala. We both know better, don't we, Padme? Senator Bonteri gently chided her protégé. We on Onderon know why the Trade Federation had to build itself a large armed navy. The same goes for all of our large militarized members. The corporate alliance, the techno-union, commerce guild, Bonteri smiled sadly. It's the same reason all governments on the Rim with the resources to do it have been building themselves as large militaries as they could. Just like our colleagues on Iriadu did, and used them in the Stark Hyperspace War. The Republic abandoned the Outer Rim and more distant parts of the Mid-Rim, turning a large part of the galaxy into heaven for pirates, criminal syndicates, slavers, and warlords. We didn't build our militaries to oppress anyone, Ilroth explained. In our case, the Trade Federation, it was because otherwise we could not operate beyond the safer parts of the mid-rim. The same was true for our corporate allies. The systems on the rim did it simply because there was no one else to protect their people from predations. The Republic abandoned us, failing one of its fundamental responsibilities towards every single member state protection. We were far away, out of sight, out of mind. Our suffering didn't matter. Slavers kidnapping and exploiting our people, it wasn't your problem. Yet cheap resources, often at fixed prices, had to keep flowing, no matter what our worlds needed. We weren't important. All that mattered was that the core continued to enjoy its golden age. Bontry concluded. This directly led to the ill-thought-out invasion of Naboo, Senator Amidala. The Republic abandoning its responsibilities forced many corporations to pay for, build and maintain large military forces. Then the Senate decided that wasn't enough, and passed that ill-thought-out tax reform your government took advantage of. If the Republic used those taxes to fund its military, so it could effectively police the galaxy, in that case, we would have eagerly accepted the reforms instead of opposing them with everything we had. If that was the case, we could have afforded to gradually dismantle our forces. They aren't exactly cheap to maintain, you know. Instead, local governments pocketed those taxes. The tax reform increased the burden we had to pay to merely continue to operate, and increased even further the end price for our clients in the Outer Rim. Ilroth finished his explanation. That's not something I've heard talked about over there in the core. Those facts don't fit the narrative, do they? That doesn't justify invading Naboo. Padme countered. I've repeatedly said that doing so was a foolish mistake, making a legal resolution of our issues all but impossible in the long run. Ilroth shot back. Now, let me ask you something, Padme. Senator Bontry changed the topic. How does it feel to serve the interests of the Sith? The same Sith who engineered the invasion of Naboo 10 years ago. The recent investigation confirmed what Count Dooku told us all. His former master had significant control over the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe Dooku is wrong about his influence over the Senate. I hope one day we'll know the public identity of this Darth Sidious. All I hear are the unsubstantiated accusations of a war criminal, murderer, and a Sith, in the face of Count Dooku. Padme shot back. It was his actions on Geonosis when he arranged for the execution of 2 Jedi and a Republic senator, if you haven't forgotten, my old friend. That began the conflict. Dooku's actions proved to the Jedi that he had not only fallen but joined the Sith. Sadly, I find hard to believe anything the Jedi proclaim these days. I was under the impression you did as well. Didn't your Jedi friends accuse your fiancé of being as bad, if not worse, than Count Dooku is supposed to be? The Jedi had served the Republic for thousands of years. A singular misunderstanding is no reason to dismiss their expertise. Senator Organa finally joined the conversation. Few missed the fact that he waited until then to aid his fellow Republic senator, giving further credence to the rumors of a rift within the peace faction within the Republic Senate. Mina, please remind us, who has been committing war crimes since the war began under the influence of the Sith. It wasn't the Republic military, which is busy valiantly defending the Republic against your allies. General Grievous and several other of your commanders have the blood of billions of innocent souls on their hands. All because you decided to throw a temper tantrum and start a war, instead of working through the Senate. You claim that you fight for the future of the Outer Rim, yet it was the Confederacy that lit it on fire. From Christophsis to Moonlist, from Bastine to Iriadu, and everything in between. It was you who set the galaxy on fire. If you want to play it that way, then fine, Padme. To Jedi and Senator, you, caught spying and sabotaging our efforts on Geonosis. When the local government sentenced you, lawfully, to die, it was your vaunted Jedi friends who invaded. It wasn't a rescue operation, a raid. It wasn't a blockade. It was an all-out invasion. From where we stand, it was you, the Republic, and your Jedi who began this war. That narrative is very convenient for you, Senator Bontery. Bail Organa interrupted. Let E give you a different narrative. Your corporate friends, who should have never been given enough power to claim seats in the Senate, finally saw the Republic do something about their overreach and exploitation. They attempted to push back 10 years ago. When they failed because of the Jedi, they began to engineer this secession of yours to guarantee that no one will be in a position to rein them in. All those good intentions people like Viceroy Ilrath here claim you all uphold. It's nothing more than smoke and mirrors meant to conceal the truth. Its profit and your ability to exploit whole systems are what you fight for, not freedom. If you win, the Outer Rim will find itself leashed in a way the Republic never could or desired to. 18. Chapter 7 Parts 3 and 4 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 7 Falling Shadows equals Co-F equals Part 3 equals Co-F equals The Invisible Hand Providence Class Dreadnought Pamut Calamari Sector. Outer Rim territories, rhythmic metal thumps echoed throughout the empty bridge. Occasionally, a loud clang pierced the air, and a kicked piece of metal skipped off the bulkheads. General Grievous paced like a caged animal, cursing the hurry-up and wait, orders he recently got from Dooku. The old human gave him just enough time to get a plan in place before demanding a meeting in person, away from prying eyes. Didn't he know what a priceless opportunity they had? The general grumbled in frustration. Of course, Dooku knew. It was the Sith's cunning that created this opportunity in the first place. Yet instead of unleashing him upon the Jedi, Dooku wanted him back here, far away from the fighting. He kept pacing and kicking pieces of metalment of the bridge, which was still under construction. It was Grievous' suggestion to meet here under the guise of inspection. The odds of active listening devices at this point of time were remote. Whatever Dooku wanted to speak about had to be important. Say what you will about the former Jedi Grievous, paused to seethe in hatred at the thought of the Jedi in general, who turned him into a cybernetic horror. He had to push through a veil of hate and phantom pains to focus. Dooku wouldn't waste their time at a time like this. Grievous repeated that thought like a mantra and went to the bridge's windows. Thousands of droids crawled over the partially finished superstructure of the dreadnought. Far in the distance, Grievous could see the massive form of his future flagship, the Malevolence. It swarmed with droids working upon it, and it was only clearly visible due to the countless lights coming from the work crews. The construction of both ships was somewhat behind schedule, despite the eager participation of the local volunteer engineer corps and the hordes of droids. They had to do the heavy lifting. The same was true about to a lesser extent for many of the Confederacy-aligned shipyards now. It could be no other way. Not after that damn Jedi prodigy, Skywalker, proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that recent advances in small craft design made them an unexpectedly dangerous threat. As a consequence, Grievous and his fellow commanders pushed for increased point defense weaponry upon all ships, as long as the overhaul wouldn't delay their construction too much. In practice, that meant a third of the hulls under construction would benefit from the upgrade. Currently, deployed ships would need to wait for dock time after suffering severe enough combat damage to warrant the overhaul. Until then, prudent use of available assets would have to do. That covered defensive tactics against the new paradigm. What the galaxy now knew as the Skywalker maneuver should be less of a threat now. Offensively speaking, Grievous and several of his colleagues, like Trench, commissioned new strike fighters and bombers with integrated hyperdrives. They were all eager to repay the enemy in kind. The only stumbling block there was the credit-pinching politicians. They still believed that they could fight the war on the cheap and get their freedom from the Republic anyway. The fools. The bridge's doors opened with a hiss. Grievous' head snapped in that direction, and he saw Dooku walk in and briskly head his way. "General Grievous, we need to talk. I'm afraid I'm the bearer of grave news." "We were set up and betrayed," Dooku began. The human's severe bearing and expression told Grievous enough this was no joke. "Elaborate," the general growled. "After Geonosis, I went to speak with my master. He was extremely happy at the way the war began. So happy, in fact, that he let slip his true plans for the Confederacy. We're mere pawns meant to give him control of the galaxy. If he is ever exposed, then we deliver him to the Republic through military conquest. If not, he will use us to gain absolute power and turn the Republic into an empire." Dooku began, and for once, he didn't bother to keep his seething fury contained, much less hidden. "In either case, our just reward for success is death. Another purpose of this war is to expose those willing and able to fight against the galactic order. Then remove them, so we would no longer be potential threats in the future." Grievous wanted to rage at the betrayal, to scream in righteous fury at the very idea of it. Yet in his pain and ever-present rage, the general found out that he wasn't surprised, not really. After all, what else could you expect from treacherous politicians, especially those raised in the core? "What was your part in this betrayal, Count Dooku? How much did you already know? How much did you suspect?" Grievous asked, while focusing all his senses, natural and augmented alike, on the Sith. "When I fell and became a Sith, I should have known that only treachery awaits me. I was a fool, General. I saw what I wanted to see, and I heard what I needed to hear. I saw how the Jedi Order lost its way. Later, as a Count, I had a front row seat to the corrupt mess that is the Republic, and I understood that the system that exists today is beyond salvation. Sidious offered all the answers I needed, and to my everlasting shame, I didn't look too closely at where his path led to or the implications." Dooku admitted, "It was very convenient that I was in a position to rescue you, General. I was there only because my master foresaw the need. I'm not sure if he directly arranged your bombing, or merely used the Jedi and the Republic intelligence services to do it." Grievous stood rigid, while rage howled for blood in his mind. His synthetic heart twitched painfully, and he saw red. Grievous moved before his stricken mind could consciously process what he was doing. It was all rage-fueled training and instincts. He never got close to touching Dooku. The old human merely raised an eyebrow, and the general found himself pinned in the air, flailing helplessly. Sandhill is one of Sidious' creatures. The same is true about Poggle the Lesser. Dooku had the gall to frown at him. "If I'm to make an educated guess, my friend, you were meant to be the Confederacy's attack dog. Rage at what the Jedi did to you, rage at the Republic siding with the slavers, and perhaps a little extra, driving you to become a monster. I would recommend that you find trusted doctors to go over all your implants and look for alternations that should not be there." Grievous kept flailing impotently in the air. Even as Dooku's words entered his mind through the red-hot rage consuming him, the general could do little but struggle with the fury gripping every fiber of his body, organic and synthetic alike. Could Dooku be right? What did those Hutt-spawned bastards do to him? "Your rage is potent, General. I wouldn't say it's misplaced, yet it tastes odd. Dooku gazed at him with a contemplative expression on his face. All I see right now is my former master's attack dog, just a weapon to discard when it outlives its use. Just like I was meant to be. Dooku walked around him, while Grievous did his best to get his fury under control, to no effect. Are you the famous Kalish general, who did the impossible to help his people? Or are you a broken attack dog? Will you help me to reshape the galaxy and get our vengeance on Sidious? Or are you going to die forgotten, just one more monster created by my master? My name is Kaimin Jai Shilo, Grievous hissed. His mind was on fire, and all he could see was a blood-red sheen. I am no one's hound, the Kalish rasped. Dooku nodded in understanding, and the general knew no more. Co F equals Part 4 Co F equals Selsuan Medical Center Pamant Calamari Sector, Outer Rim Territories. He was warm, wet, and floating. Those were painfully familiar sensations. Grievous spent too much time stuck into a Bacta tank since the Jedi, Sith, or whoever was responsible for blowing him up. It was a limited sensation, with much of his cybernetics detached for maintenance or replacement. There wasn't much flesh and bone that survived the bomb, and virtually all of it needed either cybernetic support or synthetic replacement to keep him alive. In many respects, the general's current existence was an anathema to the warrior he used to be. All he had left was rage and constant phantom pain from seared flesh and shattered bones that no longer existed. The way Grievous recalled acting in front of the human count was conduct unbecoming a veteran warrior, much less a general. It was inexcusable. Nevertheless, the rage made it impossible to think clearly. It was sucker. His rage was the only balm for his wounds that worked every time. It was one of the greatest painkillers in the known galaxy. It was his shield against everything he lost, yet Grievous could no longer muster it. The familiar rapid pumping of his heart, the almost blissful tint over his perception making his existence bearable, they were gone. Oh, there was anger, and it still burned hot, that much the general could muster, yet it was a far cry from the familiar rage. The anger didn't wrap around his whole being like a blanket. He couldn't hide in it. Instead, it was a cold thing, a precise and familiar this anger of his. It was an old companion, and Grievous knew how to wield it like the keenest of blades. Grievous cracked his eyes open, prepared for the stinging sensation of the Bacta. It quickly passed away, allowing him to see the blue-tinted world, distorted by the curve of the tank holding him. A familiar, yet alien sight greeted his weary eyes. Was this purgatory, the general wondered? He had seen countless medical bays by now, and no two were quite alike, even on warships of the same class. This one was dark, much larger than you would find on anything but a dedicated hospital ship. Muted lights illuminated just enough to show a cavernous expanse dedicated to healing. The lack of much smaller rooms was a bit disorienting at first, more because now he was helpless and exposed, instead of any medical reason. What got Grievous undivided attention was his guards. He could see a handful of the caped Magna Guard droids he commissioned to become part of his retinue. Those were few and far between. It was the stout, tall figures clad from head to claw in heavy modern armor that got his attention. Even when standing at parade rest, hidden by layers of composites, Grievous knew his people. The distinct three-fingered hands and modified gloves for their claws, the practiced ease with which the warriors held their heavy blasters. The sight harkened back to better days when he was whole, and his Isvashra were still alive. "Commander, the general is alive," a woman exclaimed in a familiar, painfully accented voice. Grievous would always recognize his people's language. He stirred in his liquid prison, looking wildly around. What new torture was this? A large armored form all but ran into view. The Kalish wore a large helmet, carefully shaped like a traditional bone mask. He quickly removed it with a loud hiss, pointing at excellent environmental protection, and grinned at Grievous. The scarred face of a dead man stared at the general with a smirk, revealing several metal teeth. When your human friend contacted us, I didn't believe it at first. I knew how lucky I was, that no one else could have survived. The smirk vanished, replaced by a look of abject sorrow. What those honorless curs did to you, General, Bentelais and Skr grimaced. I'm not sure how much you recall. Bentelais, Grievous gurgled, cursing the Bacta and the inability to speak underwater. We're here, General. We won't leave you alone. Skr slammed a fist over his heart in a warrior's salute. We'll get you back up and whole soon. Grievous simply stared at the dead man walking, wondering if his sanity finally snapped. Sir, perhaps it would be for the best that you explain the situation to the general. The female voice pipped up again. According to Dooku, our dubious benefactors had kept an eye on me after the bombing. Skr grimaced and put his helmet back on. Undoubtedly in case they either needed a spare weapon or yet another way to keep you on a leash, General. An in-depth analysis of your cybernetics revealed several, shall we say, dubious decisions and fail-saves. The Kalish warrior waved a hand at the female, who finally made herself visible. She was tall and light, obviously one of their kind. Instead of armor, she wore a sealed white medic outfit, complete with a mask hiding her face. Healer Kamar here verified what our host's healers dug out of you, General. The woman walked tall and proud in front of the Bacta tank and showed a small glass vial. Grievous had to squint to see the tiny piece of cybernetics floating within a liquid medium. There is a neural chip in here, sir. Preliminary examination reveals that it was meant to increase aggression and anger while decreasing impulse control. It was well masked as a part of the hormone regulatory system you need, General. If we weren't especially looking for such things, we wouldn't have found it. We're pretty sure that there was a fail-safe meant to short out your cybernetics if you ever received the right coded transmission. Skr unhappily explained. From what we gathered so far, you were meant to be someone's attack hound, General. The healer looked between the two of them, and Bentelais nodded. There's the issue with your cybernetics as well. From what little your human told us, you were supposed to be a Jedi killer. While your cybernetics would allow you to remain a formidable warrior, they are less than ideal for the task at hand. The grim amusement in Skr's voice was unmistakable. I've spent a few years now researching how to kill Jedi and how to alter my cybernetics to suit the task better. For people with the resources of the Confederacy behind them, our benefactors did a hack job with you, my General. Even something as basic as cortosis weave all over your cybernetic chassis, with additional protection for vital areas, is missing. Implanted sonic weapons, adrenal boosters, backed a solution to better keep you alive in the field. Skr nodded at the healer. We could think of all that and more years ago, we just didn't have the resources for most of the good stuff. Our benefactors, on the other hand, he shrugged. The good news is that we've gone over your cybernetics and are now sure there are no more unpleasant surprises. We should be able to put you back together soon, sir. The healer explained. We've also had various upgrade options ready for you to pursue at your convenience, General. She sounded particularly eager at that. The healer vanished out of sight for a few seconds before coming back without the accursed chip. Instead, she had a datapad in hand and was busy tapping on it. You should be ready for operation within the next 6 to 12 hours, General. I would prefer a bit more time so your brain could rest. You nearly stroked out from a combination of stress and the effects of that abomination. Grievous' eyes twitched in impotent fury. How could he rest now? The depth of this betrayal almost rivaled what the Republic did to its people. Perhaps a few good news might cheer you up, General. SKR tried his best to offer some distraction. It's all over the news now. Yesterday, your human began a purge within the Confederate leadership. That Neimoidian toad is dead. The same goes for our unlamented benefactor Hill. Members of the Techno Union and the Commerce Guild are under arrest, awaiting interrogation and trial for treason. Grievous seethed at that. The general wanted to get his talons into Hill. That being impossible, then his cybernetic hands would have to do, yet it was not meant to be. If Grievous wasn't up and running before Dooku finished the purge, then the Jedi and the Republic would have to do. 19. Chapter 7 Parts 5 and 6 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 7 Falling Shadows equals Co-F equals Part 5 equals Co-F equals Many misconceptions persist to this day about the nature of the Republic, both among the regular citizens of the galaxy and politicians of all stripes. For thousands of years, being a citizen of the Republic, being part of it, was something to be proud of. Why wouldn't you be? You were part of the institution that brought peace, prosperity, and stability to a barbaric galaxy. That had always been true for those living in the core of the Republic, its founding members, and their closest allies. They built the Republic, and more often than not, they were the Republic. It worked great for them. The roots of those misconceptions are many and often obvious. Yet the truth is somewhat different. For most of its long and often glorious history, the Republic was never a powerful centralized state, much less such a government. It was always there, in the print of the various treaties binding it together. The Republic was a union of sovereign states built for the purposes of mutual defense and economic prosperity. The key words here are sovereign states. The Republic wasn't a traditional nation, not even a proper federation or confederation. Crippling flaws in the latter were features of the alliance that allowed it to survive for over 25,000 years in one form or another. When the Republic lacked a credible external enemy, its centralization always decayed quickly. The power of the Chancellor vanished, and soon, demands to downsize or even disband the Republic's military followed. For most nations, doing so would have been catastrophic. For the Republic, while always dangerous, such initiatives allowed it to survive. The reason for this contradiction is simple. Without significant outside pressure, many of the Republic's member states saw themselves as each other's rivals and enemies. Further, they had no incentive to support or remain a part of a centralized supranational organization if it had the power and ability to rein them in or dictate how they should operate. A key example of this was the Republic Senate. It was an often hated and derided institution, which was a useful feature in removing blame from the local governments for unpopular decisions or inaction. The truth of the Senate had always been simple and hidden in plain sight. It was supposed to mediate disputes between member states, regulate trade across the galaxy, and in theory, represent the galaxy's citizens. The last part had always been both truthful and misleading. Each senator represented their government, alliance, or corporation powerful enough to warrant a seat. It was the interests of those governments the senators were meant to represent and defend, and in theory, through them, the interests of the regular citizens. The latter often didn't happen. The other side of the same coin was that the senators weren't meant to safeguard the interests of the Republic. Not those of the organization itself, or even those of its other member states. Not unless they were allies, de facto or of convenience. For example, During the infamous Naboo crisis 10 years before the start of the Clone Wars, many senators felt compelled to cover for or defend the Trade Federation for multiple reasons. First, the core issue behind the Federation's actions, a dispute over taxation reforms, affected many Republic members negatively. They wanted those reforms overturned, and the Federation's actions could be a lever to do it. Further, no interstellar corporation could accept the precedent of seeing the Trade Federation broken over their actions on Naboo. Doing so would have created a precedent to attack them in the future, which was seen as unacceptable. That brings us to another related issue. What the people of the galaxy usually saw unfold in the Senate chamber was little more than show and grandstanding for the regular citizens' benefit. Everything that mattered wasn't decided on the Senate floor. It happened in backroom deals all over the galaxy, where government representatives from the Republic's member states decided the fate of the Republic Twilight of the Galactic Republic Dr. Jones Selleck, Alsakin Publishing House equals Co. F equals near Bastine Tatooine. An unpleasant miasma of doom and gloom permeated the speeder. Anger mixing up with anguish and despair tasted much better to Vader's emphatic senses. Snips, people all over the Outer Rim would cheer you on for slaughtering a Hutt, especially a Slimo like Jabba. Vader carefully prodded his apprentice. You aren't a monster because of it. You aren't alone, and the Jedi won't lock you up and throw away the key. He did his best to sound convincing and reassuring. We slaughtered them all, and I loved every moment of it. Snips grumbled. Even talking about it was enough to make her recall how she felt, and a spike of exhilaration pierced through her aura of doom. Slavers, criminals, mercenary scum, Vader shrugged. The galaxy is better without them. We did a good thing. The real world is seldom as black and white as the Order taught us. I saw that as a child slave on this dust ball years ago. He paused for a moment. Think about it this way. How many people will now live because those bastards are dead? How many people won't be enslaved by them? How many slaves they won't brutalize? How many crimes they won't be able to commit now? This is not one of the safe core worlds in the Republic, Snips. We're in the lawless parts of the galaxy. Both the Republic and the Jedi, abandoned a long time ago. That's not the Jedi way. Are we evil now? Snips looked at him with huge eyes. Her irises were even now tinted in a shroud of gold. According to the Jedi's dogma, perhaps, those are the same Jedi who did nothing about the likes of Jabba. All that matters is, where do you want to go now, Snips? Do you want to prove them right? If you allow it, the dark side will make it possible. You can choose to become an unrepentant monster. You know, like the Sith we were taught about. They were evil and fools. They failed. Ahsoka pouted while her emotions went back to acting like dogfighting fighters. Yet all the histories are clear. The Sith were the greatest threat the Republic ever faced. Did you ever wonder why that was, Snips? I sure did. Vader admitted. He learned about the Sith both as a young Padawan and later, when the war began, to better understand and counter the likes of Dooku. After that, he had to study about them under Sidious. In hindsight, the old man's manipulations and hypocrisy were kind of obvious. So much for the vaunted rule of two. There were logical contradictions in the Sith's teachings, or perhaps it was the simple fact that Vader didn't want to follow the rule about master and apprentice trying to kill each other in the end. When Sidious was the master, it was a great idea, and he couldn't wait for the time when it would be prudent to remove the old man. However, when said apprentice was to be his son or daughter, or his little sister Snips, then the whole idea lost its appeal. An apprentice besting and defeating their master would be one thing. Killing said master without an excellent reason, that only weakened the Sith as a whole and they consumed themselves from within. The less said about the Jedi, their incompetence, and what they allowed, the better. Vader wanted a different path, a better path, his path. I can offer you something different, Ahsoka, something you won't find among the Jedi. A way that doesn't contain the foolish madness of the Sith. Vader carefully said. He cursed the lack of time to properly formulate plans for the future, much less figure out what kind of Force adept he wanted to be. All he knew for sure was what he didn't want to be. It didn't help that Snips perked up at his words, and now he got her attention. The storm of emotions consuming her subdued as well. What path? It was painful to hear how much need she put into that simple question. Our path, Snips. The Jedi are wrong, we aren't droids. We feel emotions, often strongly. Denying and suppressing them is wrong. It's not a healthy way to handle the issue at all. At the same time, the Sith philosophy is at best misleading. Yes, there is always some kind of conflict, and peace is a fleeting thing at best. Yet it is something worth fighting for. Passions should be embraced, not denied. At the same time, we are not mere beasts to let our passions control us. You have a choice to make, Snips. You stand at a crossroads that will define you for years, if not decades to come. Who do you want to be? What do you want to be, and how do you want to be remembered? I want a future master. I don't want to be hunted down or locked away. Ahsoka shivered in revulsion and anger. I can no longer keep my eyes closed. People, things like Jabba, she snarled, they have to go. There is no place in the galaxy I want to live in for such monsters. I want something more, something better, Snips demanded, and her whole being lit up with unrestrained, keening need. That's a galaxy worth fighting for, Snips. Vader smiled proudly at her. It's something that I want as well. Order, peace, stability, but not just for the core worlds. For the whole galaxy, especially the parts that need it most, like the Outer Rim. Ahsoka nodded, burning with unrestrained passion. How do we begin, Master? We take Bastine, liberate the slaves there, and show the whole galaxy what both the Jedi and the Republic condone as a matter of course. Vader laid down his immediate goals and activated his communicator. Rex, what do you have for us? They had a campaign to plan. Equals Co F equals Part 6 equals Co F equals Bastine Township, Tatooine. As far as plans went, this one had a beautiful simplicity to it. One of the hardest lessons Vader learned during the war was that when military planning was concerned, simple was almost always better. That was especially true when a campaign was larger and could include whole armies and fleets. In that case, even the simplest of things tended to be complex. A complex plan could easily fall apart due to its separate cogs being unable to work well enough together. Either that or fail to achieve objectives on the desired timescale. That was before taking into account that the enemy usually got a vote as well. Vader vividly remembered that happening to both sides in the Clone Wars he fought the last time. The same was true for the odd rebel escaping or achieving unexpected success through insane, desperation-fueled measures. The key to ensuring your simple in concept plans didn't fail miserably was contingency planning and the application of localized, overwhelming firepower. In this case, Vader, his ship and the troops still on board it, was the source of said firepower. Locally, there were not enough assets to stop them. Contingency-wise, he got confirmation from the Dauntless that assets fleeing from the Confederacy would use the Tattoo system as a staging ground, offering additional reinforcements and firepower. The first task force to reach them would be in the system within the next 2 hours. They would provide the assets needed to secure what passed for other larger settlements on Tatooine. Vader and Snips entered Bastine without an issue and headed straight for the spaceport. Rex and his troopers waited for them at their shuttle, ready for action. 2 minutes, Snips announced after checking the time. "We'll be there," Vader noted in a tone of approval. The short planning session and the stated goals of the operation had a positive effect on Snips. They were enough to calm down Ahsoka and keep her focused for now. That was a good turn of events, even if she still needed close supervision. They got to the spaceport with seconds to spare, thanks to Vader's expert piloting. He didn't even have to run over any of the locals. A few had to jump out of the way, but that was to be expected on Tatooine. Vader parked in front of the large building, opened the canopy, and jumped out, waving for his apprentice to follow. "Master, I'm not letting you drive me anywhere anymore." Snips grumbled and dragged herself out, looking a bit ill. "You need more time in a flight simulator and a fighter's cockpit." Vader decided. His communicator beeped twice, announcing that the Dauntless just jumped in high orbit above them. She would be launching fighters, bombers, and troop transports ASAP. Of equal importance was her E-War suite, which would blank the whole area in jamming shortly. "Here we go. You know the drill." Vader ordered and executed a force-assisted jump, landing on the roof of the main entrance. Ahsoka followed suit, and as predicted, she lacked the proficiency to make it up in one go herself. Vader assisted his apprentice with a telekinetic pull, deposing her on the roof beside him. "Follow me." Vader sprinted towards the spaceport's control tower at the center of the facility. He used the Force to enhance his speed and strength, moving like a blur. Before someone could raise an alarm or even figure out they were under attack, Vader vaulted forward, using the Force to better hold on the wall. He uses that leverage to jump up again. This time, his fingers reached the small flat space in front of the windows. Ahsoka jumped after him, and once again, Vader pulled up his apprentice until she was beside him. He gave her a nod and vaulted up, using a telekinetic push to shatter the reinforced windows before hurling himself inside. Jagged shards scythed through much of the controllers, incapacitating or outright killing them. "Surrender or die," Vader barked at the stunning beings. A wide-eyed insectoid screeched a challenge and charged him. The thing was shocked into a fight-or-flight response, acting on instincts alone. All Vader could sense from the creature was delicious fear. He grabbed his lightsaber and in one smooth motion, ignited mid-strike, bisecting the overgrown insect. Ahsoka landed behind him, lightsaber in hand and a furious snarl on her face. That was more than enough for the still intact controllers to raise their shaking hands and proclaim their surrender in 4 different languages. "Ahsoka, watch them," Vader ordered. He had communications and any ground-based defenses to shut down. Places like this rarely could afford decentralized command and control infrastructure. Any anti-air weapons, not to mention the theater shield if present, were often controlled by the local spaceport. It was the one place that could detect and track hostile incursions, or was responsible for damaged ships attempting a landing. Bastine, in particular, had some light AA laser turrets ringing the outskirts of the starport, and Vader wanted them disabled before his reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, the Y-Wings would have to gut them, and much of the complex with extreme prejudice. It took Vader a few minutes to make sure he had all defenses shut down, including a very old theater shield barely large enough to cover the town. Meanwhile, he could hear the odd blaster discharge coming from below. That was Rex, and his men securing the elevator and stairs leading up into the control tower. "Gather up your wounded, you're going down," Vader announced, once he achieved his primary objective. He noted that 2 of the controllers had bled out, along with an unlucky Gamorrean guard who had a large shard stuck into his throat. Two more, a human and a Rhodian, were busy bleeding out. The human was unlikely to make it without seeing a modern hospital in the next 10 minutes or so. "Do it," Vader barked when no one moved to either pick up the wounded or head for the elevator. His shout got them into high gear, and the Hale controllers finally picked up their wounded colleagues. Vader walked in with them while pointing to the stairs. "Make sure no one but our people are coming up, then join us downstairs." Unsurprisingly, no one gave him any trouble on the way down. When the doors opened, Vader saw two clones pointing blaster carbines at them, while the rest of the unit was in the best defensive positions the area could offer. He could see the bodies of a few locals dragged near the opposite wall, along with a few wounded sitting under guard. "Join them. Rex, have a medic check the wounded. Dauntless Actual, strike one." "Objective secured." Vader spoke into his comm. "Strike one, Dauntless Actual. Talon is en route. Ida, 4 minutes. So far, so good." Ideally, they would strike the rest of Bastine, while the locals wondered what the criff was happening. With the ongoing jamming, there would be no slaver enthusiasts blowing up their property. Ahsoka came down the stairs feeling grumpy. "The way down is clear. I passed by 3 clones going up to hold the control center." "Good. Rex, you're with us. The rest of your people hold down this position until relieved, then join us in the town." Vader walked towards the primary entrance, noting the locations of the odd cowering civilian. There was a commotion outside. Local guards, Reed thugs in the hut's employ, were busy gathering and arguing how to retake the spaceport from the mercenaries. Rex ranged support. "Snips, Slimos in front, I want them gone." A large Gamorrean wearing heavy armor pointed at them and shouted to the other thugs. By the time any of them could react, Vader was already hurling through the air, lightsaber in hand. He landed before anyone could point a blaster at them, unleashing a telekinetic blast that hurled them all off their feet. By the time Ahsoka joined him, Vader was busy cutting his way through the thugs, giving them no opportunity to effectively resist. High above them, Republic's small craft screamed down from the heavens like flights of avenging angels. 20, Chapter 8, Parts 1 and 2. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 8, The Brightest Light. Co-F equals Part 1 equals Co-F equals Bastine Township. Tatooine. Vader cut through the last thug masquerading as local security with a smile on his face. It has been some time since his appearance caused fear and respect among the locals. Now the few brave or foolish enough to watch the slaughter had a proper respect for his power. Beside him, Ahsoka felt more exhilaration than horror at what they just did. It was a good start, Vader thought. Now, if he could only keep her in the right state of mind, we're moving on the slave market. "Reinforcements will join us before we reach it," Vader said aloud. He believed it was vital to show Ahsoka that as long as she kept the dark side's influence under control, instead of the other way around, she could achieve everything the Jedi denied them both. Otherwise, she would walk in Skywalker's footsteps with predictable tragic results. As they walked through the town, people scattered out of their way as soon as they noticed the ignited lightsabers. Soon, mutters of Jedi followed in their wake. Some were little more than curses. How could anyone dare bring order to this hive of scum and villainy? Unjustified hope came with the others, as if the Jedi had ever bothered to come here and fix things if they had any other choice. Vader had to keep a sneer off his face at that thought. Soon the howl of engines came from above, and fighters screamed over the town, seeking threats. A bomber squadron came next, before, finally, the lots came down, surrounded by a heavy escort. Clones jumped out of the transports, with weapons raised and scanning for dangers. 2 units quickly fell in step behind the Jedi, led by a clone NCO. "Sergeant Slick at your service, sir, awaiting orders." Vader's step nearly faltered at hearing that name. He glanced at the clones gathering behind him and smiled. He had been wondering how to begin dealing with their indoctrination. In that regard, the clone army was worse than the most zealous followers of the new order in the Empire. They had been indoctrinated from before being born, thanks to the clone masters on Camino. "Boys, I might be unable to give you your freedom before this war is over. However, today I'm going to make a pledge to you all and show the whole galaxy what the Republic quietly condones, what the Jedi Order as a whole closes its eyes and does nothing about." He paused, letting his words sink in. "Over there is the largest slave market on Tatooine. Those people we can liberate. We can and will show their suffering to the Republic. That way, no one could close their eyes any longer. We will bring the point home that in its infinite hubris, the Republic let itself rot too much. That now the only thing standing between it and annihilation is an army of slaves. Slaves who believe in and fight for principles the Republic itself has forgotten." Ragged, stunned cheer followed Vader's proclamation. His words even earned him a small, unsure smile from Snips. More and more lots landed, bringing down squads of clones. Soon firefights broke all over the city, with bounty hunters, mercenaries, and some local toughs refusing to submit. When they reached the marketplace, the Republic soldiers found pandemonium. Some traders had fled, abandoning their wares. Others tried to protect them and ended up shot for their trouble or worse. No one had an illusion of what the arrival of Republic soldiers meant. At least in theory, it was order and an end of business as usual. Many of the locals decided that getting as much as they carry before making them scarce was the thing to do. The same was true for the slavers. A few of the more prudent ones had decided to abandon their stock and make themselves scarce. Others did their best to get their property moving towards the spaceport in a futile attempt to get off-world. A few of the slavers had decided that if they couldn't profit from their slaves, then no one else could. While the jamming did its job and the explosive chips couldn't be activated, blasters and melee weapons did the trick. Secure the slaves and kill the slavers. I have no use for them. Get order here restored by any means necessary. One warning to stand down is enough. The use of lethal force is authorized. Vader barked out a string of orders. Snips, you stick with me. Rex, you have tactical command. With his piece said, Vader sprinted into the mayhem, using the force to increase his speed. Using telekinetic pushes, he shoved away anyone unlucky to find themselves in his path. Ahsoka sprinted on his heels, while further back, the clones fanned out and did their best to restore order. Soon enough, they found themselves in a firefight with local criminals, unwilling to abandon their ill-gotten gains. The fear and chaos only intensified from then on. Vader threw away a wide-eyed Zabrak woman wildly swinging a blaster rifle and jumped over a kiosk to land in front of a group of slaves huddling together from protection. A bunch of guards uneasily surrounded them. A burly human in rather expensive clothes that were out of place on Tatooine screamed orders. "Get moving, we need to get out of here, criffing Republic. Why did they have to come here of all places? Move, you bastards. I have a one-time offer for you, surrender or die." Vader happily informed the slavers, "Why the criff are you? Do you know who I am?" Vader grabbed the bastard with the force and squeezed. Ah, that sensation of primal creeping terror never got old. "I don't know, and I don't care." His telekinetic grip tightened, and everyone close enough could hear the sound of shattering bones. The chief slaver gurgled and twitched a few times before losing consciousness. Vader let go of the sack of meat and broken bones, focusing his full attention on the guards. "Will you surrender or die?" Many of them looked on the verge of pissing themselves, which was disappointing. At that point, a young, almost juvenile Rhodian screeched something and opened fire, terror getting the best of him. "Death it is," Vader muttered when the other guards chose to make a doomed last stand by opening fire as well. Ahsoka moved in first. She was a whirlwind of green death blending her way through the thugs who had never conceived that a Jedi might fall upon them with such unrestrained aggression. Vader followed suit, using his lightsaber as much as the Force, and soon they made a short work of the guards. Only 2 of the slaves got hit in the short-lived crossfire, which was a good achievement in Vader's mind. Once Ahsoka got in a better state of mind, so he wouldn't have to keep part of his attention on her, they would be able to do much better. "Snips, see to the wounded. You fine folks," Vader turned to address the slaves, "are now free. Stay tight and low. I'll have medics in place soon to see to your needs and remove the explosive chips from you." The wave of relief, sheer disbelief and gratitude that came from the small group of slaves was enough to make Snips stumble and stare at them with wide eyes. A closer examination of them, especially the young females making up much of the group, told Vader enough. Very soon, his apprentice would be fit to be tied. It was a good thing, then, that there were other settlements on Tatooine with their own smaller slave markets to liberate and slavers to use as stress relief. Equals Co F equals Part 2 equals Co F equals Bastine Township, Tatooine. Unsurprisingly, the largest obstacle to securing the town turned out to be various groups of mercenaries and bounty hunters passing through or using the place as a base of operations. Some of them did decide that discretion was the better part of valor. Either that or, with no one paying them to fight, they had no reason to risk limb or life against the Republic forces. Others saw things differently. Someone attempting to instill a measure of law and order in Bastine, no matter how fleeting, wasn't to their liking. The Republic's presence ensured a disruption of business, and thus the flow of credits. That was something a certain breed of mercenaries took personally. A prime example of the latter kind hold themselves in their base of operations, a small warehouse on the outer edge of Bastine. They were one of the last strongholds to be subdued, with most of the town falling quickly. "As you can see, sir, we've got a spot of trouble here," a clone sergeant shouted from the corner of the building he was using as a cover. A heavy repeater blaster sent another hail of fiery death at anyone daring to even look at the fortified building. Vader vaguely recalled that the last time around the sergeant, and his unit died early in the war because he made a mistake born of inexperience. Not this time, the former Sith decided. Do they have civilian hostages or salves to use as live shields? Vader inquired. A few clones sent potshots at the warehouse before hugging whatever they used for cover, as heavy weapons barked back in anger. "No, that we know of," the sergeant hollered. "In that case, call an airstrike and sort out any survivors," Vader suggested. "Call Commander Rex and tell him I'm authorizing the same as far as all other holdouts are concerned." He paused. "Unless they have hostages or are too close to occupied dwellings." Vader looked at a despondent Snips. "Take this as a learning opportunity. While the dark side might be edging you on to get your hands dirty at every opportunity, think if doing so is worth your while. Indulging it from time to time is important, otherwise controlling it constantly proves much harder. Doing so under controlled conditions can ensure it doesn't push you into doing something regrettable or outright suicidal at the wrong time." Vader lectured on. He spoke out of personal experience. After 2 decades of dealing with the whims of the dark side, he was an expert on the topic. That's easier said than done, isn't it? Ahsoka mumbled. It's not an easy path. Unfortunately, as things stand, it's the only reasonable path we have. I don't know about you, but I would prefer to avoid lifelong imprisonment by our Jedi friends. In the same vein, turning into a murderous brute like the Sith we know of isn't a much better alternative. Snips twitched at the reminder of what awaited them if the Jedi had their way. Vader pointedly didn't mention that, if the likes of Windu had their way, there would be no imprisonment. Just a lightsaber to the neck, because they would be deemed too dangerous. Or perhaps Vader was mistaken, and Mace wasn't that far gone yet. Either way, he wasn't about to risk it. Vader guided them towards the marketplace, now turned into a well-protected field hospital. A Y-wing roared overhead and opened fire, demolishing the enemy warehouse along with the mercenaries holed up inside. That should serve as a message enough for the locals. He wasn't about to tolerate any defiance from Hutt-aligned Slemos. The atmosphere that greeted them at the field hospital was one born of pain and jubilation, instead of horror and despair. The positive emotions were almost like a balm, and a stark contrast to what they could sense there earlier that day. Ahsoka faltered under the emotions bombarding her and looked around with huge eyes. That was the first time in years that she let herself fully experience positive emotions. After what happened earlier today, the contrast was a head-spinning sensation. Take it all in, Snips. This is just a taste of what the Jedi deny us. Even the simplest things. Vader raised a gloved hand at the two suns slowly descending towards the horizon, then removed the glove, letting the hot light touch his flesh and blood arm. The feeling of sunlight upon our skin, the scent of our favorite food. A wistful look crossed his eyes. He still couldn't entirely get over being able to touch, taste, and smell anything but ashes. And the very thought that his Padme was still very much alive. The color of your first love's eyes, the taste of their lips during your first kiss, but you're too young for that. That's why the Jedi teach us not to form attachments and to avoid any passions. The feelings are just too much. I can't find my center, Ahsoka whined. That's where the Jedi are wrong, Snips. Vader lowered his arm and put his armored glove back on. Despite all that happened today and all you experienced, you haven't fallen yet, little one. If I have anything to say about it, you will be able to wield both sides of the Force without being a slave either of the light of darkness. I can sense your emotions, Ahsoka. Your righteous anger is not wrong. When you feel only anger through your connection with the Force, only then you would have truly discovered the dark side and fallen under its sway. The Sith believe that peace is a lie, that there is only passion. They are wrong. Peace is not a lie, it's something worth fighting for. Look at them. Is this not worth it? Vader demanded as he pointed at the liberated slaves being tended by clone medics. At 3 separate locations, lined up with makeshift blast shields, medics and demolition experts were busy removing explosive chips from the slaves in a better condition. The jubilation, relief, and anticipation from the liberated beings were something Vader hadn't experienced in ages. Ironically enough, the last time was during a parade celebrating Imperial Day, years ago, before the destruction of the first Death Star. It was days like that one, which helped him remember that despite Sidious's cancerous influence, the New Order wasn't entirely rotten. That it was worth reforming after removing the old monster from power. In the same vein, it was the events of today that helped reinforce the point. The Republic would never bother to help the people of Tatooine, or everyone else suffering all over the Outer Rim. In contrast, even at its worst, the Empire did bring order and relative stability in many of these parts. Even if it did exploit the locals, just like the Republic and its corporations did. Today, the people on the rim were still exploited by both local powers and the core. They just lacked any form of order and stability. "Yes, master, it is worth it," Ahsoka muttered. A small smile graced her lips as she looked over the liberated slaves with far-off eyes. "Then embrace this passion. Use it as fuel and a shield. Do the same to your righteous anger. Do not let it control you again, now you know better. Your emotions are yours to use. They must not control you. If you want to let your passions run free, then so be it, but it must be your conscious choice, and you must be ready and aware of the possible consequences." Vader quietly lectured. "Contrast this to the Jedi Code. There is no emotion, there is peace. We are no droid snips. We feel, we make bonds, and they define us. Tatooine was at peace before our arrival. That is the peace the Jedi is ready to embrace, to avoid conflict and uncomfortable truths. The same is true about the Republic. Tell me, Ahsoka, is that peace worth it? Is it worth denying to yourself who and what you are?" "No," Snip spat. For a moment, her eyes tinted with gold before softening while she kept observing the liberated slaves. There was no peace for them. There is no peace for the slaves in the other parts of Tatooine. Or those all over the galaxy, is there? Is this what we're fighting for? To keep the status that quietly condones such things? She waved at a nearby stack of body bags, some containing little bodies. Those were the unfortunate slaves whose master preferred to see their death, than allowing someone to either take possession of them or liberate them. "We aren't fighting for the corrupt republic that exists today, Snips," Vader spoke aloud, making sure his voice carried all over the repurposed marketplace. "We're fighting for the ideals the republic is supposed to embody. We're fighting for all the people the Confederacy would crush without a second thought in its quest for power. And most importantly, we're fighting the complacent mindsets that allowed such horrors to happen for tens of thousands of years without raising a hand to do something about it." He waved at the liberated slaves, many of whom were eagerly listening to him. "On the outside, we're fighting to stop the Confederacy from burning the galaxy in Dooku's mad quest for power. On the inside, we're fighting to bring forth a new order to the galaxy, an order worth fighting for. An order which would not condone slavery and seek to eradicate it." He looked around, seeing that he had everyone's undivided attention. "For today, we are in a unique position to do something about it. If the Republic survives this conflict, it will be only through the sacrifices of the clone army fighting for it. It would survive only through facing a stark truth. The beacon of civilization in the galaxy allowed itself to fall so far that only a slave army created in secret stands between it and utter annihilation. We're going to save the Republic, both from the separatists and from itself. We are going to bring forth a new age, a new order, one based on security and prosperity for all. All I ask you is to stand with me, for it is not an easy task facing us." The cheers that followed were deafening. The glow of everyone's emotions was nearly blinding. By dusk, dozens of liberated slaves were clamoring to join the Republic military, with their only request being that they were allowed to serve under Skywalker's command. 21. Chapter 8 Parts 3 and 4 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 8 The Brightest Light equals Co-F equals Part 3 equals Co-F equals Republic FOB Chimera, Bastine Spaceport, Bastine Township, Tatooine. Vader and Ahsoka found themselves heading back into the control tower, now manned by clone troopers. The spaceport was secure and guarded by 2 companies of soldiers. The AA towers were online, with their software updated to recognize Republic IFs as friendly. A quick inventory revealed the presence of multiple small freighters, which would allow the evacuation of all liberated slaves without burdening military shipping with them. More importantly, the first reinforcements finally arrived in the system. They were a battered task force fleeing a concerted separatist attack on Arcanes, the capital of the neighboring sector, and the seat of the Arcanes Regency. That polity was technically in control of the region over there. General Skywalker, I'm Captain Quinn. An old human man introduced himself, speaking in a soft upper-crust Alsatian accent. I'm afraid to report that Arcanes fell 6 hours ago. We managed to fend off 2 probing assaults before the Separatists' main force arrived and kicked us out of the system. The local SDF fell in combat before we had to leave. Further, the enemy did not pursue, though they kept a screening force in place to keep us honest. From their disposition, I believe the SEPA's intent to leave a holding force in place and move on Christophsis ASAP. Vader grimaced at the news. Even if he expected a similar turn of events, that didn't make it any easier to swallow. Just like that, the enemy made his victory at Christophsis moot. Hopefully, the GAR units there would be able to retreat in good order along with Kenobi, instead of making a pointless last stand. That's unfortunate. What assets do you have, Captain Quinn? My flagship, a Venator cruiser. She could use some dock time. However, she's a tough girl and can still fight. I've also got 2 acclamators and 5 light escorts, all damaged fending off droid swarms. Our small craft contingents were severely depleted dealing with those damn droids. On the bright side, I've got 2 intact clone legions. One was supposed to provide cadre and training for raising local troops throughout the Arcanes Regency territory, and the other to reinforce loyalists fighting Sepi sympathizers on Gorno. The lack of small craft was going to hurt if they faced a concerted separatist attack anytime soon. On the other hand, I can use your ground forces, Captain. We're yet to secure the other major settlements on Tatooine. My orders are to complete a punitive expedition against Hutt's interests planetside. As a bonus, we're liberating and bringing back all slaves we can. I see. It's about time we did something about that disgrace. I'll get you in contact with the ground troops commanders. Tell me where you need them, and I'll make sure we provide them with all available support. The primary targets are going to be Mos Eisley and Anchorhead. The former is the largest settlement after the capital, and the latter represents a hub between multiple small townships. Controlling it means we control communications and travel routes in that whole region, allowing us to secure the surrounding settlements at our leisure. Vader explained. Knowledge from his time as a slave and more recently when he researched Luke's past turned out to be of use after all. Rules of engagement, the captain inquired. If they resist, shoot them. Orbital strikes are restricted. Airstrikes are allowed if needed. Vader answered. He was glad to see that Ahsoka kept her composure and listened intently, learning and trying to figure out why he did what he did. The reinforcements, especially the manpower they brought, now meant that Vader could release more clones to ransack Jabba's palace. Actionable military intelligence would go to GAR High Command, while seized assets and blackmail material would come in useful for his plans. Co F equals Medical Bay Bish Republic Cruiser, rising light high orbit above Christophsis. Christoph system. Obi-Wan came awake with a hiss of pain, still feeling hot metal digging into his side. His lungs burned and felt like tearing up as he gasped for air. A loud mechanical hiss came with every breath. Cool, soothing air entered his lungs, dousing the agony, and it was quickly gone, replaced by dull pain. "General, you're finally awake." A vaguely familiar voice came from the right. Obi-Wan recognized Cody's signature, even if it felt somewhat diminished. He cracked his eyes open and looked around, quickly recognizing a darkened med bay. There was something cool and uncomfortable stuck to his face. It took the confused Jedi a few moments to recognize the dark form of a respirator. He was alive. Obi-Wan honestly didn't expect to awake again, and if he did, the odds were he would be one with the Force. "Cody, what happened? We got hammered, General." Grudging respect and resentment flared from the clone's position. "The 212th is practically gone. If it wasn't for your crazy charge at the end, I doubt any of us would have made it for General Skywalker to rescue us. You did this to us," which was left unsaid, but the implication and unstated accusations were there. Obi-Wan's eyes finally focused on Cody's form, and he immediately felt a pang of regret. The left side of the clone's face looked red and raw, a telltale sign of still healing burn. Despite wearing a long-sleeved hospital gown, it was clear that most of the left arm was a rough and functional battlefield prosthetic. "For what's worth it, I'm sorry, Cody," Kenobi rasped. "Tell that to our dead, sir." A few tense moments of uneasy silence followed, only for the blare of combat alert to shatter it. It snapped Obi-Wan of his daze, and he tried to get up. "Don't bother, General. There won't be a battle. We're in no shape to fight the Separatists now. As soon as evacuations are complete, the fleet will be leaving Christophsis behind. Attention, all hands. Heavy enemy fleet elements entered Savareen half an hour ago. Orbital evacuation lanes will be open for the next 45 minutes, then we leave. All essential personnel to combat stations will be leaving the system within the hour," an unfamiliar voice announced, proving Cody right. "What did I miss?" Obi-Wan wondered aloud. A harried medic entered the med bay, followed by a spider-like medical droid. Only now it struck Obi-Wan how empty the place was. "General, you're back with us, good. I need to give you a quick checkup, then there are some messages you have to attend to." "Over my explicit protests, I must add," the clone medic grumbled. "You still need at least a few more days of rest, however. The war waits for no one." Equals Co F equals Part 4 equals Co F equals Flag Bridge. Victory CIS Providence Dreadnought en route to Bakura. This final betrayal was a simple thing. It was so easy that if Dooku was still a Jedi, he would have found himself struck speechless for a moment at the very idea. His treason didn't begin with a grand proclamation or epic confrontation like the Jedi might have expected from a Sith. Instead, it was a quiet thing, just the orders he would speak in the twilight of an empty bridge. A state-of-the-art communication suite, protected by the best encryption money could buy. Comfortable seats fit for a fleet admiral and their staff. Suitably ominous twilight. That was the stage for Darth Tyrannus betraying Darth Sidious. The communication suite came online. Encryption protocols shook hands, and the blurry image of faithful Severance Tan appeared over the main holo tank. "What is thy bidding, my master?" the Kiss acolyte and future apprentice asked formally. Her red eyes burned with anticipation. "Eliminate the primary targets as soon as practical, then ensure our friend makes it to the emergency council meeting." "They're as good as dead." Severance bowed her head and cut off the transmission. Newt Gunray was in the vicinity of Rhodia, where Confederacy-sponsored pirates were about to attack and cause a famine. It was all but certain that in these troubled times, the Senate wouldn't send relief to a world that would soon be cut off behind enemy lines. The Trade Federation's viceroy would be in place to ride to the rescue, with more than enough supplies to avoid hunger. He would also negotiate both Rhodia's entry into the Confederacy and trade deals, ensuring a steady food supply by the Trade Federation. Trest Ilroth, one of the Federation's directors and principal negotiators, would be with the fleet to deal with the mundane details of the deal. He was one of the principal candidates to replace Gunray, and as far as Dooku knew, Ilroth was in no one's pocket, much less Sidious, which made him a good choice for the next viceroy. Dooku needed competent allies to manage the Confederacy and its members, while he concentrated on the big picture, the war, and figuring out his Sith order. Besides, with Gunray out of the way, the odds of Rhodia joining happily would increase significantly. Ilroth had much less of an ego. He was also more than willing to let his negotiation partners be happy if doing so meant a profitable future relationship. In contrast, Gunray preferred to drain them dry and show his dominance in an unforgettable fashion. The second part of Tyrannus Treason would solve multiple issues as well. Pascal Argent was a particularly treacherous creature. He was already maneuvering to discredit Dooku as the first step of a bit to take control of the Confederacy. The plan was simple: blame Geonosis on Dooku, while presenting a stunning victory to the Council. One of Argent's protégés, the Mon Calamari commander Merai, was in the process of planning a lightning strike at Kamino. Under different circumstances, Dooku would have colluded with Sidious to see the plot fail and Argent discredited. From what he knew, Merai was one of the more competent Confederate commanders, and thus he would have been slotted in for early fatal disaster. Like flying into an ambush at Kamino, now that Dooku was busy fighting a real war and executing a betrayal, Commander Merai was a useful asset. The magistrate of the corporate alliance, on the other hand, already outlived his usefulness. The communication suite came online for a second time. Blue light shimmered into the form of a Zabrak woman, former Jedi Knight Cadrian Say. She used to be one of his agents within the Jedi Order. After Geonosis, she defied the summons to return to the Jedi Temple and covertly joined his side. As far as the galaxy knew, Say was merely a Jedi Knight missing in action, instead of one of his acolytes. As such, she was perfect to carry out a few false flag operations, before he officially confronted and subverted her, turning to Say into one of his acolytes. "To what do I own the pleasure, old friend?" Say's melodic voice carried out from hidden speakers built into the table. "The Republic is in grave danger. These dark times require distasteful measures." Dooku knew that a program would alter both his visage and voice to appear as one of the Jedi shadows working out of the temple on Coruscant. Anyone intercepting the transmission from Say's side would assume that the orders came from the Republic. "We need to buy ourselves enough time to properly mobilize. Knight Say, you're authorized to neutralize as many members of the Separatist Council as you can." "May the Force be with you." "I understand, Master," Cadrian answered in a grave tone, dripping with just the right amount of sadness. "May the Force be with you as well." Two down. The third, Wat Tambor, was busy orchestrating an expedition to Ryloth. The foreman of the Techno Union had an unhealthy fascination with Twi'lek females. That, combined with a lot of deals under the table with the Hutts, whose mercenaries often tested illegal equipment for the Union's internal security forces, made him a perfect volunteer. Tambor would become an example as to what would be no longer tolerated within or by the Confederacy. Dooku wanted him to commit, strike Ryloth, and begin his planned operation there. Only then he would drop the hammer on the cyborg. For that reason alone, Asajj was with Tambor, whispering poison in his ear and ready to take him into custody when Dooku gave her the order to. Number 4 on his list was Sandhill. That man had to die, and Dooku was going to make sure of it himself. The chairman of the intergalactic banking clan was heading for Bakura to negotiate trade and banking treaties, now that the Confederacy was in open war with the Republic. Hill was one of the few people still alive who knew the truth about what happened to Grievous. Dooku wanted to ensure his demise himself, before the general recovered from his medical treatment. Poggle the Lesser was of no consequence. For the time being, he was stuck hiding in the catacombs of Geonosis. By the time he would be able to re-establish his power base, the Genosian would either fall in line or die. Tix, the former Republic senator for Mon Calamari, was notable as one of the few major players on the Confederate Council, not directly in Sidious's pocket. That was why, for now, he got to live. After being implicated as a part of a slaving ring, he already burned his bridges with the Republic by fleeing house arrest. Now, the Quarren would either serve to the best of his abilities or become an example like Tamber. Ponundo was one of the few honest politicians on the council. The only reason why he was the new chairman of the Hypercommunications Cartel, the Confederacy's equivalent of the Hypernet, was internal politics that saw him as a neutral compromise candidate. The post was also a reward for bringing his star system Ando, along with their allies on board. As one of the people personally recruited by Dooku, the Ualac Aqualish man was to be kept safe in the turbulent times ahead. Finally, Shumai of the Commerce Guild, the closest thing they had to an independent power on the council. The female Gossam was the president of the Commerce Guild, which was another power Dooku personally brought on board. Mai, along with Nundo, were two of the people Dooku could count on to support the reforms he wanted to implement. That's why Dooku would be sending the twins to see them protected. Now all that remained was to kill Sandhill. After that, he would order his regular agents to begin a systematic purge of known Sidious creatures and sympathizers. 22. Chapter 8 Parts 5 and 6 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 8 The Brightest Light equals Co-F equals Part 5 equals Co-F equals Chancellor's Suite Senate Building Coruscant. There were some drawbacks to being the Chancellor of the Republic during a war. Palpatine found that they could easily multiply when it appeared that the war turned out to be real, instead of a performance. Even if he had accounted for the possibility of Dooku going rogue, this state of affairs was less than pleasing. The desired outcome would have required for him to find the time to leave Coruscant and confront his ambitious apprentice in person. Or barring that, at least reach one of his safe houses, from where he could contact his creatures within the Confederacy ordering Dooku's death. Instead, Palpatine found himself stuck in the Senate, dealing with one crisis after another, and unable to disappear for even a few short hours. All the respite he got was a brief period of downtime for sleep and meditation. The Chancellor had to be ready to field either the newest foolishness of the Senate, the Jedi's next step on the road to self-destruction, or Anakin's magnificent performance. So far, all Sidious managed to do in order to warn his creatures was to send a few innocent messages along with his regular workload. They would be flagged and retransmitted when they spread far enough throughout his staffers. They would start a chain reaction that counterintelligence would be unable to trace back to his office. Dooku going rogue meant that Palpatine had to keep himself on his toes and ensure that there would be no hint of evidence that he was Sidious. That's why he wisely always met or spoke with his treacherous apprentice, wearing his true face as a Sith Lord. While Dooku knew his real identity, Sidious ensured that Tyrannus had no solid evidence to back up any accusations. In that regard, merely being a Sith was no longer illegal. It was also why he was now backing Skywalker to the hilt and hoping the boy wouldn't do something foolish enough to undermine their positions. Ironically enough, if Palpatine could manipulate the future events the right way, it might be possible to survive as a Chancellor after being exposed as a Sith. If Skywalker kept his stellar performance and Sidious could manipulate the Jedi into the right mistakes, which the fanatics were eager to walk into by themselves as expected, The future looked quite bright, pun intended. The real problem right now was the Senate. Even with many of the deals to facilitate the rise of the empire already in place, it was still a chore to deal with it. Ensuring that everyone of importance followed the party line was much easier said than done. Those individuals, families, organizations, and corporations didn't know that Palpatine was a Sith. The truth of the matter was that for the galaxy at large, Sheev Palpatine was a political prodigy from Naboo, whose star was near its peak. He lacked the domestic backing that a chancellor from Kuwait, Corellia, Alsekin, or another powerhouse in the core would enjoy. That, ironically enough, was one of the reasons that made the future rise of the Empire much easier than it would otherwise be. Palpatine lacked a large, personally loyal military, industrial or political base, or so it seemed. There was little Naboo, which, while quite rich all things considered, paled in comparison to any major power in the core. Further, domestic politics being what they were, even if Sidious could enjoy undisputed support from that corner, it simply wouldn't matter in the great scheme of things. For all intents and purposes, Palpatine was supposed to be a figurehead emperor. Oh, a very powerful and important figurehead at that. One who could make people follow the same direction, which was a critically important skill, but still a figurehead. There would be just a few powers within the core willing to back his empire if they knew what he intended to do in the fullness of time. It would take years, decades if Palpatine was feeling realistic, until he would be able to consolidate enough power to rule as an absolute ruler. Only then he would be able to dispense with the sage advice of his backers. On the bright side, he would be able to play them against each other with the promise of power and rewards at their fingertips, like he was already doing. The obvious downside was that, for a long time to come, the status quo would persist. His allies would keep backstabbing themselves for petty reasons. The pressing issue was that this feature of both the Republic and the future Empire was currently of no tangible benefit, quite the opposite. Some of Palpatine's allies, and so far neutral entities in the deep core, had the luxury of most of the Republic being between them and the Confederacy. They had no reason to properly back the war when being obstructionists bastards benefited them best. Even those unaware of the future empire saw the usefulness of using the war to weaken their rivals and ensure a realignment of Republic politics for the bargain price of doing nothing. As if that wasn't enough, there were a lot of neutral systems, or worse, reluctant allies further out, who were either doing the same or being held hostage by domestic politics. It was as if some people forgot why the Republic enjoyed an unprecedented golden age. Palpatine sneered at that thought. His attempt to meditate and divine the future failed again, leaving him with more mundane methods of anticipating it and planning. Every being in power within the Republic, with at least 2 brain cells available to rub together, knew what losing the Confederacy would mean. A crippled economy and huge price spikes in many sectors. A significant increase in unemployment, along with the following unrest, further stressing the system. Historically, the Republic was set up to operate with cheap resources coming in as a matter of course. The source was obvious: the outer colonies and the Rim, or what was the established Rim at the time. Changing this for good would mean that many people and organizations in power would lose fortunes. The Republic had fought wars for much less. The issue was that many of those people and organizations had rivals posed to profit mightily from their fall. Sidious was sure that once said fall happened, and the Republic realigned itself politically, the first meaningful item on the agenda of the day would be bringing the Confederacy in the fold if it wasn't already. That way, the new masters of the galaxy, who were just like the old ones, would be the ones to reap the profits now. That wasn't an issue by itself. Sidious did have deals in place with a lot of those smaller players as well. They would serve as a counterbalance to his nominal allies. After all, the idea that rim trash and upstarts like the Confederacy could win the war was unthinkable. And that would be true if the Republic was actually in any way united, which it never was. That state of affairs wasn't even the Sith's fault. It was conflicting interests and ancient rivalries that brought the Republic to its knees, and the Sith were merely in the best position to take advantage of this chaotic age. Sidious forced his rising frustration down. During times like these, he wondered if it was all worth it. He was already in a position to achieve the long-desired revenge of the Sith. He could destroy the Jedi now and shatter the Republic for good measure, then vanish. It would be quite entertaining if Sidious began by baiting the Jedi into attacking him. Doing so would be as simple as leaking his true nature and ensuring that the Order would self-destruct even without Order 66. After all, everyone Sidious had a deal with to bring the Republic down and replace it with his empire would be on the chopping block if the Jedi removed him in a coup. They would have no choice but to bury the Order under propaganda, then move against the Jedi themselves. Or even better, activate several contingency orders at the same time while chaos reigned supreme. That and releasing all the dirty laundry of the Republic for the whole galaxy to see would be a crown achievement by itself, more than any Sith before him had ever achieved. Yet, despite victory being all but assured no matter what, Sidious desired more. He wanted the whole galaxy in the palm of his hand. He wanted the decades spent as a politician and experiencing constant frustration from dealing with the Senate to mean something beyond mere vengeance. Only the galaxy within his grasp could make up for all he endured to bring him so far. That would be the ultimate victory he aimed for, and why not? Sidious already won. The only question was how much more he would win and how much his enemies will lose in the end. Co F Part 6 Co F Chancellor's Office Senate Building Coruscant today was going to be another great day, Sidious decided. One way or another, this meeting would advance his political agenda and potentially win him a new die-hard ally. It was going to be proof that no one could ignore, and he was going to use it for all it was worth. The senators representing the 4 largest alliances in the Senate stood in front of his desk resplendent in their best robes. Gideon Danu represented Kuwait and its allies. He was a recent appointment that already proved to be a grave mistake by Anara Kuwait. The youngster was a supporter of the Jedi, though thankfully they made that difficult as of late. More importantly, he was against Palpatine centralizing even more power in his office, seeing that as going against Kuwait's interests. The boy had support from another youngster, the current Kuwait of Kuwait, Anara's nephew. Notably, their group wasn't yet aware of, much less on board, the plans for the Empire. That was proving problematic. Another troublemaker was Bel Iblis, the senator from Corellia. Despite the Corellian neutrality in the war, the current issue with the Hutts made them take notice and move to intervene in that particular regard. Jerome Ferd of Alsaken represented the old glory days of the Republic. He was fully on board with Palpatine's plans, seeing them as a chance to bring back the past, when Alsaken was one of Coruscant's primary rivals for dominance within the Republic. Last but certainly not the least, Senator Lena Varga, representing Coruscant, its many allies and interests. The reason for this little gathering of tremendous power was simple and worthy of contempt. These were arguably the most powerful people in the Republic, or at least their representatives. Yet the weakness within the Republic they quietly supported, if not outright encouraged for their short-sighted gain, now meant that they had to negotiate with a bunch of gangsters. Amidala lurked in the background, all but dismissed as no one of consequence about what would happen. It was the first of the many painful lessons Palpatine hoped to finally drive home. Despite its wealth and how respected Naboo was, it had no real power here. An aide nodded quickly, and Palpatine smiled in response, steeling himself for the coming storm. He didn't expect such an opportunity to appear so soon. Yet today, he was going to make history and ensure the blame went to the appropriate parties. The holocom built into his desk came alive, along with the main holotank in his office. 5 huge slugs materialized within dancing moths of blue light. A few moments passed until encryption protocols ran their course, and communication boosters stabilized the connection. That was the Hutt Great Council, in all its dubious glory. The 5 worms ruling Hutt space, and their species as much as one, could say anyone ruled them. First, and arguably most important under the circumstances, was Zorba Diziligic Tiur, who had the distinction of being the father of one Jabba Tiur. The same Jabba, who was now very dead thanks to Skywalker. While not the most powerful on the council, far from it, now he would be the one Hutt among the 5 who would do his best to derail the negotiations. The large slug was one of the rare Hutts with hair. He had it bound in shinning, oiled braids, making him even more repulsive than his compatriots. Second, and almost equally problematic, was Gorga Diziligic Arapo, Jabba's nephew. While there was no love lost between the two, they were of the same clan, and self-preservation, if nothing else, would see Arapo being in Zorba's corner. Arrak the Elder, on the other hand, didn't particularly like Zorba or his clan, seeing them as boils to be lanced, disgracing Hutt society at large. He was a philosopher of all things, though that didn't stop him from successfully running the business of his clan Besadii for centuries now. He would be a voice of reason. Fourth was the sophisticated Oruba. He alone among the council wore clothes, something he believed civilized and insisted his clan emulate. Oruba's most notable trait was that he alone ensured his clan rose to prominence. Thus he earned his place on the council, when traditionally the councilors represented ancient powerful families. Arguably, he was the most worldly and open-minded among his peers. Finally came Elder Mario of Clan Quinalak. He represented the most militaristic clan among the Hutts, and the one in charge of keeping now Hutta's criminal life under a semblance of control. Which meant that he and his people ensured that the Hutt homeworld wasn't constantly on fire thanks to gang wars. He was a wild one in these negotiations. If any of the Hutt counselors had a realistic understanding of the strategic situation and its long-term implications, it was Mario. "This outrage will not stand," Zorba roared. His bulk shook from the exertion and his braids moved like a living carpet, ensuring everyone stared at him, some showing ill-disguised disgust. "You decided to take a side in the Republic's internal affairs first. Or at least one of your people did, honored council members." Bel Iblis hurriedly spoke, trying to defuse the situation. Under different circumstances, Palpatine might have commended the effort. No, it was yet more proof of how much the Republic had fallen. He could sense the senators' emotions, and most of them were ill at ease at the idea of negotiating with the Hutts as equals, much less from a position of weakness. Most of them loathed the very concept with a burning passion, and that much Sidious could agree with. "The Republic's affairs took interest in us when your Count Dooku returned my grandson to his father." Zorba roared again. "All my boy did was repay an honorable boy. We have the right to trade, allow, or restrict access to our space to whoever we wish. Your kind is no longer welcome in Hutt space," the Hutt blustered. "We've heard this before. We all know how that ended." Senator Ferd insinuated the many conflicts the Republic had fought and won in the past against economic, political, or military rivals. None of them were in a position to challenge it again. The Hutts were an exception because they did go out of their way before to avoid a confrontation. The worst they ever did was offer more open economic support to one side of a conflict than the other. Zorba's fury is understandable, senators. You sanction one of your agents to murder one of us. Arrock reasonably pointed out. Jabba was breaking none of your laws, merely exercising his prerogative to decide who could and who could not traverse his space. We require reparation for this grave insult. A blood price is needed. We also require that you disavow everyone involved in the murder of Jabba Dizalijik is arrested and extradited to stand trial on Nal Hutta. That's out of the question. For once, Senator Danu's principles proved useful instead of problematic. We know what passes for justice in your space. There is no way we will hand over some of our people to your kind, much less Jedi. I must agree with my young colleague. Iblis played the diplomat again. The Jedi in question broke no law. They were ordered to negotiate with Jabba Dizalijik. You call that murder negotiation, Gorga grumbled. Will it be a negotiation if we send bounty hunters after some of you? General Skywalker's orders were simple. Negotiate a resolution of the issue with your uncle, Great Gorga. Iblis smoothly continued. However, by all indications, Jabba Dizalijik refused to negotiate and demanded General Skywalker's Padawan as the price to allow him to leave. At that point, General Skywalker followed his secondary orders. There was a hard edge to Iblis' voice now, and he did so, making an example of Jabba Dizalijik. There is a price to pay when you stand against the Republic. Senator Varga added, our military position right now might not be ideal, yet you aren't beyond our reach. If you decide to continue siding with the Separatists, who are keen on destroying our way of life, then there will be grave personal consequences for you. However, we do not wish an escalation of the conflict. It would serve no useful purpose, and that is why we're here to seek a reasonable resolution. All we require is your neutrality and return to the status quo, continued rite of passage through your space. In return, Senator Ferd continued, we're prepared to pay blood price to satisfy honor. He paused, within reason of course. A few hundred years ago, when you had a military to speak of, we wouldn't be here. Elder Mario spoke for the first time. The truth is that your republic is not what it once was. Its massive fleets and armies are gone. It's questionable if you'll get the time to rebuild them, or if your people still have what it takes to fight a galaxy-wide war. The long peace made you all soft and weak. Why should we accept any scraps you're willing to offer us? Do you think us blind? We can see your contempt. We have a list of demands for you to bring to your Senate. Oruba smiled pleasantly. First, you'll pay a blood price for the murder of Jabba Dizalijik. Second, his murderers, and those who invaded Tatooine. You'll disavow them all and refuse them passage back into the Republic. If they return, you'll arrest them and hand them over to use for a trial over war crimes and murder. If this point is not followed through, any agreements we reach will be null and void. Third, you'll cede control of a buffer zone in the Outer Rim to us, ensuring that your war with the Confederacy won't spill into our space. By all means, those should have been unacceptable terms. A stronger Republic would have laughed the Hutts out of the meeting. The Republic wasn't stronger. A few words on the Outer Rim, worlds that they were about to lose to the Confederacy, were a small price to pay. A few Jedi and a few thousand soldiers. They were all expendable in the great scheme of things. That Skywalker was one of them, that was precious. the Republic abandoning him, and the Jedi going after him would drive Anakin straight into Sidious's hands. I find these demands unacceptable, Palpatine spoke at last. You are not the Senate yet, Chancellor. The Quadi senator glared at him, playing straight in Palpatine's hands. We will discuss your proposal and present it to the Senate. You have a detailed proposition ready to transmit, I trust. Here it is. Oruba smiled benevolently. I hope to see you all again under better circumstances. The Hutt's images winked out one after another, unless only Zorba remained. He glowered at them for a few seconds before disconnecting. You can't be seriously contemplating this, Amidala finally exploded. Senator Amidala, you'll have your time in the Senate to speak about this. We'll do whatever we have to save the Republic, Senator Ferd admonished Padme. It was you and your little friends who did their best to block the creation of our Republic military. We're as weak as we are now thanks to your efforts. Whatever happens now, whatever we manage to salvage from this disaster, it will be on you and your allies. With his piece said, the senator from Alaskan gave Palpatine a small respectful bow before marching out of the office. I'm afraid that this wasn't a proper negotiation. The Hutts merely offered us an ultimatum, and if we don't accept it, we'll find ourselves fighting a two-front war. Iblis summarized the unfolding disaster. We will do what we must without compromising our principles. Senator Danu announced and made his way out. Many of our allies would see this proposition as a bargain. The representative of Coruscant pointed out. They won't care for a few worlds on the rim, and if it becomes a point of tension, she smiled sadly, then we would be able to renegotiate any deals we make with the Hutts from a position of strength after we win this war. That's easier said than done. Palpatine did his best to sound tired and defeated. Those fools know not what they are doing. Mark my words, if the Senate accepts this disgrace, it would mean the end of the Republic as we know it. He took a few deep breaths. If you excuse me, my friends, I need to have a word with the senator of my homeworld. Iblis and Varga nodded politely and left, the various aides following them, and soon only Padme remained. They can't mean to throw Anakin to the Hutts, she exclaimed. Why would they care for the life of a single Jedi, when dismissing it can gain us so much? The same goes for the soldiers who followed lawful orders. It's a betrayal of convenience, Padme, nothing more and nothing less. This is the true face of the Republic. I fear that we were both mistaken. The way things are going, I'm losing faith that we can change it for the better from within. Sidious fought a smile while sensing her anguish. Padme was cracking and about to break, and he would be right here to pick up the pieces and rebuild her into a worthy ally. All that remained was for the Senate to act predictably. Go to your allies and try to avert this disaster. I'll do the same, even though I don't think it will be enough. 23. Chapter 9 Parts 1 and 2 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 9. Casts the Darkest Shadows equals Co-F equals Part 1 equals Co-F equals Republic FOB Chimera, Bastine Spaceport, Bastine Township, Tatooine. The past half a day saw many changes take place in and around Bastine. The 501st, using intelligence gathered by the locals, often supplied by eager slaves, knew which businesses were entirely Hutt-controlled and needed dismantling to complete this part of the punitive expedition. The bazaar was not a proper field hospital, and the spaceport could almost pass muster as a brand new FOB. Instead of using the control tower, one of the hangars served as a hastily set-up command center, complete with portable communications, command, and control equipment. Securing Anchorhead and Mos Eisley proved relatively simple. That tended to happen when you had a clone legion to drop on each of them, along with air support. The locals didn't have time or orders of mobilizing, much less ready for combat of that scale. Most apparently saw surrender as being the better part of valor, and quickly threw down their weapons when faced with an overwhelming number of clones. Those who decided to fight didn't last long. They lacked the discipline, organization, or heavy weapons at hand to slow down the army. Limited application of airstrikes dissuaded any diehards, who once again came in the form of mercenary groups and bounty hunters. This quick success only left one last major settlement to take before announcing the mission accomplished. That was Mos Espa. A very long time ago, Anakin Skywalker called it home. If it was up to Vader, he wasn't going to set foot there again. Perhaps once, if it was to briefly visit his mother's grave at the nearby Lars farm. Vader did enjoy brief downtime after taking Bastille. He made sure that Snips was squared away nearby, doing her best to meditate and gain control of her emotions using various mental exercises. A few of them were even Jedi in origin, though most he had to either figure out himself or glean from various Sith holocrons. Ahsoka was stable right now. With careful management, she was likely to remain that way long enough for both of them to figure out what philosophy they were going to follow. Unfortunately, the Force had other ideas, along with a nasty sense of humor. There was no other way to explain the emergency call from Coruscant, coming from the old bastard himself. The first clue Vader got about how much trouble was heading his way was Palpatine's uncharacteristic haggard appearance. "Anakin, my young friend, I have grave news for you and those under your command," the Chancellor's voice echoed in the suddenly quiet hangar. Palpatine's tired and anguished voice cut through the sound of quietly working specialists, gaining everyone's attention. "I'm not going to like this, am I?" Vader valiantly kept a sneer off his face. As far as performances went, this had to be one of Sidious's best he had ever seen. "You aren't." Palpatine's voice sounded like a death sentence. "Our negotiations with the Hutt ruling council didn't go as hoped." There were no real negotiations, to be honest. What we received instead was an ultimatum from the Hutts. It is to be presented to and voted by the Senate tomorrow. If there is no agreement reached in 2 days, the Hutts will openly join the war on the Confederacy side. Vader stilled at this revelation. The sheer gall of these worms, the Force trembled, acting upon his rising fury, until he clamped down on it with durasteel grip. This wasn't the time and place to behave, as the brute Sidious and Kenobi turned him into. "They want my head, don't they?" Vader hissed quietly, seething inside. "2 of them to be exact, Jabba's father and nephew. The Council as a whole demands that we disavow you, my friend, along with all the forces that took part in securing Tatooine. We're to provide no material assistance, and if you ever return into Republic space, we're to arrest you and extradite you for a trial." Palpatine's tone made it painfully clear what he thought about the very idea. "I'm calling all political favors, so does our mutual friend, Senator Amidala. However, I'm afraid that the Senate might decide that giving you up is a bargain." Vader's mind raced. From a cold-blooded military perspective, it made sense. Sacrificing the troops gathering on Tatooine, even the GAR elements that didn't take part in pacifying the place, could save multiple legions and naval task forces all over the Outer Rim. Politically, on the other hand, in most regards, the ultimatum was a poison pill. While Vader might never be an accomplished politician, he had to learn a lot, both from his discussions with Padme and later, enduring Palpatine's court. If even he could see how bad an idea accepting the ultimatum was, and Vader's thoughts came to a screeching halt. The Hutts would want more than his head, surely. What else do they demand? He asked in a dangerously low tone. A blood price, and seeding various systems under their protection in order to create a buffer zone to keep them out of our civil war. Palpatine rolled his eyes at that in a very undignified manner. The first wouldn't be an issue, as long as it is within reason. Abandoning our citizens to the Hutt's tender mercies is sheer madness. Yet I'm afraid that the Senate might see it as a bargain. What do a few outer rim backward systems matter, when sacrificing them could protect the core? The Chancellor, speaking in a painfully bitter tone. Even I can see the political consequences if the Senate accepts such an ultimatum. It could kill the Republic in the long run, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing, as far as he was concerned. Why would the Senate accept it then? The answer was simple, wasn't it? First, the separatists were proving themselves more than a credible threat. Second, many governments already had deals in place with Palpatine. This state of affairs ensured that in many respects the Republic already outlived its usefulness. Vader could see many ways Palpatine could take advantage of the guaranteed fallout. Unfortunately, that didn't help his position at all. "Sir, did you call us only to give us a heads up on the unfolding disaster?" Vader carefully asked. He had his doubts that Palpatine would risk losing him over the foolishness of the Senate. Yet in this day and age, Sidious wasn't in a position to always guide it in the desired direction. He should know. After all, many of Vader's missions in the future past centered around consolidating the empires and thus the Emperor's power. At the same time, they weakened the grip on power of the individual governments all over the galaxy. That was his primary objective when he wasn't busy hunting Jedi. No, my friend, I've already spoken with Admiral Coburn and members of the SIS. If the Senate proves particularly foolish tomorrow, we do have some ideas about how to aid you. While the Senate might abandon you, we will not. Palpatine's voice grew stronger and surer. I will not. That proclamation rang loud and clear throughout the hangar, prompting a few subdued cheers from the listening clones. In that regard, I'm giving you operational authority over all forces in the Tadu system, until countermanded by either myself or GAR High Command. You can expect SIS agents to contact you shortly with actionable intelligence. Palpatine sighed. I must cut this short, my friend. I'll be doing my best to ensure a favorable outcome tomorrow. With those parting words, Palpatine cut off the connection. Vader took a few moments to center himself, struggling not to let his fury consume him. Criffing Senate and criffing Hutts, he roared within his head. He didn't have time to rage, not now. There would be time and place for vengeance. If the Senate betrayed him, Vader caught himself. There it was, the dark side and blind fury already trying to lead him astray. The Senate didn't matter much in that regard. The individual governments and alliances which the senators represented mattered. In something this important, it would be up to them to make the final decision. That simple fact might all but guarantee that Hutt's deadline would expire before anything constructive could happen. The Senate was the wrong target to vent his rage against. It was the Republic, the whole system, and the people who made it what it was, Vader would have to blame. Those were the same people Vader and Sidious counted on to give them the galaxy gift-wrapped in exchange for power and favors. In that regard, vengeance would have to wait. It would take decades to neuter the powers in the core. However, once he achieved it, there would be hell to pay. Vader took a deep breath and let it out slowly, seeing the air mist under the influence of the dark side. He had contingencies to lay down and precious little time for it. Get me secure channel to all senior naval and ground forces commanders. Vader barked sharply. The clones milling around jumped as if struck and went back to doing their damn jobs. equals co-F equals part 2 equals co-F equals Senator Organa's office Senate building coruscant news of the Hutt ultimatum spread like a wildfire, causing outrage and many furious whispers within the Senate halls. By the time Padme reached Bael's office, he already had a few of their allies present. The contents of the ultimatum hovered in the air in the middle of the room, so everyone could see them. Mon leaned on Bael's desk, slowly sipping tea while looking at the holographic message through narrowed eyes. The dark-skinned Loridian senator, Nia Lavar, stood nearby, hidden in her robes meant to mask her body language, while her keen eyes flashed between the ultimatum and the other senators, keenly judging their reactions. The Ithorian Tendau Bendon paced full of nervous energy. His hands kept wringing his expensive red robes. Finally, there was Tanner Cadaman, the oldest human in the room. He represented Phoenix, a mid-rim world with political leanings similar to those of Naboo, though it still maintained a small yet potent self-defense force. The Hutts can't believe we will accept such a thing. Bael was the first to speak after they exchanged hurried greetings. They don't, not really. Senator Alavar spoke in a voice ringing like chimes. 2 days of debates won't be enough for something like this. There is simply not enough time for the local governments to make up their minds and give their senators marching orders. It's a bluff then, Bendon perked up. Ither stood right between Confederate territory and Ord Mantell, which the GAR was busy turning into a major logistics hub. It wasn't a question of if the Separatists would attack the Ithorian homeworld, but when. I'm afraid that there are many scared people back home. You know that most of us live in Orbital City to preserve the sanctity of Ither. Major fleet action in our system can kill billions without the Separatists even trying. They all politely didn't comment on what they feared would happen. The Ithorian government might very well order Bendon to support accepting the ultimatum. Doing so meant preserving more Republic forces, and that meant better protection for Ither. It was a sentiment many local governments would share. This is partially our fault, Padme eventually admitted, breaking the awkward silence that followed Bendon's words. How so? Mon raised an eyebrow at her. We didn't start this war, Padme. We did our best to prevent it. It's all on the Separatists and the warmongers within the Senate. Is it? Padme shot back bitterly. Tell me, Mon, would the Hutts have dared send us such an ultimatum a couple of 100 years ago? Would the Separatists have dared start a civil war then? No, yet you know it's not that simple, Mon answered calmly. The Separatists do have some real issues with how the Republic is run, just like we all do. Senator Cadaman pointed out, we're all doing our best to change it from within after all. It is indeed an issue that with the Republic having a credible military, it would have been unthinkable for them to threaten secession and try forcing a diplomatic resolution. We now live to see the other side of that coin. Without a military as a deterrent, the Separatists didn't have to think long and hard before trying to take what they want instead of negotiating in good faith for it. Padme shot back, neither do the Hutts. This only makes it that much more important for us to keep a united front and bring everyone to the negotiating table before more people die and worlds burn like Christophsis. Bael's passionate words doused the slowly escalating conflict. If we keep stalling any bills to expand the war effort, the warmongers and war profiteers within the Senate will have little choice but to go to the negotiating table before the war escalates. Bael, you're ignoring the Separatists. Why would they negotiate now, when they're busy destroying the only thing that stands between them and military victory? What can we offer the Confederacy that the Senate finds agreeable, yet they can't easily take? Padme demanded. Do you really think that they would simply agree to peaceful secede now, when they could get so much more at a low price. That low price would mean the deaths of millions, if not billions, when the GAR collapses. Perhaps trillions if the war escalates, Ni interjected. We can't let it go that far. There are many among the Confederate leadership who merely want freedom from the untenable policies the Corps levers upon them as a matter of course. While that's true, the Trade Federation, Techno-Union, and their ilk won't be so easily satisfied. Then there is Dooku, a Sith. Would he be keen on simply running a breakaway state, or would he push the Separatists to conquer as much territory as they can? Padme pushed. This isn't about the Separatists at all, is it, Padme? Mon asked gently. It's about your boy Anakin and what the Hutts want. The Jedi too, for that matter. I've spoken with Master Yoda, who expressed some grave concerns about young Skywalker. Bail added, and what he has done on Tatooine. We don't have a full picture yet, but is it possible that he caused this ultimatum with his actions? He only did what the military and the Chancellor ordered him to. And what he needed to survive, negotiating with Jabba the Hutt. Padme said defensively, that's an issue, as you would see if you think clearly. Instead of negotiating properly, the Chancellor and the military acted foolishly, exacerbating the problematic relationship we have with the Hutts. There would be no ultimatum if Skywalker didn't kill Jabba or take Tatooine to push the Hutts where the Chancellor wants them. Bail said in a painfully reasonable tone. At those painful words, Padme shook with emotion. She saw her friends and allies watching her with expectant eyes, and suddenly, the senator from Naboo found herself standing at a crossroads. It would be so easy to accept what Bail outright stated. That the Chancellor was wrong in his actions, that through its actions, the very existence of the Republic military just proved itself less than ideal. Finally, and most importantly, admitting that Anakin was part of the problem. Or accepting that his actions now damned him. At the same time, doing so meant accepting that the Confederacy might achieve a victory, and it would be partially her fault. It also meant abandoning Anakin in his hour of need and leaving him in the darkness. Who knew what he would do if that happened? Then there were the Hutts. Despicable criminals and slavers, who were now in a position to dictate terms to the Republic. All because the Republic was too weak to properly safeguard its interests, much less defend its citizens. The choice should have been easy. Padme knew what her government would support, or did she? Anakin was the hero of Naboo, who, as a child, saved them all. Even if her government didn't support the war, they would still support Anakin. Within reason anyway. Even if the Jedi abandoned him, Anakin would always have a home on Naboo. Padme, Mon broke the stretching silence fell upon the room. My friends, on this, we must respectfully disagree. Padme painfully announced, I was on Geonosis. I saw the true face of the Confederacy. While many among their ranks might prefer a diplomatic resolution, many others see nothing wrong in assassinations, threats, and blackmail. They use such despicable means to either advance their interests or out of sheer spite. Padme, I feel compelled to ask, what drove you to go to Geonosis in the first place when you knew the likes of Newt Gunray want you dead? What did you expect to happen? Senator Illuviar demanded in an exasperated tone. It was you and Skywalker again, along with Kenobi, who forced everyone's hands and ignited this war, ensuring that a diplomatic resolution would be hard to impossible now. You played in the Separatists' warmongers' hands. The Jedi knew the risks. Without you, there to edge on Gunray, Dooku might have merely used Jedi Kenobi as a bargaining chip in the negotiations. That boy is a terrible influence on you. Padme froze at that. Avalar's words drove a spike of anger and loathing through Amidala's heart, some of it focused internally. Recent events forced me to give a long, hard look at both my ideals and actions. I could see where my best intentions are leading. I'm not liking the destination at all. It's not me who pays the price for my high-minded ideals. It's the whole galaxy. It's the people of Christophsis we were unable to protect as the Republic should be able to. Furthermore, it's all the outer and mid-rim worlds falling to the Confederacy as we speak. The lives of every single clone dying right now to protect a Republic that we refuse to keep safe. It's the soldiers on Tatooine who merely followed orders and are now liberating slaves, who the Hutts demand we abandon for doing the right thing. Padme vented her anguish. Now, they demand of us to abandon the hero of Naboo because he went to aid the people of another world the Republic had forsaken a long time ago. I find this utterly unacceptable, and I know my actions are partially responsible for this by enabling it. A long silence followed while everyone digested Padme's words and the implications of her new stance. 24. Chapter 9, Parts 3 and 4 Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 9. Casts the Darkest Shadows equals Co-F equals Part 3 equals Co-F equals Senator Amidala's office. Senate building. Coruscant Padme retreated to her office after the exhausting meeting with her allies. After Amidala proclaimed her change in priorities and views, she had to endure a painful discussion of how wrong she was. That she was throwing away what they fought for over a decade because of an infatuation. All those arguments did was make Padme re-examine her political positions closely. Unfortunately, the conclusion she leaned towards now was simple. The Republic she fought to change from the inside would do everything to resist positive changes. Palpatine might very well be right in the end. Many of the problems she struggled to see fixed weren't signs of a broken system. No, it was much worse. 10 years ago, the Senate doing nothing to aid Naboo wasn't a bug of the system, born from bureaucracy and corruption. Instead, it was a feature. Naboo and the Chomel sector simply weren't powerful or influential enough to see the powers that be within the Republic move to aid them. While respected and useful, they didn't matter enough. It was at that point Padme felt the keen edge of a biting irony slice through her. If Naboo was more powerful, or if it had a military strong enough to deter, if not outright halt the Trade Federation, then everything would be different. They wouldn't have been blockaded and invaded in the first place. Some worlds were important enough and influential enough that they could afford not to have a military to speak of. Mons Chandrila was a prime example. That world was one of the many breadbaskets feeding the core. That was why Chandrila didn't need significant military forces to defend itself. The worlds it fed would have had to step up and protect it. In theory, Naboo's plasma exports to the core should have given it a similar status. However, like Palpatine slowly explained years ago, Naboo took advantage of the new taxation and tariff laws. That meant economic consequences for those who might have otherwise supported them. By raising tariffs to the Trade Federation, and thus affecting its many clients in the core, Naboo's government ensured that they would stand alone when the Federation flexed up its military might. Too many people wanted those taxation and tariff laws repealed, or were interested in seeing their effect, making Naboo a useful testing ground. A bitter chuckle escaped Padme's lips. Even then, it wasn't the Republic or the Senate resolving the crisis. It was the might of the Gungan army, used as a distraction, a bold action to capture Gunray, and Anakin managing to blow up the droid control ship. It was a military action that saved Naboo, not negotiations and diplomacy, though those helped when facing the Gungans. Yet that wasn't something Padme could allow herself to accept, much less believe back then. It went against all her principles and what she had been taught about everything. Now she had a lot of things to re-examine, but first she needed to consult with her queen and government. Padme went behind her desk and sat on her chair, bringing up the communications suite online. Co-F equals Officer Quarters Republic Cruiser Rising Light Hyperspace Obi-Wan wasn't sure if he was awake and recovering, or if he died and ended up in one of the 9 Corellian hells. The loss of the 212th was tragic enough. The still unfolding Hutt disaster was worse. It was the reason why the evacuation fleet from Christophsis had to undergo a much slower journey to Rhodia. They were using secondary hyper routes and even good old-fashioned hyperspace travel without such benefits for parts of the Exodus. Ideally, they would have gone to Randon, then jumped to Herdessa and Muralan. Peaceful Herdessa was out of the question. The Confederacy won the first battle fought there and took the system on the 6th day of the war, only for the Republic to retake it a few days before Obi-Wan went to Christophsis. While Kenobi was swimming in a Bacta tank, the Separatists launched the Third Battle of Herdessa. They won and took the planet, cutting the Republic forces from easy access to the hyperlanes, allowing quick travel across the galaxy. These disasters were mere preludes for the worst catastrophe to date. As far as the Council was concerned, Anakin had not only fallen to the dark side, but dragged young Padawan Tano into the darkness with him. To make that catastrophe complete, according to the Council, now Anakin was busy pulling a Revan and subverting the GAR for his nefarious purposes. All Obi-Wan wanted at that moment was to awake from this nightmare. Barring that, to go shake Anakin and figure out what in the name of the Force was happening. Instead, he was stuck as a healing passenger, unable to do anything constructive. Frustration and crawling fear about the future ate at Obi-Wan's composure. Mental exercises to calm himself down had little effect. Every time he attempted to center himself through mediation, all Kenobi could touch was shifting darkness instead of the shrouded pool of light that was the Force. It didn't take him long to figure that out. It was the Force bond he had forged over the years with Anakin. Whatever happened to Skywalker, he was now a source of pulsing darkness shrouding everything. The worst bit was that its cold, dark touch felt almost welcoming when it brushed over Obi-Wan's mental shields. He shuddered in disgust and decided that meditation was out of the question for the time being. That left Kenobi with little to do but read reports and think about what happened. He knew that going to Christophsis with a single clone legion and a small fleet would be very dangerous, perhaps fatal. Yet the locals desperately needed help, and it was both the Jedi's and the Republic's duty to answer. Morally, the decision was the right thing. There was no question about that. Diplomatically, both Christophsis government and everyone else could see that neither the Republic nor the Jedi would flinch when upholding their duty was dangerous. That gesture would reassure allies and make the Separatists understand that they would fight with their hands, not the easy campaign they had envisioned against a defenseless Republic. From a military standpoint, going to Christophsis with the forces Obi-Wan could gather had been a mistake. The 212th was gone now, along with thousands of local volunteers. That was on him, and Commander Cody was right to blame Kenobi for the deaths of his brothers. Strategically, the only thing Obi-Wan could see himself doing better was waiting, and not going to Christophsis with such a small force. Arguably that couldn't be helped, he must. Tactically, on the other hand, he had options he never considered. Obi-Wan read the reports from his surviving clones, as well as those from Anakin's 501st and Admiral Yularen's staff. They all agreed on a few critical points. Liberal application of orbital firepower was the first. Second, using the environment against the enemy. Finally, when presented with defending an untenable position, retreating, using scorched earth tactics. Those weren't tactics a Jedi would or should consider. The very thought of using orbital bombardment was anathema, much less when they fought on a Republic world. The collateral damage would have been extreme. They came to Christophsis to aid the locals, not to destroy the planet themselves. The same was true about using the environment, which in this particular case meant demolishing skyscrapers, or even space scrapers, and burying the enemy forces under the rubble. There was even a note from Anakin that was eye-opening. According to the note, an ideal application of this insane tactic would be to wait for the separatist vanguard to pass. Only then you should blow up the buildings, bury the main body of the attacking force, and deal with those cut off at your leisure. Where did he go wrong with that boy? Then there was the polite suggestion to retreat and destroy all useful infrastructure to deny it to the enemy. That was out of the question as well. Doing so would have doomed most, if not all locals, cut off in the capital city during the fighting. Even if those suggestions were military sound, they weren't something a Jedi could or should condone, or even consider as viable options. They weren't Sith. Obi-Wan's face twitched at that thought. If this was how Anakin fought now, and if he kept offering suggestions in this vein, Kenobi could easily see why the Council was concerned. And if he had implemented such tactics already, Obi-Wan grimaced at the very thought. How could the war twist Anakin so much, so fast? Or did he fall earlier under Kenobi's very nose without the Jedi noticing? Was he that much of a failure? Co-F equals Part 4 equals Co-F equals Senator Danu's office. Senate building. Coruscant. Senator Danu stormed into his office, dismissed his aides, and went to a tastefully disguised bar to pour himself a drink. Gideon threw his white and black hat at his desk, watching it land gently near his secure terminal. The last few days proved to be extremely frustrating, and that was before the Hutt's uppity behavior threw a wrench into his plans. First, Palpatine's war escalated into something that might actually pose a threat, which was an uncomfortable prospect. On the face of it, the idea that a bunch of Outer Rim hacks could threaten the Republic as a whole worth nothing more than a laugh. Palpatine and his government might lack the assets to fight and win the war, despite the secret army they managed to sneak past everyone. Their allies and rivals were another matter. The question there was simple: was it worth it fighting the separatists? Realistically, was posed to profit from the war. With KDY being the largest domestic source of income and work, the impact from losing access to cheap resources from the Rim would be minimal on their economy. The cold-blooded calculus was that a long war would be most profitable for them, thanks to all the military contracts they would have to fulfill. However, that was a false perception. A revitalized and remilitarized republic would shift the balance of power. Thanks to its defense fleet, mothball fleets, and industrial capacity, Kuwait had an advantage within a demilitarized republic that only Corellia and Fondor could rival when backed by their respective allies. With Fondor in separatist hands and set up for hard times in the long run, this only left neutral Corellia as a consideration. Gideon's young friend and patron, Kuwait, agreed. Fighting the Republic's militarization while making as much money from it was in Kuwait's best interest. Danu took a calming sip of his cocktail and went to sit behind his desk. He activated his comm terminal and soon got through to Kuwait. He found his friend sitting on a sofa, patting his fluffy phalanx, which was sprawled all over his lap. The young man wore his preferred red coat and hat with pride. Those were House Kuwait's colors, and they stood for millennia of history. "Gideon, buddy, how are the fossils treating you?" Kuwait greeted him with a nonchalant hand wave and a boyish grin. Many are worse than your aunt, and that's saying something. Danu said in a sobering tone, "We've got a new issue." He quickly explained the Hutt's ultimatum. Kiwet's smile died as he listened, and by the time the senator finished, his patron had a thunderous expression on his face. The Phalanx sensed her master's mood shifting and stirred. She playfully batted him with her fluffy paws, trying to distract him. "That's enough, sweetie." Kiwet rubbed his cat's ears, earning himself a loud purr. "So a bunch of up-jumped gangsters think they can dictate to us what to do, is that it?" An ugly sneer twisted Kiwet's noble features. The GAR is already struggling against the separatists. Danu shrugged, leaving dignity behind. His friend didn't care about it during private conversations. They're set to lose much of their forward deployed forces, and we're still unclear on what the separatists have available to throw at us. The Trade Federation alone has a lot of ships. I should know, they've been transporting a lot of goods to our shipyards. The question is, how many of them could they afford to waste in combat, instead of using them for security on the rim and keeping a semblance of economy going? Kiwet must. It was unnecessary to say aloud that with the sudden start of the war, the economy was going out of the airlock, with only a select number of industries enjoying an uptick in business. The same was true for the separatists. When they began this war, they cut themselves off from the lion's share of their clients, and that couldn't be good for the bottom line. That fact alone gave some credence to Count Dooku's narrative about the start of the war. Until Palpatine and the Jedi unveiled their secret army, the separatists held most advantages. They didn't need to take the financial losses by starting a war when they did, while they could still have gotten a good deal without it. "I do require instructions, my friend. This is too important for me to vote how my conscience tells me to." Danu brought the conversation back to the topic at hand. "My gut reaction is to tell those overgrown earthworms where to stick their ultimatum." Kiwet hummed. He kept rubbing his pet's ears, using her purr as a means to calm himself down in a hurry. "I'll speak with my dear auntie and the legislature. Despite what they think, KDY isn't and shouldn't be Kiwet, even if our fates are forever bound to each other. This isn't a decision I could or should do by myself." Kiwet flashed him a smile. "That's why I gleefully backed you up when Auntie offered you the position of Senator Gideon. You understand, we aren't Kiwet, and we shouldn't threat our whole world and allies as our personal fief. It's been just a few short months, yet Lady Anara doesn't seem particularly happy with my performance." Danu shrugged. "From what I gather, she has some particularly old-fashioned ideas about Kadai's place in the galaxy, ideas you don't share." "Otherwise we wouldn't be friends," he didn't say aloud. "That she does, along with most of the old nobility. Being the heir of the family might eventually mean I would run KDY. However, that doesn't make me divinely chosen to decide the future of our fellow citizens. I'm not all-knowing, and I certainly lack a divine mandate, something certain people around here believe they were born with." Kiwet vented some of the frustration he constantly felt when dealing with his fellow Kiwati nobles. More petting and purring followed, until Kiwet calmed himself down. From what Danu gathered, this was his friend father's idea. A pet helped deal with the constant frustrations and headaches that came with the territory of being Kiwet of Kiwet in a constructive manner. For as long as Danu knew Kiwet, he had a particularly affectionate and often lazy feline lounging around, demanding attention. The only real downside was that the fur was a bitch to take off clothes. "That's better," Kiwet muttered, gently stroking his pet's soft fur. "I'll get the parliament gathered, and we'll discuss and vote on the ultimatum as soon as possible. I'll make sure you've got our decision and marching orders in time for the Senate session tomorrow." He shook his head. 2 days deadline, The Hutts are quite eager to join the Separatists, aren't they? I doubt that even Palpatine can make the Senate finish deliberations and actually vote before the deadline expires. This brings the second pressing issues, buddy, Gideon pointed out. What will we do if the Hutts actually join the war? Their backing will at the very least ensure a long conflict with all that entails. Like a militarized republic emerging from the ashes, which would be less than ideal. In that case, Kuwat's standing fleet and building capabilities would be much less of a quiet bargaining chip than they had been since the day the Republic demilitarized. We'll be discussing that eventuality as well and get back to you before the deadline expires. Kuwat promised. While we're talking about headaches, what's up with your Jedi friends? Now it was Danu's time to grimace. There's some kind of a dogmatic schism going between the Jedi Council and former Jedi, now General, Skywalker. The boy that saved Naboo 10 years ago, Kuwat perked up. Gideon knew his friend used to be a fan, along with a lot of other youngsters across the galaxy when that particular news broke. For that matter, he was one too, one and the same. You didn't miss his exploits at Christophsis, did you? Gideon asked. Of course not, the whole holonet buzzed with news of that victory. So much for all those speaking against the Jedi being effective commanders, eh? One of them just won the most stunning victory in 1,000 years. Kuwat chuckled happily at that. For some reason, the Jedi believe he has fallen and is now evil or something. You know, like another Revan of legend. Danu winced at the admission. Has he? Kuwat inquired. It was such a simple and innocent question, yet the senator had no idea how to answer, so he shrugged. Only time can tell. If he is, Skywalker will show it with his actions. 25. Chapter 9, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 9. Casts the Darkest Shadows equals Co-F equals Part 5 equals Co-F equals CIS Battleship Metal Dawn. En route to Ryloth hyperspace, the Hutt ultimatum stirred Wat Tambor into action. Asajj's target was already busy expediting his plans for Ryloth. It simply wouldn't do to have someone else strike the place to neutralize the GAR detachment there, along with any coherent Twi'lek resistance. If that happened, it would mean Ryloth potentially slipping through his mechanic fingers, and that simply wouldn't do. Instead, Tambor took advantage of Count Dooku's standing orders to neutralize the Republic's presence in the Outer Rim. He drew as many ships as he could, from maintaining the economy to quickly build up his task force. That was how, a day after the Hutts released their ultimatum for the whole galaxy to see, and mere hours before the Senate began an emergency session to discuss it, a Confederate task force left for Ryloth. Shortly before they reached their destination, Ventress finally figured out the real reason why Tambor was keen on taking Ryloth. Surprisingly enough, it had little to do with the whispers about his fascination with Twi'lek females, or even his dealings with the Hutts. Asajj had been stalking her prey, as of late using the Force to cloak herself from both organic eyes and electronic sensors. That was a very useful skill when spying on a cyborg. She caught Tambor giving orders to a small detachment of commando droids. Those are the likely coordinates. Find Argent's stash and secure it. Capture any organics in the vicinity and prepare them for interrogation. I want to know where else he'll be stashing treasures from conquered worlds. The Sith apprentice gleefully recorded the foreman's orders and waited in the shadows until the droids left for their landing craft. Her master was right. Left to their own devices, those short-sighted fools would see them all fall over greed and petty feuds. Even if they didn't work for that treacherous creature, Sidious, the likes of Tambor had to go if the Confederacy was to survive. and it had to survive and prosper if they were to survive the clash with the Republic and its Jedi. When the droids were safely gone, Asajj followed Tamber, slinking from shadow to shadow, avoiding the odd droid crewmen and the ship's internal sensors. She found the foreman relaxing within his suite. Judging by the emotion she could perceive leaking through the bulkheads, the cyborg was in the capable hands of his Twi'lek attendants. They didn't enjoy the experience anywhere near as much as he did. Nevertheless, the women did a great show of persuading Tamber that they did, if the sounds coming from behind the armored doors were anything to go by. Ventress shook her head in disgust and headed towards her quarters. Soon, she would no longer need to suffer Tamber's presence. That moment couldn't come soon enough. F equals Senate Chamber, Senate Building, Coruscant. The Senate chamber was chock-full with senators, government aides of all stripes, and journalists from all over the galaxy. A sea of clones in gleaming armor stuck out from the multicolored crowds. They both provided dubious security and were a sign of the times, Padme guessed. Senators and guests alike buzzed with excitement, even as the Chancellor's booth rose from its humble place on the chamber's floor. Palpatine was a distinct black dot that quickly grew to show him wearing a simple black suit fit for mourning. The Chancellor has a severe expression on his face. His worried eyes went over the rows of booths full of senators and their aides. The visitor seats were full to bursting as well. Thousands of camera droids hovered around like a metallic swarm ready to devour whoever got their attention. "Greetings, gentle beings," Palpatine's amplified voice thundered, barely overwhelming the buzz of energetic conversations. "I come in front of you today with a solemn duty." The Chancellor spoke slowly and clearly, giving time to the gathered crowds to subdue and begin paying attention. For the first time since the advent of our Republic in its current form 1,000 years ago, we face an ultimatum leveled at us by an external power. Never, since the dark times before the Ruusan Reformation, this Senate had been called to answer such a challenge. Even the Separatists, with who we're engaged in a bloody war with, weren't so bold and brazen. Once again, Palpatine proved that he had raw charisma and magnetism that few could hope to match. With just a few words, he had everyone in the chambers looking up to him and listening, instead of continuing their loud discussions. As a matter of law and procedure, I will now summarize the key points of the ultimatum. Palpatine continued. This was little more than a political theater for the citizenry at large. Through leaks from senator offices, local governments, and a loud proclamation from the Hutts themselves, everyone who paid any attention already knew about the ultimatum and its key elements. Despite that, and thousands upon thousands of experts already discussing the issue here and now, Palpatine's words were about to shape public perception. He wasn't merely the most famous chancellor in a generation. Palpatine enjoyed unprecedented support among the regular citizens of the Republic. Through it, he could wield unparalleled influence across many democratic worlds. "The Hutt ruling council demands." The Chancellor's lips twisted in disgust at the word, something recorded by countless cameras, "that we disavow the actions of General Skywalker on Tatooine. They demand that we do the same for all soldiers who participated in liberating that distant world from the rule of slavers and other assorted criminal elements." Palpatine paused, waiting for his words to both sink in, and the grumbling of discontent they prompted to die down. If there was one thing the Senate could be counted on, it was on their reactions towards perceived insults from uppity barbarians. That was how Palpatine put it once a long time ago. The very idea scandalized Padme back then, yet today she saw his words tragically proven true. They demand we pay a blood price for the death of one Jabba Dizzaligik Tier, the principal crime lord who ran Tatooine until a few days ago. That was the same Hutt who met with General Skywalker and his Padawan, the young Togruta Ahsoka Tano, to negotiate a resolution to the Hutts closing their trade lane for Republic traffic. Instead of negotiating as a civilized being, Jabba demanded Padawan Tano, a young girl, as the price to graciously allow General Skywalker to leave his presence intact. A demand, I must point out, that resulted in Jabba the Hutt's death. More disgruntled voices rose from all over the chamber. Those coming from the guest stands were particularly loud, though many senators used the opportunity to show their personal opinion on the matter at hand to the whole galaxy. Finally, the Hutts demand that we make certain territorial concessions to avoid future misunderstandings and establish a buffer zone between the Republic and Hutt-controlled space. They require from this Senate to cede over 30 Republic worlds and abandon their people to the Hutt's idea of mercy. More than a few shouts of outrage came from all over the chamber. Many of the beings Padme could see from her position were extremely agitated now. It was as if the Chancellor repeating the contents of the ultimatum made it that much more real. It was as if, until now, you could simply dismiss it as the rambling of people without any relevance. That was all it should have been, Padme knew. The Republic shouldn't be this weak and vulnerable. Yet merely wishing it to be otherwise wouldn't make it so. We all know that answering to this ultimatum is the Senate's purview as a whole. However, as the Chancellor, I find myself compelled to make a statement before opening the floor for discussion. Palpatine spoke in a sharp tone, slicing through the ongoing grumbling. What I'm about to say is simple. I implore you all to look beyond any short-term gain that submitting to the Hutt's demand could give us concerning the war against the Separatists. If we accept their ultimatum, we will betray everything this great Republic of ours stands for. If we surrender to such blackmail, we will be selling what is not ours to sell, but protect our citizens and worlds. Such a betrayal would be a greater threat to the future of the Republic than 100 separatist movements vying for military conflict. I implore you, reject this ultimatum. Help me rebuild our Republic into a power that could stand on its own against all foes, no matter if they are domestic or external. Thunderous applause met Palpatine's speech. For a moment, Padme felt heartened while she joined applauded as well. Then cold reality reassessed itself. This wasn't a decision to be made by simply winning senators on your side through fiery speeches. It was a decision influenced by what local governments would see as being in their best interests. In that regard, right now, all bets were off. When the furor died down, a single booth rose to join the chancellors in the center of the chamber. I give the floor to the esteemed Senator Orn Free Ta, representing Ryloth. Palpatine announced and took a step back. The chancellor's booth moved back and down, symbolically ceding the floor. Ta was a large blue Twi'lek and one of the oldest statesmen in the Senate. He was one of the strongest voices in the Rim faction of the Senate, symbolizing one of the two major divisions within it, that between the core and the outer rim and mid-rim, along with various special interest groups falling on either side of that particular divide. Dear friends and honored rivals, Senator Ta began. The Chancellor is right. Today is a dark day for the Republic, nay, for the whole galaxy. My fellow members of the Republic, I shouldn't stand in front of you all today trying to justify why my home, Ryloth, should remain a part of the Republic. For 10,000 years, that has been the choice of our citizens. That choice didn't change a few days ago. Ryloth is and remains a member of this body in good standing. We remain committed to the ideals of the Republic, instead of standing against it like the despicable separatists. Shouts of approval drowned Ta's words. In an ideal world, that would be it. All the discussions happening about the ultimatum would be a mere formality, and the Senate would reject it as one. Unfortunately, the reality was different. Equals co F equals part 6 equals co F equals Senate chamber Senate building coruscant for hours. Senators spoke against accepting the ultimatum. Some offered rousing speeches, while others presented cold, calculated facts. With a few exceptions, everyone who spoke so far came from the Rim. Most of them represented the systems and people the Hutts demanded as the price of appeasement. While the senators from the core often applauded and shouted encouragements, right beside their colleagues, they remained content to let the Rim faction present its case. It was late in the afternoon when Senator Ferd from Alsaken took central stage. He was the first to break rank and speak for accepting the ultimatum. His words took Padme aback, reinforcing Palpatine's points from their earlier conversations. I appreciate what our colleagues from the Rim said. They made clear, concise points, and they were right. This ultimatum from the Hutts should be nothing but a farce to laugh at. The aging human let his words sink in. The apparent support from the core was heartening for the Rim faction. Padme knew better. It is a tragedy of our doing we face today. The ultimatum is very much real, and something we must take seriously, Senator Ferd continued, speaking hard truths. The Republic is not what it once was, he went on, echoing Palpatine's words from a decade ago. We became complacent. We were so sure of our destiny and in our invulnerability. We allowed the Republic military to decay into extinction. As we speak, the only thing standing between us and separatist victory is a thin line of clone soldiers. Ferd's expression became stark and cold. A slave army that only exists due to the foresight or paranoia of a single Jedi who is now long dead. As we speak, Ferd stressed, those clones are fighting and dying all over the galaxy to protect ideals we already betrayed. That is what we reduced our great republic to. It is a painful truth that we must face today, the senator went on, ignoring the rising whispers and angry grumbles echoing within the chamber. Our republic is weak. Today it faces one of its darkest hours, and we are not ready for it. We're divided by petty squabbles and old rivalries. Many of us refuse to fight to preserve the integrity of the republic, seeing it as not worth it. The price is too high, some say. There is not enough to gain as far as some of us are concerned. Others believe that this simply isn't their fight. What do they care about worlds on the other end of the galaxy? Padme had to give the man this much. He wasn't afraid to say what no one else dared even whisper about aloud since the separatist crisis began. The Republic was too large. It embodied too many conflicting interests and worldviews. Local affairs and concerns were often more important than the war. The stark truth is that the Republic is losing this war, and the reasons why stand in this chamber. Ferd said it plainly. The so-called Grand Army of the Republic is little more than a joke. It is wholly insufficient for fighting and winning a galactic war in its current shape. Despite the Chancellor all but begging us all, many of us rejected and keep rejecting, giving proper support for the war effort. We refuse to give him the means to fight the separatists to a standstill, much less prosecute the war to a victorious conclusion. Shocked gasps answered Ferd's accusations, yet he was far from done. It is a cold reality of our own making, that we might very well lose the war against the separatists. All because not enough of us are willing to pay the price for victory. In the same vein, we are in no position to dismiss the Hutt's ultimatum. Doing so would be disastrous for the GAR and any prospects for ending the clone wars in a timely fashion, much less with a victory. Many of my colleagues told us that they shouldn't explain why even thinking about sacrificing their worlds and people is wrong. And I wholeheartedly agree. They offered us a poisoned pill. It is a bitter pill, yet one we must swallow. One day, in a hopefully brighter future, we might be in a position to renegotiate any deals we make with the Hutts. This is not that day. If we're to survive the Clone Wars, if we're to keep the Republic together and bring it into a better future, then we have no choice. Accepting the Hutt ultimatum is not optional. It is a requirement for preserving the Republic and the first hard step we can take on a path towards recovery. Shouts of outrage drowned Senator Ferd's words. He accepted the verbal abuse without flinching. The Speaker of the Senate spent long minutes regaining control. The journalists lapped up the unfolding spectacle. All through it, Ferd stood tall and proud, enduring every slight thrown his way. I'll ask you all a simple question. What forces are you ready to commit to safeguard our outer rim worlds? What price are you ready to pay right now to keep the separatists at bay? Can you offer enough forces within the next 2 days for us to face both the separatists and the Hutts? Is the answer whole fleets to throw into the war, and the resources to rebuild a military capacity to wage war on a galaxy-wide scale? If not, then there is no other choice we can make. We made the Republic this weak. Through our actions, we betrayed one of its fundamental principles, that of mutual defense. We are in no position to protect the outer rim from either the separatists or the Hutts. The ultimatum we're facing is nothing more than a monument of our failures. It acknowledges the reality of our own making, and we must now do the same, no matter how unpleasant it is. I implore you, accept the ultimatum and the reality of our situation. And I also ask you all, let us do something to change that reality, because the situation we're in is flatly unacceptable. Senator Ferd said his piece and stepped down. Subdued ovations and many more angry shouts followed him, echoing throughout the chamber. For 15 minutes, unrest raged throughout the Senate, until the Speaker could finally calm things down to an angry simmer. The chair recognizes Senator Danu from Kuwait. Angry murmurs met that proclamation. Kuwait's booth rose, revealing the dark-skinned Kuwaiti, wearing his traditional white and black suit. Honored senators, we're facing an unprecedented crisis and a terrible choice. Accepting the Hutt ultimatum is against everything many of us stand for. There is no question of how immoral doing so would be. That much is obvious to every right-thinking being to see. And that is the issue, my fellow senators. Like our colleague from Alsaken bluntly said, how much of a choice do we have? Do we stake everything on a war we won't necessarily win? Do we risk expanding it to include all of Hutt's space when we are unable to put our own house in order? Or do we accept unpleasant reality? Those are questions that every single one of you has to answer for yourselves. Whatever you choose, think long and hard about the consequences. What price are you ready to pay for your decision? This is the choice we have to make. Do we expand the war, or do we swallow our pride and put our house in order first? When the war is over, we can negotiate with the Hutts. After hard deliberations, I must offer my support for accepting the ultimatum. Pandemonium followed Danu's proclamation. 26. Interlude. The Galaxy Reacts 1 Disclaimer. I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Equals co-f equals interlude. The Galaxy Reacts 1 equals co-f equals. After the first day of debates over the infamous Hutt ultimatum, the Corellian government reaffirms its neutral stance in the civil war between the Republic government and Confederacy of Independent Systems. Corellian News Corporation, Count Dooku issues revised orders to several of his agents, a Sag Ventress in particular. CIS internal network not to be an ass. But why should I care about some places in the middle of nowhere I can't find on a map, even if someone had a blaster pointed at my head. Our republic is here in the core and safer than ever. Alsacan Local Network, the esteemed senator from Ryloth is right. Ryloth has been a part of the republic for 10,000 years now. Yet, despite all that time being on the border with lawless Hutt space, his people did nothing to properly industrialize, and then build a credible system and planetary defense forces. For thousands of years, they have been reliant on Republic protection, while being a net drain to the Republic. What we see today is a return to older times, when everyone had to pull their weight if they wanted the Republic to do everything possible to protect them. For too long, we've squandered our resources. For too long, the Republic offered unconditional aid to members who gave it nothing back, yet expect everything for their membership. Those times are over now. Interview with Representative H. Shrud, Alaskan Heritage Party. What we saw today was nothing less but a failure of the current galactic order. This ultimatum, its very existence, is a threat to the Republic as we know it. Thus, I'm both proud and saddened to declare the establishment of the Commission for the Protection of the Republic. COMPOR for short. Our goal is to preserve all that is worthy in the long and stellar history of the Republic. We want to remind the citizens of the galaxy of all the good the Republic did for us all, and all we stand to lose if the Separatists win. Interview with Lieutenant Commander Orson Callan Krennic, first director of Compor artist Hama Elad, reveals an uplifting series of posters, united behind the theme, Stand Behind Our Boys in White, and proudly announces joining Compor. In an interview with GNN, she proclaimed her support to the war effort and characterized all calls for accepting the Hutt ultimatum as nothing less than treason. GNN art program Brigadier Gideon Tarkin, former Minister of Security for Iriadu and now commander of all GAR forces defending Iriadu in the embattled Seswena and Sluice sectors, calls for unity. He requests that the Senate rejects the Hutt ultimatum. In his own words, accepting the ultimatum would only embolden the Separatists, Hutts, and local warlords in the Rim. It would send the message that the Republic was not only temporarily weak, but it was also unwilling to fight for its very existence. Iriadu Broadcast Corporation, after deliberations, my government reached an agreement with overwhelming approval. First, we reject the Hutt ultimatum and direct our senator, the esteemed Padme Amidala, to vote against it. Second, as one of the heroes who saved our world and people a decade ago, former Jedi, now General of the Republic Anakin Skywalker, will forever find shelter and sanctuary in our House Declaration by Queen Jamila from Naboo, which took place mere hours before the Senate began its deliberations over the Hutt ultimatum. All I did today, all I'm being accused of now, is stating aloud the hard truths this Senate of ours was afraid of facing for too damn. The Republic is a pale shadow of what it once was, and we did it ourselves. The sad truth is that I don't see things changing for the better, unless a separatist offensive in the core awakes a number of my compatriots and makes them see the truths as we at Alsacan see it. We have the industry, economy, and population to make this a short war, yet we're in no position to leverage our advantages. There is too much squabbling in the Senate. We've allowed too many petty grievances and personal interests to threaten a galaxy order built with blood, sweat, and tears by our ancestors. It was a galaxy order we all benefited from. That is why now I call for the establishment of a new order. I call for the Republic to reinvent itself while it still can. Senator Ferd from Alsacan speaks in front of reporters after a divisive Senate session over Hutt's ultimatum. My government stands behind the Republic in this moment of crisis. QET is ready to fight to preserve the Republic that gave us an unprecedented golden age. Further, QET sees this state of affairs not only as a failure of the Republic as a whole. It is also a failure of many of its members. The Republic is an alliance for mutual protection and economic development. If our member states want priority on defense, they should vote so. If they want to feel secure, the first step is not to cry in front of the Senate for help. It is to build their system, defense military forces. That was true 10 years ago for Naboo, and it is as true for places like Ryloth today. Think about it: if Ryloth, which has been a part of the Republic for thousands of years, wanted, it could have built itself militarily to deter the Hutts. There were many programs in existence to facilitate such outcomes, until relatively recently. And the reasons those programs are no longer around. The people who took advantage of them, instead of letting their militaries decay into non-existence, were a few and far between. When I say that the current state of affairs is the Republic's fault, I mean it literally. It's the fault of the Senate, it's the fault of the senators, and more importantly, it is the fault of the local governments and the people who didn't vote to keep themselves reasonably protected when they should have. Pacifism, like the one Naboo enjoys, is not a right. It is a luxury allowed by the Republic, and we can no longer afford to be so charitable. Interview with Senator Danu, the morning before the second day of Senate deliberations over the Hutt ultimatum. Ryloth. That's where the Twi'lek girls come from. Then we have to keep the Hutts, whatever those are, from taking it. Twi'lek dancers forever. Then 221 on the Holonet military and security force veterans from all over the galaxy proclaim support for the GAR and condemn any thoughts about betraying soldiers for following lawful orders. GNN Galaxy News volunteers surge to recruitment posts all over the Midrim. Most of them are seeking to join their local SDF forces, citing qualms about becoming a part of the GAR, at a time when the Senate is willing to disavow its soldiers at the first political difficulty. Alsacan military journal. Ryloth will never be taken by the Hutts. Proclamation by Twi'lek radical Cham Syndulla. The Bothan people intently watch the unfolding situation. Our view on this ultimatum is simple. Accepting it, no matter how harmful in the short term, will mean a betrayal of all the Republic stands for. More importantly, it will be a clear statement from the core that it is once again ready to abandon the mid and outer rim when the going goes tough. We hope that the Republic we all know is better than what came before. We hope that the Republic had learned its lesson from ages past. Statement from the Speaker of the Bothan Council between today's disgraceful events in the Senate and the Republic's overreach aimed at seizing numerous factories on Balmorra. It is with a heavy heart that we must make the following announcement. As of 2000 hours, Galactic Standard Time, Balmorra secedes from the Republic and officially petitions to join the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Proclamation from Balmorra's corporate court. Because of today's events, Argao restates its commitment to neutrality in the Republic Civil War. Further, the Chief Magistrate condemns the rumors of the Republic planning to station a large GAR garrison on the core world, citing that doing so would violate the three principles of Argao. Such an unwise act by the Senate would have severe consequences. The Chief Magistrate vowed. Galactic Economic News equals co F equals interlude. The galaxy reacts to equals co F equals that's a big steaming pile of censored. For all the truths we keep hearing these past 2 days, no one dares say it all. Of course, Ryloth is a backwater in the middle of nowhere. Our only choice was to either trudge along doing our best, while the core drained our economic juices, like they do with most of the Rim, or sell out our people, and become a front office of a large core corporation. There was never a real interest in properly building up the economies of the systems on the Rim, and thus creating both competition and lowering our dependence on the core. Twi'lek radical Cham Syndulla, There is a common mistake I see repeated again and again these past few days. It is the unshakable belief by many that the republic we live in is a nation, a country. Several senators are on the record saying outright that this isn't the case, yet their words fall on deaf ears. Our republic is a military and economic alliance, and little more. Should I say it again louder, that has implications. Concerning our Outer Rim members, they are in a bad position. Like it or not, what most of them have to offer that we can't easily get elsewhere is cheap raw materials. In some cases, it has been prudent to build refineries on the rim, easing up logistics. That usually is it. Most Republic members over there simply aren't populous enough or developed enough to sustain a meaningful heavy industry needed to build and maintain a credible military. If the Republic was a nation, it would be different. Then it would be natural that in exchange for their cheap resources, those worlds would get both protection and development subsidies, reducing internal strife and making the lives of the citizenry better. However, the Republic isn't a nation. Thus, its wealthier members have no responsibility to permanently guarantee the security of worlds unable or unwilling to do so themselves. That is especially true when there is no political or economic gain in doing so. Nevertheless, we do have examples of worlds and systems that enjoyed explosive development thanks to deals cut with core corporations and governments. Iriadu is a prime example of that fact. It was a trade-off, of course. Its prosperity was to a large extent bought with extremely lucrative trade deals and wise marriages tying up the local elites with those of the core. Others did it as well, if not in such a spectacular fashion. The downside of that course of action is that nationalists keep proclaiming that the Tarkin family and their allies sold them off to the core. The same is true for most of the success stories on the Rim. Galactic Economic News, interview with Professor Greg Tyros, what we're seeing as of late, is an unprecedented realignment in Republic politics. The trends had been there since the war began, however. Hutt's ultimatum and the 2 days of debates that followed acted as a catalyst for change. First, we now see the formation of 2 large neutral blocks, centered around Corellia and Mandalore respectively. Yes, you heard this right, dear viewers. For the first time in history, the Mandalorians decided not to get involved in a galaxy-wide war. Is this a testament to the success of Duchess Kryze and her new Mandalorian movement? Only time can tell. Second, we have the Loyalist faction standing behind the Chancellor and the war effort. The past 2 days showed the whole galaxy that this faction is fundamentally divided in their views about the future of the Republic, with victory against the Separatists uniting them. Here we have those led by Alsakin, with Senator Ferd being their loudest voice. They made it painfully obvious that the current galactic order no longer works for them, and want to see a massive realignment within the Republic. For these loyalists, the war is an opportunity to bring forth a new order. Second, we have the loyalists centered around Quet. By all accounts, they want to return to the status quo after the war, and it is no surprise. For the past few centuries, Quet and their allies not only profited mightily from their place within the Republic, but their voices were also among the loudest and most influential. Finally, we have a smaller faction emerging, led by Senator Padme Amidala from Naboo. They want to see a reformed republic, though right now we lack details about what said reforms would entail. The most interesting part about this faction, for the time being, is Senator Amidala's change of heart. She appears to no longer oppose the war effort, and instead put her voice and support behind Chancellor Palpatine. The last notable faction to emerge from the recent troubles is the colloquially called Peace Alignment, led by Senators Mothma and Organa. Until recently, Senator Amidala was one of their loudest supporters. They see the war as a grave mistake and still oppose further militarization of the Republic, claiming that it would only provoke an escalation of hostilities. The Separatists are, of course, a faction in this civil war, even though they no longer have representation on Coruscant. By all accounts, the existence of the GAR and the Battle of Geonosis caught them off guard, yet they are coming from that setback strong and counterattacking all over the Outer Rim. Nominally, the Confederacy seeks freedom from the exploitation of the core and the opportunity to decide their future. The Galaxy Today, GNN political talk show in spite, or should I say, because of our violent history, we, Mandalorians, are peaceful people today. While we would love to mediate a peaceful resolution to the conflict between the Galactic Republic and the Confederacy of Independent Systems, that will be the scope of our involvement. I'm speaking both for Mandalore and the 1,000 neutral systems aligned with us. This conflict is not our war. While some of us do have grievances with the Republic, the place to resolve them is through negotiations and on the Senate floor. I must stress this again, this is not our war. We will not send our families to fight and die in a conflict we have no stake in. We won't intervene in an internal Republic matter in such a brazen manner. Statement by Duchess Satine Kryze, leader of the Mandalorian government, and the new Mandalorian movement. Both the Republic and the Confederacy made their cases crystal clear. In all honesty, the two sides do make good points. However, the brazen way in which the Republic began this war through provocations and direct military action on Geonosis makes one thing clear. There are elements within the Senate who continue to believe that anyone not bowing to the powers of the core must be crushed and subjugated. At the same time, the past actions of various Confederacy members put their organization's intentions under question. The Corellian people could not in good conscience take a side in this civil war. Thus, we reaffirm our neutral stance. We do find the naked power grab under the guise of an ultimatum by the Hutt Council morally despicable. However, it is not our place to command our citizens to fight and die in distant lands, for people who choose not to accept the reality of their situation. The truth of the situation had been clear for a long time now. Many systems on the Outer Rim were unable to rise to prosperity by their merit. They needed conditional aid from Republic governments and corporations. While a principled stand is something to be commended under most circumstances, it must be recognized that such choices often come with consequences. Like it or not, many worlds on the Rim had a singular simple choice: cut a deal, deepen relations with entities in the core and prosper, or remain weak and isolated. However, that must be a path of mutual gain. Realistically, even Corellia itself could achieve little but waste resources better spent bettering the lives of our people, if our friends on the Rim are not prepared to meet us halfway. Statement by Corellian Dictat Shyla Maricope. Did you hear this, my friends? This is the core with the masks finally stripped off. This is the truth I've been telling you for months now. Back up the Confederacy. It offers the only way to salvation from the corrupt core, chaining us all to the corpse of a corrupt and dying system. Aaron 39, Holonet Private Forum. An hour before the countdown to the Hutt ultimatum expires, the Senate failed to reach a conclusive vote. It did technically vote to accept the ultimatum. However, the tallied ayes were 79 votes short of the needed qualified majority to accept or dismiss such vital legislation. 27. Chapter 10, Parts 1 and 2. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 10. Twilight equals Co-F equals Part 1 equals Co-F equals Today, a grave injustice occurred, perpetrated by the Republic. After multiple provocations, the Republic unleashed a secret clone army and struck the peace-loving world of Geonosis. It was no mistake, but a treacherous declaration of war. First shadow feed broadcast equals Co-F equals Senate Chamber Senate Building Coruscant. For the second time in the past 2 days, the Senate chamber was quiet. Time was up, and all they had left was to vote and pray. Padme fought down the bile rising in her throat, while she looked around with bleary eyes. Palpatine had been right all along, and now the whole galaxy knew it. For all its importance, this second vote was now little more than a formality. Everyone now knew that more than half the Senate was more than ready to abandon Republic members to the slaving Hutts and disavow heroes, because it was convenient. The Republic Padme fought so long and hard to preserve, and reform was dead. No, it was worse. That Republic either never existed and she was a fool, or it was never worthy of her efforts. Padme knew not which alternative was worse. How could senators from the founding members of the Republic stand up in front of the whole galaxy, and without a second thought, attempt to justify selling out whole worlds to the Hutts? Righteous anger pushed away Padme's doubts and fears. The Republic is not what it once was. Those were Palpatine's words from a decade ago. These days treacherous senators dared echo them, and they were right. Padme understood that now. It wasn't just the Senate that was full of petty, greedy fools. It was the whole Republic, for the Senate was little more than a reflection of the politics back home, no matter where that was. At the same time, Palpatine was wrong. He might be the strongest chancellor in decades, yet he simply wasn't strong enough to lead the Senate. Of course, he wasn't. Naboo couldn't offer him the backing he sorely needed. Their whole sector wasn't powerful enough. The galaxy respected them, that much was true. They were reasonably wealthy as well, yet compared to the likes of Quet, Corellia, Alsekin, they weren't powerful enough. That was the bitter truth. It hurt, having the likes of Danu and Ferd throw it in your face. It was even more painful to see all your ideals and good intentions go down in flames, because you lacked the strength to back them up. There was only one question now. How could Padme get the strength to keep Naboo safe? The power to keep Anakin safe as well. An ancient signal echoed throughout the Senate chambers. The vote is complete, and not a moment too soon, the Speaker of the Senate proclaimed. Padme glanced at the time. There were little less than 15 standard minutes until the deadline expired. Palpatine looked at the instruments built into his booth. For a brief moment, a look of surprise flickered through his face before he schooled it back into a professional mask. The vote is complete, and the results tallied, Palpatine spoke with surprising vigor. 58.2% of the present senators voted to accept the Hutt's ultimatum. Padme swayed on unsteady feet, 2% more than before, yet still not enough. Palpatine didn't get to finish. The chambers exploded with noise, both shouts of joy and relief, and those of anger, swallowing the Chancellor's words. Padme didn't have to hear them know them. She already heard them once. The vote failed to reach qualified majority of 60%. Thus the Senate is unable to accept and ratify the Hutt ultimatum. There was no more time for debates and backroom deals to attempt and sway a few more people for or against the ultimatum. The deadline might very well pass before the Speaker could restore order. The likes of Senator Ta would be doing their best to make it so. For now, Anakin was relatively safe as a frontline commander could be. Now she had to ensure he remained that way. Along with all the soldiers, the Senate attempted to sell out. Co-F equals, there were no shouts of relief on Tatooine. Later, we learned that there was little jubilation among the forward-deployed GAR elements all over the Outer Rim. We fought and died for the Republic. We were made to be her guardians. Yet just a few weeks after the war began, We all watched over half the Senate, more than half the Republic, vote to disavow us for merely following orders like good soldiers. There are no words in Basic, no curse vile enough to describe how we felt. On that faithful day, the Senate made sure we all knew our place. We were nothing more than slave soldiers bred to fight and die, so the Republic citizens wouldn't have to. For most of our commanders, we were merely good soldiers, for we couldn't disobey orders. The clone masters of Camino made us that way. Our first thoughts were that we must be good soldiers, that we must obey orders, the very idea of disobedience. It was anathema. We couldn't conceive of it. When the Jedi ordered us to assault enemy positions with nothing more than light weapons, we did it as our creators made us without asking a question. When they threw our lives away to preserve the infrastructure of those who voted to abandon us, we did what they told us to do. Again and again, we asked no questions, merely followed orders. However, ever since that faithful day early in the war, every night we would pray. We would pray that the Chancellor or General Skywalker would order us to execute several contingencies. Such orders we would have gleefully obeyed. The Journal of Captain Rex, 501st Legion, Skywalker's Fist equals Co. F equals Republic FOB Chimera, Bastine Spaceport, Bastine Township Tatooine. It was deadly quiet in the communication center. A thick sense of relief, strong enough to touch, permeated the hangar. Yet no one shouted in the joy that a potential death sentence passed them by. Later, Vader would mark that moment as the point where any chance of him fighting for a reformed republic instead of a sane empire died, stabbed in the back by the Senate. More than half of the local governments voted to betray him and leave him to the Hutt's not existent mercy. Those were thousands of governments, tens of thousands of systems and people beyond count who, I hate them. I hate them all, Master. Snips voiced both their feelings. I know, Vader uttered in a bland tone he didn't recognize. Fury burned within his heart. That was what he once called the dragon. When as a Jedi, he denied the hooks that the dark side had sunk within him. They will all get what they have coming for them. Trust me about that, Snips. However, first, we must make sure we all survive the coming storm. Vader looked at Ahsoka. Once again, her eyes bled from sapphire blue into angry, molten gold. Focus, Snips. Use the fury you feel like a focus, but don't let it consume you. Doing so merely plays into the hands of our enemies, and as you just saw, we have a great number of those. I'm trying, Master. A look of intense concentration formed on her face. There is no try. You either do it or not. As painful as it is to admit it, Yoda was right about a few things, you know. You are not helping, Snips growled at him. Center yourself and regain control, Snips. Very soon we'll have work to do. General, we've got a priority call from GAR High Command on Coruscant. A communication specialist interrupted them, earning himself a deadly glare from Ahsoka. And my point is made. Focus, channel your fury. Do not let it rule you. We lack convenient targets to vent at. Equals Co F equals Part 2 equals Co F equals on Geonosis. The Republic showed its real colors. First, they sent a fellow Jedi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, to spy on and sabotage the defenses and industry of an independent world. When Geonosian security forces apprehended him, the Republic sent another Jedi and a senator as infiltrators to free him. That was yet another provocation against the Confederacy of Independent System. A security camera feed from a massive industrial forge focused on a Jedi in black robes, a young human female wearing dirty white clothes, and a flailing golden protocol droid. They cut and shot their way through security droids and angry Geonosians before the locals overwhelmed them. When the Geonosian government summary declared these infiltrators as spies and murderers, sentencing them to death. The Republic and the Jedi Order disregarded Geonosis' sovereignty. A small army of Jedi infiltrated the planet and attempted to capture the Confederacy's leadership. When this Republic madness failed as well, the Republic discarded all pretenses and launched an invasion on Geonosis, starting the first galaxy-wide war in 1,000 years. From Count Dooku's statement following the Battle of Geonosis equals Co-F equals Republic FOB Chimera, Bastine Spaceport, Bastine Township, Tatooine, the images of two men materialized over a portable holo tank. The first one wore the familiar aged face of Admiral Coburn. The second one was that of a heavily tattooed Zabrak, who Vader was barely acquainted with from his previous life. General Teller Valentra oversaw the logistics of the GAR as a whole, and back in the day, Skywalker had little reason to interact with the man. That would have changed after the birth of the Empire. However, General Valentra perished during Grievous' attack on Coruscant. Admiral Coburn, General Vader promptly saluted, doing his best to play the role of the dutiful soldier. General Skywalker, Coburn nodded tiredly. This is General Valentra in charge of the GAR Logistics Corps. In light of recent developments, we've got new orders for you. I'm ready to serve, sir, Vader answered as eagerly as he believed to be proper under the circumstances. Good man. We don't believe we'll be able to hold onto our territory facing Hutt space for the time being, Coburn began. Your orders are simple in concept. We'll be forming a task force at Tatooine and place it under your command. Your first goal is to evacuate critical GAR and Republic assets before the whole region could fall under enemy control. That includes the forward-deployed GAR elements at Ryloth and their Jedi commander. Second, we'll have a convoy with weapons and supplies on the way to you underway within the next few hours. You'll need to escort it to the various Republic worlds in the region and distribute the contents among the local security forces and any prospective freedom fighters. General Valentra continued. The convoy will contain a few fuel and ammunition tenders to restock your task force. Third, several special operations vessels carrying commando units will join you. You'll have to escort them as well. Their job will be to begin training the locals to fight either separatists or Hutt occupation, Coburn ordered. Finally, after ensuring the delivery of supplies and special forces, you'll first act as a rear guard for our retreating convoy. If the situation permits, you'll launch a raid on Nar Shaddaa, aiming at crippling the shipbuilding and industrial capacity of the planetary system. Republic intelligence will contact you shortly, with all actionable information we have on the Hutts and CIS forces in your area of operations. Orders received and understood, sir. Is that all? If practical, avoid a confrontation with the Jedi General in command at Ryloth. That said, as far as the GAR is concerned, you've broken no law, and the Jedi Council has no legal reason to arrest you or Lieutenant Tano. General Imagun Dai should be receiving orders to cooperate with you as we speak. If necessary, apprehend and bring him back to Coruscant for a trial. Coburn continued. Vader had to fight laughter at that. What the criff did happen on Coruscant over the past few days. Yes, sir. I and the 501st will do our best to fulfill our orders. That's the spirit. Coburn offered him a brief smile, saluted, and cut off the line. You heard the General. We're about to receive an intelligence dump. I want it distributed among our intel officers ASAP. Get all available staff officers together and ready to begin planning an operation to evacuate any remaining GAR forces in the region. The moment we know the makeup of the convoy and what exactly it's carrying, I want plans for the efficient delivery of the supplies to their final destination. Vader rapidly issued a string of orders. Ahsoka, get your head straightened up. I want you with the staff officers observing the planning and learning what and why they're doing. Co-F equals Council Chamber Jedi Temple Coruscant. Several council members sat in their seats, arguing over the recent events. The only thing they could barely agree on was the need to safeguard their young Padawans and keep them as far away from the war as possible. In that regard, it didn't matter that everyone believed Padawan Tano fell because of Skywalker. No one wanted to risk another youngling facing the strain of combat. Keeping the Padawans and youngest knights away from the fallen Jedi wasn't enough. There was still Dooku and his mysterious Sith master. Either of them could drag an inexperienced youngling into darkness, destroying them. Above politics remain we must, Master Yoda declared with unshakable conviction. Too involved we became, grave consequences we face. Said consequences were obvious. As soon as the Senate finished with falling apart because of the Hutt ultimatum, multiple commissions would want to hear from the Jedi about their conduct on Geonosis. The Council already received the polite requests to send representatives to 3 separate hearings. Many journalists besieged the entrance of the temple itself, and there would have been many more if not for the monumental events unfolding within the Senate. That shouldn't be too hard. You'll note that no one officially requested our advice and expertise over the current crisis. Master Mundi spoke from half across the galaxy. I'm unsure how good of a news that is, Plo Koon pointed out in a haunting voice. It takes time for the Senate to move. Sadly, Dooku's accusations found fertile soil among many of the local governments. I've been trying to distract myself as of late by looking over what various news outlets across the Republic said. There were many questions about what we did and why we did it, and only Hutt's ultimatum taking the spotlight kept them at bay. I'm afraid that this state of affairs might not persist for much longer. We did nothing wrong on Geonosis. Dooku is an apprentice to a Sith Lord now. It is our duty and purpose to oppose them and safeguard the Republic. Mace Windu announced. He was one of the Jedi who took the increasing amount of questions and mistrust aimed at the Order over the past few weeks the hardest. Just like we did nothing wrong when we demanded the GAR to relieve Skywalker off command and allow us to take him into custody. Master Tien pointed out, that didn't work as intended, no matter our good intentions. Master Yoda, I'm afraid, that like it or not, intentionally or not, we're now involved in politics. That's how the people of the galaxy see it. The separatists and their shadow feed won't stop repeating it, and by all accounts, their worlds do find fertile soil. Plo Koon interjected, to enter politics ready we are not. Yoda used his walking stick to loudly tap on his chair. Politicians, we are not. Walked away from politics the Order did. Better we are for that, taint and twist us politics will. Compromise our ideals and morals they require, dark pathways that way. While I agree about the danger, Master Yoda, the sad truth is that we're already entangled in politics. Geonosis ensured it. Dooku's propaganda might not let us disengage no matter what we wish. The Senate requires answers as well. Whatever we do and say now, it will be seen as political. Plo Koon suggested. That's what I believe after seeing what everyone on the news is saying about us and asking of us. The argument continued long into the night. 28. Chapter 10, Parts 3 and 4 Disclaimer. I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 10. Twilight equals Co-F equals Part 3 equals Co-F equals Flag Bridge. Victory CIS Providence Dreadnought Bakura. the task force arrived at Bakura without incident. The CIS battle group serving as an escort for Sand Hill held stationary orbit nearby, as far as in-system distances went. It contained a single Providence dreadnought, escorted by 3 squadrons of munificent frigates. A screen of small Bakuran patrol ships stood between them and the planet, with a few squadrons patrolling the orbitals. Were being hailed by the Bakuran Defense Fleet and CIS Task Force 7. 3. Patching to the holonet. Sand Hill's location is confirmed. As expected, he is in talks with representatives of the local government and Bakur Mining Corporation. They are at a hotel in the capital, the bridge's crew quickly reported. Continue with the operation, answer the hails and introduce us. Make them understand that I have important news for Chairman Hill and need to share it in person. Get us permission to land at his location. Dooku ordered his crew all rebuild droids with scrubbed memory banks, ensuring that they had no shutdown codes hiding within their machine minds. Delta 1 is in position. Stealth field and thermal shields are online. Sigma 11, the commander of Dooku's droid commando bodyguards, reported. Good, let's go. The Sith headed towards the nearest turbo lift. 5 black commando droids fell in formation behind him, acting as an honor guard. The rest of their platoon waited at the hangar, keeping an eye on their transport and its little modification. While Dooku had many plans on how to dispose of Sand Hill, the ideal option would be to blame it either on another party or use the Force to mimic a death from natural causes. That's why he had a few modified commando droids clamped to his transport, outfitted with state-of-the-art stealth technology and thermal shields to protect them from detection. Depending on what sensors the transport could detect at their destination, those infiltrators might prove critical in achieving Dooku's objectives today. Unsurprisingly, the locals went out of their way to permit Dooku's party to make planetfall. The ships he brought outnumbered and outgunned what passed for the Bakuran Defense Navy. Combined with Hill's escort, the correlation of forces in orbit was unfair for the locals, which would help keep them honest. A few tense minutes followed, while his shuttle flew through the orbital defense perimeter, then entered the atmosphere and quickly descended towards the capital. There was still no sign of treachery by the locals, or that Hill suspected what was about to happen. The only odd thing was the dark side. It hungrily rumbled in anticipation. That was never a good sign, Dooku thought. Nevertheless, they landed on one of the hotel's landing pads without interference. A small group of local security and a harried official, a short, dark-haired human woman, waited for Dooku's arrival. Their less than pristine appearance and the flush on their faces betrayed the hurried nature of their deployment. Count Dooku, welcome to Bakura. The woman greeted him with wary anticipation. I'm Secretary Claudia Vitan, your guide for your stay here. How can the Bakuran government be of assistance? Secretary Vitan, Dooku offered a polite half-bow. I need to urgently speak with Chairman Hill. He is in a meeting right now. I can take you there. The woman answered with a professional smile and waved towards the tall metal building in front of them. Lead the way. The sense of hungry anticipation increased with every step Dooku took towards his prey. It was odd. While he had several reasons to want the banker dead, they were all professional, not personal. There was no reason for him to feel that much anticipation of the kill after experiencing a brisk elevator ride. Their small party reached the upper floor of the hotel. The secretary led them down a long, well-lit corridor. The odd large potted plant or landscape mural broke the monotony of the marble floor. It was quite tasteful, if not exactly Dooku's cup of tea. His anticipation and the dark side's hooger came to a crescendo when the secretary stopped in front of large wooden doors, with a pair of security guards standing before them. A brief nod, an exchange of documents, and a security scan later, the doors opened. It revealed a large conference room, the likes of which one could find in offices and hotels all over the galaxy. The Force lurched in warning, giving Dooku just a moment to protect himself before alarms blared and something crashed through the far wall. Co F equals Salis Dar Bakura. I told you that we weren't wasting our time out here. Master Thome chided good naturally. The Wiki Jedi in civilian clothes beside him did his best to remain serene, no matter how hard the state of the Force or his companion did it. It's about time. We've been wasting our time with your spy network for weeks now. You are certain that Dooku will flee to his base here after Geonosis. Sora Bulk grouched. The Force provides. Not only we've got Sen Hill right here when we can get him, but Dooku is on his way down as well. You can feel his presence, can't you? He's gotten so arrogant he no longer tries to mask it. Thome scowled at the sky. It's like someone just threw a boulder in the Force, then followed it with a thermal detonator or two. Sora scowled. Come on, we've got the codes to breach the outer perimeter. The rest is up to your driving. Thome stood up from his seat and threw a credit chip to the table, paying for their light lunch. They had been observing their target from a nearby small restaurant, which was conveniently located right beside a large vertical parking lot. For the record, I still claim that this is a bad idea. This is the kind of stuff Kenobi constantly complains about Skywalker pulls off as a matter of course. The boy is supposed to be the chosen one. That means he's supposed to be pulling all kinds of stunts that we regular Jedi consider dangerous. The human Jedi pointed out with a smirk. I know for a fact that you don't believe in that whole prophecy nonsense. I'm merely keeping my mind open. Sometimes we need to bend the Jedi code a bit. Now you're making excuses. The Council is still most unhappy about the relationship you had with Saw. Sora pointed out. They're going out of their way to keep you two as far away from each other as possible. Bulk accused. That's why I'm stuck out here with you playing spies. I still don't know how the two of you didn't get expelled or something. Unlike certain youngsters, we were discreet and there isn't much evidence that we were up to anything. We were also veteran Jedi in good standing, not a loose cannon like Skywalker. Thome patiently explained. Council politics, Bulk silently grumbled. One would think that as Jedi, they would be beyond such petty concepts. Unfortunately, they weren't that lucky, and he was stuck paying the price for others' sins. Then again, as a Jedi, his life was supposed to be all about self-sacrifice for the betterment of others, and in service of the Force. Yet, we're about to pull off something out of his playbook. I'm beginning to see how he almost drove Kenobi to drink. Sora couldn't help it and kept needling the Jedi Master. Nonsense. The Force is with us today. We might just end the war in a single strike. Thome happily dismissed his concerns. The Jedi reached their vehicle, a normal-looking truck with a heavily reinforced cabin, and got on board. A few minutes later, Sora finally managed to navigate out of the labyrinthine garage and flew straight towards their target. There was no need to consult all the data supplied by Thome's spies. Dooku's signature burned in the Force, proving to everyone with the right senses that whatever the man might have been once, he was no longer a Jedi. Sora kept accelerating. Beside him, Thome calmly spoke with the people manning the security perimeter around the hotel. The calls from the other side of the open channel became more and more frantic until they suddenly ceased. The Jedi paid it no attention. He was immersed in the Force, letting it guide his actions. Light blaster cannons spoke in anger from the backs of speeders, and a couple of missiles rose to intercept the speeding truck. Bulk deftly avoided the blaster fire, while leaving the rapidly closing missiles to Thome. Sora sensed how the Jedi Master manipulated the Force, and whatever he did, it worked when no warheads splattered them all over the hotel's facade. A couple of seconds later, all Bulk could see was a rapidly approaching wall. He closes his eyes and surrounded himself with the Force like a shield moments before impact. Sora was sure he blacked for a moment at impact, because the next thing he knew was dull pain racking his whole body. Something was busy shacking him in a very unpleasant manner, and as if that wasn't bad enough, there was an insistent screaming digging into his skull. "Bulk up and at them," Thome roared in his ear. Sora felt the Force was over him, and briefly, the shriek of twisting metal drowned all over sounds. That was finally enough to get him more or less awake, and he gingerly looked around. If it wasn't for the reinforcements of the cabin, combined with the Force protecting them, Bulk was sure neither of them would have survived. Instead of ending up broken and bleeding like the truck, the Jedi managed to stagger out of it just a bit worse to wear. "Count Dooku, you're under arrest for treason, murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and whatever else the Senate can think of," Thome eagerly proclaimed. Sora staggered behind the Jedi Master and quickly drew his lightsaber, igniting it. Count Dooku was in the far end of a debris-covered room, looking unscratched in his black robes. The 5 droids and a few humans surrounding him were fine as well. Others were not so fortunate. At least a few humans had been too close to the impact site. Debris from the wall and parts from the truck had cut through them with ease, letting behind a bloody mess. Sora briefly froze at that sight. What did they just do? "As I was about to say, my friend, I came here to warn and protect you. The Jedi want to assassinate you," Dooku blithely lied, gaining Sora's attention. The Wookiee's eyes darted around the room until they fell upon the bloody and battered figure of Sandhill, their other target. The tall moon was decidedly worse to wear, but still very much alive. The same couldn't be said for the poor bastards they ran over. Co F equals part 4 Co F equals to explain the wild fluctuations of public support the Jedi received during the Clone Wars and the sudden inquisition the Order faced by the Senate. We first must look at the reasons behind those events. For the first few weeks of the war, the Republic loyalists closed ranks and did support the Jedi's actions on Geonosis. Legally, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker had a strong case for visiting that infamous separatist world. Master Kenobi went there, following the tracks of the bounty hunter Jango Fett. He was suspected to be one of the mercenaries hired by the separatists to assassinate Senator Padme Amidala. After local security captured Jedi Kenobi, his Padawan, Anakin Skywalker, who was the closest Jedi able to intervene, traveled to Geonosis in order to resolve the situation. He brought along Senator Amidala, who Skywalker was protecting at the time. The official Republic stance was that the senator's presence was meant to facilitate a proper diplomatic resolution of the crisis. We've all heard of the separatists' claims over the events on Geonosis. They're covered earlier in this work, along with their wide-ranging implications. Unfortunately for the Jedi Order, it had been a long time since, in Republic politics, the facts on the ground mattered. Perceptions, impressions, and political consequences were what mattered in the Senate. That was how actions either praised or broadly accepted as right and just a few days earlier could become anything but. That was how the Jedi's conduct on Geonosis suddenly became the central issue of multiple Senate hearings as soon as the political situation shifted. The roots and reasons behind that change lay in the foundations of modern Republic politics. For centuries, there were 2 primary lines of divisions within the Senate. The first and most obvious was that of the core with its allies on one side and the Rim faction standing in opposition. The second one was often subtle and unclear on a macro level. First, we had those supporting the sovereignty of individual member states as one of the foundational principles of the Republic, with all that entails. Against them stood those who viewed the Republic as a project that would eventually unite most of the galaxy under the banner of a single nation. The reason this divide was often invisible was that the Republic, along with its institutions, were often incredibly convenient for everyone. For many citizens of the core in practice, if not, in fact, the Republic could have been a single nation already. There were few restrictions in travel if you had the credits and up-to-date identification. Most of the galaxy already used the Republic credit as its de facto currency. Everyone who you were likely to meet either spoke or understood Basic. It was a long list. At the same time, governments and larger corporations found the status quo both incredibly useful, due to the increased integration keeping the economy growing, yet at the same time dangerous. From the largest alliances to the smallest planetary governments, their sovereignty offered them a measure of protection against the meddling of rivals, larger neighbors, and the Republic government as a whole. This line of division was highly mutable, due to support for it increasing or waning depending on a multitude of local factors. It was also notable that often, both citizens and governments wanted the best of both worlds. The benefits of a highly integrated republic were too good to pass on. However, they were even better while retaining all the benefits of being fully independent nations, with all that entails. In this particular case, the consequences the Jedi faced over their actions on Geonosis all centered around the concept of sovereignty. It didn't matter why the Jedi went there. All that mattered for too many governments all over the galaxy was the Jedi violated Geonosian sovereignty. As if that wasn't bad enough, they started a war without explicit sanction from the Senate. The hearings themselves, and the events that happened all over the galaxy at the same time, would further politically divide the Republic between those who supported the actions of the Jedi and those who ultimately saw them as an unacceptable level of overreach. The rise and fall of the Jedi Order equals Co-F equals Salis Dar Bakura Focus, Sora. We can end the war today and save countless lives. Master Thome's words broke through the haze surrounding Bulk's mind. He drew on the Force, letting it flow through him and guide his actions. Its warm and soothing touch revitalized Sora. That allowed him to fully focus on the situation at hand. That's a bold claim, Master Jedi, Dooku taunted them. Do you think you can get away with attacking another neutral world? Once this is over, the Senate and Jedi Council will judge our actions. Thome declared, I'll ask you once, surrender or face the consequences of your actions. The Jedi Master demanded, I'm afraid I can't do that, old friend. I can't allow you to kill Chairman Hill here, Dooku shot back. He drew his lightsaber in a single graceful motion and moved forward to place himself between Hill and the Jedi. So be it. Thome's voice didn't waver. The two of them knew that this could only really end in violence anyway. Why would traitors to the Republic come in quietly if they had a chance to get away? The Force pulsed between the Jedi, filling them with its light. When Thome drew on it and acted, Bulk was on his heels, moving as fast as he could. The distinct snap hiss of activating lightsabers was all the warning anyone not graced by the Force got before the conference room exploded into violence. Thome tore the broken conference room off the floor in a rain of twisted metal and shattered wood. The Jedi Master hurled it at Dooku and his droid guards before jumping at them. Sora followed suit, though his target was San Hill. With him out of the picture, they could concentrate on the Sith. He didn't have to bother. Dooku jumped back, avoiding the shards of the massive table hurling his way. The commando droids and few locals around him were less fortunate. The woman only survived because Dooku uncharacteristically pulled her back. 2 local security guards and 3 droids were less fortunate. The broken table hit them, shattering completely on impact, but not before squashing them. A smashed droid convulsively pressed the trigger of its carbine, sending a hail of crimson blaster bolts scything through the room. Bulk grimaced, acutely feeling the passing of the guards, but didn't allow it to slow him down more than a fraction. The Force shifted at that point. Sora wasn't sure if it was its will or if Dooku desperately tried to save Hill. It didn't matter in the end. A pair of blaster bolts struck the moon in the chest, burning through his expensive clothes with ease, searing flesh and boiling blood. All Bulk would remember was the surprise on Hill's face before he fell. At the same time, Thome reached Dooku, engaging him in a duel. Sora wasted no more time and went for the few remaining droids, determined to cut them down, so they could concentrate on the Sith. The Jedi Master went at Dooku with unexpected aggression, momentarily taking him off guard. Thome leveraged that advantage to push the Sith back and buy time for Sora to join him. Meanwhile, the Wookiee Jedi used the Force to smash one commando droid against the wall, while deflecting the shots from the other, doing his best to send them at Dooku's back. The droid noticed that almost immediately and dropped his blaster, going for a vibroblade attached to its back. It managed to retrieve it and block Sora's first slash. Unfortunately for the machine, it was only it and Bulk. While it might have been faster and stronger than any organic with a similar build had any right to be, it lacked the Force. The Jedi let the Force guide his defense, while quickly focusing some of its power along his left arm. He deflected a shallow slash and quickly reposed. When the droid moved its blade to defend, Bulk made a punching motion, releasing the gathered energy into a broad telekinetic wave that sent the machine flying. He jumped after it and slammed his blade through its torso as soon as it hit the ground. A few quick wrist motions saw the blade carve the commando droid to pieces. With the distraction done, Sora turned around and charged at Dooku, aiming at the Sith's back. He paid no attention to the local woman who ran past him, in search of safety. Dooku whirled around, parrying a flurry of strikes from Thome, and sent a strong telekinetic push at Bulk that staggered him even through his best attempt to counter it. For a brief moment, the battle ceased, letting the 3 combatants size each other. "Hill is done for, Dooku. Surrender while you still can," Thome demanded. The Sith glanced at the crumpled form of the moon and raised an eyebrow. Acting as assassins now, how far the Jedi had fallen, he shook his head. "And you have the gall to judge me," Dooku sneered. "Such arrogance, we can take him," Sora proclaimed, not sure if he meant it or if he was trying to reassure himself. In the Force, Dooku was different. He was a ball of pulsing dark light, of channeled anger and cold calculation. Dooku twitched, giving them a mocking salute with his red, malicious lightsaber. That acted as a sign, and the Jedi charged at him, moving as one to flank the Sith. Dooku merely raised his free hand and unleashed a torrent of lightning at Sora, who barely caught it on his lightsaber. It was all he could do to push against the onslaught and keep it contained. Meanwhile, Thome fell upon Dooku, who refused to move and met him strike for strike. Sora's world narrowed to the confrontation at hand, with everything else falling back as unimportant. He didn't even have the capacity to spare to think about the fact that their time was running out. Local security teams and commando droids were already converging on their position in overwhelming numbers. Thome, on the other hand, was painfully aware that they had to end this confrontation as soon as possible, otherwise it would be all for naught. 29. Chapter 10, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer: I do not own Star Wars. It belongs to Disney. I make no money from this story. Chapter 10. Twilight equals co-F equals Part 5 equals co-F equals perhaps. If the Bakura incursion happened a few months earlier, it might have been different. That was a different galaxy, untarnished by the events on Geonosis. The Republic's golden age might have been at its end. Yet against all odds, the Age of Heroes, the Age of the Jedi as guardians of peace, still prevailed. That was the tall tale we told our younglings, and sometimes we even believed it. In that age, in that different galaxy, two bold Jedi might have been able to end the war before it could truly begin. Before it damned and tainted us all, I would love to live in that galaxy. Instead, we live in the real world, where the Age of Heroes met an abrupt end. And we were all poorer for it. One of the most powerful, influential, and wealthiest beings in the galaxy died on Bakura at the hands of the Jedi. His name was Sandhill, and it wouldn't be a stretch to say that he was to a large extent the Confederacy's economic backbone in those early days of secession. His death was a major victory for the Republic. Conservative estimates tell us that without Hill and the others assassinated by either the Jedi or Republic intelligence, the Confederacy would have been able to launch an all-out assault on the core months before they historically would. If that were to happen, it is not a stretch to conclude that the Republic would have lost the war then and there. Unfortunately, like so many other victories in that accursed war, for both sides, the Bakura incursion came with a high price. The rise and fall of the Jedi Order equals co-F equals Solly's Dar Bakura Master Thome could sense quickly approaching danger even through the pulsing miasma of the dark side that was Dooku. They were running out of time, yet the Jedi were no closer to finding an opening in the Sith's defense. Dooku was an old man. No matter what dark side perversions he subjected himself to or decided to employ, his stamina should be limited and quickly running out. He advanced with a flurry of heavy strikes, meant to give Sora an opening, only for the Sith to deflect his efforts, while keeping the other Jedi at bay with malevolent lighting. If Dooku was running out of stamina at all, it wasn't happening fast enough. Thome could hear the forceful impact of armored boots on the floor coming closer and closer with every rapid beat of his heart. They were already out of time, he decided. Dooku let go of the lighting and reposed, the deft motion nearly catching Thome off guard. If it wasn't for the Force giving him a warning, he would have overcommitted and paid for it. As it was, the Jedi Master had to rapidly jump back in gravity-defying motion that would have done bad things to the spine of a regular human. As it was, he felt a dull ache as something that shouldn't stretch that way did so, only for the Force flowing through his body to quickly soothe the ache. Time was up. They wouldn't be able to get away now if that had ever been a realistic option, Thome decided. It didn't matter. The prize was too great to avoid, even if it meant their death. A success, no matter how tall the odds, could have saved countless lives. Even a partial one would give the Republic and their fellow Jedi some sorely needed breathing space. Sora engaged Dooku in single combat. It quickly became apparent to the younger Jedi that in swordsmanship, the Sith was his superior. Dooku had been one of the Order's best duelists when he left. Now he was much better, deadlier. Instead of rushing to help the younger Jedi, Thome paused, studying Dooku for an edge. One way or another, it was all going to end shortly. Surrender wasn't an option. They wouldn't give the enemy weapons to use against the Republic and the Jedi. All that was left was to go on the offensive. It was against the mainstream Jedi teachings, but then, Thome was one of the few rare shadows the Order had left. He knew that sometimes the best thing you could do was to strike your enemy down and make sure they could no longer be a threat. That was an unpopular view, and until recently, both the Jedi in particular and the galaxy at large were better without hearing it expressed. Master Thome let the Force guide him. He emptied himself of all emotion and did his best to clear his mind of all thought but his objective. Even as Dooku overwhelmed Sora with a rapid flurry of elegant blows, the Jedi Master focused, letting the Force build within him. Sora couldn't keep up. He fell back, trading space for the illusion of time, yet Dooku was unstoppable. He moved much faster than even a Master Jedi of his advanced age ever should, and if it wasn't for the Force, the speed of combat would have been faster than the younger man could keep up with. As it was, all he could push forth, was merely enough to slow down his defeat for a bit. Where was Thome? Then it was over in a crimson blur. Heat flashed over Sora's fingers. More heat touched his left arm and swept through a leg. The Force belatedly warned him of danger, and the next thing he knew, he was flying, then struck something hard with bone-shaking force. The last thing he saw was a surge of bright, pure flame from behind Dooku, striking straight at the heart of darkness that was the Sith. Sora's defeat was the opening Thome needed. It was brief, lasting mere moments, yet it was enough. It had to be. The Jedi Master shot through the air. For those with correct senses, Thome was like a space angel of legend. A corona of golden flames surrounded his frame like a halo. The reality of the situation was more mundane, that was merely the Force infusing him, and leaking from his form with every passing breath. He had gathered more power than his body could safely handle. It was only possible because the Force was eager to aid him in striking down the Sith abomination, and he was acting as its herald. Thome's charge rends the air. A thunderclap heralding his passage shook the building, and he fell upon Dooku. His blade struck true, and for all the Sith's inhuman reaction, it wasn't enough. Lighting exploded around the Sith in a corona of ill-formed desperation. The Jedi's burning blade sliced through it, then burned through the expensive reinforced fabric to bite deeply into flesh and bone. A terrified, telekinetic shove obliterated half the room. It pulped all bodies it struck and shredded what little furniture survived until then. It was enough to shove Thome back, even as Dooku reflexively jumped as far away from the sudden attack in pain. The Sith's lightsaber fell on the cracked floor with a deafening clang. Dooku himself huddled in the far corner of the room, looking like a trapped animal. He was clutching his right shoulder, where his nearly severed arm hung uselessly. Thome staggered forward, acutely feeling the light burning him from within. This was it, just one more strike and it would be all over. The Jedi charged Dooku faster than any human had the right to be. Yet it wasn't fast enough. Commando droids poured inside through the doors, filling right and left with their typical machine speed and precision. Heavy armed and armored locals followed suit. It took the quick response team a few moments to comprehend what they were seeing and open fire. If they were it, Thome might have made it to Dooku and finished it then and there. However, the droids entered first, and they wasted no time in opening fire. Thome had to slow down his charge, adjust his angle of approach, and deflect the hail of blaster fire falling upon him. It was well aimed and meant to kill, not disable and capture. The difference was mere seconds. A few moments earlier, Thome would have reached a Sith stunned by his sudden and unexpected wounding, dispatching him, even as security cut him down. Instead, the pain and surprise on Dooku's face morphed into a mask of inhuman fury. His eyes blazed golden, and his hale hand snapped up. Purple, nearly black lighting clawed at Thome, halting his approach. The Jedi raised his own free hand, trying to absorb and deflect as much of the Force attack as possible, so he could reach Dooku, a feat that he might not have managed under the optimal circumstance. The lighting blasted him back, charring his arm, spinning him in place. Over 30 blasters shooting on full auto did the rest. Within moments, Thome turned into a human torch. Surprisingly enough, the only heat he felt was that of the Force. It didn't hurt, the Jedi thought, and burned. Equals co F equals part 6 equals co F equals. Many argue that the true fall of the Jedi Order began shortly after the war, with a string of now infamous assassinations. The surprising part was that the Jedi weren't the targets, or at least their bodyguards. Instead, they were, and to a large extent still are, widely acclaimed as the assassins, along with black divisions from the various Republic intelligence services. Even today, this is a controversial topic, one that is all but guaranteed to raise tempers. The only facts we've been able to corroborate for sure have been a public record for a long time now. 3 Jedi carried out 2 assassination missions and were almost completely successful. First was the Bakura incursion, complete with multiple witness accounts, recordings from security systems, Confederate droid brains, forensics. The list is exhaustive and topped off by a confession by a surviving and captured Jedi assassin. The second incident unfolded in the Argent Tower in Murkana City, the administrative heart of the Commerce Guild. There, one Cadrian Say, a Jedi Knight missing since shortly before the Battle of Geonosis, went after Passel Argent. Those 2 instances are the only 2 confirmed times the Republic and the Jedi Order employed Jedi as assassins at the beginning of the Clone Wars. To this day, data surrounding other assassination attempts carried against the Confederate leadership in a single concerned campaign remain classified, and thus subjected to countless rumors and theories. Ironically enough, the apparent success of the assassination operations sharply increased the public support for the Jedi, arguably for all the wrong reasons. Soon, calls for more such operations against the enemy came from all corners of the Republic political and military community, worsening an already tenuous situation. The rise and fall of the Jedi Order Co-F Argent Tower Murkana City, Murkana, the city was a dump, Cadrian Say decided shortly after her arrival. She slipped through customs flaunting an expensive purple dress, covering a bodysuit of the armored weave. Say's credentials tagged her as an important Confederate functionary. She was here for talks with the Commerce Guild. Those were real enough. It was just that the real representative they belonged to had no idea she would be visiting Murkana. An inevitable investigation at a later date would point fingers at several of Count Dooku's political rivals within the Confederacy, discrediting and perhaps condemning them as Republic sympathizers and traitors. The Jedi offered a severe nod at the gaggle of security personnel, too, flagged her party through with indecent haste. Said party consisted of 6 super battle droids acting as a very visible, and more importantly, Shinny, honor guard. It was all very audacious and brazen, certainly not Jedi-like, a thought that had saved Fight a smile. While Jedi did go undercover often enough, they didn't do so to violently and visibly murder people. Then again, she was no longer a Jedi, even almost no one else was aware of that fact. That, of course, was why this plan had a shot at working. Kay sniffed the air and scrunched her nose. She put forth her best derisive mask, and it wasn't at all forced. On the surface, what she could see of the city looked decent enough. The spiraling towers held a kind of alien beauty, especially when the local sun gleamed off them. The clear bay the city had grown around was outright mesmerizing. Due to something in the water and the angle the setting sun hit it, it looked like a rippling sea of fresh blood. A flushed attendant led Cadrian's party to the waiting high-end cars. Soon they ascended above the bay, flying parallel and above kilometers-long bridges connecting the city proper with the Commerce Guild spaceport. Air and old-fashioned ground traffic including trains, streamed in all directions carrying people and goods. What Sei saw outside the window was monumental proof that Count Dooku was right. The status quo was untenable. The outer rim had grown too rich, too populous, and industrialized in the centuries of the long peace enjoyed by the Republic. It was only a question of when, not if, a credible secessionist movement would form. This time it didn't need Mandalorian invaders or the return of the Sith Empire to band around for a fighting chance. With the way the Republic had disarmed itself and abandoned any pretense about caring for the rim beyond what it could exploit, the collision course was set. The only questions had been how long it would be before the inevitable crash, and who would lead each side. The surprising reveal of the Republic's clone army, one apparently created and led by the Jedi, Cadrian closed her eyes at that thought and bit the inside of her cheek. It wasn't enough for the Republic and Jedi to betray their principles, as Dooku so eloquently pointed out. This was a fresh betrayal, a personal one. Where were resources for an army when warlords and pirates ravaged the outer rim, while people like her did what little they could to pick up the pieces? Where were those resources and the willingness to use them when the Trade Federation invaded Naboo? They appeared only now when the Confederation was a fact, and for the first time in 1,000 years, the Corps felt threatened, Sei thought with contempt. The Republic and the Jedi were a lost cause. Her only solace was that soon enough, the Confederacy would stand high and proud as a worthy alternative, purged of the internal rot that strangled everything good in the Republic. Cadrian didn't expect to feel pride in this assignment, yet there it was, slowly but surely rising within her. This was what the Jedi Order should have done centuries ago, while it still could. The aircar procession landed in a private hangar near the top of the Argent Tower. A gaggle of servants, most of them robed droids, awaited to take care of Sei's luggage. There was a lot of it, and almost all were expensive trash meant to sell an image. While she didn't care what might happen to any of it, Cadrian fixed the closest flesh and blood attendant with a withering stare. "Make sure your crude machines don't damage my luggage. You can't pay for the contents of a single suitcase with your life's wages." Sei's haughty voice struck like a whip and got everyone moving. "My lady, I'm Attendant Tremo Vrotsk. Do you want to refresh yourself and rest first, or meet with Chairman Argent?" A tall, green-skinned Korrivar greeted her. He wore expensive robes covering most of his body. His spiraling horn gleamed with silver etchings. "Lead me to your master. There is much to discuss the war and the profit opportunities it represents. A visit to the fresher can wait. This way, my lady." Vrotsk bowed deeply and led her deep within the tower. The visible security was like just the odd corporate guard outfitted in standard corporate alliance gear, not the cheapest there was, but certainly not top-of-the-line military gear. That wasn't saying much. From what little Cadrian saw from the clones on the holonet, they certainly didn't enjoy the start of the art weapons and armor. Those were expensive, and the Republic was still cutting corners where it could, Sei bitterly thought. Finally, they reached a large anteroom. A Korrivar female sat behind a gleaming metal workstation, furiously working. A pair of functionaries sat on a nearby roll of chairs. It was all very simple and functional, which only made the large, richly engraved wooden doors beside the secretary look that much more impressive. The secretary quickly announced Sei's fake name, while glancing between her and the droids. "They will wait here, won't you boys?" Cadrian asked in a voice that was all milk and honey. "By your command," her gleaming retinue chorused as one. They had their contingency orders ready and would act accordingly. The wooden doors opened, revealing a well-lit opulent office. Colorful carpets covered the floor. Various pieces of art, likely priceless originals, flanked a road to supplication leading to an antique wooden desk. Cadrian flounced inside, sashaying her hips and acting as if she was on a fashion podium, showing off to the masses, instead of stalking towards her prey. Pasul Argent stood up to greet her with a crooked smile. That was him all right. One of the reasons Say was the one going after the chairman was that she had met him in the past and knew his Force signature. This wasn't a double or expensive lifelike hologram. The former Jedi ignored her target's babbling. Instead, she counted down the shrinking distance and with every closing step, gathered more and more Force energy. Argent had to die before he knew what hit him. That much was imperative. That was an assassination mission, and Say had no intention of play with her food. She sensed Argent's mild confusion and worry when she kept approaching without speaking. Cadrian was close enough anyway. One moment, she was the perfect image of a noble lady smiling, composed, and as haughty and arrogant as appropriate her station. The next, she exploded out of her frivolous dress in a pulse of speed and force. The dark side bubbled within every cell of her body, strengthening Say, making her more than mere flesh and blood could ever hope to be alone. Shards of ripped fabric flew in all directions. A hand was almost black from the energy focused around it, connected with Argent's face. Say closed her fingers around it with enough force to crack bone. She didn't stop and instead kept going, until she was in the far end of the office, right in front of the armored metal serving as a window overlooking the glimmering bay. Cadrian smashed her victim into the window, channeling all the force infusing her arm into his head. If the sharp movement hadn't been immediately fatal, this was. The practical effect of a powerful telekinetic strike at point-blank range, with metal behind the target, turned out to be as gruesome as Say expected. Argent's head splashed all over his office's window, painting it with blood. "The Jedi Council sends their regards," the assassin announced loud and clear before all hell broke loose. The only question now was if she could make it off-world safely or not. Either way, no matter what happened now, Dooku was that much closer to uncontested control of the Confederacy, and the Jedi were to blame.